Lenin enumerates the elements that constitute the Russian economy. 1. Patriarchal peasant farming. 2. Small commodity production. This includes the majority of those peasants who sell their grain. 3. Private capitalism. 4. State capitalism. 5. Socialism. Russia is so vast and varied that all these different types of socio-economic organization are intermingled. That is what constitutes the specific feature of the situation. What elements predominate? Clearly, in a petty bourgeois, peasant country, the petty bourgeois element is dominant, for the great majority of those working the land are small commodity producers. The proof is in the fact that the grain monopoly is being undermined by profiteering. In this struggle, state capitalism is the ally of socialism. Let us take a lesson from Germany, where state capitalism has been established for the benefit of the Junkers and the militaristic capitalists. It is precisely for that reason that the proletarian revolution will be able to conquer easily in Germany. In these matters we must copy Germany even more energetically than Peter the Great copied from Europe, and not shrink even from dictatorial methods. Socialism is inconceivable without large-scale capitalist engineering based on the latest discoveries of modern science, and without a rational organization which keeps tens of millions of people to the strictest observation of a unified standard in production and distribution. Lenin recalled that even in September 1917 he had written, "Socialism is merely the next step forward from state capitalist monopoly." Marx, in the 1870s, admitted the possibility for Britain of a peaceful victory of socialism on condition that the capitalists allowed themselves to be bought out. And why not, if the trouble of a civil war could be avoided at this price? Lenin dealt with this case in reply to those who condemned the payment of high salaries to specialists. "We must be able," he said, "to combine two methods, merciless repression against uncultured capitalists, and methods of compromise towards the others. It is reasonable for the proletariat to give good pay to experienced managers." In their defense of the worker, the left communists succeed only in repeating word for word the demagogic pronouncements of certain Mensheviks. Lenin's reply to the left is serious, honest, and devoid of polemical exaggerations and personal attacks. On the contrary, it juxtaposes, next to its sternest arguments, a number of expressions of esteem addressed to Bukharin. With all its formality, it possesses vehemence, but of a serious sort which keeps to fundamentals. As such, it is a model for a pamphlet intended for discussion within the party. The pamphlet Immediate Tasks of the Soviet Power had been written shortly before. It is the most complete and concise exposition of Lenin's politics in this period. In bourgeois revolutions, the role of the proletariat is a destructive one. It is the bourgeois minority that takes on the labor of construction, and it is supported in this by the spontaneous growth of the market, the chief organizing force of anarchically built capitalist society. Every socialist revolution, on the other hand, impels the proletariat into a creative role in planned production and distribution. And it can succeed only if the majority of the toilers exercise their initiative within it. Only if the proletariat and the poor peasants display sufficient class consciousness, devotion to principle, self-sacrifice, and obstinacy, will the victory of the socialist revolution be assured. We have convinced and won Russia. We have gained a majority among the workers and seized power. The principal task now is to organize and administer the country. When that problem is solved, and not before, the Soviet society will have become a socialist society. Keep regular and honest accounts of money, manage economically, do not steal, observe labor discipline. These are now the conditions of the country's salvation and, with the application of Soviet power, form the necessary and sufficient condition for the final victory of socialism. The bourgeoisie has been conquered but not uprooted. It is now a matter of preventing any possibility that a new bourgeoisie can arise, a task which is much more difficult. Although we have certainly not finished off capital, and although it is necessary to continue the offensive of the workers against it, the fact is that, in order to go on advancing successfully in the future, we must suspend our offensive now. If we decide to continue to expropriate capital at the same rate at which we have been doing it up till now, we shall certainly suffer defeat, because our work of organizing proletarian accounting and control has obviously fallen behind the work of directly expropriating the expropriators. It is not that we have made errors in our tactics. Every social struggle has its own logic, but a violent attack is not always appropriate. We achieved victory by methods of suppression, We shall be able to achieve victory also through methods of administration. The high salaries to be paid to experts are indeed a step backward in relation to socialism, but a necessary step back. We must improve the functioning of the banks, shoot bribe-takers, consolidate the state monopolies in grain, leather, etc., and begin introducing compulsory labor service, but this only gradually and carefully and applying it only to the rich. The meaning of socialism is accounting and control. Anarchism and anarcho-syndicalism, which oppose state control and accounting, only reveal their bourgeois outlook. The socialist state can arise only as a network of producers and consumers' communes, which conscientiously keep account of their production and consumption, economize on labor, and steadily raise the productivity of labor, thus making it possible to reduce the working day to 7, 6, and even fewer hours. The decree passed on cooperation is a compromise with the bourgeois cooperatives, the Soviet government having abandoned the principle of compulsory enrollment in the societies without entrance fees. The raising of the productivity of labor and the improved organization of labor demands, firstly, the development of heavy industry and, secondly, discipline among the workforce. In this respect, the situation is bad. Without the victory of conscious discipline over petty bourgeois anarchy, there is no socialism. We must apply piecework and make use of what is progressive in the Taylor system. Like all other progress under capitalism, this system is a combination of the refined brutality of capitalist exploitation and a number of remarkable scientific discoveries. Socialism does not deny the role of competition, whatever its detractors say. On the contrary, it opens to the masses limitless possibilities of competition, through social forms of advertising, competition between communes, etc. Several pages of the article are devoted to justifying the dictatorship of the proletariat. An iron hand is necessary. Dictatorship is iron rule, government that is revolutionarily bold and ruthless in repressing both exploiters and hooligans. But our government is still excessively soft. Compulsion is necessary both against the counter-revolution and against petty bourgeois individualism. We have had to provide certain individual executives on the railways with dictatorial powers. The left SRS launched extraordinary agitation against this proposal. However, it is irrefutable that, in history, the dictatorship of certain individuals was often the expression, the vehicle, the channel of the dictatorship of the revolutionary classes. Undoubtedly, it was compatible with bourgeois democracy. There is no contradiction in principle between Soviet, i.e. socialist, democracy and the possession of dictatorial power by certain individuals. The socialist dictatorship is distinguished from any other in the fact that it arouses and stimulates the organization of the masses. But the management of large-scale industry demands unity of will, the subordination of the will of thousands to the will of one. We are moving from the phase of public meetings to the phase of iron discipline. Guarantees of democracy and the means of struggle against bureaucracy are to be found in the Soviet system itself, with its absence of formalism, working people as the electors, right of recall freely exercised by the voters, participation of all in the life of the state, control of the government by the masses. The more resolutely we now have to stand for the dictatorship of individuals in certain definite executive functions, the more varied and numerous must be the forms and methods of control by the masses in order to counteract every shadow of a possibility of deformation in the power of the Soviets, ceaselessly to drag out the weeds of bureaucracy. The pamphlet concludes, as one might have expected, with a ringing indictment against the petty bourgeois revolutionary romantic who is suspicious of organization, practical necessities, and new maneuvers. Hysterical impulses are of no use to us. What we need is the steady advance of the iron battalions of the proletariat. The dialectic of events. Politics become verified through the facts. Lenin was right against the left communists on two essential points. The country was at its last gasp. It was indeed necessary to suspend the offensive against capital, in order to consolidate the positions already won, assemble new forces and prepare an offensive for later on. And the revolutionary crisis now maturing in Europe guaranteed the Russian Revolution its chance of shortly being able to resume its onward march. The left communists were following their emotions, their zeal as an enthusiastic minority, rather than any clear-headed dialectic proceeding from social facts. Thus, as with the issue of revolutionary war, They became trapped in the revolutionary subjectivism to which intellectuals of middle-class origin are prone, and abandoned the outlook of proletarian realism. The source of their error is clear. All their fears of the impending degeneration of the proletarian state would have been justified given the stabilization of European capitalism. But they themselves, and rightly, proclaimed the imminency of imperialism's collapse, that is to say of a new source of energy, this time international in scope, for the revolution. On such a perspective, a calm period could hardly any more be seen as a real threat. Rather, it would have to be viewed as a period for the necessary accumulation of forces. Another misunderstanding they displayed was their failure to see the contrast between revolutionary duty before and after the seizure of power. Before the takeover, it is necessary to destroy. After it, it is necessary to build. It is not easy for destroyers to turn into builders. That is why goodwill and a Marxist sense of the tasks involved in the revolution's aftermath are all the more essential. All the same, Lenin displayed great moderation in his handling of the left communists, both in his polemic and even more so in practical politics. The moderate tone of the majority on his side contrasted strikingly with the turbulence, violence, and intransigence of the left minority. That no split occurred is due to Lenin, who did not want that sort of outcome. He was all too conscious that the lefts were genuine communists of real worth, and that there were healthy features even in their errors. Suppose the party had signed the infamous Peace of Brest-Litovsk without reacting painfully, had accepted the suspension of the revolutionary offensive in total unanimity, without any repercussions in its membership, and in a crisis as grave as this, had been quite devoid of ideological struggles, with all that these imply in the way of restless critical thinking, passion, and the search for new solutions, would such a party have been alive and healthy, truly capable of confronting its huge responsibilities? As for the majority which accepted the truce and suspended the offensive, did it not include right-wing elements in whose eyes the pace of revolution had already gone too fast and too far? As we have remarked concerning the debates of Brest-Litovsk, until the year one of the Russian Revolution of workers and peasants, working-class history contained no examples at all of a revolutionary movement which was not in the end swallowed, corrupted, and betrayed by opportunism. The notion that the workers' revolution needed to maneuver was quite acceptable in principle. But any maneuver that was undertaken provoked fears of right-wing deviation, and these fears were legitimate and proper. The left communists who reacted so forcefully had a case to make. They stood out against a danger from the right which undoubtedly existed, though in the event the Civil War stopped it getting any further. The truce turned out to be much shorter and flimsier than Lenin seems to have anticipated. In immediate tasks of the Soviet power, he had outlined the plan for a great operation of reconstruction which was to have been started at once, but was immediately frustrated by the Civil War. Yes, it was necessary to call off the offensive against capital and proceed by skillful administration instead of compulsion. Necessary, but impossible. The Civil War, resumed by the Allies through the Czechoslovak intervention, was on the contrary to necessitate an even greater reliance upon methods of compulsion. From June on, the government had to fall back on the measures advocated by the left communists, whose practical program thus became realized, under Lenin's guidance. However, what was in their eyes the normal method of continuing a social revolution actually amounted to a fresh escalation of civil war, and a civil war whose consequences were far more of a hindrance than a help to the progress of socialism. If the Allied armed intervention had not taken place, the Soviet Republic would have been able by the spring of 1918 to enter on the socialist organization of production and administration, which in the end it only managed by 1921, after the introduction of the new economic policy, with more concessions to the rural petty bourgeoisie than would have been necessary 3 years earlier. Here we may consider the remarkable continuity in Lenin's ideas. In 1921, once the war was over, he had only to take up his plan of April 1918 once again, adapting it to new circumstances. However this may be, from June onwards the imperative measures were rationing, the establishment of consumer communes, confiscations, nationalizations, the introduction of committees of poor peasants and compulsory labor, just as the left communists had demanded in April. From June the revolution had to unleash all its energies, as each day demanded more. Nevertheless, it will be in order, discipline, and work, along the paths pointed by Lenin and Trotsky, the paths of methodical organization in production, administration, and revolutionary defense, that Russia's safety is found. Hesitations dissipate. The left finds itself with no further justification for existing. The profound unity of the party is forged once more. Counter-revolution in the Ukraine. The famine. It was in the Ukraine that the classic cycle of counter-revolution, which was to unroll many times in the course of the Civil War, was first displayed completely. Its normal phases are as follows. The middle classes, having at first supported the proletariat, take up arms against it and form an alliance with the very reactionary forces they have just fought against. Just as the middle strata had only joined with the proletariat to exploit it, so reaction only allies itself with them for the sake of exploiting them. The alliance wins. A regime of anti-worker democracy is instituted, and the petty bourgeoisie seems to have triumphed until the moment not long delayed when they are knocked down from behind by a coup from the reactionaries. The People's Republic of the Ukraine, which had summoned the Germans, soon found itself at the mercy of its protectors. These found themselves displeased by a Rada too radical for their taste, and summarily dissolved it. Kiev, April 26. Locked up its ministers and established prior censorship of all publications. Meanwhile, a Congress of Farming Folk awarded the title of sovereign hetman to the Russian General Skoropadsky, who was in the good graces of the commendator. Skoropadsky assumed personal rule to give peace, law, and fruitful labor to the country, and announced the convocation of a Sejm, the re-establishment of private property, the basis of culture and civilization, agrarian reform and legislation for the working class. In the interim, the hetman was given the powers of an autocrat by a provisional constitution. It was decreed that all land should be restored to the big owners and the state should requisition the grain. The workers were deprived of any right to strike or assemble. The petty bourgeois nationalists hid themselves away in the countryside. The real master of the county was Field Marshal Eichhorn. His orders were law. Soon Skoropadsky was to ask for the whole country to be occupied by German troops so that order could be guaranteed. These troops, whose sole interest was in the requisitioning of grain, Germany's last hope now, went to the extreme of using poison gas against peasants. All for order. At the end of May, Skoropadsky had to proclaim a state of siege. He lasted while the Germans lasted. Skoropadsky's coup d'état restocked the counter-revolution with a vast, rich, and fertile territory. Now the feeble neighbor of a Germanized Ukraine, Russia seemed to be doomed. As we have seen, famine was sowing a crop of riots. It seemed that the hour for casting off the Bolshevik usurpation had arrived. As an immediate consequence of the events in the Ukraine, counter-revolutionary activity flared up over the whole of Russia. Until the end of April, the petty bourgeois parties, the Mensheviks and SRs, had declared themselves as opposed to civil war. Precisely then, they came out as partisans of the use of armed force against Bolshevism. White Finland was demanding back Fort Eno, on the Russo-Finnish border. The Bolsheviks, rather than hand it over, blew it up on May 14th. Mannerheim seemed ready for war. The Germans had just occupied the Crimea and were expected to capture Voronezh, in the southeast of Russia. At this moment famine held sway over the whole of Europe. The populace was rigorously rationed in London and Paris, and in Vienna and Berlin lacked every necessity. All the same, inside Russia it was easy to put all the blame on the Soviets. The bourgeois press spread panic. On May 9th, it published reports that the Germans were insisting on the right to send their troops into Moscow and Petrograd, and that the Bolsheviks were thinking of forming a coalition cabinet. "Stop playing with fire," cried the popular orator Volodarsky in the columns of Petrograd's Krasnaya Gazeta, Red Gazette. "If we have to, we will crush you forever." Proceedings were instituted against the press, involving a dozen or so bourgeois dailies, Večernia Viesti, Zizn, Radina, Narodnoye Slovo, Drug Naroda, Zemlya and Volya, and some SR journals. Several of these were closed down. It was the end of freedom of the press, through sheer force of circumstances. "You asked for it, gentlemen," wrote Volodarsky. But on May 15th he is more specific. "Freedom to criticize the action of the Soviet government and to agitate in favor of another government are granted by us to all our opponents. We will guarantee freedom of the press for you if you understand it in this sense. But you must give up false newsmongering, lies and slander. In the midst of its immense danger, that is how strong the party of the proletariat felt itself to be. Hunger riots began to multiply, and anti-Semitism reared its head again. Even at the Putilov Works, an SR speaker shouted out on May 8th, "Let's throw the Yids into the Neva, get a strike committee going and stop work." Agitation conducted by the SRs and Mensheviks called demonstrations in the streets and prepared for a general strike. The demands were free trade, wage increases, payment of wages 1, 2, or 3 months in advance, and democracy. The intention was to incite the working class itself against the revolution. To cap it all, the electricians at Putilov were out on strike. The best elements among the workers were away fighting. Those in the factories were precisely the less energetic, less revolutionary sections, along with the petty folk, yesterday's small shopkeepers and artisans, who had come there to find refuge. This proletariat of the reserve often allowed itself to fall under the sway of Menshevik propaganda. In April, the Communist Party had to mobilize its strength in Moscow to defend its positions in the Soviet, now under threat, against the Mensheviks. Big factories in the Ural region were also under Menshevik influence. At the beginning of May, there were scattered risings of workers here and there against the Bolsheviks. The SRs launched a bloody attempt at insurrection at Saratov. This critical moment was the occasion for publicizing the slogan, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." If there is not enough bread for everyone, then, in these days of social war, the toilers will be served first. Perhaps they will be the only ones to be served. Their share will be 100 or 200 grams of bread per day, with herrings, other fish, and other rations, if there are any, 2 or 3 times a week. Zinoviev, president of the Petrograd Soviet, organizes the first workers' food brigades, whose purpose is to go out to the countryside and requisition the grain of the rich peasants. The Germans have robbed the revolution of the corn of the Ukraine. The Allies send the Czechoslovak forces, now encamped over the regions of the east, the signal for rebellion. And so the two capitals are cut off from the grain supplies both of the Volga and of Siberia. Plots and preparations for Allied intervention. The Allies were still hostile. By a declaration of March 19th, drafted in moderate terms, they had committed themselves not to recognize the Brest-Litovsk peace. Negotiations went on between Trotsky and the Americans, Colonel Robbins, and the French, Captain Sadoul, on the possible collaboration of the Allied missions in organizing the Red Army and assisting the transport system. Japan, with talk of the presence in Siberia of German war prisoners armed by the Bolsheviks and of the danger of the Germans controlling the Trans-Siberian line, was making ready to occupy the railways across Siberia. The British reactionaries encouraged these designs, which were constantly thwarted by President Wilson, since any extension of Japanese power in the Far East was utterly unacceptable to the Americans. On April 4th, Admiral Kato organized a landing at Vladivostok, following the murder of a Japanese businessman. The displeasure of the United States nipped these events in the bud, but the incident was a warning to the Soviets. The sequel will be seen later. The Soviet authorities in Murmansk were cooperating with Admiral Kemp of Britain in an effort to forestall the occupation of the port by the Finns and Germans. The Allied legations, who felt insecure in the capitals, had withdrawn now to Vologda. M. Newlens, the French ambassador, a die-hard bourgeois reactionary, showed a resolute hostility against any agreement with the Bolsheviks, whose fall from power he anticipated and plotted for. An advocate of military intervention by the Allies in Russia, on the formal pretext of re-establishing an Eastern Front against the Central Powers, he intended to get his way. In diplomatic circles, he was fond of making such smart and terse remarks as, "We shall not be allowing any further socialist experiments in Russia. We pay, so we call the tune. You have to know how to talk to these Russians, and their opinions have not the slightest importance." French politics at this point was in the hands of the big imperialist bourgeoisie. On April 14th, M. Clemenceau disclosed that France recognized neither the Soviets nor the Brest-Litovsk peace. A fortnight later, Francis, the U.S. ambassador in Russia, took his turn to argue sharply for intervention against the Bolsheviks. The secret memorandum he addressed to his government in Washington explained that Count Mirbach, the German representative in Moscow, had become the real dictator of Russia, and that, in any case, the Allies could not remain indifferent before the presence of Bolshevism. The false argument was a cover for the real one. These facts must not be lost sight of. From this moment onward, the pressure from outside, from German bayonets, is linked in its campaign against the revolution with the pressure from within, in the form of extensive conspiracies fomented by the diplomatic and military representatives of the Allied powers. The leaders of the counter-revolutionary parties, SRs, Mensheviks, and Cadets, had recently, in March, set up a common organization, the League for Renewal, Soyuz Возрождения. The League, one of the SR leaders has written, entered into regular relations with the representatives of the Allied missions at Moscow and Vologda, mainly through the agency of M. Newlands. With the reservations of hypocrisy, no direct cooperation between the Central Committee and the Allies was envisaged, only a cooperation from the activists which would not officially commit the parties. The League for Renewal was the main clandestine organization of the socialist petty bourgeoisie and of the liberals who were determined to overthrow the Soviet government by force. In Moscow, the Octobrists, representing the big bourgeoisie, joined the organization and linked it with the Right Center, a united front of reactionary tendencies inspired by the generals Alexeyev and Kornilov. The Octobrist Party was to the right of the Constitutional Democrats. Cadets had based itself on the Imperial Edict of October 17, 1905, which granted Russia a sham constitution. There was thus a chain of counter-revolutionary organizations running uninterruptedly from the most advanced socialists to the blackest reactionaries. The military commission of the SR Party organized the League's combat groups, whose command was entrusted to a general. The League's political platform rested on 3 points. 1. The impossibility of a purely socialist government. 2. The Constituent Assembly. 3. As a provisional measure, a directory invested with dictatorial authority. The local committee of the League in Petrograd was composed of 2 popular socialists, 1 SR Gotz, the leader of the party, 1 cadet, Papiliev, who was to be one of Kolchak's ministers, and 2 Mensheviks, Potrasov and Rozanov. In June, M. Newlands sent the League a semi-official note from the Allies approving of its political program and promising it military assistance against the German Bolshevik enemy. The former SR terrorist Boris Savinkov had formed another organization, the Fatherland and Freedom Defense League, which aimed to group the most advanced and pugnacious elements of the counter-revolution on a platform sufficiently vague to satisfy both monarchist or radical-minded officers and the SR intellectuals. Savinkov's league was organized in clandestine groups of 4 or 5 persons at the most, the nuclei of a small secret army that had enough hierarchy and centralization to offer minimum scope for repression, while permitting determined action at the appropriate moment. The League proceeded to install its men in the Soviet institutions concerned with food supply, the militia and the army that was now in formation. With intelligence passed on by a delegation and a good deal of luck, the Extraordinary Commission for Struggle Against Sabotage and for Repression Vichayka, still consisting of a small staff of about 150 persons, inexperienced and mostly drawn from the working class, managed to uncover this conspiracy. Mass arrests took place in Moscow, and the capital was declared to be in a state of siege, this at the end of May. But the arrested plotters were treated mildly. The Vichayka undertook executions only rarely, in quite exceptional cases. The left SRs opposed the application of martial law to Savinkov's accomplices, as Dzerzhinsky and his Bolshevik colleagues would have liked. With Savinkov still at large, the League, which had been decimated at Moscow and Kazan, continued its preparations for an uprising. We shall be meeting it again. These organizations were not the only ones. The soil of the young republic was being thoroughly mined, in more senses than one. All these clandestine associations received indiscriminate encouragement from the Allies. The rising of the Czechoslovaks. The Allied representatives had conceived a large-scale plan of operations, whose success would have ended Soviet rule. A rising by the Czechoslovak forces in the Ural and Volga regions and in Siberia was to coincide with a series of counter-revolutionary coups in the towns near Moscow and with the landings of the Japanese at Vladivostok and the British at Archangel. Starved, encircled and demoralized by a swift succession of defeats, the 2 workers' capitals would fall. Order would have been restored. A former officer from the French military mission in Russia, Pierre Pascal, who subsequently became a devoted and serious revolutionary, has explained the plan in these terms. The insurrection at Yaroslavl and the Czechoslovak Rising were organized with the direct collusion of the agents of the French mission and of M. Newlands. The mission was in constant relations with the Czechs. to whom it sent officers and funds. The counter-revolutionaries were to seize Yaroslavl, Nizhny Novgorod, Tambov, Murom and Voronezh in order to isolate and starve out Moscow. This plan began to be implemented with the insurrections in Yaroslavl, Murom, Tambov, etc. I can still see General Laverne sketching a large circle with his finger on the map around Moscow and saying, "That's what Newlands wants. But I shall feel guilty because, if our plan succeeds, the famine in Russia will be terrible." We have various testimonies of a similar description. The final plan of action for the Czechoslovak troops was settled on April 14 in Moscow, at a meeting of counter-revolutionary organizations attended notably by General Laverne, head of the French military mission, Colonel Corbeil, one of his colleagues, and the head of the British mission, Lockhart. The Czechoslovak Legion in Russia had been built up gradually during the war. Czech and Slovak prisoners from the Austrian front were organized under the auspices of a national council, whose leaders took their instructions from Masaryk and the heads of the national movement that had been set up in Paris. These troops had witnessed the vicissitudes of the Russian Revolution without taking part in them. They were earmarked for the front in France, where they were to travel via Murmansk or Vladivostok. However, once the American intervention in the war had made up the shortage of troops from the Somme to Alsace, it occurred to the statesmen of the Entente that the Czechoslovaks' MRGHT be used in the service of the Russian counter-revolution. Under the leadership of Allied officers, the Czechoslovak units refused to recognize the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, though they retreated before the Germans out of the Ukraine into the east. The Council of People's Commissars, in an effort to avoid conflict, authorized their evacuation, retaining their arms via Siberia. The landing of the Japanese at Vladivostok, while the Czechs, to the number of about 30,000, were spread out along the Trans-Siberian Railway, faced the revolution sharply with the danger that the whole of Siberia might be occupied. Trotsky, as People's Commissar of War, forthwith demanded the disarmament of the Czechoslovaks and their movement, for purposes of evacuation, towards Archangel rather than the east of Siberia. The plan for the Czechoslovak offensive had been studied in all its details at a conference in Chelyabinsk attended by British, French, and Russian officers as well as by SR members of the Constituent Assembly. On the 25th and the 26th of May, the Czechoslovaks suddenly occupied Chelyabinsk, Ural region, Penza, Syzran, on the Volga, and Novonikolaevsk in Siberia. In these three regions they disposed of some 20,000 men, in well-equipped units commanded by Gaida, Wojciechowski, and Sisek. An order by Trotsky dated May 25 decreed that any Czechoslovaks captured bearing arms would be shot on the spot. All facilities were offered, on the other hand, for those who would surrender arms and accept either evacuation via the North or Russian citizenship. The majority preferred to resist. The rising of the Czechoslovak Legion completed the encirclement of the Soviet Republic, which was now cut off from the industry of the Ural, the fertile lands of the Volga, and the granaries of Siberia. The Orenburg Cossacks took up arms again. These Czechoslovaks, now called upon to deal the death blow to the Bolsheviks, were in their overwhelming majority radical Republicans, followers of Masaryk and Social Democrats. Their devotion to democracy was for them, in the presence of the harsh conditions of the proletarian dictatorship, a factor making for incomprehension, indignation, and revulsion. The Russian socialist parties influenced them with the rumor that the Bolsheviks, as the paid agents of the Germans, were preparing to hand them over to their masters. With the support of the counter-revolutionary socialists, the Cossack peasants, and the officers' leagues, the Czechoslovaks launched a series of successful operations which gave them Samara, June 8, which became their base, Syzran, June 19, and Ufa 13 to 23 June, thus offering a whole territory to the counter-revolution. This formed, as we shall see, the signal for a general attack upon the Soviets. Counter-revolutionary movements broke out in various parts of the countryside. The Right SRs assassinated the orator Volodarsky at Petrograd, June 20th. The Left SRs, the allies of the Bolsheviks and still in the government, prepared a coup d'état to govern alone and tear up the Brest-Litovsk Agreement. The Anglo-French expedition landed at Murmansk, July 2nd. Nationalization of big industry. It was under the weight of these circumstances that the expropriation of the capitalist class was now undertaken. There is no better statement on this than some lines by the economist Kritzman. After the proletarian revolution had undergone a preparatory period of 8 months, distinguished in the economic sphere by hesitation and indecision, It took the pressure of an increasingly savage civil war and of the pro-capitalist intervention by the Kaiser's Germany, which used the Peace of Brest-Litovsk for its own ends, for the proletarian government to proclaim the expropriation of the expropriators by nationalizing large-scale industry with the decree of June 26, 1918. The main stages in the expropriation of the possessing classes were as follows. The expropriation of the capital of the state through the formation of the Council of People's Commissars on November 8, October 26, 1917. The expropriation of agriculture, decree on the nationalization of land, passed on the same day. The expropriation of finance capital, decree on the nationalization of the banks, December 1, 14, 1917. Expropriation of transport capital, decree on the nationalization of water transport, January 12, 25, 1918. Expropriation of credit and principally of foreign credit, decree on the canceling of loans, January 14, 27, 1918. The expropriation of commercial capital, decree instituting the monopoly offering commerce, April 23, 1918. The expropriation of the capital of rich peasants, decree establishing the Comedy, or Committees of Poor Peasants, June 11, 1918. And the expropriation of big industrial capital, decree on the nationalization of large-scale industry, promulgated on June 28, 1918. Kritzman. These measures were completed by the decree abolishing the right of inheritance that was promulgated on May 1. Any inheritance over 10,000 rubles was to revert to the state, and the relatives of the deceased who were incapable of working were entitled to no more than a pension, to be determined by the local authorities. At this juncture, it will be appropriate to stress the reverse which had befallen workers' control in production. From November to May, control was organized through the local initiatives of the workers, with assistance from the Supreme Council of the Economy. But it was more and more obvious that matters could not rest there. The managers, deprived of their political power and under proletarian control, felt themselves to be at the mercy of their employees and threatened in the exercise of their property rights. They struggled, resisted, sabotaged. Control now appeared as a transitional measure, reflecting the hesitations of the revolution. It had either to become meaningless or else to pass on to the stage of expropriation. Sometimes astute managers who had obtained the confidence of their factory committees would profit from the workers' inexperience in the direction of enterprises, in order to get themselves a living at the expense of the Supreme Economic Council. They did good business in this new variety of plunder from the state. Other capitalists, more numerous, liquidated their enterprises in one way or another, spirited away their stocks, stole or sold their equipment, and vanished with the cash they had realized. From now on, the factory committees had to organize these firms as they became abandoned and promptly expropriated. There was also sabotage by the technical staff, which necessitated a regime of straight working-class dictatorship in the factories. Nationalization was a reprisal rather than an economic policy. This conquest of the enterprises by the factory and works committees had its risks. Each committee thought in the first place of the interests of its own enterprise, i.e. of the workers it represented. From this, it was an easy step to defending this interest by every means in its power, without any concern for the general economic interests of the country. Every enterprise, even though it might be backward, ill-equipped for dealing with a relatively inessential industry, demanded its own right to life, that is to restocking, to credit, to work. The consequence was an extraordinary mess, with the factories operating anarchically, each for its own benefit. As one comrade writes, "We were building not a Soviet republic, but a republic of working-class communities based on the capitalist factories and mills. Instead of a strict ordering of production and social distribution, instead of measures towards the socialist organization of society, the existing state of affairs reminded one of the autonomous communes of producers that the anarchists had dreamed of." By May 15, 1918, 234 enterprises had been officially nationalized and a further 70 sequestrated. Heavy industry, i.e. manufacturing and engineering, was chiefly affected. It was imperative to make these measures general and systematic. The country was devastated and split into fragments, with the defeated employers striving to lay down impossible terms. Miliutin, who announced the forthcoming nationalization of large industry to the Congress of Economic Councils, told them of the battle between the government and the oil well proprietors. The big oil men were demanding, as a condition of continuing production, that the same profits should be given them as before the revolution, while at the same time they wanted to restore the conditions of work operating in 1916. Convinced as they were that the workers would be incapable of managing oil production, they threatened to stop all output in their failing enterprises if any attempt was made to force them to comply with Soviet law. The decree of June 28, 1918 nationalized all industries engaged in mining, engineering, textiles, electrical goods, wood, tobacco, glass, ceramics, leather, cement, rubber, transport, etc., with a capital of 500,000 rubles and over. A few details of the implementation of this scheme will show how premature it appeared even in the eyes of its authors. The Supreme Council of the Economy was entrusted with the administration of the nationalized industries, but these were declared to be least gratis to their former owners, who were obliged to carry on managing their affairs and authorized to receive profits, whose existence was now somewhat problematic. The technical staff and the directors remained in office, appointed by the state and responsible to it. Any case of desertion of duty was to be punished by the revolutionary tribunals. The Congress of Economic Councils shortly decided on the creation of plant managements in the form of collective bodies, two-thirds of whose members were to be nominated either by the regional councils or by the Supreme Council. Half of these nominees could be selected by the trade unions on behalf of the appointing authority. The other third of the collective was elected on the spot by the workers of the enterprise. In the face of famine. Speaking in Moscow before a popular meeting, Trotsky displayed a sheaf of telegrams. Vixy, Nizhny Novgorod province. The shops are empty, work is going badly, shortage of 30% of the workers through starvation. Men collapsing with hunger at their benches. From Sergiev Posada, the telegram says, "Bread, or we are finished." From Bryansk, May 30th, terrible mortality, especially of children, around the factories of Maltsov and Bryansk. Typhus is raging. From Klin, near Moscow. The town has had no bread for 2 weeks. From Paslov Posada. The population is hungry, no possibility of finding corn. From Dorogobuz. Famine, epidemics. All the same, as Trotsky established, the country did have grain. The reserves of the Northern Caucasus alone were to be valued at 140 million poods, a pood being 36 pounds in weight, while no more than 15 million poods a month were needed to keep the big towns supplied. The famine was the result of class war. The rich peasants were refusing their corn to cities that could offer no more than worthless paper money in exchange. In White Russia, they were burying their stocks and planting crosses on top of the mounds to deceive the searchers. The discontented sections of the community demanded the abolition of the grain monopoly and of the maximum price system. Thus, against all the evidence, they declared their faith in capitalist methods and the self-interest of the wealthy rural petty bourgeoisie. We have already explained how, with the exhaustion of industrial stocks, the inflation and the rundown of the transport system, a return to free trade in grain would have meant an era of frenzied speculation and of hopeless famine for the poor. 3 great revolutionary measures were set in hand, which were to carry the class struggle resolutely into the rural areas. The formation of committees of poor peasants, the requisitioning of excess grain, the dispatch of workers' food brigades. Lenin analyzed these in a letter to the workers of Petrograd and in a speech on the struggle for grain made before the All-Russian Soviet Executive. The famine was caused by the revolt of the bourgeoisie against the new laws. So he who does not work will not eat. The famine proves the abysmal stupidity of the contemptible anarchist windbags who deny the necessity of a state power and, what is more, a power ruthless against the bourgeoisie and the disorganizers of government, for the transition from capitalism to communism. Bread would be sufficient for all only if there was rigorous accounting and equal distribution. Either working-class consciousness would triumph by breaking the Kulak resistance or reaction would take over. Half measures were quite useless. Attempts to secure bread or fuel in retail fashion, each man for his factory, would only increase the disorganization and encourage profiteering. It was the task of the revolutionary minority to involve the masses in a crusade against the profiteers, the kulaks, the parasites, the disorganizers. Salvation must lie in this activity of the masses. One of the greatest accomplishments of the October Revolution is that the advanced worker, as the leader of the poor, as the leader of the toilers of the countryside, as the builder of the state of labor, has gone among the people. But when he became the leader of the poor peasants, he did not become a saint. He led the people forward, but he also became infected with the diseases of a disintegrating petty bourgeoisie. Having begun the communist revolution, the working class cannot instantly discard the weaknesses and vices inherited from the society of capitalists and landlords, of exploiters and parasites, of the filthy gain and self-enrichment of the few based on the poverty of the many. But the working class can vanquish the old world, and in the end certainly and surely will vanquish it, with all its weaknesses and vices, if it hurls ceaselessly against the enemy its fresh forces, ever greater, ever more experienced and tempered in the struggle. At the All-Russian Executive Committee of Soviets on June 4th, and at the Congress of Factory Committees on June 27th, Lenin recalled that Germany was the country of brilliantly organized starvation, that the war was the prime cause of the famine, and that the Russian proletariat owed its role as vanguard of the world revolution not to its own merits, but to the will of history. He used a striking phrase: "We are now facing the most elementary task of any human society, to defeat famine." Here he rebuts the Menshevik case for a compromise with the capitalists. The difficulties in the struggle against famine come from the fact that it faces us with questions of organization. Success in an uprising is infinitely more easy. In the struggle against reaction, the proletariat could count on support from a section of the middle classes. But against the famine it must stand alone to confront a task of organization that will be authentically communist. Three master ideas inform the new decrees: centralization, avoiding the dispersal of scattered efforts, and the pitfalls of every man for himself; union of the toilers, crusade against the kulaks; union of the poor peasants with the workers, class struggle in the countryside. Some phrases are worth noting. They say that our food brigades are degenerating into gangs of bandits. It is quite possible. When the old society perishes, its body cannot be nailed up in a coffin and lowered into the grave. The corpse decomposes in our midst. It rots and infects us. We have no police, we shall not have a special military caste, we have no apparatus, only the conscious unity of the workers. All over the world the workers are organized. But virtually nowhere has any systematic, painstaking effort been made to unite those who live out in the countryside, in small-scale agricultural production, in forgotten corners, in darkness, stunted by their whole condition of living. We have always said, the emancipation of the workers must be performed by the workers themselves. We have always said, they cannot be liberated from outside. They themselves must learn how to solve historical problems. And the more difficult these problems are, the more we see that millions of men must take a part in solving them. You must thoroughly understand, delegates from the factory committees, that nobody is going to come and help you, that from other classes you can expect not assistance but enemies, that the Soviet government has no loyal intelligentsia at its service. Remember that if you in your factory and works committees concern yourselves with the workers' purely technical or financial interests, the revolution will not be able to keep a single one of its gains. Your factory committees must become the basic state nuclei of the ruling class. As an example, Lenin cited the case of the workers in the small town of Yelets, who took the initiative in making house-to-house searches and requisitions against their bourgeoisie. War against the rich peasants. The famine was not caused simply through the inevitable effects of the war. It also marked the beginning of the long war of the peasants against the workers' cities, which was to end only in 1921 with the coming of the new economic policy, the NEP, whose cardinal point was the reintroduction of the free trade in grain. At the moment of the October Revolution, the peasant movement, now reaching its peak, fused with the workers' movement. It had given the latter the backing of its limitless elemental force and assured it of support from the army, which was composed in its immense majority of country people. In exchange, the proletariat gave it an organization, objectives, slogans, and a political direction. However, once the land was seized, the peasants were satisfied. Their victory was total and final, while the struggles of the proletariat had scarcely begun. From the high point of the common victory in October and November, the cross-purposes between peasants and workers were to make themselves increasingly felt. There was first the question of the large agricultural estates. The peasants, profoundly attached to individual property and anxious principally for their own enrichment, wanted to divide them up, while the Soviet government sought to turn them into agrarian communes. There was the problem, already discussed in these pages, of the shortage of goods, the inflation, and the feeding of the towns. During the war, the peasants had accumulated paper rubles by the billion. The Soviet state, quite unavoidably, insisted on a maximum price for grain, which they were forbidden to sell on the market as they pleased. With the banknotes offered to them in exchange for their grain, they could buy practically nothing. And why should they sell on credit to the proletarian revolution? When an agitator explained to them that, if the maximum price was abolished and free trade permitted, all that could result would be a roaring inflation followed by a fantastic increase in the prices of manufactured goods, the cold reply was, "Well, you won't get grain from us at any price." These were the typical words used. Over the whole country, a mass mobilization of kulaks against the Soviets was gathering with terrible force. We must note Lenin's attitude to this threat. Party comrades came to see him from all corners of the country. One worker from Petrograd, who had managed to extricate himself with some difficulty from the Volga peasants among whom he had been trying to conduct propaganda, came at the beginning of July to confide his anxieties on the subject to old Ilyich. Lenin listened to him with the mischievous smile that lit up his eyes when the facts were proving him right. When I assured him that the peasants would give us a thrashing, Vladimir Ilyich burst out laughing. "But of course, comrade, they'll thrash us, and not for the first time, if you don't knock down the kulaks before they knock you." And, taking a piece of paper, Lenin addressed to the workers of Petrograd a few urgent words which he asked his visitor to pass on. Here are the main parts of this brief message. Comrade K. Has been in Simbirsk gubernia and has himself observed the attitude of the kulaks to the poor peasants and to our government. He has perfectly realized what no Marxist and no class-conscious worker can doubt, namely, that the kulaks hate the Soviet government, the government of the workers, and will inevitably overthrow it if the workers do not immediately make every effort to forestall the attack of the kulak on the Soviets and to smash the kulaks before they have the chance to unite. The class-conscious workers can do this at present. They can rally around them the poor peasants, defeat the kulaks completely and smash them, provided that the vanguard of the workers understand their duty, exert their whole strength and organize a mass campaign in the country districts. The task was, in short, to take the civil war into the countryside, appeal to the poor peasants against the rich, and engage in this battle with relentless energy. And for this purpose to call once more on the initiative of the workers. "Organize," said Lenin to K., "and go off. We will give you whatever the country's stores possess. Already the Soviet government has enormous stockpiles of confiscated goods. We tried to keep by some reserves, but everything is getting stolen and pilfered. You will be using it in the interests of the revolution to rally the poor peasants to your side." The following two telegrams, addressed around the beginning of August to Evgenia Bosch, the comrade who had been sent to the Penza region to fight the rural counter-revolution, give an idea of the strictness with which Lenin meant the struggle to be waged. 1. August 9, 1918. Urgent. Penza. Executive. Copy to Evgenia Bogdanovna Bosch. Message received: you must organize a picked guard. Exercise pitiless mass terror against the kulaks, the priests and the whites, imprison suspects in concentration camps outside the towns. Telegraph back implementation. Chairman of Council of People's Calm. Lenin. 2. August 11, 1918. In repressing rebellion 5 districts, take all measures to requisition all excess grain. For this, designate not seize, designate hostages from the kulaks, rich parasites, bound to deliver and transport the grain. The hostages to answer with their lives for the speedy and punctual delivery of the demanded quantities. The workers' crusade now turned to the countryside. All industrial centers now saw the formation of food brigades which went off to seek grain in the remotest corners of the land. The venture entailed bloody struggles. Still, tens of thousands of proletarians carried the revolution into the country districts. The amount of grain they procured for the cities may have been insufficient, but was by no means negligible. Anarchy and Soviet democracy. Let us consider briefly the state of the country and the regime at this moment. The working class was showing enormous symptoms of exhaustion and demoralization. Its best sons had left its ranks for the front line or for work in Soviet institutions. Its position as the victorious class meant that it attracted a host of doubtful elements. Pseudo-workers, ruined shopkeepers, speculators. The famine was forcing it close to the peasants. Usually the Russian worker came from peasant parentage. Production was very low, and the factories lived as best they could, idle more than half the time and riddled with theft. Raw materials and fuel were lacking and discipline practically non-existent. A report by Shliapnikov, presented at the end of March to the All-Russian Soviet Executive, is full of telling details. The trains are often running without lighting or signals. Practically none of the signals on the line are working. People keep saying there is no paraffin nor any candles, but the fact is that it all gets stolen. On occasions, the trains cannot start because of the absence of staff. Everyone is absent sick, orders from the management are not carried out, plunderers are sheltering behind the committees. At Klin, not far from Moscow, on the line to Petrograd, the shed for the rolling stock has been made into a club, and the wagons left lying to clutter the tracks. Everybody is going in for speculation, offering and receiving bribes, supporting the profiteers and thieving from the system. Shliapnikov can see only one cure for these evils: to interest the railwaymen in efficiency on the job and introduce piecework in the depots just as in the factories. A report by Nevsky in June tells us that productivity in transport has gone down by 50 or 70%, while running costs have increased by 150%. The dilapidation of the stock is frightful, especially in the country areas and the regions close to the front. Windows smashed, doors battered in, disgusting filth. Some of the big factories had become centers of demoralization and formed a favorable soil for counter-revolutionary agitation. At Petrograd, the Soviet censured the workers of the Abakovo factory who spent all their time in meetings and recriminations. The Putilov works were scarcely any better, with incident after incident. The Mensheviks fomented strikes in the big workshops of Sormovo, which now produce 2 locomotives a month in place of 18, and at Kolomensk, and the arrest of their agitators instantly provoked a strike. At Yaroslavl and Zlatist, the SR and Menshevik parties were masters of the streets. The local Soviets, unprovided with food supplies or money, were at a desperate turn. They imposed extraordinary levies on their wealthier citizens, confiscated goods and seized firms' current accounts, thus drying up the sources of the state's regular revenue. They also taxed commodities in transit over their territories. The Soviets of Tsaritsyn, Samara, and Kazan taxed the oil sent from Baku to Moscow and sometimes even seized it, so that if and when it got to its destination its price had increased 5-fold. The Soviets at Yalta, in the Crimea, taxed all exported tobacco with a prohibitive duty, thereby depriving the cigarette factories at Rostov, Moscow, and Petrograd of their basic raw material. Without proper control, and for ill-defined purposes, the Nizhny Novgorod Soviet levied an extraordinary contribution of 27 million rubles from the rich in its area. The military revolutionary committees, which were often headed by partisan fighters, also exacted levies and undertook requisitioning on their own account. These details will give a fair indication of the financial state of the country. The budget as forecast for the year was between 80 and 100,000 million rubles. The most optimistic estimates of the actual revenue put it at 15,000 million. There was the same chaos in food supply. Each Soviet, each factory, and each family bent every effort to feed its own without caring for anybody else. All the measures undertaken by the Food Commissariat were cancelled out by a host of highly varied and egocentric local initiatives. Trains carrying grain were requisitioned en route, turned from their destination, and seized strictly according to the rule book, with edicts duly drawn up and signed by the responsible local authorities, or else straightforwardly pillaged. The whole Petrograd-Moscow line thus kept itself alive by buccaneering, at starving Petrograd's expense. All the railways were infested with the bagmen, small-scale profiteers or other enterprising citizens, who set off at their own risk and peril to look for foodstuffs in the countryside. They traveled in bands, formed crowds, captured trains by assault, corrupted railway workers, and went off each with his 50 or 100 pounds of corn. In the Kursk gubernia there were estimated to be 20,000 bagmen devoting themselves to speculation. In the Saratov gubernia there were 50,000. This quickening social decomposition demanded urgent and energetic countermeasures. Moral influence had already done all that it could. In the face of this mounting anarchy, the centralization of authority appeared ever more necessary. The Food Commissariat sought and obtained from the Vitsik the right to quash the decisions of local Soviets and to dismiss their officials, to replace local anarchy by state intervention, to replace committees by responsible leaders, to involve the workers in production, to repress the counter-revolution which had long been vigorous in the countryside and was now penetrating the proletarian centers. These are the pressing urgencies of the hour. The debate on these measures takes place in the all-Russian Soviet Executive Vitsik, for the Republic, despite its lack of a written constitution, has a constitutional structure already crystallized and a whole system of inner democracy. The dictatorship of the proletariat is not the dictatorship of a party, or of a central committee, or of certain individuals. Its mechanism is complex. Each Soviet, each revolutionary committee, each committee of the Bolshevik Party or the Left SR Party holds a portion of it and operates it after its own fashion. Lenin himself is obliged to follow strict rules. He has to convince a majority in the Central Committee of his party, then discuss with the communist fraction in the Vitsik, and then, in the Vitsik itself, brave the fire of the Left SRs, anarchists and internationalist Social Democrats, all doubtful allies, and of the Right SRs and Mensheviks, irreducible enemies. All the decrees are debated during sessions which are often of tremendous interest. Here the enemies of the regime enjoy free speech with a more than parliamentary latitude. With monotonous enthusiasm they celebrate the praises of the Constituent Assembly. Impotent but courageous, in fairness they must be granted that they tirelessly develop the prosecution's indictment of the dictators. The autocracy of the commissars has within 6 months produced the total ruin of Russia, laid waste by German imperialism, cries a Right SR who demands the Constituent Assembly, the cancellation of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and re-entry into the war on the side of the Allies. The lawyer Kogan-Bernstein, a Right SR, shouts at the Bolsheviks, "Get out before you are chased out. You are only in power thanks to bayonets." He denounces the October counter-revolution and Lenin the insensible. Along with Martov he cries, "Down with the dictatorship! Long live the Republic! Long live the Constituent Assembly! You are savages, madmen, bandits!" screamed another, at the end of the session of May 14th, at Sverdlov's imperturbable face. The arguments of the adversaries of Bolshevism amounted to the following. Everything that was wrong came from the usurpation of power by Lenin's party and its intention to burden the country with a premature transition to socialism by dictatorial and bureaucratic methods. The cure lay in a return to democracy, bourgeois democracy, which would be endowed with wise laws by the Constituent Assembly and escorted into socialism by the proletariat. The end of these tempestuous debates came at the session of June 14th, when the Bolsheviks put on the agenda anti-Soviet activity by parties represented in the Soviets. L. Sosnovsky, who gave the report, concluded in favor of the expulsion from the all-Russian executive of the representatives of those parties which were instigating civil war against the Soviets and allying themselves with the enemy. A resolution was passed to this effect, and the local Soviets were asked to follow this example. The Left SRs voted against. It was an important step towards a monopoly of politics in the proletarian dictatorship. Up till now this dictatorship had not seemed incompatible with the legal existence of parties, groups and journals which were hostile, oppositional, neutral, doubtful, or conditionally friendly. The Vitsik had been acquiring a sort of parliamentary flavor. We have already seen the circumstances in which the suppression of the bourgeois press had been begun. Now the open alliance of the Right SRs with the Czechoslovaks and the strike propaganda of the Mensheviks, chiming in with the intervention, determined the outlawing of the two parties. It is true that this was still not an irrevocable step. Lenin would later ask his old opponents Martov, Dan and Abramovich on the Vitsik. He was not afraid of them and he thought their opposition might be useful. At the end of June, simultaneously with the victories of the Czechoslovaks and the troubles in the countryside, the agitation of the Mensheviks in the cities reached its peak. At Petrograd, a committee of workers' delegates proclaimed a general strike for July 2nd. This was a failure, but a number of factories came out. On June 20th, the revolvers of unknown assailants murdered the party tribune Volodarsky, an orator and journalist of immense fire, as he was returning from a meeting in a factory. It was the first successful political assassination committed by the counter-revolution. Class state, class army. There was as much need of arms as of grain. Bread and an army or the Republic was doomed. Voluntary enlistment, Trotsky was soon to write, has reached only a third of our expectations. The early Red Army attracted too many unstable elements who came into it only to get fed for a while and to acquire arms for themselves. The land of socialism could after all be properly defended only by the collective of able-bodied citizens. Mass mobilization is demanded by the conditions of modern war, as the revolution's leaders perfectly well knew. In their view, voluntary enrollment was no more than a provisional compromise arising from tragically difficult circumstances. The All-Russian Soviet Executive had, on April 22, decreed universal and compulsory military training for all men aged between 16 and 40. For youngsters from 16 to 18, it was called preparatory training. This instruction had to be given them for 12 hours a week at a minimum over 8 weeks. At the same time as this measure, the executive also approved the text of the Red Soldier's Oath. I, a son of the toiling people, assume the title of soldier in the workers' and peasants' army. I swear to learn the bearing of arms, to look after my weapons, ammunition and equipment with care, to accept discipline, to safeguard my dignity and that of my comrades, to direct my every thought and action towards the great aim of the emancipation of the workers, and to spare neither my strength, nor my life in battle for the Soviet Republic, for socialism and for the fraternity of all peoples. May I earn contempt and punishment if I violate this oath. The victorious offensive of the Czechoslovaks, achieved without striking a blow, revealed the military feebleness of the Republic. Dispersed as they were over vast tracts of territory between the Volga and Vladivostok, the Czechoslovaks nowhere amounted to a substantial force. They became formidable only through the contrast of their cohesion, discipline, and resolve against the disarray and disorganization on the other side. On the Trans-Siberian line and in the Chelyabinsk region, no effective resistance was put up to the intervention by the local Soviets. Some Soviets tried to avoid the necessary battle, to the cost of neighboring areas. They refused to acknowledge the seriousness of what had happened, believing it was a matter of misunderstandings, fragmentary mutinies or incidents which would eventually be sorted out. They did not see that it was war and war to the death. When the Czechoslovaks occupied Chelyabinsk, the Soviet, which had tolerated the enemy's preparations for 9 days without doing anything, now spent 2 days in useless deliberations, refused to arm the Hungarian prisoners who offered to fight, and disregarded the workers' forces that came together spontaneously. Other Soviets, notably in Siberia, negotiated with the Czechs and concluded truces with them, thus facilitating the enemy's work through their own political stupidity. Trotsky's merciless order, to shoot those who refused to surrender their arms, was nowhere carried out. It was a costly clemency. There were still units of the former army, in a disorganized condition, all over the country, if only anyone had been able to use them. The best of the Red Guards were fighting in Siberia on the Manchurian border against the Ataman Simeonov, and in other parts against the White Bands. The initiative of the revolutionary masses, which had caused the October Revolution to continue its triumphal march through November and December, was now faltering, for a variety of reasons. The best revolutionary cadres had been wrenched from the local Soviets by the first selection. The country was living off the feeling of a victory gained, so that the tension had slackened. Privation and danger had instilled a certain weariness among the workers remaining in the rear, and their very presence in the rear was an indication of their backwardness. The peasantry was vacillating. From now on, the failing initiative of the masses had to be made up by compulsion and organization, and a regular army substituted for the permanent insurrection of the guerrilla units. It was Trotsky's unflinching, tireless energy that took on all the organizational tasks of the army that had to be dragged out of chaos. Numerous points of resistance had to be broken within the revolution itself. Left SRs and left communists, symbolizing a very common state of mind, stood up for the guerrillas, combated the theory of the Revolutionary Army, and opposed the employment of former officers. The left communists' theses denounced the de facto reestablishment in the army of the old officers' corps and the command of the reactionary generals. They defended the principle of election of leaders. Within a few months, the cruel disappointments dealt to their cause by reality would totally dissolve these objections. The proletariat has no military leaders of its own. Then let it take to its service those who have served other classes, said Trotsky. But these officers, these generals, are surely counter-revolutionaries? Yes, they are. A dual command is instituted. By the side of each offices will be placed a commissar, as advisor and political guarantor. The commissar receives reports jointly with the commander, whose orders he countersigns, thus attesting before the workers and peasants that the orders are not counter-revolutionary machinations. The responsibility for all operations rests upon the commander alone. It is not the job of the commissar to assess the military merits of any orders given. All he can do if he disapproves of them from this viewpoint is refer them to the Military Revolutionary Committee, Order of the Commissar of War, April 6, 1918. Measures were set afoot to compel officers to serve in the Red Army. We must finish with military parasitism, and so deprive the counter-revolution of its reserves. The officers have had their training at the expense of the people. Let them serve the people. An appeal addressed to those who have enlisted with the Atom and Krasnov and are burning down the Don Valley promises them not only the pardon of the proletariat but also fresh appointments if they will surrender forthwith. Those who fail to do so will be shot. Furthermore, proper respect must be accorded to the officers and generals, even conservative ones, who accept work in the difficult circumstances that we face. They are worth more than the false, intriguing socialists. We shall discover among them many more first-rate men than we expect. The Mensheviks cannot resist raising the ghost of Bonapartism before the all-Russian Soviet executive. An army? Generals? Watch out for the Kornilevs, remember Napoleon. The army's organizer gives them their answer in his imperious, mocking, metallic tones. Kornilev? But it was you people who nourished and made him. Our army will be a class army, just as our state is a class state. We affirm and proclaim the proletarian monopoly of the army. If our generals intended to imitate their predecessors in revolutionary history, we shall know how to remind them of our laws. And we must observe that Dan and Martov are ill-advised in their quotations from French history. They might have remembered that in the era of large-scale mechanized industry, of finance capital and the proletariat, Bonapartism can no longer assume such crude forms as it did at the end of the 18th century. Still, the desire to repeat the role of Pichegru is not wanting among the military leaders. Admiral Shchastny opens the sequence of betrayal. He had distinguished himself in the last days of April by leading the Baltic fleet to safety when, blocked by ice at Helsinki, it was in danger of falling into the Germans' hands. Shchastny then steered it into Kronstadt. The orders he gave stated, "Defend the fleet and prepare to blow it up in case it falls into enemy hands." The admiral instigated suspicion among the crews against the government, which was being cunningly accused of planning the destruction of the fleet. Some officers of the mine-laying division gave out the slogan, "Dictatorship of the fleet." Trotsky had the admiral arrested. When gentlemen admirals and generals, in a time of revolution, start playing their own politics, they must expect to take the consequences. Admiral Shchastny has lost the game, said Trotsky to the Supreme Revolutionary Tribunal on June 20th. The admiral was executed. Women in Petrograd march for bread and peace on International Working Women's Day, igniting the February Revolution. Women and children waiting in line to buy milk before the beginning of the Russian Revolution. Russian Army Cossacks in 1915. The Romanovs, Russia's ruling family, in 1913. Ever since the first days of the revolution, the royal house had been the field of a persistent battle between those who wanted to preserve the dynasty and those who wished to annihilate it. A workers' demonstration in Petrograd in July 1917. During this period, a majority of Petrograd workers wanted Soviet power, but workers outside the city weren't yet ready for this step. Armed workers and soldiers escorting captured plainclothes policemen at the Institute of Technology at Zabalkinsky Avenue, now Moskovsky Prospect, in Petrograd, February 1917. Soldiers ride through Petrograd in 1917. Russian troops in their trenches during World War I awaiting a German attack. The soldiers have mandated us, a delegate from the Russian front told the Petrograd Soviet, to tell you that if peace proposals are not presented immediately and seriously, the trenches will empty and the whole army will come home. Revolutionary soldiers and sailors in Petrograd in 1917. Demonstrators gather in front of the Winter Palace in Petrograd during the Russian Revolution. A demonstration in Moscow during the October Revolution. While the overthrow of the provisional government in Petrograd in October 1917 was relatively quick and bloodless by comparison to the February overthrow of the Tsar, in Moscow the struggle was more protracted, lasting several days. Armed Latvian communist women during the Russian Civil War. A group of Romanians who took part in the 1917 October Revolution in Russia. American gondola car converted into an armored car for special use of the Kolchak Army on the Trans-Siberian RR. A 1922 photograph of General Baron Peter Wrangel, an Imperial Russian Army officer who became a commanding general of the Russian White Army in southern Russia during the later stages of the Russian Civil War. According to historian W. Bruce Lincoln, when several thousand Bolshevik prisoners were brought before him in October 1918, he shot nearly 400 of them on the spot and then offered the rest the choice to atone for their crime and prove their loyalty to their country, or face the same fate. W. Bruce Lincoln, Red Victory. A History of the Russian Civil War, Touchstone, 1990, page 217. American troops in Vladivostok parading before building occupied by the staff of the Czechoslovaks in August 1918, with Japanese Marines standing at attention. President Woodrow Wilson sent 8,000 troops as part of an Allied and Japanese expeditionary force aimed at supporting the White Armies against the Bolsheviks. Russian delegation arrives in December 1917 for the negotiations with the Germans at Brest-Litovsk. Kamenev, center, wears a dark hat and is smoking. Leon Trotsky, who was in charge of the Bolshevik delegation, is on the far right wearing a helmet with a pointed spike. The July-August crisis. The map of Russia. The months of July and August 1918 were the most critical for the revolution. Even the crisis of July 1919, which was longer and more oppressive and painful, did not reach this pitch of paroxysm in the class war. The Soviet Republic, which had experienced the full force of German imperialism, now underwent the shock of Allied intervention in the very heart of the country. The monstrous coalition between the Central Powers and the Allies was now realized de facto against the Soviets, just when Ludendorff was launching, on the Somme and the Aisne, his last desperate offensives towards Paris. Ataman Krasnov, now in control of the Don region, was simultaneously supplied with arms and munitions by the Germans and encouraged by the Allies. Look at the map. On the frontier of Finland, the Finnish-German troops menaced the railway to Murmansk. In the north, the Allies, the British, occupy the coast of Murmansk, Kem, Onega, Archangel, and Shenkursk. The northern front extends over nearly 850 miles. The German front stretches in practically a straight line from the Gulf of Finland to the Ukraine for over 350 miles. The Germans hold down Pskov and Minsk and are in occupation of the entire Ukraine. Around Rostov, Ataman Krasnov is turning the domain of the Cossacks into a counter-revolutionary state. The Kuban is almost completely occupied by the Whites under General Alexiev. Menshevik Georgia is, as we know, independent. Baku is calling in the British. The southern fronts extend over 900 miles. Dutov's Cossacks control the countryside in the Orenburg, southern Ural region. On the Volga, the Czechoslovaks hold Kazan, Simbirsk, today Ulyanovsk, and Samara. Kursk, Voronezh, and Tsaritsyn, today Stalingrad, are threatened. The Republic is in effect reduced to the area of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, just as in the 15th century. The ambassadors of the Allies are at Vologda. In the interior, the counter-revolution is seizing Yaroslavl and pressing on Rybinsk, Kostroma, Murom, and Nizhny Novgorod, in the immediate vicinity of the capital. In the rural areas, the rich peasants are instigating uprisings. The provinces of Tambov, Ryazan, Yaroslavl, and Penza are at the mercy of the Kulak Vade. We shall be attentively following the events in Moscow and Petrograd, no less serious in their implications. Peril is everywhere. The following figures will give an idea of the intensity reached by the famine. For rationing purposes, the population of the large cities is divided into 4 categories. 1. Heavy physical labor. 2. Ordinary physical labor and intense intellectual labor. 3. Intellectual labor. 4. Not occupied. Here, simply as an example, are the rations allocated to these categories in Petrograd on 3 to 4 July and 14 to 15 August. Ration for 2 days. Category 3 to 4 July 14th to 15th August. 1, 200 grams of bread, 2 eggs, 200 grams of bread, 400 grams of fish, 5 herrings, 100 grams of bread, 2 eggs, 100 grams of bread, grams of fish, 5 herrings, 100 grams of bread, 400 grams 50 grams of dried of fish, 5 herrings vegetables, 5 herrings, 50 grams of bread, 5 herrings 5 herrings. On July 2nd, the Allies occupy Murmansk. According to their official story, they mean to protect the stocks of arms, munitions and provisions in the port against the designs of the German-Finnish forces. The French military mission arms Serbian and Italian prisoners of war and sends them to the north. The hesitations of the Allied governments in the matter of intervention have not ended, but a state of mind favorable to intervening has been created in Western Europe as the result of the Brest-Litovsk peace, now denounced as an act of treason to the Allied cause, and to be followed by important German offensives on the French front. This hysteria extends to the mass of the people, who often believe the legend that the Bolsheviks have sold out to the Kaiser. The arrival of American troops in France had remedied the manpower crisis and made it possible for operations in Russia to be seriously envisaged. In addition, Europe's statesmen have now begun to understand the social implications of Bolshevism. The most enlightened of them on this score are, naturally, the Allied diplomats who have taken refuge at Vologda. Messrs. Francis, the United States ambassador, and Newlands, his French opposite number, are, as we have already seen, strong supporters of intervention. The British charge d'affaires, Lockhart, supports them unreservedly. The Allied diplomatic and military missions in Russia have 2 objectives at present: to prevent Soviet power from consolidating itself and to prove to the governments of London, Paris, and Washington, through the success of the internal counter-revolution, that an energetic intervention would both be opportune and have serious chances of victory. Several counter-revolutionary governments are now taking shape in Siberia, where the Czechoslovaks have colonized the length of the Trans-Siberian Railway and the Japanese are occupying Vladivostok. This map of Russia should be borne well in mind by the reader if he is to follow events. The leaders. Let us pause briefly to look at the men who dominate these events. Later, they will acquire the semblance of giants. Men will search avidly to decipher their human qualities from the deeds, facts, and dates of history. But at this moment their greatness appears to us as something homely, and they themselves as simple. The distribution of roles among them is complete. Each fulfills his own task. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, N. Lenin is an old pseudonym for illegal writing, is 48. He is a man of average stature, quite broad in the shoulders, rather stout, with a rapid stride and a lively way of gesturing. His cheekbones are powerful, his nose fleshy, his forehead high and made higher by a spread of baldness. A short, almost red beard lengthens the face, whose blue eyes often twinkle with mischief. Such simplicity in a man of genius is astonishing. He laughs freely. He looks gay and easy-tempered. When he listens, with his hand at his forehead, he sometimes has a sharp look about him, and sometimes guards his eyes and keeps his features hardened in a terrible expression of unbending thought. But one of his very common expressions is a broad smile of amusement, either approving, as if to say, "Yes, that's it," or sarcastic. As an orator, he is devoid of emphasis and averse to rhetoric. Zealous to persuade and prove, with a dialectic that is rigorous, bound together by common sense, powered by sheer obstinacy. His hands make short, frank movements that seem to materialize the argument. As speaker and as publicist, he is an impressive realist who carries and even forces the conviction of his hearers. Lenin is of bourgeois origins. His life history, propaganda and agitation since the age of 20, at the University of St. Petersburg. He has memories of a brother, a young terrorist, who was hanged. Then a year in prison, 2 years of exile in Siberia, emigration to Munich and then London, the founding of the party, ceaseless polemics and struggles, the research and development of a theory, clandestine activity in Russia during the 1905 revolution, international congresses, and daily toil in Geneva, Paris, Krakow, Zurich throughout the war. The same insistent effort over 15 years. Building the party, preparing the revolution. The same existence, with its paradoxical regularity, as a professional revolutionary in Britain, Switzerland, France, and Galicia. Humble lodgings, libraries, editings of small illegal journals, meetings, Comrades, tea gatherings, long bicycle trips. The hours of darkness have come, but there have been no falterings, no doubts. He is a trained scholar who has at his fingertips 4 languages: Russian, English, German, French, Marxist sociology, the history of capitalism and the labor movement, and the politics of Russia. In order to confute the idealist tendency in the party, he dedicated himself to philosophy. This revolutionary now has the experience of 3 revolutions. A unity which blends action, thought, word, personal living, and political vocation is the cardinal trait of his character. His prestige as the founder of the party and guide of the revolution is immense. For all that, people within the party he has created do not fear to contradict him, and this is just what he wants. His utilitarian outlook may sometimes be brutal, but his hands are absolutely clean. At this moment he is chief both of party and of government. He maps out the routes and points to the destination. He is the brain of the revolution. In Sadul's words, Lenin is a superb thinking machine, a willing analytic mechanism of incredible precision and strength, inserted into the great revolutionary movement whose motor it has become, marvelously adapted as an integral part of the whole. Leon Davidovich Trotsky, real name Bronstein, often appears as Lenin's equal, though he himself gladly recognizes the latter's preeminence. Not that these considerations have any importance. At the 7th Party Congress, the 2 leaders were elected on to the Central Committee with the same number of votes. 39 years old. A man of lank proportions, broad-shouldered, with a military bearing and a restrained natural elegance. Long face, lofty forehead, a mass of unruly hair, green eyes that look out with a metallic glint, piercing, alive, shrewd and searching from behind the pince-nez lenses. A clean-cut profile, a large mouth whose line accentuates the firmness, and sometimes the hardness of his other features. A small pointed beard further extends and emphasizes this face of strength and delicacy. It is a closed, distant personality, yet affable. The gestures are authoritarian, like his manner of talking. From the rostrum comes a voice of astonishingly powerful modulation, audible from afar, rapping out its brief, incisive, mordant sentences, which are constructed with the assurance of a consistently clear dialectic. Each dictum scientific in precision, impeccable in form. A bitter, haughty, exact irony which neatly pierces the opponent. Trotsky's eloquence, concentrating intelligence and will, sweeps along crowds, because it transmits greatness, force, and necessity in a language of epic clarity. The style of the journalist equals that of the orator, with a superb fusion between essence and form. Biography as follows. Born in 1879 in the Kherson gubernia, of Jewish and bourgeois origin. A revolutionary since his 17th year. At 18 and 19, a member of the Workers' Union of Southern Russia, illegal, naturally, at Nikolaev. 2 years in prison, a Marxist education undergone in the jail. 2 years of exile in UST Kut, Siberia. Escape. Emigration. Vienna, Zurich, Paris, London. First period of collaboration with Lenin in 1903, in editing Iskra. After the split in the Social Democratic Party in 1903, separates from Lenin on questions of organization and joins the minority Menshevik opposition for a short while. Soon, when the Mensheviks turn out to be supporters of collaboration with the liberals, leaves them and remains outside the 2 factions, somewhat to the left of the Bolsheviks. Illegal returned to Russia during the Revolution of 1905. An adversary of all opportunism and a supporter, from this time on, of the proletarian dictatorship and the socialist revolution, he collaborates with the Bolsheviks. President of the Petrograd Soviet. Arrested with the Soviet on December 3rd. Imprisonment, theoretical and historical work, deportation to Obdorsk, on the river Obi in the Arctic, escape and flight abroad. In Vienna, collaboration with the German and Austrian socialists, publication of Pravda together with Yoff. War correspondent in the Balkans. Expelled from Austria in 1914. An internationalist during the war, condemned in Germany. In Paris, edits Nash Slovo and works with the French syndicalists around Ville-Ouvrière. Expelled from France in 1916. Expelled from Spain, travels to New York. Collaboration with the revolutionary press in America. Leaves for Russia on the beginning of the revolution and is interned in Canada. from this time has propounded a concept of revolution similar to that of the Bolsheviks. Returns to Petrograd. After the July events, spends a time in Kerensky's jails. In the course of these struggles and the studies that have gone with them, the theoretician has acquired a European culture. He has 4 languages. The principal organizer of the October Revolution now has the task of organizing the defense of the Soviet Republic. He goes to war, forges the blade, carries the responsibility on all fronts. He incarnates, in its keenest expression, the revolution's will to survive. Lenin and Trotsky have in common a method of work based on punctuality, economy of time and resources, discipline, responsibility, and initiative among collaborators. They are born organizers, and they train team after team of organizers. External defense must be complemented by defense in the interior. The man to whom the party has entrusted the difficult mission of unmasking the permanent conspiracy, of serving the proletariat as the epitome of vigilance, severity, and terror, is called Felix Edmundovich Dzerzhinsky. He is tall and thin, with angular features and acute eyes. His mortal enemies, and he has no other sort, since the struggle between him and them is to the death, admire his ascetic honesty, his unbreakable self-possession, his amazing capacity for work. 41 years, a Pole of bourgeois origin, a Marxist revolutionary since his 18th year. 5 times imprisoned, thrice deported, thrice escaping, sentenced in 1912 to 14 to 10 years of forced labor, a political prisoner for 5 years, liberated on the fall of Tsardom, member of the Petrograd Military Revolutionary Committee which organized the insurrection of 1917, chairman of the Commission for Repression of Counter-Revolution Vichayka, since it was first set up. Dzerzhinsky is a man of faith. Since adolescence he has devoted his life, with a poet's ardor, to the transformation of man and of life. His prison journal is suffused with a profound idealism. He had the deepest imaginable love for men, wrote Karl Radek, and it was only the conviction that any weakening would be calamitous for the masses that enabled him to strike so inflexibly with the sword of the revolution. From time to time the tall frame and the intellectual's face of Yakov Mihailovich Sverdlov could be glimpsed behind Lenin. We have already made our acquaintance with Sverdlov. He is organizer extraordinary to the party and to the Republic, whose constitution he has just drafted. Grigory Yevseich Zinoviev Radomyslsky, a collaborator of Lenin's since 1907, theoretician, popularizer, and orator, is defending, at Petrograd, one of the most advanced and most threatened outposts of the Republic. As president of the Executive Committee of the Northern Commune, he is the dictator of a great worker city, starving, cholera-stricken, and vulnerable to surprise attack. His colleague Volodarsky, a garment worker returned from the United States, unsparing as a speaker and a writer, has just been assassinated by unknown men, by right SRs. It will be discovered later, when the organizer of the murder goes over to Bolshevism. Zinoviev, with his tousled head, smooth, rather flabby face, nonchalant stance, rounded gestures, deep, sometimes strident and always audible voice, Zinoviev, with his merciless choice of words, often confronts and subdues, in the old capital's factories, the discontent and anger of a proletariat whose best sons are at the front, and which is dying of hunger. Another man must be named here who is not visible on the scene. Dr. Adolf Abramovich Yoff, the Republic's ambassador to Berlin, accredited to His Imperial Royal Majesty Wilhelm II. Functions whose delicacy requires a discreet penumbra, whose importance demands quite unusual skills. The foundations of the German Empire are being mined. The edifice can be heard cracking. Its fall will be the salvation of the Russian Revolution, and perhaps the signal for the revolutionary explosion in Europe. This first Bolshevik ambassador, who in a time of war flies the red flag over his home in Berlin, has a paradoxical mission: to avoid a resumption of hostilities and to prepare the German Revolution. No Spartacus' house is more closely watched than his residence. None more assiduous than he in practicing the cult of appearances. But the mission is being accomplished. Dr. Yoff is 35. Large forehead, pronounced Jewish physiognomy, powerful lips, an Assyrian beard, the grave demeanor of a man of science or of business trained in Berlin. At the age of 16, in the town of his birth in the Crimea, he was already a social democrat. He did his medical schooling in Germany, from which indeed he was expelled in 1907 by Chancellor von Bülow. He has seen the inside of prison several times, has organized the transmission of illegal literature in the Caucasus, organized the escape from Sebastopol of a comrade from the Potemkin, performed a large number of clandestine missions in Russia during the years of reaction, undergone a sentence of hard labor and 4 years deportation to the Tobolsk gubernia, right up to the revolution. The revolution has a worthy representative at the court of the Kaiser. Bolshevism's first ambassador to Germany was to follow a long and brilliant career as a revolutionary diplomat. He led the peace negotiations with Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, and Poland, 1920–21, represented the Soviets in China, where he skillfully steered Sun Yat-sen to a pro-Soviet orientation, then in Tokyo, then in Vienna, 1925. Having become the victim of an incurable illness, he took his own life in 1927 in Moscow, having declared his solidarity for the last time with the opposition in the Communist Party. There is another great figure that does not appear in this work in the first rank, even though he belongs to that level. We have had to concentrate our attention on the very heart of events, deliberately neglecting the fortunes of the revolution in the Ukraine. Bolshevism, with the aid of peasant uprisings, is engaged in a contest for this abundant granary against Skoropadsky's dictatorship, which rests on the German occupying armies. Bolshevism's man in Kiev is called Christian Rakovsky. At this moment he is negotiating a peace between the Ukraine and the Soviet Republic. In reality, he observes, waits, struggles, and prepares. Later he will be, for some years, head of the Soviet government of the Ukraine, the soul of the proletarian revolution in this land, devastated over 4 years by some 15 invasions and armed restorations from the counter-revolution. Christian Rakovsky is now, at the prime of his life, a veteran socialist of Europe, an old hand at international congresses, Gallicized by long spells in Paris, Russified by long-standing contacts with the Russians. Bulgarian by birth, Romanian by nationality, he bears a name which is inscribed in the history of Bulgaria and which has recently entered the annals of Romania. A revolutionary internationalist before and during the war, associated with the concept of a Balkan Socialist Federation, prosecuted in many trials, feared in Bucharest as the regime's mortal enemy, tracked by assassins. Rakovsky emerged on May Day from the prison at Jassy to the acclamation of the Russian soldiers who had opened its doors for him. He immediately formed the first revolutionary government of the Romanian Republic at Odessa. Lithe and svelte, of Latin appearance and temperament, this gentleman of the handsome, hairless countenance, this tribune of the lashing tongue blends an unshakable revolutionary integrity with a Western intelligence of infinite subtlety. The party and its men. Behind these great figures of the foremost rank there naturally stands a multitude of others, ready to replace them if they vanish. These too are energetic, powerful, great in their way. The revolution is rich in men, because it awakens to creative activity innumerable masses from social strata which are full of young, unused vigor. The personalities of the second rank are numerous and deserve study. Numerous also among these are men who await no more than the event which will arouse them to a new stature. Nonetheless, the selection of leaders that has been achieved has nothing arbitrary or unjust about it. The passage of the years enables us now to make this judgment. It is the result of 20 years of revolutionary preparation and of 18 months of turmoil, not of the caprice of a Congress or of an electorate's balloting. And yet these men have their greatness and strength only through the greatness and strength of the party, which itself derives its power from that of the masses, of the classes in society. We shall not deal here in any depth with the problem of the role of personality in history. The classes, the masses, the party work through the agency of individuals. Their choice of individuals demonstrates precisely the fitness of these larger forces for victory. Had Lenin and Trotsky been assassinated in September 1917, would not the revolution's chances of victory have declined immeasurably? Would not their disappearance at this juncture, in July-August 1918, have been like the loss of an experienced sea captain who, in a ship in mid-ocean assailed by tempest, computes within his skull the maximum chances of safety? Lenin had suffered this very uncertainty. "Tell me," he said one day to Trotsky, "if the whites kill you and me, do you think Bukharin and Sverdlov will be able to pull through all right?" That phrase of the English which is so remarkably accurate in business matters, the right man in the right place, applies with even more force to the class struggle. And it is a fact of serious significance that neither the Tsarist regime nor the Russian bourgeoisie was able to find or to introduce in their appropriate places the men whom they needed, whereas the proletariat found them at once. Just as it is significant that, increasingly over the whole world, the bourgeoisie is forced to borrow its political leaders and statesmen, if not from among the proletariat, at least from the socialist movement. We have noted how Lenin, in emphasizing the salutary role of individual authority, has demonstrated the compatibility between personal dictatorship and the dictatorship of the proletariat. The limitless strength of the revolutionary classes now appears to us, in short, as an elemental power that must be canalized, dammed, directed and organized so as to prevail against the forces of the counter-revolutionary classes, which are already organized. An effectively organized and directed social class will in the last resort be able to impose its will upon classes which are stronger but which lack organization and direction. It is like the difference between a multitudinous mob and a small army. The party works as the yeast of organization among the worker and peasant masses. At such moments its function takes many forms. It expresses the most general, most basic aspirations of the crowds and translates them into conscious actions. It attracts, mobilizes, staffs, and disciplines the most active elements of the class it represents. It selects from these the administrators, agitators, and leaders. It establishes between the leaders and the masses a network of continual contacts and exchanges, be it through great assemblies, congresses, meetings, or the daily work round. Finally, it ensures the predominance within the working class of the conscious element over the backward strata, the victory of intelligence and the higher instincts over alien influences, ancient vices and the baser instincts. The Fifth Congress of the Soviets. The Anglo-French expedition landed at Murmansk on July 1st. The Whites entered Orenburg on the 2nd. The Czechs entered Ufa on the 3rd. The Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets met on the 4th. 1,164 delegates were present. Of these 773 were communists, 353 left socialist revolutionaries, 17 maximalists, 10 non-party, 4 anarchists, 4 internationalist social democrats, and 3 representatives of nationalities. The Congress opens with an urgent statement from the Commissar for War, Trotsky. The political battle is now on with a vengeance. In the Kursk region, close to the Ukrainian frontier now held by the Germans, a disquieting agitation is being conducted among the Red troops. They are being incited to war against the Germans. Some units are demanding an offensive. One commissar has been killed and a brigade leader wounded. Guerrilla strikes into Ukrainian territory have taken place. Certain fanatics have threatened the head of the peace delegation in the Ukraine, Rakovsky, with their grenades. All this must stop. I have given the order, states Trotsky, to shoot the agents of the enemy who are fomenting these disturbances. I demand the approval of Congress for this action. The hall echoes with shouts. Executioner! Kerensky! Cry the left SRs. From the rostrum their leader Kamkov openly endorses the broad, healthy movement which is leading the revolutionaries of Russia irresistibly to the aid of their brothers in the Ukraine. This explicit backing for the guerrillas who are seeking to create a state of war as an accomplished deed excites indignant objections. The vehemence of the left SRs at once breaks into a kind of paroxysm. Allow us to speak, they shout. Before you shoot us. Zinoviev defends Trotsky's proposal, which is carried by a 2/3 majority. The safety of the Republic, it is proclaimed, is the supreme law. Those who oppose it will be put down. The SRs demonstratively leave the meeting, then return to it, and the duel is resumed even more violently. Maria Spiridonova now attacks the Bolsheviks with a passion bordering on hysteria. She speaks of the martyred and betrayed Ukraine, accuses the Bolshevik usurpers of ruining the peasantry, of sending the Germans secret trains loaded with gold, of being in the service of Germany. Lenin shakes his head as he listens. His rebuttals, which are sometimes drowned in interruptions, are notable for their common sense. A party which drives its sincerest representatives to wallow in this mire of lies and errors is a doomed party. To want to tear up the Brest-Litovsk Treaty is to put the peasant's neck into the big landlord's noose. It is essential to gain time. The Republic is getting stronger, the rival imperialisms are at their last gasp. Civil war is necessary to socialism. But the parties must not base themselves on the standpoint of the starving individual, but on that of socialism. The left SRs are setting the peasantry against us. Merciless war upon those socialists who desert us while some are cornering all the grain and others are dying of hunger. We shall not shrink from any struggle whatsoever. We shall subject everything to state audit and nationalize everything, if necessary. Our practical solutions are monopoly and taxation of grain, fixing of a maximum price, reduction of the prices of manufactured goods by 50% for the poor peasants and 25% for the middle peasants. It is at this point in the debate with the atmosphere electric with opposing currents that the news comes at 4 a.m. on July 6 that Count Mirbach, the German ambassador in Moscow, has just been assassinated in his legation by left SR terrorists belonging to the staff of the Chaika. The Congress, which is meeting in the Bolshoi Theater, immediately suspends its deliberations, but the left SR deputies are prevented from leaving. They spend the evening in a state of mortal anxiety, expecting at some moments to be delivered by the insurrection that they have organized, at others to be massacred by these Bolshevik agents of Germany. Assassination of Count Mirbach. The left SR rising. On July 6 at about 3 a.m., 2 functionaries of the Chaika arrived by car and presented themselves at the German legation. They brought with them papers concerning an obscure Lieutenant Mirbach, who was a prisoner of war. The ambassador, a secretary, and the 2 visitors sat together in a drawing room decorated with gray and pink silk hangings. One of the visitors, Blamkin, opened his briefcase smartly, saying, "Look, here is an item," which pulled a Browning automatic out of it and fired point-blank at Count Mirbach. The ambassador, wounded, rushed into the neighboring reception room, where he fell. The terrorists followed close behind him. One of them threw a grenade onto him, which failed to explode. The other, Blyumkin, picked it up and threw it again with more force at the man lying at his feet. The wounded man was blown to bits. The explosion threw the terrorist out of the window. An official fired at him, but his companion dragged him to the car. They got away without pursuit. Dzerzhinsky went to see the Central Committee of the Left SR Party. There he learnt that the party assumed the entire responsibility for the assassination and was taken prisoner. A detachment of special troops from the Chaika under the command of Popov formed the principal nucleus of the Left SR forces, which that evening took the offensive at several points of the city. They took the central post office by surprise and made haste to send telegrams everywhere decreeing as null and void any decisions of the Council of People's Commissars, the Socialist Revolutionary Party being from now on the only governing party. "The people want war with Germany," declared the left SRs. Meanwhile, the population watched the operations of the troops in the streets with an indifference tinged with hostility. The left SRs had at their disposal from 800 to 2,000 men, 60 machine guns, half a dozen field guns, and 3 armored cars. Some squads of anarchists and Black Sea sailors joined their forces. They had, as it appears, concealed from their own partisan forces the project of forcibly seizing power from the Bolsheviks, right up to the last moment, and so the confusion of morale among their troops condemned them to inactivity within a very short spell. Their whole strategy was limited to a few blasts of cannon fire at the Kremlin. The Bolsheviks could call on the Lettish riflemen, a serviceable remnant from the old army, commanded by an officer named Vetsidis, non-party but loyal, and on an international brigade composed mainly of Hungarian prisoners of war, headed by a communist by the name of Bela Kun. The local commandant, Muralov, also had available some detachments of the Young Red Army. These forces were put under the direction of 2 of the men who had seized the Winter Palace in 1917, Antonov and Podvoisky. By midday on the following day, the rising was crushed. A few shells on the headquarters of the Left SR Central Committee had put the insurgents to flight. Nearly 300 of them were arrested. Several of them were executed, among them Alexandrovich, an excellent young militant who had participated in all the actions of 1917 and enjoyed a general esteem. An assistant of Dzerzhinsky's at the head of the Chaika, he had deceived his chief and his comrades in accordance with his party's discipline, in order to prepare the insurrection. He died bravely. His death was much more than the penalty paid for a breach of duty. It was the ransom exacted by the peace with Germany, the end of the Soviet alliance. The Left SR Party had committed suicide. What had it been aiming after? Its speakers at the Fifth Congress had defined its aims: to tear up the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, which is fatal to the Russian and the international revolution, in revolutionary style, to appeal to the solidarity of the German workers, and to modify the peasant policy of the Soviet government. This party claimed to represent the interest of the toiling peasants. This last point is of considerable importance. During the debates in the Vitsik in mid-June on the committees of poor peasants, advocated by Lenin and bitterly attacked by Martov, the left SRs had stated their position in vigorous terms. We agree, they said, that the civil war must be taken into the countryside against the kulaks. But we think it is nonsensical to try to distinguish between the poor and the middle peasantry in the attempt to enlist the poor, proletarian or semi-proletarian masses. It is necessary, they said, to count not on the poor peasant but on the middle peasant, who will be the most reliable support of the socialist revolution in the countryside. Against Lenin's formula, the poorest peasantry, the left SRs wished to substitute the expression laboring peasantry. In other words, whereas the Bolsheviks founded their policy in the countryside on the interest and the energy of the rural proletariat, the left SRs defended the interests of the rural petty bourgeoisie, the mass of middle peasants whom they hoped to involve in the struggle against the kulaks. Hence their differences with the Bolsheviks on the problems of food supply. While the latter worked for centralization in order to combat anarchy and the free play of local and personal egoisms, the left SRs would have liked to leave the maximum initiative, authority, and command to the peasant Soviets, which were obviously, for the most part, under the control of middle peasants. These differences became sharper and clearer during the discussions on the decree concerning the supply of manufactured goods to the committees of poor peasants. This decree, Karelin declared, harmed the interests of the laboring, i.e. middle peasants. It opposed the populations of infertile districts to those in fertile districts. It was part of the system of bureaucratic dictatorship which was undermining the local Soviets. It was criminal to counterpose committees of poor peasants to the Soviets of laboring peasants. These facts allow us to characterize the left SR party as the party of the middle peasantry. Hence, we can immediately understand its vacillations, its anarchistic tendencies, its aversion towards the centralized state and the regular army, its penchant for guerrilla warfare, its democratic mentality which was so often opposed to the dictatorial spirit of the Bolsheviks. But were the middle peasants, then, in favor of war? Of course not, since it was they, more or less, who had imposed the peace. The fact that their party committed political suicide for the sake of provoking war was due to its having become the plaything of other forces, which we shall see working out later, through the lack of political independence so characteristic of the petty bourgeoisie, the feverishness of its emotions and the fuzziness of its politics. In July 1918, the peasantry, which had from July the previous year up till January and February supported the Bolsheviks as instruments for the expropriation of the landlords, had now as a whole become hostile to them. On the key question of the trade in grain, peasant interests allied the middle peasants with the kulaks. The left SR party, whose leading circles were made up of sincere socialist intellectuals, had by now lost its social base. Between the intentions of its leaders and the aspirations of the class which lent its strength, the gap was widening. All that could issue now was some kind of adventure. In such situations, all that remains for revolutionary idealists is to try their luck for the last time, to fall and break their necks. The defeat of the SRs, coming as it did after the disarmament of the anarchists, marked, in Trotsky's words, the end of the Soviet alliance that had been cemented the previous November through the combined efforts of the peasant masses and the proletariat. Once the bourgeois revolution carried out by the rural masses had run its course, the contradiction between these aims and the aims of the socialist revolution made itself felt with increasing cruelty. The ideologues of the petty bourgeoisie, torn by contradictory interests and sentiments, split from the party of the proletariat, not without much inner turmoil. It is the moment chosen by influences from abroad to intensify their pressure. The end of the Soviet alliance produces in its wake a formidable concentration of power. Up till this time, the dictatorship was in a way democratic. Constitutional forms were spelt out within its structure. The multiplicity of local activity, the existence of parties and groups, the demands of public opinion, the democratic traditions of revolutionaries trained in the school of Western democracy, and the weakness of the central authority all worked in this direction. The debates within the Bolshevik Party, too, have shown us the vitality of its internal democracy. But everything changes at this point. The Allied intervention, striking simultaneously with the rebellion of the kulaks and the collapse of the Soviet alliance, poses an unmistakable threat to the survival of the Republic. The proletarian dictatorship is forced to throw off its democratic paraphernalia forthwith. Famine and local anarchy compel a rigorous concentration of powers in the hands of the appropriate commissariats. The catastrophe of the transport system compels a recourse to draconic methods of authority on the railways. The war, the total encirclement of the revolution, and the inadequacy of spontaneous foci of resistance compel the establishment of a regular army to supplement and supplant the guerrilla formations. Bankruptcy compels the centralization of financial policy. Conspiracy compels the introduction of a powerful apparatus of interior defense. Assassinations, peasant risings, and the mortal danger compel the use of terror. The outlawing of the socialists of counter-revolution and the split with the anarchists and left SRs have as their consequence the political monopoly of the Communist Party and the extinction, for practical purposes, of the Constitution. With the disappearance of political debates between parties representing different social interests through the various shades of their opinion, Soviet institutions, beginning with the local Soviets and ending with the Vitsik and the Council of People's Commissars, manned solely by communists, now function in a vacuum. Since all the decisions are taken by the party, all they can do is give them the official rubber stamp. The defeat of the Left SR Party is final. Many of its organizations and members break with it. Up till 1923 it retains the mere ghost of a legal existence, with a small review and a few deputies in a few of the Soviets. After the bloody days of July it splits into three tendencies. Certain of its militants found the People's Communist Party, shortly to be absorbed by the Bolshevik Party. Others, persisting in the anti-Bolshevik struggle, will engage in dreams of a third revolution, cooperate with Makhno and the Ukrainian anarchists, and assist in 1919 in the anarchist attempt to kill the Moscow CP Committee. Spiridonova and Kamkov will adopt an attitude similar to that of these activists, and be interned. A third group, led by the former People's Commissar for Justice Steinberg, will try to keep for the party some legal existence as a loyal opposition, seeking a liaison with those socialists in Western Europe who attempt, in vain, to found a left socialist international between the Socialist and the Communist Internationals, which is sometimes called the 2.5 International. Yaroslavl. During the street fighting in Moscow, the counter-revolutionary forces took over Yaroslavl. Reactionary influences had been so successful in this provincial environment that in the spring of 1917 officers had been known to murder Jewish soldiers and non-believers had been lynched by the mob. The Mensheviks were able to provoke strike movements there, and the Bolsheviks were hated like the plague. It had been necessary to break the resistance of the post and telegraph offices and the employees engaged in food supply. The populace was rationed. The Soviet raised forced levies from the bourgeoisie. Public processions were organized by the clergy, who were held personally responsible by the Soviet for any disorders. The town was actually held by 200 or 300 determined communists led by Nikimson, a young doctor of philosophy from Bern University who had fought in the 1905 revolution, and the watchmaker Zackheim, both being Jews. Meanwhile, the Fatherland and Freedom Defense League was concentrating its forces there secretly. The League, which could count on several thousand reliable supporters, had at first intended to start simultaneous insurrections in Moscow, Rybinsk, Murom, Kostroma, Yaroslavl, and Kazan. The preventive measures taken by the Chaika in Moscow and Kazan forced it to abandon this extensive plan of operations. At the beginning of July, Boris Savinkov arrived at Yaroslavl accompanied by his assistants, including Colonel Perkarov, who had been appointed to the command of the local forces. This high-ranking officer had served the Red Army on a number of occasions and had only recently been an inspector of artillery with a partisan corps. He now had 200 or 300 ex-officers in his organization. On the night of 6 to 7 July, 110 of his men assembled not far from the town. Their arms amounted to about a dozen revolvers. They began by seizing the artillery depot and getting themselves armed. The mounted militia surrendered without a struggle, and a Red Regiment decided to stay neutral and allow itself to be disarmed. The Whites had been promised the support of several hundred workers. In the event, they got hardly a few dozen. Arrests of the communists began. Nikimson and Zackheim were captured when just out of bed and shot on the spot. The town awoke to find itself in a state of siege, and under the authority of the Volunteer Army of the North, commanded by the old revolutionary Boris Savinkov and Colonel Perkharov, acting on behalf of General Alexiev, then away organizing the Volunteer Army of the South with Denikin. Several commissars, including one Bolshevik, went over to the Whites. Intellectuals, high school pupils, middle-class youngsters flocked to enlist in hundreds under the banner of order. News of sweeping Czechoslovak victories was being given out. The Whites arrested around 200 communists and suspects and, not knowing what to do with them, interned them on a barge moored between the two banks of the Volga. These 200 captives, men, women, and children, wounded, sick, and dying, were crammed on top of each other in their floating prison, in which they spent 13 days, exposed to the fire of the belligerent forces. They received nothing in the way of food. The Mensheviks, who had been informed of the reactionary coup that was being organized, had decided to observe complete neutrality. The communists, although surprised by this attack, delivered at the moment when the political conflict with the local left SR branch was occupying all their attention, soon recovered and concentrated around the city all the red units they could call in. They made use of the powerful artillery they had at their disposal to begin immediately with a bombardment that was to last 12 days. A ferocious battle ensued. When the promised descent of the Allies from Archangel failed to materialize, the Whites knew they were lost. They tried in vain to call the surrounding countryside to insurrection, but the peasants demanded arms for the sole purpose of defending their villages against the Bolsheviks and were unwilling to engage in any further operations. Perkharov managed in the end to escape from the city by boat, under cover of fog, at the head of 50 officers. Most of the Whites refused to risk a breakthrough. Hoping to escape the vengeance of the revolution by a subterfuge, they surrendered on July 21 to a German lieutenant who headed a committee of prisoners of war and declared themselves to be the prisoners of Germany. The town, full of corpses and smoking ruins, had now exhausted its bread supply. The extraordinary Red General Staff for the Yaroslavl front issued an order to the population decreeing that any person who wants to save his life must leave the city within 24 hours and surrender on the American Bridge. Those who remain in the town after this interval will be treated as rebels. After 24 hours, no quarter will be given to any person. The town will be mercilessly bombarded by heavy artillery, using poison gas shells. Any who remain in it will perish in the ruins, along with the rebels, the traitors, and the enemies of the workers' and poor peasants' revolution. July 20th. The population, terrified at this announcement, came out into the fields in throngs to surrender at the designated point. There they filed in their entirety past the tables of the Chaika, which had been drawn up in the open air. 350 Whites were arrested in the course of this summary tribunal and shot without delay. 57 officers had already been executed when the Reds entered the town. It was the first serious episode of the terror. The feudal Battle of Yaroslavl left 4,000 workers without jobs and 40,000 persons homeless. 14 factories had been destroyed, 2,147 houses out of 7,618, 9 out of 10 schools, 20 public buildings out of 47. The politics of M. Nullins. The Battle of Yaroslavl was, as a matter of fact, no more than one episode in the Allied intervention in Russia. In the previous chapter, we have already mentioned the plan for encircling Moscow which had been envisaged by General Laverne. The testimony of Boris Savinkov before the Moscow Revolutionary Tribunal in 1924, which moreover accords fully with all the written sources in this affair, and there are many of them, is absolutely clear. I thought at first, said Savinkov, of operating in Moscow, but the French Consul Grenade and General Laverne, the latter speaking on M. Nullins's behalf, told me that the Allies felt that it was possible to continue operations against the Germans on the Russian front. They informed me that a sizable landing of Anglo-French forces would be taking place at Archangel, with this purpose in mind, and that it was necessary to support this expedition from the interior. The plan was to occupy the north of the Volga basin, when the British and French would support the insurrection. We were to take Yaroslavl, Rybinsk, Kostroma, and Murom. The French would concentrate on Vologda. But they deceived us. The Allied landing did not take place, and we found ourselves on our own at Yaroslavl. The French knew all the resources we could call on. I saw Grenade and Laverne several times. The French put money at my disposal. Our own funds, those of the Fatherland and Freedom Defense League, which were on a relatively small scale, came from three sources. There were insignificant donations. I had 200,000 rubles, Kerensky issue, via a Czech intermediary named Klapando. The French gave about 2.5 million Kerensky rubles. An official brought me the money in small amounts at first. When the insurrection was in the offing, they gave a huge sum all at once, 2 million, I think. The French advised me to seize Yaroslavl, Rybinsk, and Kostroma. I hesitated, as I felt that our forces were insufficient. For a while I was thinking of transferring them all to the Czechs, and even gave the order for a section of them to go off to Kazan, which was still held by the Reds, to start a rising there when the Czechs came near. But I had a message from Vologda via Grenade in which Newlands confirmed categorically that the landing at Archangel would be taking place on the 5th and the 10th of July, or else the 3rd and the 8th of July, I cannot remember exactly, and asked me at all costs to begin the action on the Upper Volga precisely on that date. The British did not land at Archangel until a month later, on August 3rd. There was never any question of a French landing. All the indications are that M. Newlands wanted popular insurrections against the Bolsheviks as a means of influencing his government to support his own interventionist policies. Savinkov's activities on the Upper Volga were to complement those of the Czechoslovaks and the Right SRs farther down the river. A kind of SR government had been functioning for a month in Samara, receiving its directives likewise from M. Newlands. One of the leaders of the SR party at this time, who was also a leading figure in the so-called constituents movement, wrote, "In June we received an official note from M. Newlands, giving a categorical confirmation of the Allied government's decision to supply forces for joint action against the Germano-Bolsheviks. Such forces were to be large enough to take the weight of the struggle in the first stage and to enable the anti-Bolshevik contingents to form themselves into a big regular army. The Allies rejected any possibility of coexistence with the Bolsheviks and proposed the formation of a single coalition government, to take the form of a directorate of 3 persons, armed with dictatorial powers until the existing Constituent Assembly could meet. The Allies, in addition, intended to recognize the Assembly only in respect of its right to invest the directorate with its authority and to prepare fresh constituent elections. A letter from M. Stephen Pichon, then foreign minister in Clemenceau's cabinet, to the foreign minister of the Samara government, Vedanyapin, a Right SR, written at the same time or shortly afterwards, contains a note to exactly the same effect. The Right Center, Princey N. Trubetskoy P. B. Struve, Gurko, and the League for Renewal, dominated by the liberal bourgeoisie, equally collaborated with the French. The left SRs, too, though sincere and determined adversaries of all these counter-revolutionary groups, appear to have had relations with the French military mission. I have been assured from several quarters that the latter supplied the grenades which were used in the murder at the German legation. Savinkov testified, "I remember one conversation that I had, I think, with Grenade. He told me that the French had given facilities for the assassination of Count Mirbach by the left SRs. We can be certain that the Soviet regime's pro-war party was in contact with the Allies. One is therefore led to conclude that the French, being as much informed of the left SR's plans as they were of Savinkov's and the Czechoslovaks' activity, managed to apply a certain division of labor between the various parties, unbeknown to one another. It was they who, after a certain fashion, achieved a unified command over 2 rival fronts. The betrayal of Muraviv, to be related below, strengthens this conviction of ours. Menaces and treason. For several days Russia lived under the menace of a renewed war with Germany. In spite of some reassuring statements made to the Reichstag by the Chancellor, Germany presented the Soviet Republic on July 14th with a note demanding that a battalion of uniformed troops be allowed into Moscow to ensure the security of the Imperial Embassy. It would have amounted to an occupation of Moscow. The Russian reply, drafted by Lenin, was an outright refusal. We would have been obliged, Lenin told the Vitsik, to reply to this action as we have already replied to the Czechoslovaks mutiny and the British military operations in the north, by an expanded mobilization, calling on all adult workers and peasants to resist and, if a temporary retreat should become necessary, to destroy by fire all stores without exception to prevent them falling into enemy hands. War would then be for us a fateful but absolute and unconditional necessity, and this would be a revolutionary war waged by the workers and peasants of Russia, shoulder to shoulder with the Soviet government until their last breath. But Germany, preoccupied by the failure of its last offensives on the French front, was no longer in a fit condition to invade Russia. All that happened was that the German legation was transferred to Pskov in occupied territory. The attempted insurrection of the Left SRs had one jarring echo on the Eastern Front. There the Red troops operating against the Czechs and the counter-revolutionary bands had been placed under the supreme command of Colonel Muraviv, whose role in the defense of Petrograd after the October victory and in the capture of Kiev a little later we have already recorded. He was a born adventurer. He considered himself to be a Left SR. Membership of this party was a convenient solution for a number of people who wanted to be adopted by the Soviet regime without demeaning themselves by submission to Bolshevik discipline. He had, I believe, lectured in tactics at a military academy. A bluffer and a braggart, Muraviv was not lacking in certain military capabilities. Quick-wittedness, daring, and the art of addressing soldiers and giving them heart, Trotsky. As an organizer, he was a spirited character. Having received the directive of his party, and being still ignorant of the outcome of the Moscow coup, Muraviv suddenly announced that he considered himself to be at war with Germany, ordered his troops to wheel round towards the east, had the Simbirsk Soviet surrounded and presented himself there to demand their support. He was received in the Soviet by angry shouts, insults, and threats. Completely isolated, he was killed on the spot, July 12th. A young officer named Tukhachevsky continued with the operations against the Czechoslovaks on his own initiative. The Let Vetsidis took over the high command of the front. The Soviet Constitution. When it resumed its sessions on July 10th, the Fifth Congress of Soviets adopted the draft constitution for the Russian Federative Soviet Republic which had been drawn up by Sverdlov. Article 1 consists of the Declaration of the Rights of the Exploited and Laboring People. Article 2 states the general principles. Dictatorship of the proletariat and the poorest peasants, in order to abolish the exploitation of man by man and to build socialism which will have neither classes nor a state. The Russian Republic is a free association of toilers. The supreme authority there is to belong to the Congress of Soviets, and between Congresses to the All-Russian Soviet Executive Vitsik. The Church is separated from the state and education from the Church, in order to guarantee freedom of thought to the workers. In order to guarantee the toilers the real freedom to express their opinions, the Republic abolished the subjection of the press to capital and offers to the working class and the poor peasantry all the technical and material means for publishing newspapers, etc., and for distributing them freely in the country. The freedoms of assembly, association, and education are guaranteed by similar measures. The Republic considers labor to be an obligation for all its citizens and adopts the motto, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." There is to be compulsory military service, with only the workers having the privilege of bearing arms. Foreign workers living in the Republic are to enjoy all political rights. The Republic offers asylum to all those in foreign countries who are wanted for political or religious crimes. All nationalities are to be equal. Individuals or groups who make use of their rights against the Republic may be deprived of them. Article 3 concerns the structure of authority. The All-Russian Congress of Soviets consists of representatives of local Soviets, the towns being represented by one deputy for every 25,000 inhabitants and the country areas by one deputy for every 125,000. This article formalizes the dominance of the proletariat over the peasantry. Congresses will be held at least twice a year. Extraordinary congresses may be summoned either by Vitsik or on the demand of Soviets representing 1/3 of the country. The Congress is to elect its all-Russian executive of 200 members at the maximum, responsible to itself. This executive selects the Council of People's Commissars and enjoys legislative power. Its members are to perform specific missions or do other work in the commissariats. The executive may annul or suspend any measure taken by the Council of People's Commissars, which is to submit its most essential decisions to it for approval. The People's Commissars are to number 17, Foreign Affairs, War, Navy, Interior, Justice, Labor, Social Insurance, Public Education, Posts and Telegraphs, Nationalities, Finance, Communications, Agriculture, Commerce and Industry, State Control, Supreme Council of the Economy, Public Health, At the head of each commissariat is placed a collegium whose members are nominated with the approval of the Council of Commissars. The members of the collegium can appeal from it to the Council and to the Vitsik Bureau. The Council of People's Commissars is responsible both to the Congress of Soviets and to Vitsik. The All-Russian Congress of Soviets authorizes, amends and supplements the Constitution, directs general policy, declares peace and war, fixes the plan for the nation's economic life, votes the budget, regulates financial and similar agreements, legislates and amnesties. In between Congresses, Vitsik enjoys all these powers with the exception of amending the Constitution and ratifying peace treaties. Matters of emergency importance are thus anticipated as falling within its domain. The various Soviet Congresses are laid down as follows. Regional Congresses are to have one delegate from town or district Soviets per 25,000 inhabitants, and one per 5,000 electors on town registers, with 500 delegates at a maximum. These norms are to form a limit on the deputies elected to the Regional Congress from the Provincial Congresses. The Provincial Congress is to have one delegate from the ward or district Soviets per 10,000 inhabitants, and one delegate per 1,000 town electors, with 300 delegates as a maximum per province or gubernia. The Ward Congress is to have one representative per 1,000 inhabitants, to a maximum of 300 deputies, and the County Congress, in the rural areas, one deputy for each 10 members of local Soviets. These Congresses will constitute the supreme local authorities and will elect executive committees. The Soviets, or councils, are constituted in the towns in the ratio of one deputy per 1,000 inhabitants. They are to number not less than 50 nor more than 1,000 members. In the country areas and in towns of less than 10,000 inhabitants, one deputy is to be elected per 100 inhabitants, with a minimum total of 3 and a maximum of 50 for each village. The period of election is 3 months. The Soviets are to elect executive committees. Their local powers are very extensive. The right to vote is enjoyed by all toilers of both sexes, soldiers and sailors. The following may not vote or stand for election: persons who exploit the labor of anyone else, persons living off unearned income or engaged in commerce, priests, monks, former police officers, members of the former ruling dynasty, the insane and those condemned to deprivation of civil rights. Elections are to take place according to custom, which amounts to specifying a vote by show of hands, in the presence of an electoral commission and a representative of the Soviet. The credentials of those elected are to be verified by a mandates commission appointed by the Soviet. Electors may at any moment recall their deputy and proceed to fresh elections. Article 5 of the Constitution deals with the budget. Section 79 makes it clear that the financial policy of the Republic works towards the expropriation of the bourgeoisie and prepares the general equality of all citizens, without hesitating to infringe on private property in the pursuit of this end. The Congress is to delimit the income of the state and that of the localities. All expenditures of the exchequer are to be controlled by the central government. Article 6 concerns the emblem of the Russian Socialist Federation of Soviet Republics. Sickle and hammer on a red background, within the rays of the rising sun, the whole surrounded by a crown of wheat ears. Motto: Proletarians of all lands, unite. The red flag is to bear the initials of the Republic. This constitution was not debated. Its role was purely that of sanctioning and codifying the organization of a new form of state which had been born, as it were, spontaneously from the base to the summit. Its distinguishing features were unification of legislative and executive powers, political monopoly for the laboring classes, dominance of the proletariat over the peasantry, participation of the masses in public life and class dictatorship. The profusion of electors, deputies, Soviets and Congresses, and the rights that these enjoyed, appeared to provide the most substantial guarantees of a labor democracy. The dictatorship was assured by the multi-stage character of elections and the centralization of powers. But, as we have seen, the bloc between the Soviet parties had just collapsed precisely at this moment. Soviet democracy gave place, through the force of irresistible historical necessities, to the dictatorship of the Bolshevik Party. The Constitution was to become increasingly a project for an ideal proletarian democracy for whose realization neither the time nor the means was available. Any normal functioning of this array of institutions, so simple in their social character, yet of an enormous scope and practical complexity, since they implied a mobilization of the political activity of millions of laboring people, would have presupposed, in default of an actual revolutionary upsurge, at least peace, security, and a level of sufficient prosperity to permit a free, rich, variegated, and constant political life to be conducted in the nation reflected in innumerable initiatives. But it was just at this moment that mortal peril converted the Republic into an entrenched camp, defended by a phalanx of staunch and conscious revolutionaries in the front rank, in whose hands the dictatorship was to function as the decisive weapon. We must note that up to this time no one had formulated the theory, later to acquire the force of law, according to which the dictatorship of the proletariat is naturally exercised by the Communist Party. This theory will be imposed later by life. Consequences of the Czechoslovak victories. The situation on the front was worsening daily. The Czechoslovaks entered Ufa on July 5th, Verkhnarolsk on the 7th, Zlatist on the 8th, Syzran on the 10th, Simbirsk on the 22nd, and Ekaterinburg on the 25th. They crowned this series of successes on August 6th with the capture of Kazan. In the meantime, counter-revolutionary attempts on the lines of Yaroslavl had taken place at Murom, Rybinsk, and Arzamas on July 11th, and Nizhny Novgorod on the 14th. The British occupied Onyega on the 31st and, with support from the Whites, Archangel on August 2nd. The Czechoslovaks thus occupied the middle stretch of the Volga and the Ural Mountains. They held down the country's most important river artery, the granary of European Russia, the mining and industrial region of the Urals, and the roads of Siberia. Farther to the south, General Dutov's Cossacks were occupying Uralsk and Buzaluk, so that communications with Turkestan were practically cut off. The strategic aims of the Czechoslovaks were to link up with the Allies who were landing on the White Sea coast, and to support the Japanese intervention, which might very easily be extended, it seemed, as far as the Ural region via the Trans-Siberian Railway. The regular, efficiently commanded Czechoslovak formations, which aroused support everywhere from the counter-revolutionary elements of the population, found themselves faced in battle only by improvised, indisciplined, and anarchical units, good at most for a guerrilla war against an adversary exposed to the hatred of the masses. One corps of 1,105 bayonets, for instance, which held the front near Mayas not far from Chelyabinsk, was made up of 13 local detachments, the smallest of which contained 9 men and the largest, from Perm, 570. It had 24 horsemen and 9 machine guns. However, the 4 companies that came from Perm had not a horse among them, while the 39 volunteers from Katai had 12. Each detachment had its own leaders and tried to act as it liked. The basis of their organization was the local factory. Some data concerning a certain Semenov brigade give some idea of their military preparation. Here there were about 100 experienced soldiers, about 100 who had done some drill 5 times or less, and about 600 totally ignorant of the handling of weapons. Armed to the teeth, after any fashion they could manage, they did not know how to make use of their arms. These bands sometimes fought very well and sometimes very badly. They knew almost nothing of the art of reconnaissance, of the main forms of defense, of the most elementary precautions to be taken in a march across country. They might abandon a position simply to carry on a leisurely debate about what to do a little further off, or retreat before the enemy, without bothering to warn other comrades, simply to take a rest. We're fed up with it. We shall quote a passage from a report on some operations on the river Kishtama. At about 11 the firing slackened off. The leader of the detachments from Rozdesvinsko telephoned to say that his men had learnt that the enemy had captured some villages close to their own and had decided to leave the line and defend their own village. The workers had taken the same view, so the orders that had been given could not be carried out. The 7th Ural Regiment left its positions to take a breather without telling anybody. When asked about it, its leader answered, "The men wanted to get themselves dry and have a sleep. They decided to go off only for half an hour but are still sleeping. I can't do any more." After one very ragged battle, it was found that out of 2,200 troops only 900 were left, many of them barefoot and without rifles. Out of 4 cannon 3 remained, out of 50 machine guns 12 working and 5 damaged. 2 detachments were missing without trace. The T detachment stationed machine gunners around its village and decided not to budge. These partisans were beaten with ease by the Czechoslovaks. At the same time, a general drive towards mobilization was taking place. Battalions, regiments, and divisions sprang up almost spontaneously on the initiative of hosts of militants. These mobilized officers in their service and created general staffs and the machinery for supplies. The Red Army was born as much from these numberless initiatives as from the organizing effort directed by Trotsky. In a speech before the Moscow Soviet on July 29, Trotsky defined the tasks of the moment. Our troops lack cohesion. The servile drill of the old army must be replaced in the Red Army by a sharp, clear consciousness of the absolute necessity to fight. This was the revolutionary master idea of the Red Army's creator. All the regular armies of modern times have had a triple backbone to stiffen them: the state, the court-martial, with the death penalty, and the cult of the fatherland to complement the rest. The anti-militarist joins the colors like any other citizen. The Red Army must be, above all, the organized expression of the workers' collective consciousness. Its discipline must rest on the soldiers' personal convictions. The force that the old armies acquired through long months of drill, training, and practice with weapons, cementing units mechanically together, must be provided by us in the spiritual plane, by introducing into our army the best elements of the working class. That will ensure us victory, despite the weakness at command level. In each unit, a corps of communist revolutionaries must be placed to be its life and soul. 5 to 10 workers will suffice. Moscow had already given the army 200 or 300 agitators, commissars, and organizers. It must give twice as many again. The Petrograd Soviet has resolved to send a quarter of its members, 200 men, to the Czechoslovak front. If we pay this price, the treacherous officers will be broken down over and over again. We will shut them up in concentration camps at the front. We will case them in with commissars whose revolvers are at the ready. The commissars will be the living incarnation of the army, the force that determines power. Let him who feels he is not of this stamp be off and packing. Let him who remains give his life. The communist backbone of the Red Army goes off to organize a vast service of political agitation, propaganda, education, and action, such as no army has known before. In place of passive obedience, the proletarian revolution substitutes the obedience of a discipline that is based on political consciousness. Victory or death is the slogan issued to all. Sons of the working class, we have made a pact with death, and therefore with victory. Trotsky. These are not idle words, for death is everywhere. The end of the Romanovs. The Czechoslovak intervention settled the fate of the Romanovs. Ever since the first days of the revolution, the royal house had been the field of a persistent battle between those who wanted to preserve the dynasty and those who wished to annihilate it. This struggle had begun on March 16, 1917, when the Soviet had demanded that Prince Lvov's provisional government should arrest Nicholas II. Shortly afterwards, the British ambassador in Petrograd sounded out the government on the possibility of transferring the imperial family to Britain. These discussions went on while the Romanovs were interned in their usual residence of Tsarskoye Selo, now Dietskoye Selo, close to the capital. After the serious riots of July 1917, the Kerensky cabinet, in order to give some satisfaction to the revolutionary masses, and also to whisk the August captives out of their reach, exiled the imperial family to Tobolsk. Nicholas II, his closest relatives, his retinue of 5 courtiers and 35 servants left Tsarskoye Selo on August 14th in a special train that flew the pennant of the Japanese Red Cross. They were lodged in Tobolsk in the mansion that had belonged to the Governor-General on Liberty Street. The instructions of the provisional government placed them under the protection of their escort. The soldiers performing this duty decided of their own accord to take all possible measures to prevent an escape. In this large Siberian town, the former emperor enjoyed a tolerable existence, like a man of modest property under surveillance. There, while the civil war was raging across the country, he spent quiet winter evenings, a good bourgeois at his fireside. Nicholas II read through the foreign reviews. Alexandra Fyodorovna played bezique with old General Tatashev. The 4 Grand Duchesses devoted themselves to the proper occupations of ladies. In the night and the snow, revolutionary soldiers kept guard on the doors. A commissar from the provisional government, a socialist revolutionary who had known exile in Siberia, lent every attention to the desires of his deposed majesty. Archbishop Hermogenes of Tobolsk, an old friend of Rasputin, assisted by his clergy, succored the martyr emperor with their active solicitude. Meanwhile, monarchist officers were preparing to liberate him. This situation lasted even after the October Revolution. However, among the guarding party, a group of soldiers came together, who swore that they would never allow the Romanovs to escape alive. The soldiers of the escort searched the ex-emperor's quarters, confiscated his Cherkassian dagger, compelled him to remove his braid of office, and rationed him. The Ural Regional Soviet insistently demanded of Vitsik that the royal captives be transferred to Ekaterinburg, and sent Red Guards to watch over the points through which they would have to pass, in case of an escape. Some Bolsheviks from the Ural arrived at Tobolsk with the object of arranging the execution of the Romanovs there, at their own risk and on their own responsibility. The prisoners were thus enveloped by two opposing conspiracies. One for their rescue, the other for their death. The officers and the monarchist clergy lacked energy, intelligence, and even dedication to their aim. At one point, it seems they had available a force of several hundred men as well as considerable funds. Quarrels over money and influence between a Lieutenant Soloviev and a priest named Vasiliev caused them to miss the moment to act. The Ural Soviet at last obtained Vitsik's authority for the transport of the Romanovs to Ekaterinburg. Vitsik entrusted an adventurer by the name of Yakovlev to conduct the transfer at the head of a troop of workers on horse. Simultaneously, the Ural Executive Committee dispatched another party, under more reliable command, to bring back Nicholas II dead or alive. This was the end of April. From the start, Yakovlev's behavior aroused such suspicions that the Ural Executive resolved to take the Romanovs off him, by force if necessary. The soldiers from the Tsar's escort were also afraid that this might be an escape attempt, and made Yakovlev take 8 of them with him. Yakovlev took the Tsar, the Tsarina, their daughter Maria, and 5 other persons in sledges over the frozen Irtish towards Tyumen. The extraordinary caravan passed through Pokrovsko, the village in which Rasputin had been born. Nicholas I and Alexandra Fyodorovna received the last homage of their last subjects on the threshold of the house of that holy man who had been so instrumental in bringing about their downfall. Their last chance now came. Yakovlev tried to change the itinerary given in his instructions, and to take the Romanovs not to Ekaterinburg but towards Moscow, via Omsk, Chelyabinsk, and Samara. His plan was to offer them asylum in the mountains during the journey, and await events there. The Omsk Soviet refused to let the party cross their territory and ordered him to turn back. Faced with the threat of being outlawed, he complied. In the meantime, the Regional Congress of the Communist Party had met at Ekaterinburg and demanded the death of the Tsar. Nicholas II was received in the working-class capital of the Ural region by an energetic Bolshevik, Bilo Borodov, chairman of the Regional Soviet Executive, who had directed the conduct of the whole matter. The former Tsar was housed in the sumptuous mansion of the engineer Ipatov, who had been given 24 hours to move out. The other members of the imperial family arrived at the end of May with an entourage of 23 persons. However, they were allowed to keep none of these except Dr. Botkin, who was needed for the Tsarevich Alexei, always in bad health, a cook, a scullery boy, a footman, and a maid. From now on, their guard was composed of factory workers. 3 sentries watched night and day in the corridors next to their rooms. The prisoners were allowed out into the garden only for half an hour each day. The Ural Soviet was now demanding the Tsar's death. The left SRs were insisting on it. Certain anarchists and left SRs, mistrusting the Bolsheviks, prepared an assault upon the Ipatov house. The Bureau of Vitsik had different ideas. It wanted to conduct a trial of the last Tsar before the proletarians of the Ural. This was to open at the end of July, and Trotsky was to take the role of public prosecutor. Further developments were cut short by the approach of the Czechoslovaks. The Ekaterinburg Chaika had just uncovered an officer's plot and arrested a number of agents sent by the ambassador of Serbia, Spalikovic. On July 12, the Soviet noted that it was impossible to proceed with the trial. The Czechoslovaks were approaching the town from both sides and could capture it before the end of the week. The decision was taken to execute the Romanovs without delay and to destroy their remains completely so that no relics might be left for future use. A worker from the Verkhnelsetsk factory, Pyotr Zakharovich Ermakov, was deputed to carry out the execution with a squad of reliable men. On the night of 15 to 16 July, around midnight, Nicholas II, the Tsarina, the Tsarevich Alexei, the 4 young Grand Duchesses, Dr. Botkin, and the former heir's governess and tutor, 11 persons in all, were asked to assemble in a ground-floor room. They expected to be transferred again somewhere else. They stood in a row facing a group of armed men. The The sentence of death in the name of the regional Soviet was read out to them, and they had no time to take it in properly. All that Nicholas II said was, in a surprised tone, "So we're not being transferred to another place?" He was never to recover from his surprise. Moments later, the Romanovs were no more than a heap of corpses hurled against a bullet-pitted wall. Their remains were taken, rolled in bedclothes, by lorry to an abandoned mine 8 versts from the city. There their clothing was meticulously searched. The garments of the Grand Duchesses were found to contain a large number of diamonds. The bodies were burned, and the ashes buried in a nearby swamp. This destruction was so effective that the Whites, despite 2 years of obstinate searching, found almost nothing. The Grand Duke Mikhail Alexandrovich, the Tsar's brother, in whose favor the latter had abdicated, had disappeared for some days. He was living at liberty in Perm. A group of workers, headed by Myasnikov, a determined old Bolshevik, had kidnapped him on the night of 12 to 13 July, pretending to make an arrest. The local authorities believed that he was in flight, but he had been shot. A number of other members of the royal house were interned in a disused school in the small factory town of Alipevsk, 250 miles to the northeast of Ekaterinburg. The Grand Dukes Sergei Mikhailovich, Igor, Konstantin, and Ivan Konstantinovich, Prince Palii, Elisabetta Fyodorovna, widow of the Grand Duke Sergei, assassinated in 1905, and Princess Helena of Serbia. These were shot on the night of 17 to 18 July, and their remains thrown down a mine shaft. The Bureau of the All-Russian Soviet Executive learnt of the Romanovs' execution during its session on the 18th. A draft decree on public health was being debated. Semashko was giving the report. Sverdlov entered and sat down at his place, just behind Lenin. When Semashko had finished, Sverdlov leaned over towards Lenin and murmured a few words to him. "Comrade Sverdlov requests a moment to make a communication." Sverdlov said with his level voice, "I have been informed that Nicholas has been shot at Ekaterinburg on the order of the Regional Soviet. Nicholas wanted to escape. The Czechoslovaks were approaching. The Bureau of Vitsik approves." There was silence. "We will pass," said Lenin, "to the detailed examination of the draft." A decree confiscating the property of the Romanovs was issued on the 19th of the month. 9. The terror and the will to victory. The Samara Constituent Assembly. A democratic government was being established in the Volga region under the protection of Czechoslovak bayonets. It was born at Samara on June 8. The Czechoslovaks captured the town at dawn, and a committee of 4 SR members of the Constituent Assembly, I. Brushvit, B. Fortunatov V. Volsky, and I. Nestorov, assumed power the same evening. In the name of the Constituent Assembly, it proclaimed the dissolution of the Soviets and the restoration of democratic liberties. Meanwhile, the Bolsheviks were being massacred in the streets. The committee informed the local court-martial of the names of any person resisting the authorities. A state security department with extraordinary powers was set up on August 9. The SR Constituent Assembly Committee assumed power in the towns of the Volga, following in the train of the Czechoslovaks. Each town became, as it was captured, the scene of a protracted massacre of communists and suspects. At Simbursk, most of the Red soldiers captured in the town were shot. There was a real epidemic of lynchings, wrote the Vestnik Monitor of the Constituent Assembly Committee on July 28. In Samara itself, the committee had to order an end to the summary executions, on pain of having to answer for these acts. This democratic government was reduced to begging the Czech commander in the town to protect the workers from the violence of reaction in their own districts. At Kazan, while the Czechoslovaks pursued the retreating Reds, men with weapons and white armbands roved the streets, searching houses and arresting suspects. Armed with previously prepared lists and led on by informers, they cut every Bolshevik throat on the spot. For several days, the streets were strewn with disfigured, undressed corpses. Any Reds found wounded were killed. Some of the bodies had their documents pinned to the chest. The title Commissar was displayed to explain why a man had his eyes poked out. After the passing of the first fury, the reprisals go on. Hardly less summary and not a whit less harsh. Class hatred is let off its leash. Each Red prisoner who walks the street, flanked by guards, is delivered to the rage of a well-dressed mob. Young women slapped them and spat in their eyes. The corpses were trampled underfoot. The eyes of the dead were gouged out, writes one witness. The trial of any Bolshevik amounted to the formality of a brief interrogation before execution. The old municipal institutions were born again, and the bourgeois newspapers reappeared with their announcements of the flight of Trotsky, the Allies' irresistible intervention, the atrocities of the Chinese, Lets and Germans who made up the Red Army. The Metropolitan Bishop of Kazan summoned the faithful for the defense of the church. The university placed itself patriotically at the disposal of the government. The professors, the generals, the students, and the old people of all classes are forming a militia so that the young men can go off to the front. Monitor of the committee. The organization of a national army was set going. Russia's gold reserves, which were deposited at Kazan, had fallen into the hands of the counter-revolution and were to provide a financial base for its cause over a long period. These reserves came to 657 million gold rubles, 6,500 million rubles of the existing currency, and 100 million in banknotes, plus an enormous hoard of securities and stocks of gold and platinum. The Constituent Assembly Committee passed decrees ratifying the nationalization of the land and the expropriation of the big landlords, but restored to their former owners all industrial enterprises that had been nationalized, municipalized, or seized. It took vigorous measures to organize the bourgeois classes and abolished workers' control over production. Its program can be summarized in a few words. Neither a monarchist reaction nor socialist experiments. Restoration of bourgeois democracy. The foreign policy of the Constituent Assembly Committee is already sufficiently known to us through a letter from M. Stephen Pichon to Vedanyapan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs at Samara. It also formed the subject of negotiations between Timofeyev, a member of the SR Party Central Committee, and the French agents Charles Dumas and Ehrlich. Military operations assumed more importance. Commander Alphonse Gouinet of the French military mission was influencing the Czechoslovak National Council. It was he who advised a quickening of the offensive against Simbirsk, Kazan, and Saratov in order to give assistance to the Allied effort. Another French officer, Captain Condit, paid a visit to Simbirsk for the purpose of hastening the capture of Kazan. In the eyes of the Allies, the Constituent Assembly Committee was the embryo of Russia's future national government. What were the social forces on which the committee relied? The Menshevik Maisky, a former member of this government of democratic counter-revolution, has drawn a precise portrait on this point. The hostility of the working class towards the committee was so great that the latter's attempt to create a docile Soviet with Menshevik assistance collapsed miserably, with the Soviet promptly passing a Bolshevik resolution. Mobilization was a dismal failure in the countryside. It got together scarcely 15,000 men, who had to be put away in barracks under the guard of white officers, instead of the 50,000 expected to respond to the appeal. These units, formed of young peasants dragged by force from their own villages, were quite unreliable. Sometimes they surrendered to the Reds after tying up their own officers. Only the petty bourgeoisie gave a rapturous reception to the new government. However, its democratic fancies, its attachment to the Republic and the red flag, which the socialist revolutionaries still flew on public buildings, very quickly upset the officers, who were mostly monarchists, the liberal industrialists, and the clergy. The bourgeoisie, which hankered for some kind of military dictatorship, began to view democratic illusions more and more as a watered-down variety of Bolshevism. It was waiting for its own moment, towards the terror. Little by little, more and more completely, the class war enveloped the whole of the countryside. The kulaks hid the grain, sounded the alarm when the food brigades approached, sometimes engaged in standing battles, but more often stole out at night to murder the workers who had come looking for grain. The poor peasants formed committees which worked as a substitute for the food supply organization and conducted requisitionings themselves. In the smallest villages, a war to the death flared up around the corn. There were interventions by Red troops. The newspapers were full of reports of this kind. Smirnovo district, Oral Gubernia. When a detachment of Red soldiers came to take the grain, the kulaks raised loud shouts of, "By what right do you come to take what you have not sown?" It was impossible to persuade them. They fired upon the brigade, killing the commissar and several soldiers. The provincial executive sent along a strong detachment accompanied by armored cars. The kulaks have been taught a good lesson. August 21st. There were incidents of priests refusing burial to those who were assailing the property of the church. At Livny, not far from Oral, a whole district rose in rebellion, with more than 300 counter-revolutionaries killed in the struggle and the subsequent repression. 20–23 August. In the cities, the famine was dreadful. Often the food services had to distribute raw grain instead of bread. When there was bread, it came mixed with straw and various assorted grains. Private bakeries were closed, and the prices of all foodstuffs and manufactured goods were fixed by decree. Nevertheless, the population was forced to resort to speculation with its high prices, which, though illegal, took place openly in the squares occupied by the huge standing markets, sometimes surrounded by squads of soldiers ready to carry out summary confiscations. Increasingly, barter replaced commerce in the stricter sense, and payment in kind eliminated the use of paper money. The Krasnaya Gazeta of Petrograd discussed the problem of the fuel which the city needed but could not pay for, and noted, "We have stocks of copper which we can give to foreign buyers in exchange for coal." Issue of August 1st. The towns continued to empty. The wealthy converted their riches into diamonds or foreign banknotes, acquired on the black market, and crossed the frontier, a journey not without risks. Anybody who could move into the countryside did so, lured by the presence of grain there. The population of Petrograd fell from 2,319,000 on November 1, 1915 to 1,480,000 on July 1, 1918, and continued to decline with great rapidity. Among the populace, hatred simmered and brooded. The Council of People's Commissars decreed that anti-Semitism was outlawed. Whole groups of counter-revolutionaries, chiefly officers, corrupt officials and bandits were being shot, 5, 10 or 15 at a time, with increasing frequency. It was not yet the terror, only its unmistakable prelude. At night, the towns slept under a suffocating darkness of ambush and conspiracies. The commanders of the Petrograd garrison had to issue a special order to their troops instructing them to be economical with the ammunition. For the night patrols were firing in utter confusion in the darkened streets. August 17th. The population of the factories and workshops was enlisted in the detachments of the food brigades and the Red Army. Often the Soviets introduced compulsory labor for the bourgeoisie on public works projects. On August 3rd, Kuzmin, press commissar of the Northern Commune of Petrograd, suppressed all bourgeois publications in a departmental minute of 3 lines. Some were still being published up till then. The Chaika announced that food saboteurs would be ruthlessly annihilated. On August 24th, a decree was issued abolishing private property in housing in all cities. It is difficult to catalog the various counter-revolutionary organizations unmasked and promptly destroyed by the Chaika, which wasted no time in any profound analysis of their nature. The case of the Polish legionaries, for instance, ended with 600 or so arrests at Vologda. To this town the French military mission had dispatched, and equipped with French documents, counter-revolutionaries of Polish origin who were supposed to be members of a Polish corps then in formation. 2 large organizations, mainly composed of officers, were uncovered. One devoted to the disorganization of transport, similar to Savinkov's apparatus, with which it was doubtless linked. The other consisting of constitutional Democrats, i.e. an agency of the liberal bourgeoisie. There were 150 arrests in Moscow. The Chaika proceeded noiselessly. These cases, which were scarcely mentioned in the press, if at all, were snuffed out in darkness. Actual executions, however, were still exceptional. Eventually Zinoviev, as chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the Northern Commune, published a warning that enemies of the Republic would from now on be executed. Counter-revolutionary agitation, incitement of Red soldiers to disobedience, the giving of assistance to the whites or the foreign powers, espionage, corruption, pogroms, thefts, banditry, sabotage, and other crimes would be immediately punished by death. The Chaika would conduct the shootings, and the names of those shot would be communicated to the press August 18th. No preliminary trial was envisaged in these rules. The list of crimes was so long and vague that the redoubtable commission actually enjoyed unlimited power. The weapon of the terror is now ready, but it will be used by the revolution only after the attempts at assassination that are at the moment being planned. The return of L. Kamenev to Russia shattered any remaining illusions, if any still lingered, on the attitude of the great powers to the revolution. Kamenev had left for Western Europe in April, charged by the Communist Party Central Committee with the task of informing Western socialists and public opinion of the truth about the Soviets, and doubtless too with the opening of official negotiations with the governments. He was surrounded by spies wherever he went, and assailed with slanders in the European press. France had refused him entry and Britain had expelled him. On his return, the Whites of Finland had kept him in prison for several months. He came back now to tell the proletarians of Russia, "Comrades, we are alone." Speech to the Petrograd Soviet, August 7th. The Republic, too, now changed its tone towards the foreign powers. An appeal, under the signatures of Lenin, Chicherin, and Trotsky, went out to the workers of France, Britain, America, Italy, and Japan, exhorting them to stop the intervention. If the Allies wish to help us in our sacred task of resistance, let them assist us in restoring our railways and our economic life, for a weak Russia is in no position to defend itself. But the Allies have not replied to our appeals. All they think of is to make us pay back the interest on the loans assigned in other times by French capital to Tsarism to lead it into the war, for which the Russian people has already paid in rivers of blood and in heaps of corpses. Too long we have tolerated the impudent insults of the representatives of imperialism and permitted to remain in Russia those who not long ago licked the boots of Tsarism. We have taken no reprisals against them, even though their hand in the conspiracies was clearly visible. The Ukraine, still occupied by the Germans, at this juncture became a blazing furnace. A left SR terrorist, Boris Donskoy, shot Field Marshal Eichhorn at Kiev on July 30th. From the middle of July till the middle of August, the railway workers struggled against the invader through strikes and acts of sabotage. German railwaymen had to be imported in order to keep the main lines open. On August 7th, the Military Revolutionary Committee of the Ukraine, a clandestine body naturally, declared war upon Hetman Skoropadsky and the occupying forces. Peasant risings burst out simultaneously everywhere. The regions of Poltava, Kiev, Chernigov, Ekaterinoslav were ablaze with war. An anarchist schoolmaster and former political prisoner, named Nestor Makhno, opened up guerrilla warfare at Gallipoli with 15 men at his side. These attacked German sentries to obtain weapons. Later on, Makhno was to form whole armies. The Germans repressed these movements with the utmost vigor, executing prisoners en masse and burning down villages. But it was all too much for them. The counter-revolution attempts assassination. With the Republic surrounded, starving and infested with conspiracies, it remained to deal a decisive blow at its head. The role of the proletariat's true leaders is crucial precisely because they cannot be replaced. Personal merit, authority, influence, all are historical products formed by the working class with the assistance of time and of the events for which nothing can substitute. The dominant classes which have attained a high degree of culture are in a position, during their periods of good fortune, to create in large quantities the leaders that they require. Whereas the working class, given its present state of oppression and lack of culture, can make up for the absence or the death of its leaders only by political organization. This is one of the grave problems confronting it in periods of crisis. The German working class movement has still, after 10 years, failed to find a replacement for Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. It remained, then, to strike down the revolution in the person of its leaders. The terrorist traditions of the Right SR Party were awakening persistent initiatives in this direction. The SR Central Committee, it is true, had declared that individual assassinations were impermissible now that Sodom had fallen. But following on the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly, the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and the pressure of the Allies, the mentality and the politics of the party had undergone a profound change. Meeting from 7 to May 14th, the 8th National Council of the SR Party had solemnly approved the principle of foreign intervention in Russia, in terms that were scarcely modulated even by hypocrisy. Considering that the policies of the Bolshevik government threaten the very independence of Russia, this 8th SR Party National Council is of the opinion that this danger can be removed only by the immediate liquidation of the Bolshevik government and the transfer of authority to a legitimate government elected by universal suffrage. Such a government could permit, for purely strategic purposes, the entry of Allied troops onto Russian territory, on condition that non-interference by the foreign powers in Russian domestic affairs and the territorial integrity of the country were guaranteed. This amounted to yet one more statement, sufficiently clear in its own terms, that against the Bolsheviks all means are good. The terrorists' Browning automatic is not so different as it may seem from the aeroplane of the Czechoslovaks. There existed at Petrograd an SR battle organization, a small compactly organized terrorist group. This group remained somewhat independent of the Central Committee, which reserved the right to disavow it if the necessity arose. It kept a close watch on Uritsky and Zinoviev, ready to put them out of the way. It had already assassinated the tribune Volodarsky. The chief of the group was K.I. Semyonov, who later, in 1921, was to cross over to Bolshevism and shed a clear light on the terrorist activities of his old party. The terrorists, there were about 10 of them, grouped themselves in Moscow in order to make simultaneous preparations for the assassination of Lenin and Trotsky. They divided Moscow into 4 sectors. In each of these, one observer and one executioner, assiduous in their attendance of the public meetings at which Lenin spoke on Fridays, waited for the opportunity to shoot him. This surveillance lasted about 5 weeks. The executioners consisted of 2 women, Konopleva and Kaplan, and 2 workers, Usov and Kozlov. I faltered, Usov recounted later. I had lost my faith. I had to leave the organization. On August 30th, as on the preceding Fridays, terrorists waited for Lenin at all the big workers' meetings. Novikov, an old SR worker who had been posted outside the Michelson works, saw him arrive. The terrorist Fanny Kaplan, a former anarchist, was in the hall armed with a pistol whose bullets Semyonov, the group leader, had tried to poison. Lenin arrived alone. No one escorted him and no one formed a reception party. When he came out, workers surrounded him for a moment a few paces from his car. It was at this moment that Fanny Kaplan fired at him, 3 times, wounding him seriously in the neck and shoulder. Lenin was driven back to the Kremlin by his chauffeur and just had the strength to walk upstairs in silence to the 2nd floor. Then he fell in pain. There was great anxiety for him. The wound in the neck could have proved extremely serious. For a while it was thought that he was dying. The wounded man's own strength carried him through. Lenin was back on his feet in around 10 days. 5 days later, the SR Party's Central Committee declared that it was completely dissociated from the attempt. It had made a similar declaration after the murder of Volodarsky. This disavowal, which was evidently impelled by the fear of terrible reprisals and by the party's awareness of its unpopularity, had a most distressing effect upon the terrorists themselves. The party's tradition was one of claiming and glorifying the attempts committed by its battle organization. "We were going to our death," one of them said, "in the name of the Central Committee, and the Central Committee was disowning us." So shameless was the duplicity of the SR leaders, Gotz and Donskoy, that at the very hour when they were drafting this repudiation their men were preparing to derail Trotsky's train. They believed that the disappearance of the Red Army's leader would cause the total collapse of the front. Watch was kept for Trotsky near the Kremlin, the War Commissariat, and the military departments. 5 agents, with the task of blowing up his train, went on a technical course prepared for them by an experienced terrorist. Trotsky was to leave for the front on the 6th. 2 terrorists, one of them a woman, waited for him at the station. If he escaped their bullets, Helena Ivanova was to make sure that his carriage blew up. All night long she waited in vain on the line to Kazan. Trotsky had gone by the Nizhny Novgorod line. Both capitals came into the scheme together. On the very day that Lenin fell in Moscow, the president of the Petrograd Chaika, Moise Salomonovich Uritsky, was killed by Kanagisser, an SR student who tried to seek refuge in the British Club. Kanagisser was a member of the People's Socialist Party, which was even more right-wing than the SRs proper. Did these actions have any direct links with the forces of foreign intervention? Pierre Pascal, who was in charge of coding at the French military mission, reports, "I personally deciphered a telegram which had to do with the use of terrorism. I declare categorically that the French military mission encouraged the acts of assassination that were committed in Russia. We shall see shortly how, for their part, British agents were making preparations to have Lenin and Trotsky put out of the way." Finally, Savinkov declares that the agents of the Czechoslovak National Council, who kept him supplied with funds, wanted him to spend the money in organizing terrorist attempts. the September days. Coming at such a moment, these simultaneous outrages could not fail to provoke a terrible wave of fury in the party and the proletariat. The feeling was that the moment of reckoning had now come in which the revolution had no alternative but to destroy or be destroyed. Before the enemy from abroad could be subdued, it was necessary to vanquish the enemy that lay within. The Krasnaya Gazeta of Petrograd wrote, "Now it is the time for our turn. We used to say that we would answer the death of one with the death of 1,000. Now we are obliged to act. Out of the way with the sentimentalists who are afraid to shed innocent blood. What bourgeois does not have on his conscience the ruined lives of working-class women and children? There are no innocents among them. Each drop of Lenin's blood must be paid for by the bourgeoisie and the whites in hundreds of deaths. The interests of the revolution demand the physical extermination of the bourgeoisie. They have no pity. It is time for us to be pitiless." August 31st. The same article emphasized that only those representatives of the bourgeois classes who had shown positive loyalty towards the regime deserved any mercy. Another editorial in this journal on the same evening went on, "Blood for blood. But no, we are not going to have a massacre, in which individuals hostile to the bourgeoisie might be killed and real enemies of the people would get away. It will be in an organized manner that we shall seek out the bourgeoisie, the well-fed ones and their hirelings. To organize the terror means to limit it." On September 2nd, as the Cheka is carrying out its summary executions, the Soviet government, determined to take decisive steps against the foreign intervention, has the British missions raided and the British charged d'affaires, Lockhart, arrested. The Anglo-French conspiracy is thus summarily unmasked. A proclamation from Wietzig converts the country into an armed camp whose defense is entrusted to a Revolutionary War Council headed by Trotsky. We shall use the terms Revolutionary Council of the Army and Revolutionary War Council interchangeably, since both are accurate translations. Readers will have to remember that only one organization lies behind these two names. On the next day, Red Terror is instituted in a decree signed by Petrovsky, People's Commissar of the Interior. Up till now, the order runs, the Soviets have taken only minor reprisals against the massacres of proletarians in Finland, the Ukraine and the Czech-occupied areas. An end to this clemency and slackness. All right SRs known to the local Soviets are to be arrested immediately. From among the bourgeoisie and the officers, large numbers of hostages are to be seized. At the least sign of White Guard resistance or activity, mass shootings are to be the rule, without further discussion. Provincial executive committees must take the initiative along these lines. These measures are to be instituted at once. The commissariat is to be informed immediately of any local authorities who drag their feet in these matters. On September 7th, the Cheka of Petrograd announced that 512 counter-revolutionaries had been shot, including 10 right SRs. Several days later, the Petrograd newspapers appeared carrying interminable lists of the names of hostages. Grand dukes, aristocrats, officers of all ranks, right-wing journalists, financiers, industrialists, merchants, between 500 and 600 in all, had been arrested in this way. At Kronstadt, 500 counter-revolutionaries were shot, according to an oral report delivered in mid-September at the Northern Commune Conference of Extraordinary Commissions. Executions were much fewer in Moscow, where lists of those shot were released to the public. In the first 10 days of the terror, there were around 60 executions. Several Grand Dukes, the former ministers Khvostov, Protopopov, Sheglovitov, and N.A. Maklikov, some officers and ex-policemen, a blackmailer, and a lawyer charged with possession of weapons. It is difficult to come by even an approximate picture of the scale of Red Terror in the provinces. Information of a highly fragmentary, almost random character was available in the newspapers. At Perm, we learned that 50 hostages were shot, followed by another 36. At Tver, nothing happened except the imprisonment of 150 hostages. From Penza, where one nobleman and some officers were shot in the first days, a telegram came on September 25th. The murder of the worker Yegorov has been avenged by 152 lives. From Kostroma they wrote that 7 whites had been executed and that the big bourgeoisie is in our power and we are keeping them busy cleaning the barracks. At Nizhny Novgorod, 41 priests, officers, policemen and capitalists were killed. At Orlov, near Vyatka, 23. At Shuai, 8. At Kursk, 9. The Chaika of a little place called Kerma sent Moscow a list of 12 counter-revolutionaries, bandits, thieves, and defrauders who have been executed. At Ivanovo-Voznesensk, a large textile center, 184 hostages were arrested and a concentration camp was established, but only a small number of executions took place. After September 5th, the party made visible efforts to moderate the terror. Petrograd's Krasnaya Gazeta wrote, "The bourgeoisie has been taught a cruel lesson. Let our enemies leave us in peace to build a new life. If they do so, we shall ignore their simmering hatred and stop hunting them out. The Red Terror is over until the White Terror begins again. The destiny of the bourgeoisie is in its own hands." On the following day it asked, "Are the White Guards going to risk the heads of their hostages? The front at home has been secured. The bourgeoisie is terrorized. Its fighting organizations are destroyed. Its plots revealed. Its plotters punished. From now on, let us deal with the military front." But in fact, these September days, so reminiscent of their parallel in the French Revolution, mark, like their predecessor, and for similar reasons, the inauguration of the era of the terror. The Lockhart affair. The Vichayka had known for some while that the threads of all the counter-revolutionary conspiracies could be traced back to the foreign mission stationed in Russia. On the very day of Uritsky's murder, it raided the British consulate at Petrograd. There were some bloody incidents. Captain Cromie resisted and was killed. One Chaika agent was killed and 2 were wounded. As a result, several counter-revolutionaries who had taken refuge at the consulate were arrested, and arms and documents were seized. The British charged affair in Moscow, Lockhart, was closely watched over a period of some weeks, even in his most secret activities. Like most foreign observers, he was principally interested in the Red Army squadrons whose formation was then underway, and most of all in the Lettish contingents, whose qualities of discipline and organization were exceptional. Lockhart established contact with a Lettish officer, whom he introduced to Grenade, the French consul, and to Lieutenant Sidney Riley, all without suspecting that he had landed himself with a Red counter-espionage agent. The Vichayka was thus admirably informed from the beginning. Organizations for espionage and counter-revolution existed in both the capitals. 2 officers, the Englishman Riley and the Frenchman de Vertemont, together with an individual named Calamatiano, were put in charge of the operations in Russia that were to be set in hand after the military missions had left. There were plans for the occupation of Vologda and for a coup in Moscow in the middle of September. The People's Commissars were to be arrested in the Kremlin during one of their council meetings. Riley, who was well informed on the Commissars' mode of working, laid special importance on the simultaneous arrest of Lenin and Trotsky, and was confident that he could bribe the Kremlin Guard. Lieutenant Sidney Riley was to be shot on the territory of the Soviet Union in 1928. After their arrest, the 2 leaders of the revolution were to be conveyed immediately to Archangel. Although, as Riley added, the safest thing would be to shoot them on the spot. Mr. Lockhart transmitted sums of money to Red officers on various occasions, to a total of 1,200,000 rubles. He also supplied them with false papers with the heading and seal of the British mission. Explosives, lists of conspirators, and military documents were discovered by the Red authorities, who also learned that the British and French were planning to destroy 2 bridges in order to cut off Petrograd's food supply. On the night of 31 August 1 September, the Vichayka raided a clandestine meeting. Among those picked up was an Englishman who at first refused to disclose his name. It was Mr. Lockhart. He was released shortly after, but a few days later was interned again in the Kremlin, where he was treated with such consideration that he made a special point of thanking Peters, one of the members of the Extraordinary Commission. General Laverne and Consul Grenade only escaped arrest by taking refuge in the Norwegian legation, which was kept under the strictest surveillance by the Reds. At this moment Litvinov and some other Bolsheviks were being detained in Britain and France. The Commissariat of Foreign Affairs successfully proposed an exchange of prisoners. The press of the whole world ran indignant commentaries on the Bolsheviks' criminal assaults against the sacred diplomatic rights of extraterritoriality and immunity. The Bolsheviks had put themselves outside the code of civilization. The governments of London and Paris threatened to take reprisals against any Bolsheviks who fell into their hands. Nevertheless, on Soviet territory the conspiracy of the powers was defeated. SVIAZHSK. The fate of the revolution was being decided at this very time at a small, obscure railway station, about 40 miles from Kazan on the route from Moscow. There the victorious advance of the Czechs and the Whites was halted against a line of pathetic, hastily dug trenches, behind which stood nothing but a will of iron. On August 8th, with the Eastern Front in complete disarray, Trotsky's special train left for Kazan, carrying nearly 200 communists picked from the most determined cadres. The train journeyed slowly, since it had to smash the resistance of the railway workers in its path. The line was so insecure that the passengers, who were organized on a strict military discipline, were put on the alert several times. The Whites had just captured Kazan. Some red regiments of comparatively recent formation had been betrayed by their officers and disintegrated before the enemy. The chaos among the Reds had almost resulted in the capture by the Whites of Vetsitis, the commander-in-chief of the whole front. With a handful of men to support him, he managed to clear a path for himself among the fugitives and the pursuers. What now remained of the Soviet forces hung on to the little station of Sviazhsk, on the bank of the Volga. It was here that Trotsky's train stopped. Its locomotive drove off, and in the decrepit yard nothing was left but this group of carriages that held the staff headquarters, the Revolutionary Tribunal, and all the departments of an army that did not yet exist. This train of Trotsky's was to become legendary. It was to be seen over the next 4 years on all the fronts, with the Revolutionary Army Council holding permanent session there. Its carriages were fortified by armor plate or sacks of earth, and equipped with machine guns and a cannon. However, the train at Sviazhsk at this time lacked organization and equipment of this kind. Another train followed, manned by 300 cavalrymen, along with an aeroplane, a garage truck for 5 cars, a radiotelegraph office, a print shop, and a tribunal. In short, a small military settlement. Sviazhsk barred the Czechoslovaks' access to the riverbed road to Nizhny Novgorod and the railway line from Kazan to Moscow. Its defenders knew it was the key to Central Russia, the final bastion for which they must be prepared to die to the last man. Those who slept on the station floor, in straw strewn with broken glass, were afraid of nothing, and almost past any hope of victory. Nobody wanted to know when the business would be over. Each hour of life had the fullness and freshness of some miracle. A plane came to drop bombs on the station. The sickening bark of machine guns came nearer, and then went away again, as did the murmuring voice of the big guns. And the soldier in his ragged cape, with a floppy old hat on his head and worn-out boots, this was the image of the defender of Sviazhsk, would consult his watch with a grin and say to himself, at 0300 hours, or at 0400 hours, or at 0620 hours, I am still alive then. Sviazhsk is holding on. Trotsky's train is over there, with a lamp shining in the window of the political department. Another day over. There were practically no medicines. Heaven knows how the doctors managed to dress wounds. The misery of our situation banished shame and fear. As the soldiers went to get their soup, they passed before the dead and the wounded lying in the open on their stretchers. Then came the rainy days of August. Our thin, badly armed lines never yielded at any point. The bridge stayed under our control, and the reinforcements began to arrive from the rear. Communications were now restored. Trotsky's organizing genius now became apparent. Across railways that were openly sabotaged, he could get to Sviazhsk not only fresh artillery but everything that was needed for resistance and for offensive. This, it should be noted, was in 1918, in a period when the excitement of demobilization was still strong, when the sight of a squad of well-dressed soldiers walking in the streets of Moscow would cause a sensation. To do this was to beat back the current, to fight against the weariness of 4 years of war, and against the stormy waters of the revolution itself, which over the whole country was sweeping aside the old hated discipline like so much flotsam. Against all odds, the rations, the newspapers, the boots, and the capes reached us. What sort of men were the defenders of Sviazhsk? Suddenly around Rosengoltz, there in his carriage, maps and typewriters seemed to shoot up from God knows where. The offices of the Revolutionary War Council had arrived. Rosengoltz set himself about building a powerful organizing apparatus, along lines of geometrical exactitude, its branches precisely defined. A simple, indefatigable character, Rosengoltz, despite the huge pistol that hung from his belt, had nothing at all martial either in his bearing or in his pale, rather gentle face. The great strength he emanated came from his personal capacity to regenerate, to reorganize, to rouse the circulation of a sluggish bloodstream to a feverish pace. Ivan Nikitich Smirnov, an old Bolshevik from Siberia and a former worker, was the communist conscience of Sviazhsk. Even among the non-party soldiers, and among communists who had not known him before, his absolute honesty and correctness were instantly recognized. It is likely that he never realized how he was feared, how men were afraid to be found cowardly and weak before him of all men, before this man who never raised his voice and was content to be simply himself, calm and courageous. We knew that in the worst moments of danger he would be the bravest, the most fearless. At Trotsky's side we could die in battle with the last cartridge gone, oblivious of our wounds. For Trotsky incarnated the holy demagogy of battle, with words and gestures summoning up the most heroic pages of the French Revolution's history. But with Smirnov beside us we could feel calm and clear-headed when we were right up against the wall, facing interrogation by the whites in some hellhole of a prison. That is what we used to whisper among ourselves on those nights of a quick freezing autumn, lying jumbled in our heaps over the station floor. These sketches by a woman fighter from Sviazhsk have seemed worth quoting. They sum up a whole spirit. A personal caliber and a moral nobility of this level makes men invincible, and it is the privilege of the greatest causes to raise men precisely to this level. Little by little, faith in victory, against an enemy who had been enormously superior in numbers, arms, and organization, began to crystallize. We could capture Kazan again. Fresh troops were arriving. A small airfield was laid down, though the aircraft at its disposal numbered only a squadron. The enemy began to realize that a force was being assembled at Sviazhsk that might soon prove formidable. The white attacks were regularly beaten back. Then two of the most remarkable leaders of the counter-revolution, Savinkov and a talented young strategist named Kappel, who was later to be killed in Siberia after ferocious battles, conceived an audacious plan of taking Sviazhsk by surprise. The whites made an extended circling maneuver, cutting the line to Moscow, and marched on Sviazhsk from behind. An armored train mounted with naval guns was sent to intercept them, but being badly commanded it was captured and burnt. The enemy was now less than 6 miles from Sviazhsk, cutting off any retreat overland. Panic now seized the Red forces. The Army's political department thought only of ensuring its own speedy evacuation along the Volga. A regiment which held the front by the river broke and scattered in flight. Commanders and commissars headed the route. These mobs of deserters invaded the ships of the Volga flotilla. The disarray seemed to be total. All that remained at Sviazhsk consisted of the offices of the Fifth Army's headquarters, Trotsky's train, and the staff in charge of the stores. Leon Davidovich mobilized the entire manpower of the train, office boys, telegraphists, ambulance men, in short anyone who could hold a rifle. These were about 500 men. The whites numbered double this. The offices were emptied. The rearguard no longer existed. Everything was thrown into the battle against the whites. The whole of the road down to the first houses in Sviazhsk was ripped up by shellfire. The battle lasted for several hours. The whites thought they were up against some formation of fresh, highly organized troops that their intelligence services did not know about. Wearied after a forced march of 48 hours, they exaggerated the strength of their opponents, not realizing that what faced them was no more than a handful of improvised troops who had only Trotsky and Slavin, an old officer who commanded the Fifth Army, at the back of them. They drew back. In order to make it quite clear that his troops were there to stay, Trotsky had deliberately omitted to have a locomotive coupled to his train. The bulk of the Fifth Army, numbering some 10,000 men, was gathering in front of Sviazhsk and on the further bank of the Volga for the offensive against Kazan. If Sviazhsk had been lost, the result would quite possibly have been the destruction of this army. The decisive effect of the victory of Sviazhsk was consolidated on the following day by a further exploit. A number of small torpedo boats had been brought from Kronstadt along the canals to form the Red Volga flotilla under the command of Raskolnikov, a young Bolshevik naval officer, and Markin, who was to die a hero's death. Trotsky and Raskolnikov had concocted a scheme of extraordinary daring to burn the enemy's small fleet, which was anchored at Kazan. The Red flotilla sailed down the Volga in the depth of night, with all lights doused. The torpedo boat carrying Trotsky and Raskolnikov was the only one that succeeded in passing the narrow entrance to Kazan harbor. With her rudder broken, the boat was for a moment in fantastic danger, caught against the side of an enemy vessel. The whole of the White Flotilla was set in flames. The Reds retired without losses. First victory, the capture of Kazan. On the following day, 27 communists who had yielded to the panic and taken flight were tried and shot. Several of them were old militants. A measure of this extreme severity was undoubtedly necessary. The whole army, writes Larissa Reisner, was saying that the communists were cowards, that they were exempt from the law, that they could desert and get away with it. Without the extraordinary gallantry displayed by Trotsky, the commander-in-chief and the members of the Revolutionary War Council, the prestige of the communists working in the army would have been finished for a long time. The communists were the heart and soul of the army. This ruthlessness was no novelty. Over the 25 days that Trotsky's train had been at Svyazk, revolutionary enthusiasm, or more exactly fanaticism, had been waging a merciless struggle against indiscipline and disorder. On August 14, Trotsky published the following order. I learn that the detachment of partisans from Petrograd has deserted its positions. I have ordered Commissar Rosengoltz to investigate the facts of the matter. The soldiers of the Red Army of Workers and Peasants are neither cowards nor scum. They want to fight for the liberty and happiness of the toiling people. If they retreat or fight badly, it is the fault of their commanders and commissars. I give a warning. If a unit retreats, first the commissar would be shot, then the commander. Courageous soldiers will be rewarded according to their merits and will be given commissions. Cowards, profiteers, and traitors will not escape bullets. I answer for this pledge before the whole Red Army. The Petrograd partisans, who had perhaps imagined that their status as volunteers from the capital would give them some indulgence, were sternly dealt with by a military tribunal. Several dozen of them were sent to their deaths. No army on active service has ever avoided measures of such rigor. War has always forced men to stand between the bullets of the enemy and the bullets of their comrades if ever through faint-heartedness they become the enemy's allies. The collective's instinct for self-preservation needs this iron law in order to vanquish the individual's identical instinct. And so these actions require no comment. At the very most, we are bound to emphasize once again the nature of the conditions in which the discipline of the Red Army was forged. At the beginning of his stay in Svyazk, Trotsky had to draft a long document in order to have a few typewriters sent across to his headquarters. On August 19th, he addressed a long reproof to the sailors of the Red Flotilla. When I paid a visit yesterday to the flotilla headquarters, I was dumbfounded by the spectacle that was presented to my eyes. The boat is full of strangers, but nobody is there to check passes. These indeed do not even exist. Anyone who pleases can go in. It is impossible to tell who is in charge of the vessel, or to know who runs the communications section. Men are sent out to various places and nobody knows who sent them. When they go off, they leave their dinghies abandoned for someone else to collect. No organization, no sense of responsibility. There are numerous women and children on board. No practical work is possible in these conditions. No military secrets can be kept. I have seen Commissar Markin with a mechanic who did not know how to start an engine. It's always the same, Markin said. When we have to retire to the rear, the engines work perfectly. When we have to advance to the line of fire, the engines go on strike. Comrade sailors, this state of affairs cannot go on. Let us think of the position of the country. If we capture Kazan, we will have breached the enemy front. Simbursk and Samara will simply fall into our hands. This persuasive argument ended with these words: everything must be set going militarily. Do not yield an inch of ground. Take from the enemy every inch you can manage. Take the offensive boldly and courageously. He who risks nothing always possesses nothing. I shake you fraternally by the hands, comrade sailors. The leader who used this language and signed orders of the strictest inflexibility had to expose himself to fire, with his men, from time to time, in the front rank. This builder of an army worked his way through persuasion, through example, and through rigor. His inward certainty of victory gave him a self-assurance that could be terrible. In towns occupied by the enemy, he had notices of warning scattered in the following terms. Citizens of towns which are temporarily captured by the White Czech forces remain subject to the laws of the Soviet Republic. No person has the right to invoke the duress of the invaders to justify acts of treason committed against the power of the workers and peasants. Whoever, during the rule of the White Czechs, lends assistance to the enemy will be shot. The personal goods and estates of any participants in bourgeois sedition, as well as of their accomplices, shall be confiscated. These goods will be used to compensate the families of the workers and peasants who have fallen under the blows of the counter-revolutionaries and, more generally, the toilers who have suffered under the bourgeois rebellion. August 15, 1918. Workers mobilized by the Whites were ordered, on pain of death for any default, to pass over to the Reds, order of August 27 on mobilization. At the time when Trotsky's train arrived, all that existed at Sviazk, according to the report of one able member of the Revolutionary Council, S.I. Guzov, was a formless mass of 10 to 15,000 men, divided up into several dozen regiments, some formed long ago, others made up from little partisan groups. Some of these formations were so demoralized that they refused to enter battle, as was the case with the 4th Latvian Regiment, whose 2 leaders, both communist, were sent before the Revolutionary Tribunal. The other units, if they fought at all, often gave way before an enemy that was less numerous than they, but active and better organized. The political departments, the tribunal, and the intelligence services were staffed by inexperienced people. To sum up, little or no self-confidence, lack of initiative, passivity, indiscipline from top to bottom. Trotsky's special train imbued the doomed station of Sviazk with the determination to win, strong initiative, and an active rhythm in all departments of the army's machinery. From the very first days, it could be sensed that a sharp change had taken place. It began to be felt first in matters of discipline. The severe methods practiced by Trotsky were supremely adequate and necessary in this time of partisan warfare, indiscipline and insufferable conceit. Out of the straggling horde of beaten soldiers from Kazan there came a powerful, self-assured army, which was to enter Kazan once again. When the news of Fanny Kaplan's attempt arrived, Trotsky returned for a few days to Moscow. There he was able to inform Vitsik that the situation was stable and in hand, and that the Red forces were able to cope with any unpleasant surprises. On September 9th, the sailor Markin knocked out an enemy battery inside Kazan itself. On the following day, the Reds recaptured the city. The workers in the arsenal at Kazan had risen against the Whites a few days previously and been massacred. All young men in the city had been conscripted by the Constituent Assembly Committee and marched away by force. The bourgeois population had been in flight during 4 whole days, in interminable convoys of fugitives, taking away with them everything that they could. In the courtyard of the prison, a row of fresh corpses. The arrival of the Red Cavalry commanded by the legendary Azin had interrupted the executions. Trotsky's voice echoed out in the Soviet. Now that the workers are being charged with committing cruelties in the Civil War, we must reply, instructed by our experience. The only unpardonable sin which the Russian working class can commit at this moment is that of indulgence towards its class enemies. We are fighting for the sake of the greatest good of mankind, for the sake of the regeneration of mankind, to drag it out of the darkness, out of slavery. The Volga, the Ural, the Kuban. 2 days later, on the 12th, the First Army under the command of Tukhachevsky captured Simbirsk. On the following night, it forced a way across the Volga. To do this, it had to gain control of an iron bridge, 1 kilometer long, which was straight in the enemy's line of fire. A driverless locomotive was sent towards it, full steam ahead, followed by an armored train, then by an infantry brigade. Artillery thundered from both banks of the river. The battle was lit up by barges set aflame by the Whites. The enemy, unnerved by this frontal attack, retreated in disorder. The army which achieved this exploit was a youthful one. Tukhachevsky, coming to his command at the end of June, had found it living inside trains from which it never ventured out, being content to do its fighting along the railway tracks. The general staff was composed of 5 comrades. No administration existed. No one knew how many troops there were. The provision of food was entirely due to the ingenuity and energy of one comrade who intercepted all trains passing through the region. The plan drawn up by the Revolutionary War Council was now being put into operation. From the White Sea to the Black Sea, 12 armies had been successfully formed. Their disposition was as follows. In the north, blocking the advance of the British past Shenkersk in the Dvina region, was the 6th Army. Between Perm and Ekaterinburg lay the 4th. Between Perm and Kazan, the 2nd. At Kazan, the 5th. Farther south, now threatening Samara, was the 1st under Tukhachevsky. At Saratov, the 4th. At Tsaritsyn, the 10th under Voroshilov. In the northern Caucasus, the 11th and 12th. These armies all number between 8 and 15,000 men, except for the 10th, an imposing force of 40,000 men, 240 cannon and 13 armored trains facing Ataman Krasnov's Don Cossack army, which was almost equally matched, and the 2 North Caucasian armies. The latter, over 100,000 Reds, kept a similar number of Whites occupied with a mobile war that was prodigal in exterminations, sackings of towns, atrocious reprisals, and deeds of valor. The Red Army came into being in a class struggle that, owing to the terror, had turned into a primitive, even though organized, version of the struggle for life. We will dwell for a moment on a few brilliant pages of this epic, which are far too little known. Better than any lengthy exposition, they will provide an understanding of what this war was, and of why the Reds were bound to win. In May, the workers of Ekaterinburg and the miners of Chelyabinsk had assembled their first contingents to do battle against Dutov's Cossacks close to Orenburg. When the Czechoslovaks marched towards the Ural, all the factories rose to arms, creating new brigades which massed around the earlier volunteers. The people of Ekaterinburg, Verkhnarolsk, and Troitsk thus formed a small army of some 10,000 men, possessing 60 machine guns and a dozen cannon, but with so few officers that commissions had to be conferred on Communist Party members, members of the Soviets and former officers. The command of this force fell upon a Bolshevik worker who had been an NCO, Blyakir. The Czechs captured Verkhnarolsk, and Blyakir's small army was swollen by some 2,000 refugees. The proletarians of the captured town came out in carts, bringing their families and all their most treasured possessions: the samovar, the bedding, the household linen. They also brought a gold reserve of 130 kilos. The army was practically surrounded. Where could they go? Should they try and reach Turkestan, or work back along the lower Volga? They decided to cross over the ridges of the Ural Range so that they could link up with the Red Army in the north. It was both a guerrilla war and a people's migration. At every big factory, the army was reinforced with fresh partisans and new contingents of fugitives. Just by Verkhnarolsk itself, at a point where it was necessary to force their way through, the partisans, short of ammunition, had to make a charge with bayonets and pikes against an eminence defended by Cossacks, officers, and high school pupils. Face to face, the combatants stood and recognized one another. Inhabitants of the same streets, neighbors, cousins, workers, and bosses, sometimes fathers and sons. They wavered for a moment, reluctant to seize each other's throats. Then body tangled with body in frenzied battle. The Reds passed on. The armament of both sides was appalling. Old rifles were wrenched from museum displays, hunting rifles were brought along, pikes and clubs were crudely fashioned, like those of the jacqueries of medieval times. Bullets were molded by any apparatus that came to hand. Wooden rattles were used to simulate machine gun fire. In the rear, children of 10 drove the carts, where the women and the wounded lay keeping up a hail of gunfire. Neither the Whites nor the Reds took any prisoners. Perfect discipline and superb organization sprang up in this army, where soldiers and leaders received the same pay, 150 rubles a month, where the commanders went into battle like everyone else, where cartridges were in such short supply that they became a precious object of barter. At the end of a month of privations and struggles, with the Urals behind them, they reached the factories of Bogoyavlensk and Arkhangelsk close to Ufa. There a new act of heroism became necessary, since the breakthrough at this point looked extraordinarily difficult. They had to abandon their families. The immense sacrifice was voted by a mass of raised hands, in a crushed silence. On September 2nd at Krasny Yar, Blyakir's army, swept with constant machine gun fire from the Whites, was trapped by the side of a deep river, the Ufa. A bridge was constructed in a single night, with tree trunks crudely joined together. Again the Reds passed on. They had imagined that every man among them was doomed to perish. Their command, determined to make a stand till the last cartridges were gone, had made the final arrangements. Each soldier was to keep his last bullet for a comrade. The army commander, the last to be left standing, was to be the only one to kill himself. When the other side of the river was reached, 200 prisoners were taken. Not one of them was spared. Finally, on September 13th, the Ural partisans effected their link with the Third Red Army, near Kungur to the south of Perm. In 50 days of fighting over the Urals peaks, they had covered about 1,000 miles. Some 1,200 miles from them, during approximately the same dates, another Red Army was performing a similar exploit. 16,000 guerrillas, followed by a population of refugees, some tens of thousands of souls, who had been separated from the Red forces of the Kuban as the result of a defeat, fought a long retreat over the Taman Peninsula, which takes the mountains of the Caucasus towards the Crimea. There they found themselves blockaded in a hopeless position. Only one path was open to them, the dike that extends towards the south alongside the azure waters of the Black Sea. The sea was patrolled by German cruisers. The mountains overhanging the dike were full of enemy soldiers. Along the shore were small towns, ruined and famished. No chance of obtaining food from here. Overhead, a scorching sun. This human flood followed the line of the dike. They had to march without stopping so as not to die of hunger. Their necessity created discipline, order, leaders. A former captain, a peasant's son named Epiphany Kovtiuk, laid down the law of common safety for the partisans. His column, breaking through every obstacle in its way like a battering ram, soon felt irresistible. The army and the refugees kept alive on maize, nuts, and wild fruit, half naked in their rags, leaving stragglers to die by the roadside. They journeyed on in the burning dust. On August 16th, after a fortnight of marching and fighting without quarter, they found their path barred by the impregnable outpost of Tuapse, which was defended by a Georgian garrison. The enemy, there in his eagle's nest bristling with guns, was sure of victory. But some of the partisans managed to scale the rock face with the help of bayonets driven into the winding crags. At dawn, the Reds rushed into the fortress and were merciless. Then the army marched against Makop, where General Pokrovsky was engaged in an orgy of bloodlust. Hangings, saberings, shootings, to an estimated total of 4,000 dead. The town has 45,000 inhabitants. In the glades on their journey, the Reds found crucified women. They smashed Pokrovsky's cavalry. They captured Makop. They captured Armavir, September 25th. Epiphany Kovtiuk's retreat from Taman has been described by the writer Serafimovich in a novel which both sticks fairly closely to the historical truth and effectively reconstructs the atmosphere. The Iron Torrent. There is a translation of it in French. No decisive military importance can be attached to the heroism of the Ural fighters, nor to that displayed by the partisans of the Kuban. But these things should be known if the victory of the Reds is to be understood. Sviazhsk, the Ural, Tuapse, these three simultaneous feats of daring witness the same social imperatives, the same drive to win or, more simply, to survive. Rise and decline of the democratic counter-revolution. The Ufa Directorate. Meanwhile, as the Reds were gaining strength, the democratic revolution was correspondingly finding itself in the midst of increasing difficulties. The Constituent Assembly Committee in Samara had received a warm welcome only from the wealthy classes. It now had to suppress revolts inside the factories and disturbances in the country districts, which had become indignant with the mobilization and the requisitionings. Even the bourgeoisie detached itself from the Samara regime and began to look towards Siberia, where reaction appeared predestined to assume a dominant role. The socialist revolutionary government enjoyed, in fact, two sources of support: the bayonets of the Czechoslovaks and the White Terror. The most significant episodes of the struggle in this phase were the massacre of the insurgent workers from the Kazan arsenal, a few days before the Reds entered the city, the massacre of the workers of the munitions factory at Ivashchenko near Samara, who had also revolted. Here 1,500 men, women and children were sabered down, the massacre of the 306 political prisoners who had been evacuated towards Ufa following the fall of Samara. The white officers who were sent into the countryside to mobilize conscripts treated the peasants according to the old customs of Tsardom. They arrested suspects and sometimes gave estates back to the expropriated landlords. They ordered floggings for the recruits, the local dignitaries, suspects, and complainers. Here, as an illustration, is a passage from one of the many reports published in the Constituent Assembly supporters' own newspapers, District of Klyachevsk. A Cossack brigade of 200 men surrounded the town and stopped everyone from going out until the workers had returned from the fields. In the evening, 18 persons were arrested. Those due for recruitment had hidden away. Their fathers and mothers were flogged. In the morning, those arrested were taken into the square, where they were forced to undress and lie down on their clothing. All of them were then flogged, and 2 peasants were taken into a courtyard and shot. Colonel Galkin, the organizer of the National Army, ordered trials for the relatives of peasants who had deserted, and for any local authorities who displayed insufficient energy in the campaign against desertion. The growing unpopularity of the Constituent Assembly supporters in the countryside materially assisted the activity of the Reds. At this time, about 20 counter-revolutionary governments existed between the Ural and Vladivostok. The Committee for the Constituent Assembly seemed to be the one with the most authority. It was the only democratic one, with the greatest support from the Czechoslovaks, and the most influential in European Russia. Its principal rival was the regional government of Siberia, whose seat was at Omsk and whose territory extended as far as Chelyabinsk. The government of the Ural, headed by a liberal industrialist L.I. Kroll, had cordial relations with the open reactionaries at Omsk, bourgeois cadets and Cossack generals, these last with real effectives at their command enjoying the use of sabers and horses. The Czechs kept up their end of the front only to give the Russians an opportunity to establish a national army, and were pressing for the creation of a Russian central authority. There thus arose the idea of a conference of the various anti-Bolshevik governments. The Ufa Conference, meeting from 8 to 25 September, assembled the representatives of the Constituent Assembly, the Samara Committee for the Constituent Assembly, the regional government of Siberia at Omsk, the provisional regional government of the Ural, the Cossacks of the Ural, Siberia, Eastern Turkestan, Yenisei, Astrakhan and Irkutsk, the Bashkirian government, the Alash Orda Kyrgyzian government, the National Council of Turks and Tatars, a provisional Estonian government, the Congress of Towns and Zemstvos of the Volga, Ural, and Siberia, and the central committees of the following parties: SR, Menshevik Social Democrats, People's Socialist, Unity Social Democrat, Edinstvo, Plekhanov's Group, People's Freedom, Cadet Party, League for Renewal. The several governments of the Far East were not represented. The SR Democrats from Samara N. Avksentiv, Gentleman, Argunov, Zenzinov, Catherine Breshko-Breshkovskaya, Volsky, and Vedenyapin set the tone from the first in this variegated assembly, which brought together elbow-to-elbow sincere socialists, former terrorists, monarchist generals, Cossack atamans, businessmen, industrialists, liberal professors, bourgeois leaders of national minorities, foreign agents, and adventurers. The conference, with a benediction from the Archbishop Andrei, opened with a religious service held in the cathedral square. In it, 2 tendencies were immediately at loggerheads. On one side, the SRs, who wanted a democratic, parliamentary, republican counter-revolution led by a government responsible to the Constituent Assembly. On the other, the generals, the bourgeoisie, and the most far-sighted men of action, who wanted a military dictatorship at first, followed by a regime based on the reactionary forces. Each of these tendencies lent for support upon a government. It was Omsk versus Samara. The cadet orator L.A. Kroll advocated an authority that will be strong, supreme, personal, uncontrolled, and responsible to no one. The capture of Kazan by the Reds weakened the position of the SRs. However, the Czechoslovaks were hostile to the monarchist reactionaries. The conference adopted a compromise solution by establishing a directorate of 5 members, armed with the most extensive powers pending the convening of the Constituent Assembly. These 5 were the most right-wing of the right SRs N. Avksentiv, the party's outstanding orator, a cadet bourgeois N.I. Ostrov, a liberal general Boldarev, a liberal representative of the Siberian government Vologodsky, and the old populist socialist Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovsky was absent from the proceedings and was to be called on to head the national government of the North at Archangel, under the British occupation. Among the deputy members were the SRs, Argunov and Zenzinov, and the old monarchist General Alexiev. The directorate set itself the following tasks: the abolition of the Soviet regime, the return of the lost territories to Russia, the cancellation of all treaties concluded by the Bolsheviks, the implementation of the treaties linking Russia with the Allied powers, the resumption of the war against the German coalition, the formation of a powerful national army, the establishment of a democratic regime. This program received the approval of the representatives of Czechoslovakia and France, in the person of M. Genet, and Mr. Alston, the British chargé d'affaires in Siberia, sent his government's best wishes to the conference. The British people observes with relief that Russia, justifying the trust that the Allies have never ceased to place in her, is returning to the field of battle. They offer her a helping hand, in a spirit of joy. May the Conference of Ufa succeed in founding the new Russia, strong and free. The counter-revolutionaries' rear was in a state of ferment, stricken by demoralization. Their front line was caving in under the Red Army's battering ram. The Czechs, tired now of bearing the brunt of resistance to the Reds almost unaided, were giving way. The Japanese were beginning their systematic plan of conquest in the Far East. The forces of outright reaction, encouraged by the Allies, were engaged in establishing military dictatorship in Siberia. But the party of the middle classes, utterly unable to draw any lesson from its own experiences, totally blinded by its democratic illusions, continued to build on sand in the midst of the hurricane. The terror becomes permanent. After the September days, the terror does not die away. It slackens and becomes systematic. The newspapers are already publishing several times a week the communiques of the extraordinary commissions. These, in every corner of the country, are proceeding with summary executions of criminals and counter-revolutionaries. One issue of Izvestia, for October 24, 1918, which we cite simply as an example, contains 2 columns of information of this sort. It is worth going through. The Chaika of Yegorivsk district has had a counter-revolutionary priest interned in a monastery for 3 years. That in Ivanovo-Voznesensk has sentenced a speculator, who insulted a commissar during a search, to 5 weeks of imprisonment and a fine of 30,000 rubles. That in Meschovsk district has shot a former police official, a keen Black Hundreds member, and adds, "The population is calm." That in Kozel announces simply that it is suppressing agitation among the priests and kulaks. At Mynievsk, a right SR has been executed. At Perm, they are mainly using fines. The commission is publishing a bulletin to keep the population informed of what it is doing. Then comes a new headline, War Against Corruption. An investigating magistrate from the All-Russian Central Commission and his office boy have been convicted of bribe-taking and been shot. There follows a list of 16 criminals executed by order of the Central Commission. Forgers, bandits, a Chaika soldier who forged a stamp from a cooperative, a Chaika commissar who tried to sell a revolver. The commission at Kotlas has shot a citizen guilty of conducting counter-revolutionary agitation. The commission in Shuai announces the execution of 7 thieves, assassins, and provocateurs. This cutting from Izvestia gives quite a good picture of the Red Terror, which is not only a necessary and decisive weapon in the class war but also a terrible instrument for the inner purification of the proletarian dictatorship itself. The Extraordinary Commission, writes one of the men who directed the terror, is neither an investigating commission nor a tribunal. It is an organ of struggle, acting on the home front of the civil war by the methods of investigation, the tribunal and armed force. It does not judge the enemy, it strikes him. It is not concerned with establishing and grading the guilt of individuals. It asks itself what social class, what background the adversary belongs to, whether he is dangerous and if so in what measure. The commissions conducted investigations that were sometimes summary, sometimes long and complex, always in virtually total secrecy, without admitting the right of defense. The investigating judge reached his conclusions on his own responsibility. The commission pronounced sentence without hearing the accused. When there was any question of the death penalty, the verdict had to be agreed unanimously. At the beginning, the commissions were composed of 12 members, with a single vote sufficing to veto a death sentence. Executions usually took place in absolute secrecy, to avoid arousing untoward emotions among the populace. In large cities, they were often carried out in cellars by revolver. The local commissions were gradually, though not without friction, made subordinate to the Central Commission. A special section was established to combat espionage and counter-revolution in the Army and Navy, and another for the surveillance of the transport system. The commissions undertook a census of the whole bourgeois population for the purpose of selecting hostages from them. Dzerzhinsky and the other chiefs of the Vychaika repeatedly instructed them to avoid arrest except in cases when it was really necessary. And Order Number 83, sometime in November 1918, even ordered the release from confinement of those members of the KD, Constitutional Democrat Party, the organization of the big bourgeoisie, who had not engaged in any noteworthy political activity. The commissions held a number of local and regional conferences. One of these, in mid-October in Petrograd, brought together the heads of all the Chaikas in the Northwest. It transpired there that the commissions still had only very spasmodic sources of funds, such as fines and levies. Zinoviev, who presented the report, mentioned the left SRs, who had just incited a disturbance in the city, and stressed that from now on only the Communist Party could function freely. In addition, he pointed to the dangerous vices and pretensions of certain commissions who were tending to substitute themselves for the local authorities. A tendency towards a dictatorship of the extraordinary commissions was becoming visible. He emphasized sharply how necessary it was to punish corrupted commissars with the severest rigor. Peters, one of the heads of the Vychaika, protested in the same month at the undesirable forms that the system of terror was assuming in the provinces. Izvestia, October 29. A dispute arose over the respective spheres of competence of the Commissariat for the Interior and the Chaikas. There can be no doubt that a large number of abuses were committed. The running of the prisons in this epoch of famine, epidemics, and an extreme hardening of personal behavior was simply detestable and provoked several interventions in the press from influential communists. Many cases dragged on for ages, others were polished off crudely. Karl Radek was one of the first to propose new forms of terror, more rational than summary executions. The bourgeoisie, he declared, must be hit in its economic privileges. Before winter begins, let us requisition the warm clothing, the comfortable houses, all the surplus that comes from individual affluence. Let us give it all to the army, to the workers. Let us pass draconic legislation against conspiracy. It is impermissible for there to be luxury restaurants in Moscow like the Praga. It is impermissible that the bourgeoisie should muffle itself in costly furs while the red soldier at the front suffers from the frost. That was the state of things still. Izvestia, October 6. What was the scale of the Red Terror? All that we have available to answer this question is very incomplete data. No regular statistics were issued in the first months. The official figures published by Latsis are based on information often of a random character. With these reservations in mind, let us examine them. The extraordinary commissions were set up, as we know, in December 1917. In the first 6 months of their activity, they executed only 22 people. In the last 6 months of 1918, more than 6,000 executions were proceeded with. The monthly average of executions for 1918 is counter-revolutionaries, 380, dishonest and criminal officials, 14, speculators, 3. The Red Terror, in 4 years of revolution, perhaps spilt less blood than what flowed on certain days during the Battle of Verdun. Outline of a parallel, 1793 and 1918. Some striking parallels can be traced between the French Revolution and the Russian Revolution, even in the details of events and actions. Even the dates provide some impressive coincidences. Thus, the days of 2, 3, 4, the 5th and the 6th of September in 1792 and 1918 are marked in both cases by the extermination of domestic enemies inside the prisons. The Paris of 1792 rose to arms mercilessly when the news came of the entry of the Prussians into Verdun. The proletarians of Petrograd and Moscow took up the sword once the Czechs had captured all the major towns on the Volga, and when the British were seizing Archangel and Murmansk. In both revolutions, decisive crises appeared in the summer months, July, August, and September. This was true of France in 1792 and 1793, in Russia in 1917, 1918, and 1919. Doubtless these months are the most propitious for the waging of war, for reasons climatic, biological, human energy reaching its peak of expression at this time, and social, the closeness of harvest time. The crisis of July-August-September 1918, whose direct and necessary result was the Red Terror, vividly recalls the situation that beset the French Revolution during the same months in 1793, after the betrayal of Dumouriez and the Vade Rebellion, with Normandy, Bordeaux, and Lyon all in revolt. Charlotte Corday had murdered Marat. The coalition powers were invading France. The British were capturing Toulon. Conspiracy, treason, and famine were undermining the revolution from within. William Pitt was organizing the coalition of Europe for the defense of civilization against the sans-culottes. The London press was supplying horrifying details on the Jacobin atrocities. The Commune of Paris and the Committee of Public Safety gave the enemies of the revolution their reply: the mass call to arms, the terror, the law of the maximum. The revolutionary tribunals were no less prompt in their operation than the extraordinary commissions. In France as in Russia, it was necessary to galvanize the spirit of the army, subdue the generals by demanding their heads in case of defeat, and send members of the convention into the armies. Carnot fulfilled the same role as Trotsky. The Jacobin terror seems to us to have been much bloodier than the Bolshevik one. Certainly it was crueler. At Angers, the condemned were led to the place of execution, to the sound of music, with the roads lined with members of the revolutionary authorities dressed in festive costume and with soldiers. At Nantes and Lyon and in the Vade, the revolution cut off heads by thousands. In Paris, 1,376 fell in 9 days after the decree of 22 Prairial. It should be noted that France at this time had between 25 and 30 million inhabitants. But historic necessity needs no justification. There has never been a war, never a revolution without terror. In the class war, terror has from time immemorial been the favorite weapon of the property classes. Turn back to the history of the Reformation and the religious wars of the Jacqueries, of the English Revolution in the 17th century, of the War of Secession in the United States. And remember above all the experience of these last 10 years. The discipline of all the armies of the Great War, all of them so lavish in heroism, rested in the end on terror. Does anyone know the number of those sent to the firing squad by courts-martial? In Central Europe, in Finland, in Spain, in Italy, in the Balkans, capitalism, when threatened, has resorted to the white terror, which is elevated by fascist dictatorship into a permanent system. Besides, it is out of white terror that red terror is born. The workers and peasants, little enough inclined to take to the sword, in view of their inexperience in power and the generous idealism of many revolutionaries, learnt their lesson from the defenders of tsardom and of capitalism. It is even somewhat disconcerting to see the leniency of the victors towards the vanquished, both after the fall of the autocracy and after the October Rising. After the Red October, the ultra-reactionary leader Purishkevich was quietly set at liberty. The Cossack Ataman Krasnov, captured with arms in his hands, was released on parole. The Moscow Junkers who massacred the workers in the Kremlin arsenal were simply disarmed. It took 10 months of bloodier and bloodier struggles, of plots, sabotage, famine, assassinations. It took foreign intervention, the White Terror in Helsinki, Samara, Baku in the Ukraine. It took the blood of Lenin before the revolution decided finally to let the axe fall. This in a country where over a whole century the masses had been brought up by the autocracy in the school of persecutions, flogging, hangings, and shootings. During the same period, in the territories occupied by the counter-revolution, the White Terror claimed infinitely more victims. There are no statistics to enlighten us on this point, but the facts reported in great profusion in the memoirs both of white and of red combatants are truly frightful. We have pointed out a few. General Pokrovsky massacring 4,000 men at Maykop, Northern Caucasus. 1,500 workers killed by the Whites and Czechs at the Ivashchenkovo factory near Samara. In the small town of Troitsk, Ural region, the White Czech forces slaughtered several hundred Reds. Bands of Kornilov's officers passed through the little town of Lazanka in the Don region. They had just received casualties of 3 dead and 17 wounded. They left behind them, in this one village, 507 corpses. Larissa Reisner's account tells us that in the time of the Czechoslovaks, the corpses never stopped drifting along the Volga. But with these numberless victims, the civilized world, that is to say, the capitalist world, has scarcely ever concerned itself, except to make sure that the numbers went up. It shut its eyes to the White Terror, the work of its own soldiers. It was the Red Terror that plunged it into a holy fury. The theory of terror. The writings of Lenin contain no more than a few references, incidental and formal, to the terror. the stark necessity to break ruthlessly and decisively the resistance of the property classes was self-evident in the eyes of Lenin and the Bolsheviks, who for this very reason thought it superfluous to prove the matter theoretically. From the first days of the revolutionary government, Lenin had pressed for stern measures and fought against the pacifist illusions and impermissible weaknesses of his immediate circle. Stupidities, stupidities, he would repeat. Do they think they can make a revolution without shooting people? Do you think that you can master your enemies by disarming yourself? What other methods of repression are at your disposal? Imprisonment? Who, during a civil war, will allow himself to be deterred by that when both opponents have the same hope of coming out top? He added a footnote to one page of his pamphlet Left Infantilism and the Petty Bourgeois Mentality. Written in May, let us look squarely at the truth again. The pitiless harshness which is necessary for the victory of socialism is still lacking in us, and it is not that we lack determination. We are quite determined enough. But we have been unable to catch quickly enough a sufficient number of the speculators, marauders and capitalists who break the Soviet laws. In the second place, our tribunals are lacking in firmness when, instead of shooting defrauders, they give them 6 months' prison. These two faults have the same social root: the influence of the petty bourgeois element, its flabbiness. He was too realistic to avoid the conclusion that, in a revolution, greater energy is equivalent to greater humanity. Trotsky. Hesitations and weaknesses have a heavy cost. The more decisively a struggle is waged, the less long and costly it is, the better chance of success it offers. The clemency which treats with tyranny is barbarous. Robespierre declared to the National Convention. The theory of terror was expounded by Trotsky in 1920, in a book devoted to the refutation of a work by Karl Kautsky with the same title, Terrorism and Communism. The Red Terror, Trotsky writes, is not to be distinguished in principle from the armed insurrection, of which it is no more than a continuation. The terror of a revolutionary class in power can be condemned, from the moral point of view, only by a person who, verbally, to be sure, condemns all violence on principle. Terror is powerless, and even then only in the ultimate reckoning, when it is exercised by reaction against a class which has rebelled through the laws of its historical development. Against the reactionary class, on the other hand, which is reluctant to leave the stage, it cannot but be efficacious. It is for this profound reason that the Red Terror is always far less bloody than the White Terror. The toiling masses use terror against classes which are a minority in society. It does no more than complete the work of newly arisen economic and political forces. When progressive measures have rallied millions of workers to the cause of revolution, the resistance of the privileged minorities is not difficult to break at this stage. White terror, on the other hand, is carried out by these privileged minorities against the laboring masses, whom it has to slaughter, to decimate. The Versaillais accounted for more victims in a single week in Paris alone than the Cheka killed in 3 years over the whole of Russia. The key to victory in civil war is basically the same as that in wars between states. It is a question of annihilating a part, the best part, of the human forces of the enemy and of demoralizing and disarming the others. Modern warfare tends increasingly to nullify any distinction between combatants and non-combatants. The destruction of the railway centers and industrial complexes of the enemy is as important as the task of destroying his armies. The destruction of the proletariat working in the rear to supply the front line with machinery and munitions will be, in all wars of the future, an objective quite as important as the destruction of the soldiers in the first line of battle. On all these points, civil war anticipates the code of war between states. It recognizes no non-belligerence. It searches everywhere, without quarter, for the living strength of the hostile classes. Before a social class can be struck to the heart and admit its own defeat, terrible losses must be inflicted on it. Its sturdiest, bravest, most intelligent sons must be cut down. The best of its lifeblood must be drained. So we have, in the first days of interstate warfare, the holocaust of the fighting armies, of the flower of the nation's youth, which would otherwise be quite absurd. That is how it has always been in the past. Must it be always so in the future? Certainly the regimes of white terror now installed in many countries of Europe are doing their utmost to ensure that tomorrow's reckoning for today's ruling classes will be truly frightful. Nonetheless, Let us have confidence in the power of the proletariat to spare humanity, in the social wars of the future, from too great a bloodletting. Like the Jacobin Terror, the Red Terror was directly provoked by foreign intervention. In 1918, international working-class solidarity was still not strong enough to prevent all foreign intervention from moving in against the revolution. If it had been, revolutionary Russia would easily have been spared 4 years of civil war. A victorious proletariat which is shielded against foreign invasion by the international solidarity of the workers will need no terror, or else will need it only for a very short time. It will be the responsibility of the possessing classes to gauge the balance of the contending forces with sufficient realism to avoid initiating disastrous battles against a proletariat which is assured of victory. Proletarian organization, class consciousness, fearless and implacable revolutionary will, active international solidarity. These, we believe, are the factors which, if they are present in a certain degree of strength, may make the Red Terror superfluous in the future. 10. The German Revolution. The collapse of the Central Empires. July and August had been no less decisive in the West than in Russia. The great spring offensives of the Germans, begun at a moment when the American forces were still away from the battle and Russia had opted out of fighting, had failed to break the Allies' will to resist. The German pincer movement had managed only to get nearer to Paris. At the end of April, Hindenburg's and Ludendorff's troops had moved from their positions at Cambrai, St. Quentin and La Fère and advanced as far as Albert, Montdidier and Noyon, Battle of the Somme. At some points they penetrated 50 kilometers ahead, and their progress threatened Amiens and the link between the British and French armies, as well as Compiègne and the road to Paris. At the end of May, a further effort had taken them on from Lailette on the Marne. Another advance of 40 kilometers which was marked by the capture of Soissons and Château-Thierry. However, now that the greatest industrial and financial power in the world, the United States, had entered the war, it had become impossible for the Central Empires to achieve victory, so long as the Allies did not slacken. The ruthless submarine warfare which might have brought Britain to her knees before the American intervention was now no more than a pointless waste of forces and money. The American and British shipyards were every month building more vessels than the U-boats sank. The exhaustion of the Allied armies was more than recompensed by the arrival of the excellent human material sent from the USA, since the end of April, at a rate of 300,000 men per month. Germany and Austria were at the limit of their strength, while the United States had scarcely begun its own effort, marked by a calculated enthusiasm. The occupation of the Ukraine had yielded only a little grain for the benefit of the Central Powers, and the Russian front continued to immobilize considerable German forces, 22 divisions, and these all the more vulnerable, as events would soon show, to the contagion of Bolshevism, since they were composed of reservists. Around the middle of July, Chancellor von Hinze had asked Ludendorff about the chances of bringing off an unmistakable victory, and had received the astonishing reply, "I answer categorically, yes." This pronouncement, excessively categorical as it happened, resulted in the offensive of July 15th, which was the start of the catastrophe. A sharp attack was launched between Reims and Château-Thierry, towards Epernay. After crossing the Marne, however, the Germans ran up against a new and immovable front. Their effort was crushed within 24 hours. 2 days later, Foch turned to the offensive against the Château-Thierry pocket, beginning his action at Villers-Cotterêts with a formidable tank attack. It was the beginning of the end. In the closing days of July, the Germans retreated back over the Vesle. The 8th of August was the German army's blackest day in the whole of the World War, as Ludendorff remarked. On it, the Third Battle of Picardy began, between Albert and Mauruil. There, the tank established irrevocably the superiority of the Allies' military technology. The Second German Army broke, and its losses were so great that several divisions had to be reformed. The extraordinary new fact, which brought the leaders to a realization of the approaching end, was that the soldiers were no longer willing to fight. Events occurred which would have been thought impossible in the German army. Our soldiers surrendered to enemy horsemen. Whole units laid down their arms when a tank approached. A fresh division going bravely up to the firing line was met by the retreating troops with shouts of, "Strike breakers!" and, "They still haven't had enough of the war." The officers, who had often lost all their influence, tailed behind the movement. The war had to be ended. Ludendorff. From now on the Germans were falling back along the whole front, under the insistent, measured pressure of an enemy that was increasingly coming to dominate them. From one week to the next, their resistance seemed about to collapse altogether. The General Staff demanded that the government should seek peace without further delay. On September 15th, the Allies attacked in Macedonia, between Vardar and Cherna. From the American diplomatic staff, who were still, most conveniently, accredited to Sofia, they knew that Bulgaria was at her last gasp. The peasant soldiers were refusing to fight, and the 2nd and 3rd Divisions abandoned their positions without any resistance. The Bulgarian army disintegrated in the space of a few days. Tsar Ferdinand, enraged at the state of affairs, sent Stamboliski, the leader of the peasant opposition, who was just out of jail, to the front. A Republican army was marching on Sofia. These events are still obscure. What is certain is that in order to strangle the revolution, energetic intervention was necessary, first from the German forces, who kept the rebel army off Sofia, and then from the Allied forces. Tsar Ferdinand abdicated in favor of his brother Boris. The opposition party got control of the government. Under the cannon of the foreigner, the peasant revolution continued to trouble the nation. Bulgaria's official surrender, made to Franchet Diesperi, was on September 27th. Austria, on the verge of collapse, was already suing for peace. Note to the USA of September 14th. On October 4th, Germany and Austria made a joint proposal for an armistice to President Wilson. A new government came into power in Berlin, with Prince Max of Baden as Chancellor and Scheidman, the Social Democrat, as Deputy Chancellor. Long weeks went past in arduous negotiations with President Wilson. The Central Powers accepted the 14 points he had put out in January: open diplomacy, freedom of the seas, commercial equality, right of self-determination of peoples, independence of Poland, League of Nations. Wilson declared that he would parley only with a democratic Germany. The work of the blockades and the tanks was completed by propaganda for democracy and the rights of nationalities. It was a revelation of the superiority of the structurally most advanced capitalist countries over empires that were burdened down with survivals of an ancien regime. Germany, now beset by the specters of invasion and revolution, agreed to all conditions. Emperor Charles of Austria suddenly discovered a reformer's soul within himself and proclaimed, on October 16th, a federative state. He was too late. The Czechs, tired of waiting on his edicts, organized themselves into an independent state. On October 31st, revolution descended on the streets of Vienna and Budapest. In Sofia, in Budapest, in Vienna, in Berlin, all eyes are now on Russia. It is the example, the hope, the faith. Clandestine or open Soviets are being established everywhere. An illegal conference of the Spartacus League at Berlin on October 7th decides that Soviets must be founded. Liebknecht is amnestied and released from prison while the General Staff draws up detailed plans for the repression of disorder. The signal for the outbreak of the revolution is an insane decision by the Admiralty. The fleet is ordered to sail out and engage in a final battle, self-evidently hopeless, with the Allies for the sake of German honor. The Kaiser's admirals want to end with a flourish. The sailors do not have the same reasons for dying. On the contrary, they have found new reasons for living. The crews, now organized around clandestine Soviets, mutiny, and the workers of Kiel support them in a general strike, 28 October 4th November. The Social Democrat Noski makes speeches to the insurgent sailors, in vain. The flame of rebellion is spreading nearer. On November 6th, the Social Democrat statesmen confer under the chairmanship of Prince Max of Baden with General Groener on the best means of maintaining the monarchy. The obstinacy of Wilhelm II, who refuses to abdicate, compromises the dynasty in the eyes even of its last defenders. Max of Baden assumes the regency on November 9th. Fritz Ebert, a Social Democrat deputy and former saddler, becomes imperial regent. The Kaiser hastily leaves the army headquarters at Spa by car and departs for Holland, while Karl Liebknecht, from a balcony of the Imperial Palace in Berlin, proclaims the Republic and the coming of socialism. From the Scheidt to the Volga, the councils of workers and soldiers' deputies, the Soviets, are the real masters of the hour. Germany's legal government is a council of people's commissaries, made up of 6 socialists. All events in Russia from the end of September to the end of January 1919 take place against this glowing background. This period is marked by a victorious offensive of the Russian Revolution on all fronts, simultaneously with the immense victory which the German Revolution means to the revolutionary Marxists who have prophesied and anticipated its coming. It is the realization of their deepest hopes, the beginning of the revolution in the West. Everything for the German Revolution. The Vitsik and the Moscow Soviet met in joint session on October 3rd, the day on which a new German cabinet was formed under the auspices of Prince Max of Baden and of Schiedam. Lenin, who was still recovering, could not attend, but a short letter from him was read out. The German crisis, he declared, means either that the revolution has begun, or that it is imminent and inevitable. The government is wavering between a military dictatorship, which has existed de facto since August 2, 1914, and has ceased to be feasible now that the troops are unreliable, and a coalition with the socialists. The admission of Schiedam into the cabinet will only hasten the explosion, because the impotence of the miserable lackeys of the bourgeoisie will soon be exposed. The crisis is only beginning. It will end infallibly in the seizure of power by the proletariat. The proletariat of Russia must bend its every effort to aid the German workers, who are called on to wage a most stubborn struggle against their own and British imperialism. The defeat of German imperialism will for a while have the effect of increasing the arrogance, cruelty, reaction, and annexatory designs of French imperialism. The Russian proletariat will understand that soon they will have to make the greatest sacrifices in the name of internationalism. The time is approaching when circumstances may require us to confront British and French imperialism and come to the aid of the German workers, who are struggling against the yoke of their own imperialism. We must build up grain stocks for the German Revolution and speed up our efforts to create a powerful Red Army. We had decided to have an army of 1 million men by the spring. Now we need an army of 3 million. We can have it, and we shall have it. The sharpest changes in the situation are possible. It is still in the bounds of possibility that German imperialism and Anglo-French imperialism will ally together against the Soviet power. Trotsky traced a broad outline of events. It can be said that, as materialists, we have understood the nature of these events and forecast their outcome. History is accomplishing itself, against our will perhaps, but following the curve that we have traced. And even though heavy sacrifices may be necessary, the end will be that which we have predicted, the downfall of the gods of capitalism and imperialism. It seems as though history has wanted to give mankind a final, shattering lesson. The workers were too lazy, apathetic, and indecisive. It is quite certain that we should never have been faced with this war if the working class had shown enough determination in 1914 to oppose the designs of the imperialists. But nothing of the sort happened. The working class needed to be given a cruel lesson from history. History permitted the most powerful, the most organized nation to raise herself to an inconceivable height. The 420 Canon dictated the will of Germany to the whole world. Germany seemed to have enslaved Europe forever. And now, see how history, having raised German imperialism to this height and hypnotized its masses, plunges her dizzily into an abyss of impotence and humiliation, as if to say, "Behold, it is destroyed, go and sweep Europe and the world free of its debris." Trotsky took pains to establish that the salvation of Germany lay in the seizure of power by the proletariat. Germany would then attract to itself a powerful current of sympathy from the peoples and oppressed masses of the world, above all from France. The French working class, which has shed more blood than that of any other nation, is waiting, deep in its revolutionary heart, only for the first signal from Germany. He concluded, if the proletariat of Germany undertakes the offensive, the first duty of Soviet Russia, in the revolutionary struggle, will be to take no account of national frontiers. Russia of the Soviets is no more than the vanguard of the German and the European Revolution. The German proletariat, with its technical expertise, on the one hand, our ill-organized but vastly populated Russia, full of natural resources, on the other, these will form a redoubtable bloc against which all the waves of imperialism will be smashed. Liebknecht has no need to conclude a treaty with us. We shall help him without a treaty, to the limit of our strength. We give everything to the worldwide proletarian struggle. Lenin has urged us in his letter to build an army of 1 million men for the defense of the Republic of Soviets. This program is too restricted. History tells us. Perhaps tomorrow the German working class will call you to its assistance. Create an army of 2 million men. Such were the sentiments and such the teachings not only of the Bolshevik Party but of all the revolutionaries of Russia, be they left SRs, anarchists, or Menshevik internationalists. Had not Lenin written during the debates on the Brest-Litovsk peace that, in the presence of a German revolution which was threatened in its decisive battle, it would not only be expedient but a downright duty to risk a defeat and even the loss of Soviet power. The socialist republic of a backward country might be called upon to sacrifice itself for the socialist revolution, which would be much more important for the international proletariat, in an advanced country, i.e. one with a far stronger industrial base and a more numerous proletariat. From the standpoint of proletarian internationalism, this proposition displays the simple rigor of an axiom. Lenin wrote on August 20th, in his letter to American workers, "He is not a real socialist who fails to understand that, for the sake of victory over the bourgeoisie, for the seizure of power by the workers, for the sake of beginning the world proletarian revolution, we cannot and must not shrink before any sacrifice, be it the sacrifice of territory, be it a sacrifice which inflicts on us heavy defeats at the hands of imperialism. He is not a real socialist who has failed to prove by deeds that he is willing for his country to make the greatest sacrifices so that the cause of the socialist revolution may take a real step forward." The resolution adopted by Wietzig pledged to the proletariat of Germany and Austria the unstinted support of the Russian working class. The Revolutionary Military Council was instructed to undertake an expanded program for the formation of the Red Army. The Commissariat for Food was ordered to set up a food fund without delay for the benefit of the German and Austrian workers. New dangers. Lenin, who had by then recovered from his wounds, spoke on October 22nd at a joint session of Wietzig, the Moscow Soviet, and the Council of Trade Unions. He spoke to the theme that never have we been so near the world revolution and never have we been in such a perilous position, because this is the first time that Bolshevism has been regarded as a worldwide danger. Before the collapse of the Central Empires, it could have been thought that the Russian Revolution was specific to Russia. But now the opposite was obvious. Bolshevism has become the worldwide theory and tactics of the international proletariat. The studied prudence of some of the formulations is to be noted. A popular revolution, and perhaps a proletarian revolution, in Germany has become inevitable. Let us take care not to interfere with the revolution in the Ukraine. One must understand the variations in growth of every revolution. In each country, and we who have seen and experienced it should know this better than anybody else, the revolution proceeds in its own way. Interference by those who do not know the rhythm at which the revolution is growing may hamper those intelligent communists who are saying, "Our principal effort must be to make this a conscious process. No revolution is worth anything unless it can defend itself." But a revolution does not learn to defend itself at once. The decomposition of German imperialism was, paradoxically, causing immense dangers for the Russian Revolution. The Allies from now on had a free hand in their activities against the Soviet Republic. Bolshevism was now threatening them on the Rhine, not simply on the Vistula. The German and Allied bourgeoisies could perfectly well, in these new circumstances, become reconciled with each other against the Soviets. A tacit bargain had apparently been struck between Germany and the Allies over the occupation of the Ukraine. One must expect an attack by the Allies in the south, either through the Dardanelles and the Black Sea or through Romania. Lenin's vision was clear. The Allies were indeed thinking of occupying the Ukraine. General Franchet d'Espery was planning large-scale operations in southern Russia. As we shall see, this campaign began to be implemented with serious and bloody consequences. Lenin's speech made no reference whatever to the recent dissension that had arisen around the Brest-Litovsk peace. This is a leader modest in his victories, so modest that they pass him unconcerned. The correctness of the ideas he expounded in February, in his polemic against left communist proponents of revolutionary war, is now unmistakably revealed. The great spring offensives launched by Hindenburg and Ludendorff on the Western Front had shown the enduring strength of German imperialism, which was still to hold on for 9 more months. We know today that General Hoffmann was trying to persuade the German General Staff to launch a decisive onslaught against the Soviet Republic. The precarious and painful respite that had been won through the Brest-Litovsk Treaty had allowed the revolution to gather strength, to master its enemies on the home front and to begin the construction of the Red Army. And during this same interval, the troubles that were undermining German imperialism had reached an extreme intensity. Two closely connected problems were on the agenda for the leaders of the Russian Revolution. 1. To ensure the victory of the proletariat in Germany. 2. To hold fast against the Allies, now the victors in the World War. For the Allied powers would be attacking Bolshevism with all the more energy now that the menace of the German proletariat had appeared. The triumph of the working class in Germany would achieve the united front of the workers of Europe against the capitalists of the world. The destiny of humanity was now at stake. The facts of the German Revolution. As far back as 1908, one of the most famous theoreticians of German social democracy had been at pains to demonstrate that Germany was ripe for the socialist revolution. No other country at this time formed a better embodiment of all the preconditions for social transformation. A high degree of industrial concentration, an extraordinary development of technology, the social predominance of the proletariat, the rapid growth, still underway, of working-class organization. The total population of Germany was 61,700,000, of whom 27,420,000 were working adults. This active population was composed as follows: 6,049,135 property owners, 22.9%, 1,588,168 employees, 5.8%, and 19,782,595 proletarians, 72.3%. These statistics, from the official census of 1907, are still debatable. In particular, the category of property owners comprises, in addition to members of the middle and upper classes, a large number of small farmers whose social situation was very akin to that of the proletariat. At all events, the predominance of the industrial proletariat in Germany is not in dispute. One analysis of the class distribution of the working population, dating from 1925, gives the following picture: proletarians 16 million, semi-proletarian elements, lower-grade employees and poor peasants 5,700,000, petty bourgeois, artisans, rich peasants, middle and capitalists and managerial staff for capitalist society 2 million. This makes a total of 33,800,000. Of these, 20,600,000 are calculated to be wage earners. On the basic background of the German Revolution, social statistics are fraught with controversy, though the general trends are clear. To the 27.4 million fit adults of the 1907 census must be added a further 4.6 million in extra-occupational categories: the army, naval crews, rentiers, pensioners, and so on. The 1923 yearbook of the Communist International, Russian edition, gave the following figures for the period predating the revolutionary mobilization of that year. Independents, 4.43 million. Semi-proletarians, 3.47 million. Employees, 3.22 million. Workers, 22.7 million. The noticeably smaller figures that we have reproduced for 1925 are from the same source, but were published in 1925, i.e. after the reverse suffered by the German Communist Party, in the Social Democratic parties, preface by E. Varga. We will accept them with due reservations, trusting that our statisticians will show more care in the handling of their figures and perhaps less concern for their opportune presentation. In the general election of 1912, the Social Democratic Party had won 4,250,000 votes. It enjoyed the backing of wealthy cooperatives and the most powerful trade unions in the world, and by 1914 had 1,086,000 members. True enough, during the war, by 1917, this figure had fallen to 243,000, but this was overwhelmingly due to the suspension of public political activity. However, on August 2, 1914, no more than two heroic figures, Karl Liebknecht and Otto Rühl, could be found among 100 party deputies to vote against the war. All the others, the whole leadership and general staff of the socialist proletariat, had voted for. This was no more than the sudden climax of a long evolution. The great Workers' Party had been sapped by petty bourgeois opportunism, whose dominance had been facilitated by the economic expansion of capitalism, a national prosperity based in part on the profits of colonial exploitation and exports, and the existence of a working-class aristocracy that was satisfied, well-paid and linked, in aspirations and way of life with the pushing middle classes. More and more, the leading circles of the party had become accustomed to identify their destiny with that of the empire. Upon this shifting terrain, complex struggles unfolded between the different tendencies of socialism. In these it was opportunism that always finally carried the day, backed as it was by all the forces of capitalist society. In these battles of ideas that were constantly renewed between small revolutionary minorities and the great realists of the party leadership, the invariable outcome was a further deception of the workers' consciousness, a new vocabulary with which to trick the masses, while continuing to employ a revolutionary language that had lost its basic meanings. Little by little, class collaboration was substituted for the class struggle. The theory of the peaceful conquest of socialism through parliamentary democracy consigned to oblivion the necessity for the dictatorship of the proletariat, as proclaimed by Marx. A phrase-mongering and lying patriotism draped the party congresses with the national flag, side by side with the red banner of the Workers' International. Erudite theorists even proposed to revise the basic principles of socialism in the light of the progress made by German capitalism. And these men, even as the empire poured its metal into cannons, devoted their energies to demonstrating that the journey to the city of socialism was now afoot, along the path of peaceful reforms. For over a quarter of a century the labor aristocracy, from among whom were recruited social democracy's leading sections, had gradually come to identify its own interests with those of the social system whose prosperity guaranteed their comfort. The vote of August 2, 1914 only revealed, brutally and openly, the crossing which the officer corps of socialism had long ago made to the side of the bourgeoisie. An independent social democratic party, dissatisfied with the unconditional support given to imperialism by leaders like Scheidman and Ebert, had split off and constituted itself in 1917. It reflected both the protest of the worker masses against the sacred union and the old centrism that loved to use revolutionary phraseology to mask a politics of moderation, compromise, temporizing, and the golden mean. Its ideologues proved to be the very people who had worked hardest over the last 10 years to corrupt socialist thought. Edward Bernstein, inventor of revisionism, and the pacifist Kautsky, now ready to become the prophet of Wilsonism. In the absence of a revolutionary organization of the masses, it was with the influential left of this party, Hasse, Domig, Crispian, that Joff had to collaborate on the eve of the German Revolution. The only authentically revolutionary proletarian group that could be compared in class consciousness with the Russian Bolshevik Party was the Spartacus-Bund, Spartacus League, founded in January 1916 by the outstanding veterans of the struggle against opportunism. It included a tiny band of leaders who were capable of great things. The old Polish conspirator Leo Tyszko, a past master of clandestine work, the historian Franz Mehring, responsible for some of the most brilliant applications of the historical materialist method, Rosa Luxemburg, the only brain of Western socialism in the same class as Lenin and Trotsky, and the intrepid Liebknecht. But these leaders, habituated to a struggle against the stream, had no great army of masses behind them, for all their popularity. The Spartacus-Bund was more of an ideological tendency than a party, as Karl Radek put it, and it had had no alternative but to affiliate, in April 1917, to the Independent Social Democratic Party. Ranged against the German proletariat so singularly lacking in that essential weapon for the class war, the Revolutionary Party, conscious of its tasks, stood the most educated, the most organized, the most conscious bourgeoisie of all, the bourgeoisie that had known how to train war leaders like Hindenburg, Ludendorff, Mackensen, von der Goltz, von Kluck, the bourgeoisie that had produced its Krupps, its Albert Ballens, its Hugo Stinnes, its Walter Rathenaus, its Hugenbergs, its Klockners, its Tysons, and so many others. The counter-revolutionary socialists win power. It was a bourgeoisie too wise to try and reverse the situation when the troops, exhausted, demoralized, without hope of winning the war, fled from the front. We have already seen how Ludendorff understood at once that the war was over and that not an hour must be wasted before making peace. Once the dream of a greater Germany had exploded, nothing was left for the hard-headed men who had dreamt it but to save the imperialist order. And this could only be saved by coming to suitable terms with the masses. What had never been comprehended by the Savinkovs, Kornileffs, Kerenskys, and Chernovs of Russia, or by Buchanan, Paleolog, and Albert Thomas, when the tide of Bolshevism ran high, was grasped immediately by Imperial Germany's rulers in September to November 1918. Their guiding idea was to be swept along by the revolution in order to avoid being swept away by it. The German expression is here strikingly appropriate. Sich in der Spitze stellen, die Spitze abzubrechen. Put yourself at the spearhead of the movement in order to smash it. Nowhere in Germany did the military leaders resist the troops. When the soldiers' councils, Soviets, were formed, the staff chiefs were skillful enough to get their own creatures elected onto them in many places. The Kaiser's field marshals and the big bankers took it upon themselves to call into the government Ebert and Scheidman, socialist leaders of the utmost decorum, but with influence among the masses. Prince Max of Baden's cabinet smoothed the way for the Council of People's Commissaries of the Socialist Republic, which was formed on November 12. All Germany lay in the power of the Soviets. The very names, Council of Commissaries, Workers' Councils, Arbitrat, were an echo of the Russian Revolution. But these Soviets were paralyzed by the dominant social democratic majorities. The Council of People's Commissaries was in reality only the demagogic camouflage for a normal coalition cabinet. In it, 3 majority Social Democrats, Fritz Ebert, Landsberg, and Scheidman, notorious for their loyalty to the bourgeoisie, cohabited with 3 indecisive independents, Hugo Hasse, Dittmann, and Barth. It was this government that undertook the foundation of a democratic socialist republic for Germany. It prescribed order and calm for the citizens until the elections should take place. It was reluctant to accept the harsh armistice terms dictated by the Allies and signed them only under the urgent pressure of the General Staff. From its inception, the government had 2 paths to choose from: social peace and peace with the Allies, in other words, defense of capitalism, repression of the revolutionary movement, united front with the Allies against the Soviet Republic, or civil war, alliance with the Russian Soviets, revolutionary war for the defense of Germany. In such a civil war, the victory of the proletariat was assured. But Wilson and Foch would never have agreed, at least so it was believed, to sit down and negotiate with Bolshevism. The interest of the nation would therefore have required the development of the struggle on a new plane, that of the proletarian revolution itself. But for this it would have been necessary to dare, and, in order to dare, to desire the victory of the proletariat, to wish it and believe in it. The whole of social democracies past ran counter to such a prospect. And the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie preferred a capitalist Germany crushed underfoot by the Allies to a proud and strong proletarian Germany, born out of the ruins of imperialism. The People's Commissaries refused any appeal to Yoff. They turned down the Russian grain that had been offered to them by Wietzig. They steered clear of any interference with the old bureaucracies and kept the reactionary generals in their posts of command. The socialists of counter-revolution were in power. The struggle was now to open between them and that revolutionary minority of the proletariat, grouped around the Spartacus League and the left of the independent Social Democrats, which was demanding a dictatorship of the proletariat. Yoff, the Soviet ambassador, is expelled from Berlin. In Russia, the momentum of events quickens. The Red Army becomes organized, wins battles, captures cities. The extraordinary commissions are having enemies shot. The factories, the transport systems, the towns are locked in a desperate struggle against the famine. Daily life is completely dominated by the expectation of revolution in Europe. The eyes of the whole nation are turned towards the West. Famine, typhus, deaths, 1 town captured, 1 town lost. What do these matter? In Berlin, Paris, Rome, London, the world's future is being decided. The internationalism of Russia's Soviets runs deep and true. Nothing breaks its attention. The newspapers of the period are astonishing. Each day, in large type with headlines across the page, they carry last-minute dispatches, vague rumors picked up in Stockholm by anxious ears. Riots in Paris, riots in Lyon, revolution in Belgium, revolution in Constantinople, victory of the Soviets in Bulgaria, rioting in Copenhagen. In fact, the whole of Europe is in movement. Clandestine or open Soviets are appearing everywhere, even in the Allied armies. Everything is possible, everything. On October 15th, Vorovsky telegraphs Zinoviev from Stockholm. Revolution builds up in France, so runs the headline of his dispatch in the newspapers. A workers' popular movement began 2 days ago and is spreading energetically in Paris. The workers are demanding the immediate release of all political prisoners. a Soviet of Allied soldiers has made contact at the front with the Soviet of German soldiers. On November 5, with the red flags already floating over Kiel, Chancellor Max of Baden decided to take a step which had been long demanded by the General Staff. He broke off diplomatic relations with Soviet Russia. Joff was asked to leave Berlin within 24 hours. Some Russian diplomatic luggage had got opened by accident and was found to contain revolutionary leaflets in German. In addition to these grounds, which might well set Russia in a bad light before the German masses, it was also alleged that there had been a reluctance to punish the assassins of Count Mirbach. An interesting exchange of telegrams shortly afterwards, on December 10, shed some light on Joff's activities in Berlin. The Soviet ambassador had in fact freely admitted helping the German revolutionaries with money, arms and ammunition, via Hasse and Barth, the independent Social Democrats who acted as intermediaries. Hasse and Barth, who were both members of the Reich's socialist government, felt obliged to deny the truth of this declaration, whereupon Joff replied to them with a crushing letter whose principal passages we reproduce. It goes without saying that I was not so unwise as to deliver personally and directly to Comrade Barth, a newcomer to the working-class movement who inspired in me only a limited confidence, the sums which were destined for the purchase of armaments. People's Commissary Barth, however, was perfectly aware that the hundreds of thousands of marks which he had admitted receiving from German comrades derived from my establishment as their ultimate source. He said as much in the conversation we had a fortnight before the revolution, when he reproached me for not having provided the 2 million marks he had asked for. If only I had provided this sum, he said, the German workers would have been armed long ago and ready for a victorious uprising. Herr Hasse and his friends have on many occasions been supplied by me with material, by no means always of Russian origin, for the speeches they made in the Reichstag. The Independent Social Democratic Party received material assistance from us for the publishing projects on which our writers collaborated with them. Does not Herr Hasse believe that we were acting together in the common interest of the German and international revolution? I would never have brought up these reminiscences of our work together if Herr Hasse had not adopted the viewpoint of the von Kuhlmanns, who actually consider our cooperation with the German USPD a crime and have expelled us from Germany for that reason. If the new German government, which calls itself socialist and revolutionary, goes to the extent of openly denouncing us for the actions we undertook jointly with its members when they were still revolutionaries, then the political obligations which would constrain me in the case of party comrades or honest opponents lose all their force. I will now take the opportunity of informing the legal advisor to the Russian consulate in Berlin, Reichstag Deputy Oskar Kohn, that the sum of 500,000 marks and 150,000 rubles which he received from me the night before I left Berlin, in his capacity as a member of the USPD, is not now to be paid into the account of his party. The same applies to the fund of 10 million rubles which Dr. Kohn was previously authorized to draw upon for the service of the German Revolution. Krasnov and the Grand Army of the Don. During these months, the new perils that Lenin had warned against are manifested in all the regions where the civil war still rages. The Germans and the Allies take it in turn to join the war. After the victories of the Red Army on the Volga, the Revolutionary Military Council concentrated its attention on the Don. The Don country had been conquered easily enough by the Reds at the beginning of the year, the suicide of Adam and Kaldin may be recalled here, but rose in the spring with the approach of the German forces. Adam and Krasnov, the same general who had marched upon Petrograd on the eve of October 1917, was taken prisoner and then released on parole, set forth during April and May at the head of this Cossack counter-revolution. By July he had at his disposal 27,000 infantrymen, 30,000 horsemen, 175 cannon, 610 machine guns, 20 aeroplanes, 4 armored trains and 8 gunboats. The territory ruled by the Grand Army of the Don is a state enjoying the recognition of the Central Powers and a rather extraordinary constitution. It is bounded on the west by the Ukraine of Hetman Skoropadsky, to the north by Soviet Russia, to the east and the south by the Kuban Cossack territory, where Denikin's national army is being formed. This new state is no more than the personal fief of a military adventurer under the Kaiser's suzerainty. The Don Constitution voted by the Krug, the Cossack Assembly, decrees the Ataman to be an autocrat. He exercises supreme command of the armed forces, is sole director of foreign policy, appoints all ministers and military leaders, can declare a state of siege, authorizes all laws and exercises both the right of veto against all legislative measures and the right of pardon. Private property is declared inviolable. In the religious sphere, the Orthodox rite has official precedence. All the same, the ataman moves with the times. He even speaks of the war of the capitalists. An agrarian reform is decreed for the benefit of the Cossack poor. The landlords are to be expropriated with compensation, and cultivated lands are declared to be common property. These concessions to the peasant revolution go along with some sham attentions given to the counter-revolutionary socialists, one of whom is given the Ministry of Public Education in the Novocherkassk administration. An organ of the SRs, the Pryazovsky Krai, the land of Azov, appears in the capital there, side by side with a monarchist organ. As to the treatment of the workers, one military commander sends to the commandant of Yuzovka, a working-class city, 2 telegrams on the same day. It is forbidden to arrest workers. The orders are to hang them or shoot them. November 10th. Number 2428 foot. The orders are to hang all arrested workers in the street. The bodies are to be exhibited for 3 days. November 10th. Number 2431. Signed Zyrov. The same methods are used at Rostov. At Taganrog, General Denisov warns the population that he will use asphyxiating gas if there are any disturbances. Meanwhile, according to Articles 15 to 23 of its fundamental laws, the Don country was endowed with all the democratic freedoms imaginable. With disarming frankness, Krasnov declared that all the so-called conquests of the revolution were swept away. On May 5th, the ataman requested the Kaiser's partnership and protection against Bolshevism. He asked for arms, and for Wilhelm II's arbitration in the dispute that had arisen between the Ukraine and the Don over the possession of Taganrog. General von Arnim arrived in the Don country, which was being supplied with weaponry and ammunition in great abundance by Germany. On June 28th, the ataman sent a fresh letter to the Kaiser, expounding his plan for the creation of a great Cossack state, in vassaldom to Germany, extending from the Sea of Azov to the Caspian. This enemy of anti-national Bolshevism, this patriot, calculates the best possible amputations of his own country. He asks the German invader to cede to him Voronezh and Tsaritsyn, Astrakhan, the Kuban, the Terek. He proposes a treaty favorable to German business interests and offers the products of his land: grain, leather, wines, oils, tobacco, and livestock. He even stabs his brother-in-arms Denikin in the back. The Kuban is Denikin's base of operations. German domination, he tells the Cossack assembly, will be easier to put up with than domination by the Russian Mujik bandit. However, during November, at the very time when the rupture of diplomatic relations between Berlin and the Soviets sets off speculation about a full-scale German intervention in Russia, German imperialism collapses. Its armies of occupation in the Ukraine are in total disorder. Its soldiers now have only one desire: to get back home at all costs. Without losing a moment, the patriot Krasnov appeals to the Allies. In his memoirs, he records the promises lavished on him by his new friends. At the conference at Jassy in Romania, M. Hainaut, a French consul, insists on a definite undertaking from the German command that order should be kept in the Ukraine, through their auspices, until the arrival of the Allies. General Berthelot promises to send several French divisions before the middle of December. It is no longer to the Kaiser that Ataman Krasnov sends his petitions, but to General Franchet d'Espery. The Don, he informs the latter, is a democratic republic, at whose head I stand. The Don's only war is with Bolshevism. Without the aid of the Allies, the liberation of Russia is impossible. 3 or 4 army corps, 90,000 to 120,000 men, would liberate Russia within 3 to 4 months. The occupation of the Ukraine by foreign troops is becoming imperative. Equally imperative, it would appear, will be the presence of Allied garrisons at Tula, Samara, Saratov, Tsaritsyn, Penza, and Moscow. At Jassy, General Berthelot gives formal assurances to the emissary sent by Krasnov. The Ukraine will certainly be occupied, either by an Anglo-French army, or by troops which Germany will be compelled to leave behind there. Further, if need be, the whole army from Salonika will be sent into Russia. A British military mission, headed by General Poole, pays a visit to Denikin's headquarters at Ekaterinodar. British and French officers, Dupré, 4, Hakein, Ehrlich, visit the Don country. They are welcomed with Te Deums, faded by ancient Cossacks, decorated, cheered by rows of girls dressed in white. Poole is no less categorical than Berthelot. I will call in a brigade from Batum immediately, he declares. However, London recalls him. At the end of January 1919, Captain Fouquet, the representative of General Franchet d'Espery, finally presents the Ataman with the draconic conditions laid down by the Allies. The Ataman is to subordinate himself to General Denikin, the supreme head of the Russian armed forces. He will submit, in matters military, political, and administrative, to the authority of General Franchet d'Espery. All his orders will be countersigned by Captain Fouquet. The Don government will reimburse all French citizens who have suffered any damages through the revolution. The average revenue of all businesses that were lost during the disturbances will be restored to them, plus a 5% indemnity over all the output of the said enterprises since 1914. Krasnov was undertaking a war of extermination against the Reds, using both surprise attacks and large-scale strategic operations. Twice, in October 1918 and January 1919, he managed to encircle Tsaritsyn, the gateway to the lower Volga, but it was heroically defended by the 10th Army, Telyakov, Voroshilov, and Stalin. His attempt to mobilize the peasantry for his cause proved a failure. In the first days of November, Trotsky arrived on the southern front, visiting Voronezh, Tsaritsyn, and Astrakhan. He galvanized morale and lent his decisive impulse to the organization of a regular army. In these parts, this was a particularly difficult task. The Civil War set village against village and, often, rich against poor in the same village. Everywhere bands of guerrillas were being formed around leaders who became folk heroes. In order to replace these brave but bizarre squadrons by a proper army, it was necessary to break their resistance, their group cohesion, their personal traditions. Sometimes the villages were in a state of fortification for their own static defense, without regard for the rest of the front. When a particular band had to leave its district, it melted away. The leader heroes wanted to be independent of everybody else, and the first attempts at centralization provoked some dangerous reactions from them. In the Kuban, Sorokin took prisoner the Revolutionary Council which was being placed over his command and sent it to the firing squad. Mironov, Avtonomov, Sakharov, Potapenko, and many other local commanders mutined against the central power in the name of the revolution. Their rebellion was put down. Vigorous centralization was brought to the southern front by regiments recruited in Moscow, by the worker commissars, and by a revolutionary council of the army headed by the metal worker Shliapnikov. The army itself was commanded by a former Tsarist officer who had rallied to Bolshevism, P.P. Sitin. From now on, Krasnov's attacks broke against red lines that were becoming harder and stronger. At the beginning of 1919, the establishment of an efficient Red Cavalry, commanded by a dauntless NCO named Budyani, testified to the rallying to the red cause of the middle and even the wealthy Cossacks, the cavalry being a relatively wealthy branch of the armed forces. The task of the Red Armies in the south was well defined by Trotsky. We have to move up into the space between the departing German imperialism and the approaching Anglo-French militarism. We must take over the Don, the northern Caucasus, the Caspian region, render assistance to the workers and peasants of the Ukraine, and get back to our own Soviet home where there is no room either for the auxiliaries of Britain nor for those of Germany. The pulse of our revolution beats on the southern front. There the lot of the Soviet power is being cast. The collapse of Samara. The liberation of the Volga region, achieved in early October with the capture of Samara and Stavropol, amounted to all that Trotsky said. The Red Army followed up its successes by penetrating the Ural province. Capture of Bugulma, October 16th. Ever since the fall of Kazan and Simbirsk, the SR constituents' capital had been living in a state of terror. Sudden panics arose in the city, stopping the traffic. The population was hiding in cellars. The shops were closed. The local bourgeoisie crowded itself into trains and went off. The Constituent Assembly Committee, increasingly aware of its powerlessness, decided to dissolve and hand over its power to the UFA Directorate, in which it had little confidence. The Czechs, worn out by long months of battle, did not want to see any more fighting. The white volunteers were too few to be of any use. The mobilized peasants deserted en masse or went over to the Reds. To cap it all, Adam and Dutov would not let the SRs have any help from the Cossacks at Orenburg. The Directorate was wasting its days hopelessly in a succession of intrigues. It was not even possible at Samara to find a military leader who was capable of organizing the evacuation of the city. The various liberal societies passed resolutions declaring resistance to the death. The SRs formed combat groups or decreed the conscription of the whole masculine population. But nothing serious was done, and the Reds approached inexorably. The order for evacuation, issued on October 4th, was the signal only for a general rout. It was a nightmare. General Tregebov, the military governor, took flight on the first train out. The commission for evacuation disappeared. There was nobody to issue documents and passes. Every man made straight for the station without thinking of anybody else, to secure a place in one of the trains. The chaos was unbelievable. There were no carriages or locomotives. The luggage from state institutions or private persons was piled 3 floors high on the yard in front of the building. Thousands of state functionaries, members of the various parties, influential personalities and terrified small gentry crushed their way into the station, amid the sobs of women and children. On every face, panic and ruthless egoism. Each one thought, "Me first," and brutally beat his way towards the coveted berth in a goods wagon. A few details may be noted. The government's special train, packed with passengers, found itself abandoned at the last minute on a perilous stretch of line. The Czechs cornered all available rolling stock in order to evacuate their own troops. The delegates from the Constituents Committee, who visited the Czech Chief of Staff to ask him for a locomotive, found only insults to meet them. The scene is recorded for us by Maisky, a Menshevik member of the Samara cabinet. The delegates had just left Volsky, the SR head of the government, drunk and despairing in the remains of an alcoholic orgy, breaking glasses and shouting, "I drink to dead Samara! Can't you smell the corpse?" The city was gripped by terror and depression. When they arrived at the Czech HQ, an officer there greeted them with an outburst of laughter. "Where's your army? He 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 he. Go on. Tell me now, where's your army?" The word government sent him into fits of mirth. "Government?" he spluttered. "You the government?" He rolled a paper pellet and threw it contemptuously. We have dwelt on these details of the collapse at Samara because they are typical. The contrast between this degradation and the heroic tenacity of the Reds at Sviazhsk, the Ural, Tuapse, springs from the difference in human quality manifested by the contending social forces. The same will be observed during the whole course of the revolution. Later on, other bankruptcies, more serious and more bloody, will cause the collapse of Samara to be forgotten, and Sviazhsk will be eclipsed by other exploits. The world will see the proletarians of Orenburg withstand a lengthy siege till their victory. Petrograd holding against all odds under Trotsky's defense. Tsaritsyn twice invested by the Whites and twice victorious. The Red Army taking by assault 2 impregnable fortresses, Kronstadt and Perekop. On the other hand, the Romanian and French occupiers will undergo the debacle of Odessa. The British occupiers, the debacle of Archangel. Denikin will end his career by the hideous evacuation of Novorossiysk, Kolchak by his flight down the Trans-Siberian Railway, Wrangel in the disaster of the Crimea. We have already noted the character of the primacy in social forces to which this moral superiority corresponds. We will add, from the events of the Don and Samara, one further characteristic which will be reproduced again and again in all the episodes of the counter-revolution: the brutally self-interested attitude of the foreigners, British, French, and Czechoslovaks. The Allied officers arrogantly dictate their commands to the counter-revolutionary chiefs, desert them as soon as the situation worsens, lash them with their contempt when the moment of reckoning arrives, and clear off to save their own skins on the first trains in any evacuation. Without foreign bayonets, the counter-revolution is impotent. Yet national Russia is treated by its allies as a conquered territory. Here is one of the most curious apparent paradoxes of the Civil War. In it, bourgeois patriotism will be seen constantly enslaving itself to the foreigner, while proletarian internationalism fulfills its mission by excelling in the defense of the nation. The Allies in Siberia, Kolchak. The fall of Samara reveals the decay of the democratic counter-revolution. The reactionary forces are now concentrated in Siberia, around the government at Omsk. The conflict between the SR constituents and the Siberian counter-revolution, headed by the cadets, who support a right-wing dictatorship, sharpens from day to day. The Siberian government keeps the UFA directorate under severe constraint. At Omsk, the officer corps is playing an unusually powerful role. No administration can stay in power without its support. Its very influence demoralizes it, for public life becomes a sequence of military plots and intrigues. Any politicians with a liberal reputation risk arrest, kidnapping, or murder at any moment. Thus, the SR minister Novoseltsev disappears at the end of September. The Siberian capital at this time offers a complex spectacle of military anarchy. The directorate, allegedly the supreme authority, is respected by nobody. A council of ministers, purged by assassinations, is at loggerheads with the Liberal Duma, whose majority consists of socialist revolutionaries. The Czechoslovaks, Democrats but dedicated to order as their first priority, reserve their allegiance. Juntas of officers legislate in the shadows. Industrialists and generals, who are agreed on the principle of a personal dictatorship, meanwhile come up with the formation of a national united front. The directorate and the Omsk government reach agreement, as an exception rather than a rule, on the appointment of Admiral Kolchak as Minister of War, November 4th. These internal dissensions are compounded by the schemes of foreign powers. The Japanese, supported by Ataman Semyonov, pursue their operations in the Far East. The Czechs rule the Trans-Siberian line as conquerors. Their leader, General Gaida, humiliates the Russian officers, conducts requisitionings, shoots Bolsheviks and suspects. 5 people were shot without trial on October 25th at Krasnoyarsk. The Allies send Generals Knox and Janin, who are officially invested by Lloyd George and Clemenceau, to take the command of all Allied forces in Siberia. Point for point, the experience of the Ukraine, where the democratic parties of the middle classes could do nothing except open the path for black reaction, is repeated in Siberia. Such, indeed, is the inevitable function of these parties in civil wars, since the peculiarity of the petty bourgeoisie is to have no politics of its own. It is always situated between two dictatorships, that of the proletariat or that of reaction. Its destiny is to prepare the latter up to a certain point and then to submit to it. The SR directorate has nothing to offer except the empty eloquence of its leaders. At Omsk, these gentlemen feel just as distressed, just as powerless under the threat of the military, as they did in Petrograd not so long ago, in the days of the Constituent Assembly under the threat of the proletariat. The very same illusions fortify their spirits. The vocation of the parliamentary martyr rises in their breasts. The Menshevik Maisky, who has fled from Samara, has a conversation with Avksentiv, the great man of the directorate and the SR party. Impressive beard, idealist's forehead, and austere rhetoric. Avksentiv told me bluntly, "We are living on top of a volcano. We expect every night to be arrested." I asked him, "Do you think your policy is right?" He replied, "Yes, it was impossible for us to act otherwise. We are the martyrs of compromise. Do you laugh at that? There are such martyrs, and perhaps Russia needs them more than anything else." A few minutes later, Maisky asked another member of the directorate, "But aren't you going to try to resist?" "And what could we do?" was the answer with a gesture of despair. On the night of 18 to 19 November, the members of the directorate and their political associates were at last arrested by the Cossacks. The strategic points of the city were dominated by the machine guns of the British Colonel Ward. On the same day, a decision of the Siberian government bestowed upon Admiral Kolchak the title of Supreme Ruler. The admiral, accepting the Cross of Office, declared that he intended to follow neither the path of reaction nor that of the factions. His sole object would be the formation of a strong army to fight Bolshevism. The Russian people would thenceforth organize its own liberty. The coup had been prepared with the agreement of the Allied representatives. Colonel Ward, the French consul Regnault, the American Harris, and the Czech Stefanik. The members of the directorate left for exile a few days later, escorted by Russian and British soldiers. General Janin arrived at Omsk on December 14th. The Allied order paper actually made the supreme ruler of Omsk a subordinate of this general. The SR constituents tried in vain to oppose this turn of events. Their resistance committee, headed by Chernov, allowed itself to be arrested. The SR party decided to abandon the struggle against Bolshevism and to return to its insurrectionary and terrorist methods, this time against the Siberian reaction. It was too late. A few of its militants got shot, and that was all. A study of the Siberian counter-revolution, which reached its maximum success in 1919, is beyond the scope of this book. The military dictatorship and the Allied intervention achieved these results. By the spring of 1919, Kolchak found himself at the head of an armed force strong enough to appear temporarily superior to the Red Army. But, as with all the White Armies, this was a class army, formed principally from officers and youngsters from the well-off classes. The regime instituted by the supreme ruler was one of white terror. The peasants deserted, refused to supply food, and resisted the requisitionings, the return of the landlords, and the arbitrary rule of the old authorities who had come back more arrogant than ever. Soon the whole of Siberia was streaked with columns of fire. Repression was everywhere the rule. In the rebellious villages, mujiks were shot in dozens. The women were flogged, the girls raped, the cattle stolen. The townships that were bombarded or incinerated can be numbered in hundreds. Soon, droves of red guerrillas began to swarm in the Siberian bushland. At the end of December, a workers' insurrection organized by the clandestine section of the Communist Party broke out in Omsk. Its repression cost 900 victims. In the general massacre, several SR and Menshevik members of the Constituent Assembly were executed. In cases of railway sabotage, the villages suspected of complicity were burned down. For each act of banditry from the Reds, between 3 and 20 hostages were shot. Kolchak's coup d'état answered the wish of the Allies for a united command over the counter-revolutionary forces. At the very moment when events at Omsk were unfolding their course, there was a conference at Jassy, Romania, whose host was the British ambassador, Barclay. It included the French ambassador M. de Saint-Hilaire, an American diplomat, an Italian diplomat, the leaders of the liberal, Milyukov, and monarchist wings of the bourgeoisie, and the SR leaders, Stupnitsky. The principal matter was the question of a military dictatorship in Russia. It may be said that it was the Allies who imposed on the Russian counter-revolution its principal leaders, Denikin and Kolchak, whose every least action was supposed to be invigilated by the generals Franchet Diesperi and Janin. 6th Congress of Soviets' cancellation of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. The first anniversary of the October Revolution was commemorated by the 6th Extraordinary Congress of Soviets, held from 6 to 9 November, at the very hour of the German Revolution. It was a singularly lifeless Congress, virtually an enlarged session of Vitsik. There was not, and could not have been, any controversy owing to the extremely homogeneous makeup of the Assembly, which out of the 950 voting delegates was composed of 933 communists, 8 revolutionary communists, for left SRs, 2 Narodnik communists, 1 maximalist, 1 anarchist, and 1 non-party delegate. The only speakers were Lenin, Trotsky, Sverdlov, Radek, Steklov, Kamenev, Kursky, and Ivanisov. The only reactions from the hall consisted of prolonged applause and unanimous votes. The Congress decided once again to propose peace to the United States, Britain, France, Italy, and Japan, countries that were at war with Russia even though they had never declared it. A resolution on amnesty was adopted, instructing the extraordinary commissions to keep under arrest only avowed and active enemies of the regime. There was a further resolution on revolutionary legality. During the proceedings, the news came of the Red Army's capture of the factories at Izhevsk, Ural region. This was a great advance, since the munitions works at Izhevsk and Votkinsk had gone over to the counter-revolution under Menshevik influence. Trotsky announced that in the Kotlas district a party of 58 British soldiers had gone over to the Reds. The Congress showed extreme caution in its evaluation of events in Germany. The motion adopted after Lenin's report spoke of the need to instill into the masses a clear awareness of the new dangers that were present and the conviction that we shall be able to defend and preserve the socialist fatherland and the victory of the world proletarian revolution. Yoff had just been expelled from Germany, and a two-pronged attack was now expected against communist Russia from the Central Powers and the Allies. Lenin took the platform twice, to commemorate the first anniversary of the revolution and to explain the international situation. We have always realized, he said, that it was not because of any merit of the Russian proletariat that we happened to begin the revolution, which was impelled by the worldwide struggle. It was because of Russia's weakness, its backwardness, and the special influence of military strategic circumstances that obliged us to place ourselves at the head of the movement until the other detachments should come up. He drew the balance sheet of a year of struggles. From workers' control we had passed to workers' organization of industry, from the general democratic struggle of the peasants for land to the differentiation of classes in the countryside, from military impotence to the creation of the Red Army, from isolation to joint action with the proletariat of Western Europe. We began with workers' control. We did not decree socialism at once, because socialism can only take shape when the working class has learnt how to administer. He spoke of the peasant question, referring to the July crisis of Kulak revolts. We confined ourselves to leaving the way open for socialist transformation in the countryside, though we knew full well that the peasantry was still, at the time, irritable to enter on this path. No democratic republic had done as much for the peasants. It had not been until the famine struck that war broke out between the workers and the kulaks, of which the principal result had been the mass mobilization of the working people of the towns and the countryside. And now, the alliance of the rural poor with the workers in the cities is laying the foundation for real socialist construction. No matter what happens to us, Lenin declared, imperialism will perish. In his second speech he said that international relations have been confronting us as a central question, not merely because the essence of imperialism is now the firm, stable linking of all the states in the world into one single system, or rather into one mass of blood and filth, but also because socialist victory is inconceivable in one country but demands the most active collaboration of at least several advanced countries, among which we cannot number Russia. Convinced of this conception from the very first moment, the Russian proletariat has bent its efforts towards enlightening the masses of other countries, without hoping for any immediate results. Even if we were to be suddenly wiped out, we would have the right to say, without concealing our mistakes, that we have made full use, for the worldwide socialist revolution, of the interval that destiny offered to us. Once again he repeated, as a rider to these general observations, that never have we been so near the world revolution, and yet never have we been in such a dangerous situation. Lenin's last remarks were, we have no cause whatsoever for despair or pessimism. We know that the danger is great. It may be that fate has even sterner tests in store for us. It is not excluded that they can crush one country, but they will never be able to crush the world proletarian revolution. Trotsky reported on the situation at the fronts, which gave grounds for considerable hope. The liberation of the South, he said, was now on the order of the day. The armistice of November 11th, drawn up between the Allies and Germany, insisted as one of its conditions upon the cancellation of the treaties of Brest-Litovsk and Bucharest. 2 days later, Wietzig proclaimed that the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was null and void. The Republic of Soviets offered its fraternal alliance to all the peoples liberated from imperialism. The Ukraine is reconquered. During the German occupation and under the rule of Hetman Skoropadsky, the Ukraine had never for a moment been free of trouble. The class struggle continued in all its fury. The effect of compulsory requisitionings was to force the peasantry to take up arms. The nationalist socialist parties of the petty bourgeoisie were offended by the condition of national humiliation and transmitted the discontent of the rural masses. In the working class centers, the illegal organizations of the Bolshevik Party kept up the good fight. The left SRs undertook their terrorist acts. The countryside was full of irregular bands called haidamaks, part of the tradition of the Ukraine, of partisan forces under the red, Bolshevik, or black, anarchist, flag. In the middle of September, the nationalist groups that had officially declared war on the Hetman began to gather an army of volunteers around Belyatsurkov. This insurrectionary movement was directed by two old nationalist socialist leaders, the writer Vinnichenko and the schoolteacher Simon Petliura, who had both been prominent figures in the Rada of piteous memory. As soon as the members of the occupying forces heard the news of events in Vienna and Berlin, they only had one thought: to get back home. The only form of organization the Austro-Germans could now boast was that required to evacuate the country in good order, and this was provided by the soldiers' councils. The Germanized Ukraine disintegrated instantly. All over it Red forces sprang into being, while regular units of the Red Army marched upon Gomel, Kharkov, and Kiev. The troops of Vinnichenko and Petliura, who at the first moment of the collapse were stronger than the Reds, launched simultaneous attacks everywhere against the panic-stricken authorities of the Hetman. The Germans retreated without offering battle. Around November 15th, Petliura felt strong enough to declare the Hetman an outlaw. In this bloody chaos, two rival powers arose at once: the Nationalist Directorate and the Soviet government. Thus power became contested between the petty bourgeoisie, urban middle classes and wealthy peasants on the one hand and the workers and poor peasants on the other. The Directorate offered a program which at first sight was very close to that of Bolshevism: expropriation of the large estates in favor of the peasants. The land was declared to belong to the tillers. An 8-hour working day, labor legislation, the rights of combination and strike, recognition of factory committees, exclusive authority of the laboring classes, i.e. workers, peasants, and intellectuals, the speedy summoning of a Congress of toilers. Soviets were to be tolerated on condition that they limited their activity to the defense of local and corporate interests. This plausible revolutionism did not stand up for long to the shocks imparted by reality. The force of the revolution lay, in the cities, with the proletariat. In the country, after the hasty departure of the landlord, the gendarme, the hetman, and the German commendator, it lay with the poor peasant, and the latter was immediately locked in struggle with the rich and middle peasantry, who proclaimed that the revolution was over now and that the only remaining task was to consolidate private property against the threat of Bolshevism. Scarcely did Petliura's soldiers plant the yellow and blue national flag in a town or village when the struggle flared out once again between them and the Soviet, the Communist Party, the workers, and the peasants. On the morrow of its ephemeral victory, the democratic counter-revolution once more found itself placed between two dictatorships. And, as usual, it opted at the decisive hour in favor of military reaction. The political suicide of the Ukraine's Directorate is pitiful to behold. Here is the text of the declaration it addressed in January to the French commanders. The Directorate places itself under the protection of France and requests the French authorities to guide it on all diplomatic, military, political, economic, financial, and judicial questions until the conclusion of the struggle against Bolshevism. The Directorate looks to the generosity of France and the Allied powers in the event of any fresh settlement of the frontier and nationality questions. According to the terms of the treaty signed at the end of January 1919 with France, represented by General d'Anselme, the Directorate declares the Ukraine to be an integral part of a single and indivisible Russia. So much for national independence. It transfers its powers to a coalition cabinet. So much for the exclusive authority of the toilers. It abandons the project of summoning a labor congress, promises to tolerate no Soviets on its territory, and entrusts the command of its troops to a general staff composed of General d'Anselme, the officer in charge of Allied troops, one representative from General Denikin's volunteer army, one representative of the Polish legionaries, and one representative of the Ukrainian Republicans. In return, the Allies pledged themselves to keep the Ukrainians supplied with munitions. The essence of this curious treaty was contained in two economic clauses, drafted in even harsher terms, which were divulged later in a note from Rakoysky to M. Stephen Pichon. France would acquire over the Ukraine, for 5 years, extended rights amounting to those over a protectorate. She would receive 50-year concessions on the Ukrainian railways. The seriousness of these plans for controlling the Ukraine would shortly be revealed by the occupation of Odessa and Kherson by the French, Greeks, and Romanians, December-March, the activities of the French fleet in the Black Sea, and the military engagements at Kherson and Sebastopol. These efforts failed in view of the purely temporary character of the victories won by the nationalists who had sold out the Ukraine. Petliura captured Kharkov on November 23 and Kiev on December 14. But, meanwhile, a Congress of Soviets held at Ekaterinoslav had established the Bolsheviks' government of workers and peasants under the presidency of Yuri Pyatakov. The Reds rallied the middle peasants behind them and slowly won back the country districts. The towns were already theirs. The units of partisans were absorbed into the Red Army. The anarchists and their sympathizers, who were going from strength to strength under the powerful leadership of Makhno, lent their support to the Soviet power despite many hesitations, while the Allied forces in the Black Sea ports became subject to the influence of revolutionary contagion. It remains true that the Soviet government, with Rakovsky as the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, would be installed in the big Ukrainian centers only around January and February, and even then not definitively. Nowhere else in Russia would the civil war be so hot and fierce as in the Ukraine, where 14 governments replaced one another within 4 years. But, in this country, whatever men try to build against the proletarian revolution will prove to be built on sand. Whatever blood they shed will be in vain, for always the sand will shift from beneath their feet. Victory of the workers in Russia. The shortest path to linking up with the revolution in Austro-Hungary passes through Kiev, just as the roads through Pskov and Vilna lead us to the German Revolution. These words of Trotsky define the character of the great offensives which the Red Army launches at this moment in the Baltic countries and in the Ukraine. What are the forces in play at this moment? On September 15th, the Red Army numbered 452,509 combat troops and 95,000 auxiliary or rearguard troops. By around the spring of 1919, it will reach and surpass the total of 1 million fighting men. Let us now try to reckon the enemy forces. Between 30,000 and 40,000 Allied soldiers, British, American, Italian, Serbian, and French, were in occupation of Archangel, Onega, Kern, and Murmansk. 40,000 Finns were threatening Petrograd and Karelia. In Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, the White Guard resistance was 30,000 to 40,000 strong, with assistance from the German Volunteer Corps, 30,000 men, under von der Goltz. The Polish army was being mustered and would be over 50,000 in the spring. 20,000 French and Greek troops occupied Odessa and Kherson. 40,000 Czechoslovaks were spread out along the Trans-Siberian Railway. 3 Japanese divisions and 7,000 Americans were operating in the Far East. To these 300,000 foreign bayonets there must be added the forces of Russia's counter-revolution. The Don Cossack Army, 50,000 men, Kuban Cossacks, 80,000, Kolchak's National Army, 100,000 by the spring, Denikin's Volunteer Army in the Kuban, 10,000 to 15,000, the troops of the Ukrainian Directorate, 10,000 to 15,000, the counter-revolutionary bands of the Ukraine, over 20,000, all making a total of over 250,000 men. The two sides were therefore scarcely equal. The forces of counter-revolution are far better armed and provisioned but are dispersed and divided, and often reluctant to fight. This is the case with the foreign troops. The Reds, passionately defending their single stretch of territory, have control over the vast railway network that converges towards Moscow. The Allies are disunited. The Reds enjoy the formidable unity of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Red offensives are pushed to a victorious conclusion on all fronts. Pskov, the gateway to the Baltic countries, is taken on November 20th. Narva, the key to Estonia, falls on the 28th. Minsk, the capital of White Russia, on December 9th. The collapse of the Germans entails the bankruptcy of the nationalist semi-governments in the Baltic states. In Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, Soviet governments are constituted and are granted recognition in a decree from Vitsik on December 23rd. Ufa is captured on December 31st, Kharkov and Riga, January 3rd, Vilna, January 8th, Mitau on the 9th, Shenkursk on the River Dvina in the Arctic Circle, and Ekaterinoslav in the heart of the southern Ukraine on the 26th. Through Uralsk, Orenburg, and Iletsk, the way was clear again to link up with Turkestan, itself in the throes of civil war. The return of the Ukraine and the Baltic states to the Soviet fatherland appears as the first international consequence of the German Revolution. But at the very hour when the Russian proletariat is making ready, through the force of its victories, to join hands with the proletariat of Germany, the latter is going down in defeat on the barricades of Berlin. The murder of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg signals the crushing of the proletarian revolution in Central Europe. Defeat of the workers of Germany. Here we can mark out only the principal stages of the German Revolution. Following on the armistice, the socialist government of People's Commissaries showed two main concerns: to appease the demands of the Allies for fear of a foreign occupation, and to contain Bolshevism, which heralded new crises for them. Social democracy consolidated itself in power as the party of social conservatism, of the defense of the capitalist order. In the country at large, the only real authority lay with the workers' councils, Arbiterate. But in these the Social Democrats held overwhelming majorities. The Congress of Councils of Germany, meeting in Berlin from 16 to 25 December, rejected by 344 votes against 98 a motion proposed by the independent Social Democrat Ernst Dömig, which affirmed the principle of power to the Soviets. Instead, it transferred all authority to the People's Commissaries, who were then instructed to convoke the Constituent Assembly. After this explicit abdication by the leading organizations of the working class, The sole opportunity for the revolutionary proletariat lay in an insurrectional initiative. If it had been organized and led by a communist party, it would without doubt have been strong enough to win this crucial battle. Future possibilities seemed to offer the chance of a striking recovery. The Spartacus group, pursuing its propaganda for the dictatorship of the proletariat, was gaining in influence. The sailors from Kiel and the proletarians in the workers' quarters of Berlin dreamed only of following the example set by their Russian brothers. So long as these forces did not meet with a sanguinary repression, the social order was not safe. On this point, the social democratic leaders found themselves in accord with the military chiefs. We will turn to the memoirs of Gustav Noske, the former editor of the Chemnitz Social Democrats Volksstimme, who, in the crisis of January 1919, at the head of the reactionary officer corps, took on the task of butchering the working class that he represented in the Reichstag. We find the section devoted to the joint session of the government and the Central Executive of Workers' Councils on January 6, 1919, and read, "Nobody made any objection when I expressed the view that order would have to be restored by force of arms. The Minister of War, Colonel Reinhardt, drafted an order appointing as Commander-in-Chief General Hoffmann, who happened to be a short distance from Berlin at the head of several units of troops. It was objected that this general would be too unpopular among the workers. There we were, standing around in Ebert's office, all very nervous. Time was getting short. Our people were gathering in the streets, demanding arms. I insisted that a decision must be taken. Somebody said, 'Perhaps you'll do the job yourself?' To this I replied, briefly and resolutely, 'I don't mind, somebody's got to be the bloodhound. I'm not afraid of the responsibility.' It was decided forthwith that the government would grant me extraordinary powers for the purpose of re-establishing order in Berlin. In his draft, Reinhardt struck out the name of Hoffmann and replaced it by mine. That is how I was appointed to the post of Commander-in-Chief. On the same day, a bloody provocation lit the tinder for the explosion. Emil Eichhorn, a courageous revolutionary of the USPD, had filled the post of chief of the Berlin police since the beginning of the revolution. He had turned the Polizeipresidium into a proletarian stronghold. Permanent conflict existed between this revolutionary headquarter, the government, and the Social Democratic commandant of Berlin, Otto Wels. A workers' demonstration which Eichhorn had authorized was met in the center of Berlin, on Wels's orders, by volleys of firing from the troops. Noske's appointment was thus countersigned in the streets by the blood of 16 dead workers. The government announced the dismissal of Eichhorn, who refused to resign a post he held not by grace of the ministers, but from the revolution. These provocations precipitated the entry of the proletariat into the streets at a time when, as Karl Radek wrote to the Central Committee of the recently formed Communist Party of Germany, the Soviets had no more than a nominal existence, and had still not experienced any political struggle which could release the power of the masses. These, in consequence, remained in bondage to the influence of the Social Democrats. In these conditions, it was out of the question to think of the seizure of power by the proletariat. Radek's advice was to avoid the clash and to undertake an agitational campaign unmasking the treason of the People's Commissaries and the executive of the Workers' Councils. The aim of this campaign would be to seek fresh elections for the councils, thus enabling the revolutionary proletariat, as it prepared the offensive, to conquer the organs of power by legal means. The Central Committee hesitated. Liebknecht was drawn along by the mass current. Without consulting the Central Committee, he signed a manifesto, along with the independents Schulze and Lebedauer, deposing Ebert and Scheidman from the government. Not only was this a grave lapse of discipline, it committed the very error that the Bolsheviks had been stern enough to avoid during the troubles of July 1917, when they held back the Petrograd masses who yearned to engage in a premature battle against Kerensky. The inexperience of the proletariat's best leaders here became one of the prime causes of its defeat. Liebknecht, without his party, initiated an untimely insurrection which he was unable to guide. The Central Committee, surprised by the turn of events, issued neither insurrectionary slogans nor strategic directives. 200,000 determined proletarians, a magnificent army ready for any sacrifice, who would have been formidable if only they had been backed by a well-led party, marked time for several long hours along the damp avenues of the Tiergarten. Nobody gave them any orders. No revolutionary committee knew how to make use of their energy. The leaders were in conference, wrote Rosa Luxemburg on the following day. No, these masses were not ready for the seizure of power, or their initiative would have discovered others to stand at their head, and their first revolutionary action would have been to compel the leaders to stop their interminable conferences in the Presidium. The testimony of Noski confirms this judgment. If these crowds, instead of being led by prattlers, had possessed resolute leaders, conscious of where they were going, they would have been masters of Berlin before midday. No revolutionary leaders worthy of the name. A communist party that was too young, too inexperienced, without cadres, without a central committee capable of daring initiative. Masses of workers marching to do battle, but themselves too subservient to the traditions of social democratic discipline to make up with their own action for the deficiencies of leadership and party. The understandable impatience and great personal courage of Liebknecht, who is afraid to let the hour of action pass. Rosa, clear-sighted but powerless. Thus did the immediate causes of defeat congeal together. The insurrection was quelled by Noski's monarchist bands, composed in the main of officers. Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, denounced by Vorwärts as the instigators of civil war, were arrested on 15 January after the street fighting, and perished the same day. Liebknecht was taken in the evening to the Tiergarten and shot from behind while attempting to escape. Rosa Luxemburg was taken from the hotel where she was being detained and put into a saloon car. There, her skull was shattered with a revolver shot by Lieutenant Vogel. Her corpse was thrown into a nearby canal. The murderers of Liebknecht and Luxemburg went scot-free. Principio. The defeat of Germany's proletarian revolution was reassuring to the Allies. Indeed, they had made their own special contribution to it. The Spartacists of Berlin were actually taking on the whole capitalist world. Wilson, Clemenceau, Lloyd George, Orlando, and Foch, whose remark "better Hindenburg than Liebknecht" became well known, gave discreet support to the socialist Noski, the Stinnes, the Krupps, the Groners, and Hoffmans. The frontier of Bolshevism had now retreated from the Rhine to beyond the Vistula, where under Dasinsky's socialist government the Polish Republic was being established as another bulwark of the old Europe. However, the bloodbaths of Berlin brought no remedy for the social crisis that gripped the continent. The situation continued to be revolutionary in the defeated countries and tended in that direction in the victor countries. France, Britain, and Italy lived in anxiety over a demobilization which would throw into unemployment millions of embittered and weary workers. These, moreover, were used to handling grenades and were not inclined to take promises for an answer. The year 1919 was to be marked by events of immense importance. The Soviet Republic in Bavaria, the proletarian dictatorship in Hungary, the worsening of the crisis in Italy, demoralization of the French troops in Odessa, mutinies in the French Black Sea Fleet. In addition, the difficulties of mounting an effective intervention were fully evident at the meeting of the Allies, Paris Conference, that was called to redraw the map of the world after the ruin of the Central Empires. Intervention could not bring all the fruits expected of it, i.e. the restoration of capitalism in Russia, except at the cost of a fresh war which would probably be both long and harsh. But the state of morale in the victor armies and the attitude of the working class in the belligerent countries on both sides made it clear that hostilities could not be reopened on a large scale against the revolution of the toilers. Hence the hesitations of the Paris Conference before the Russian problem, which was only an isolated aspect, scarcely isolated at that, of the international problem. Two tendencies came out clearly in the discussion. Clemenceau advocated a forceful policy, doubtless in the belief that a quick military victory was possible over Bolshevism. Lloyd George and President Wilson were more cautious. They envisaged long-term actions such as diplomatic sabotage, undeclared war, indirect war through bribed satellite states and blockades. It may be that they counted on the effects of famine, physical exhaustion, and the degeneration of Bolshevism itself. These differences of opinion were complicated by conflicts of interest. Of these last, the most serious was keeping the Americans and the Japanese neutralized, from fear of each other, in the Siberian Far East. Such is the explanation of the contradictory tendencies among the Allies, at the point when the defeat of the German Revolution coincided with the victories of the Red Army. A radio message from the Paris Conference on January 23, 1919 invited all governments enjoying a de facto existence on the territory of the former Russian Empire to send representatives to a peace conference which was to be summoned on the island of Principio, near Constantinople, in the presence of the Allies. On February 4th, the Soviet government notified the great powers of its agreement to the opening of negotiations, and showed itself as willing to offer a heavy price to gain peace. This amounted, or so it was assumed, to a continuation of the politics of Brest-Litovsk in transactions with the Allies, for the same reasons that had led to Brest-Litovsk. Shishirin's note stated, as some of its principal points, the government of the Soviets declares that it is ready to make concessions to the powers of the Entente on the question of debts. It does not refuse to recognize its financial obligations to those of its creditors who are citizens of the Entente powers. It proposes to guarantee the payment of interest on the loans by a fixed quantity of raw materials. It is ready to grant, to citizens of the Entente powers, mining, forestry, and other concessions, on condition that the internal running of these concessions does not interfere with the social and economic order of Soviet Russia. The fourth point, on which the Soviet government believes that the proposed negotiations might have a bearing, concerns territorial concessions. For the Soviet government does not wish to exclude in principle from the negotiations the question of the annexation by the Entente powers of certain Russian territories. This offer of annexations went a stage further even than Brest-Litovsk politics. Its causes doubtless have to be sought in the Berlin defeats. The limits of the retreat were, however, clearly defined. Indeed, with the exception of the territorial concessions, they still form the policy of the USSR, i.e. recognition of debts on certain conditions, economic guarantees for financial agreements, industrial concessions provided that these do not affect the Soviet regime. The very opening of negotiations at Principe signified the Soviets' recognition of the counter-revolutionary states that were in the course of construction in Siberia, the Don country, and the Caucasus. This was an extremely dangerous policy, which fortunately came to nothing owing to the response of the leaders of the counter-revolution, Kolchak and Denikin, doubtless taken on the advice of the Allied generals. Relying on the forthcoming spring offensives, they refused to reply to the offer of the Entente powers and to Shishirin's note. That was a grave miscalculation on their part. The objectives of the rulers of the Soviet Republic at this point were very simple: to gain time, to consolidate Soviet power even in a restricted and amputated terrain, maintaining there the focus of the proletarian revolution, and to keep future options open, gaining time by ceding some space if necessary, and allowing the European revolution, now increasingly imminent, to mature. Events since then have shown how far the Western proletariat was from matching the demands of the hour. The efforts of the revolutionary proletarians in the West would certainly not have been assisted by the crystallization of a number of counter-revolutionary states around a Soviet Russia mutilated by the terms of an onerous and humiliating peace. Consider the prospect of a Red Russia, deprived of the corn of the Kuban and Siberia, of the Donets coal, of iron from the Ural, of oil from Baku, thrown back on her own resources by the inactivity of the Western proletariat. Would such a Russia have succeeded later in conquering, or even in holding out against, a Siberia, a Caucasus, a white South in which capitalist states, more or less colonies of the Entente, would have become consolidated with the aid of the victorious powers? Through the intransigence of the white side, the dangerous diplomatic maneuverings of Lloyd George and Wilson turned out for the benefit of the Soviets. Once again, it was demonstrated that the proletarian republic would not shrink from any sacrifice in order to declare peace to the world, even while its enemies were compelling it into a war to the death. The failure of the Principe proposals cost the Russian Revolution 3 further years of heroic struggle. But it was through these struggles that the historic grandeur of the Republic was durably forged. The territory of the USSR became extended from the Gulf of Finland to the Pacific, from the Arctic Circle to Asia Minor, across 1/6 of the globe. For the moment, the Allies continued to prepare their spring offensives in Poland, Siberia, Archangel, the Baltic lands, the Don region, and the Kuban, and planned the encirclement of the Russian Commune with a ring of counter-revolutionary states. All this while, not one country dared to declare war formally upon the Soviets. This unconfessed war found an official form in the perfidy of the blockades. Beginning with the first months of 1919, not one letter, not one food parcel, not one package of goods, not one foreign newspaper could enter Red Russia, except as contraband across the lines of barbed wire. 11. War Communism. The blockade and production. 1918 was the first year of the blockade. Russia's imports in 1914 were 936 million poods, and her exports 1,472 million. In 1917, they had fallen to 178 million and 59 million, respectively. In the year one of the revolution, imports were no more than 11.5 million poods and exports 1.8 million. For 1919, the figures would fall to zero. The effects of this total blockage of trade between Russia and the outside world were worsened by the dismembering of the country which, with 2/3 of the population inside its boundaries, had only 45% of its grain, 10% of its oil production, 8% of its sugar output, and 23% of its cast iron. 60% of the railway tracks were in the hands of the whites. The destruction of transport was catastrophic. We have seen how the famine depopulated the large cities. Moscow and Petrograd had lost half of their population. Migration into the countryside, where food was easier to come by, was a general trend. The decline of production was uninterrupted. It should be noted that this decline had already begun before the revolution. In 1916, the output of agricultural machinery, for example, was down by 80% compared with that of 1913. The year 1917 had been marked by a particularly general, rapid, and serious downturn. The production figures for the principal industries in 1913 and 1918 were, in millions of poods, coal, from 1,738 to 731, 42%. Iron ore from 57,887 to 1,686. Cast iron from 256 to 31.5, 12.3%. Steel from 259 to 24.5. Rails from 39.4 to 1.1. As a percentage of 1913 production, output of linen fell to 75%, of sugar to 24%, and of tobacco to 19%. The large enterprises failed more easily than the smaller ones, since they were much harder to keep supplied and were more closely dependent on the general level of production. The importance of small-scale concerns and of artisan craftsmen therefore grew visibly. The railways, which were almost completely cut off from supplies of coal and oil, went over to burning wood, to the extent of 70% of the whole system. Wages doubled or trebled. The price of grain on the free market, which was illegal, but a necessary recourse for the proletariat for at least half of their foodstuffs, went up sevenfold. The part played by incomes other than wages in the workers' budget assumed a growing importance. From 3.5% in 1913 to 38% in 1918. What were the sources of these extras? Simply theft from factories and warehouses. The purchase of food absorbed 7/10 of the workers' earnings, instead of a half. It was this state of affairs that impelled the workers to return to the countryside. In December 1918, the factories of Kolomensk had no more than 7,203 workers on their books, as compared with 18,000. Even this roll call was largely one of absentees. On one morning in April 1919, only 1,978 showed up for work out of the 5,779 on the books. The state, the Red Army, and the party continued to drain off the best forces from this exhausted proletariat. Strikes provoked by the famine would multiply till they reached the great outbreak of the following spring, 1919. The financial situation. The economy was, not surprisingly, in deficit. The extraordinary levies raised from the bourgeoisie played an appreciable role in the conduct of the Civil War by sharpening class alignments, but yielded no substantial revenues to the state. The pace of events was too quick, and the resistance of individuals too entrenched for that. The war imposed extraordinary burdens upon the young republic. The army, the proletariat, officialdom, all had to be supported by the state, a total of 30 to 40 million persons. Let us look at the national budget for 1918. The principal headings are as follows. Income, 15,580 million rubles, of which 11,834 million are from taxes. In the proportion 68.9% from direct taxes, 5.1% from indirect, and 1.9% from customs dues. Expenditure, 46,706 million rubles, subdivided as follows. Central state institutions take 8 million, less than 0.1%. Supreme Council of the Economy, Commissariats of Food, Finance, and Agriculture 15,770 million, 33.8%. Transport 8,428 million, 18%. Public education 2,994 million, 6.4%. War Commissariat 15,133 million, 32.4%. It will be noticed that the war costs as much as food, industry, and agriculture put together. The deficit is colossal, 32,000 million, twice the total income. These figures reveal the disproportion between the state's needs and its resources. Its requisitions and issues of currency were ineffective in making up the deficit. Inflation reached fantastic proportions, unknown to previous history. In November 1917, there were 18,917 million paper rubles in circulation. On January 1, 1918, there were 27,313 million, and on January 1, 1919, 61,265 million. In the meantime, the value of the ruble had gone down 230 times. The real value of all these thousands of millions was inescapably shrinking. The 27,313 million in circulation on January 1, 1918, represented a purchasing power of 1,117 million gold rubles. The 61,265 million circulating on January 1, 1919 represented no more than 266 million gold rubles. Never had monetary circulation been more feeble, and never, in consequence, were exchanges between the socialized productive sector and the peasant-based free market more difficult. Issues of notes in the year 1918 amounted to 33,952 million rubles, with a real value calculated at 523 million. The real value of the requisitioning undertaken for 1918 to 19 has been estimated at 127 million gold rubles. The inflation and the requisitions bore down particularly heavily upon the countryside, from which basic foodstuffs and raw materials had to be extracted. Conditions of life there, however, were still relatively better than those in the towns. Agricultural production suffered from the ills of the time least of all. Russia's total production was 12,000 million rubles before the war, 50% from agriculture. It was now down to 4,000 to 5,000 million, 80% of this from agriculture. The depreciation of the paper currency encouraged the general tendency towards exchanges in kind. Commerce became replaced by barter. Food and articles of prime necessity were distributed among the workers through the state, at nominal prices, as a kind of omen of the total abolition of money. Free public utilities were another first step in this direction. Agriculture. Even before the revolution, the agricultural sector had suffered from the war. The main effect of the revolution was to ruin the large estates. Around 30,000 large proprietors were expropriated. But the peasants were in no position to resume the cultivation of the lands they had won. The disappearance of large areas of cultivation was a further cause which accentuated the decline of agrarian production. The results of the rural revolution are expressed in some eloquent statistics. The proportion of land in Russia cultivated by the peasants leaped from 54% to 96%. The peasants became the real owners of virtually all the estates. But the war, the devastation of transport, and the weak condition of industry prevented them from taking advantage of their gains. A process of leveling among the peasantry was soon completed, with a rapid fall in the numbers both of rich and of poor. The number of farmers owning one horse rose from 43.8% to 79.3% as of 1920, with a corresponding decline in the proportions of those owning several horses or no horses. Harvests fell dramatically. The cultivation of raw material crops for industry was in serious peril, since no payment was being made for them. Agriculture lost its commercial character, as the peasants tended increasingly to produce solely for their own consumption and no longer for the market, the state being in no position to supply any recompense for exchanges of corn. Anything they did sell went by preference on the illegal market, where they could get 4 times the size. The dialectic of economic life. We will try and trace the dialectic of events in the economic field. As we have noted, the decree of May 14th had effectively supplanted exchange by a policy of requisitioning. The few manufactured goods that could be spared for the countryside were given to the poor peasants as an inducement to assist the proletariat in confiscating the grain of the rich. This formed one of the decisive measures for the class war in the villages. Through it, the proletarian revolution at once became established in the countryside. Up till now, it had interested only the working class population, 20 million people. From now on it would interest the whole rural population except the kulaks, 130 million people. The chaotic struggles undertaken by the peasants throughout this period cannot obscure the significance of the fact that at all times, in all places, in battle after battle, they secured the final victory of the Soviets. The economic leveling which proceeded among them parallels this fact of politics and helps to explain it. The victory of the proletariat over the kulaks deprived the counter-revolution of its last economic base. However, the civil war now sweeping through the townships and hamlets was another new factor assisting in the decline of agricultural output. The economic leveling was accompanied by the atomization of cultivated tracts. The sharpening crisis of agriculture, which struck first at the industrial crops, the least necessary for the peasants themselves, and the most dependent on exchange with the towns, reacted back on the size of the industrial sector by blocking its intake of raw materials. In industry, measures of nationalization continued. The graph they describe is itself significant. In April, there was one such measure, in May 7. From July to October, the average rate was 170 a month. In June, 357 enterprises had been nationalized. In September, 860, including whole industries: mining, transport, electricity, oil, rubber, sugar, etc. This expropriation of industry, verging ever closer to a total nationalization, placed an increasingly numerous population of workers within the responsibility of the socialist state, and compelled it hastily to establish a body of functionaries, managers, and administrators who could not be recruited straight away from among the working class. The bureaucracy was born and was rapidly becoming a threat. The zigzags of party policy may be reviewed at this point. In April, Lenin, aware of the dangers of a rash socialization of the entire productive sector, was saying, "If we go on expropriating capital at this pace, we shall infallibly be beaten." He fought against the left communists, who advocated the most radical economic measures. But in June, the expropriation of all the main industries was undertaken as a riposte to foreign intervention. A decree instituting the tax in kind was passed in March. As in 1921, it would have pacified the countryside, but it was never implemented. By May, the dictatorship of food supplies was installed through the sheer necessities of scarcity, and carried the social war into the villages. Owing to the destruction of transport, the famine, the economic responsibilities of the state, and the imperative necessity to feed the proletariat, the living force of the revolution, and keep the war industries going, a rigorous rationing system had to be introduced, with all its consequences of bureaucracy and paperwork. The state monopoly of grain could endure no further weakening. From now on, the suppression of the private market was a task of urgency. But it was never carried through successfully. Economic life took on a dual form: the organized, socialized sector comprising large-scale industry, and the anarchic, clandestine sector, much bigger than the former, embracing most of agriculture and the artisan crafts. Every day, in every city, the forbidden markets assembled dense crowds in the public squares. The stratification of production and consumption provoked, in retaliation, the creation of a whole illegal economy. Speculation was answered by repression. Force was invoked to subdue the clandestine economic network. The latter defended itself by corruption. Corruption was met by terror. Nevertheless, the city's sources of food, to the extent of 2/3, were found in the illegal market. Concessions had to be made to small-scale private initiatives. Individuals were authorized to seek provisions for themselves in the countryside, to a limit of 25 kilos. This measure of relief for the general misery was costly. It added to the disorganization of work and of transport. In February 1919, important measures in the progress towards a socialist agriculture were set in hand: the organization of Soviet farms and of agrarian communes. A few days later, the Communist Party's 7th Congress concluded that small peasant production was bound to continue yet for a long time, and took several measures which tended to support and restore it. Ever since the 6th Congress of Soviets, it had been decided to wind up the committees of poor peasants and return to the normal rural Soviet institutions. All the same, the problem of the countryside would only be resolved much later, in 1921, and even then provisionally, by the establishment of the tax in kind and the return to a free market. Proletarian initiatives and the bureaucracy. It was in these conditions that the proletariat sought to organize socialist production and distribution, in other words, to take economic power into its own hands. In the factories, workers' management committees ousted the capitalist and his technical managerial staff. The expropriation of capital, industrial, commercial, real estate, and rural, was so complete that the bourgeoisie became transformed, in the phrase used by one Russian economist, into a kind of ex-bourgeoisie in rags or lumpen ex-bourgeoisie. By contrast, it needed sustained efforts to flush out the petty bourgeoisie from each one of their last economic strongholds in the cooperative system. The decree of December 7th nationalized the cooperative Moscow People's Bank. The bourgeoisie was refused the right to vote and be elected in cooperative societies. A final blow to petty commerce was dealt by the decree of November 21st, which instructed the Food Commissariat to ensure provision for the population in all products and to replace the functions of private trade. Many were the voices in the party which demanded the outright liquidation of cooperatives, the servitors of capitalism, and the total statification of distribution. This path would shortly be begun with the introduction of the compulsory cooperative system. Industry was now managed by 52 centers of production, glavki, manned by worker committees in which the trade unions had a predominant influence. These succeeded in getting the war industries going non-stop and with increasing efficiency, despite appalling difficulties. At the end of the year one, a change of heart took place among many of the intellectuals and technicians. An important minority of these joined the managerial councils of the socialist state. The difficulties involved in the distribution of raw materials and fuel necessarily led to centralization, which was achieved only at the cost of a bitter struggle against separatist tendencies and local power centers. Centralization as a general line of policy in the army, in transport, in provisioning, and even in the functioning of the party's machinery was the outcome of the war. The revolution had begun with the slogan, "Power in all its fullness to the Soviets." Now, however, the play of local egoisms, the lack of competent personnel, and the activity of troublemakers were setting in motion a reverse tendency, that leading towards a dictatorship of the center, for the sake of the higher interests of the revolution. Local Soviets could be seen demanding the abolition of the local branches of the centralized industrial administrations and trying to run everything for their own convenience within their own territories, e.g. Tambov. Separatist tendencies were so powerful at the periphery that the Soviet republics of Estonia and Latvia proposed the opening of negotiations with the Council of People's Commissars in Moscow on commercial exchanges and the conclusion of formal commercial treaties. One of the leaders of the Latvian Soviet government, Stuchka, demanded that the Russian Socialist Federation of Soviet Republics hand back the industrial equipment which had been evacuated from Riga. The state was still so weak that, given the incompetence of the normal institutions for their work, it often became necessary to resort to the system of extraordinary commissions equipped with dictatorial powers. One extraordinary commission of this kind was set up to organize the provisioning of the army. Nothing but harm to the progress of centralization could come from the functioning of such commissions. In every administrative organ, the revolutionary proletariat found itself using a substantial corps of employees and functionaries belonging to the old petty bourgeoisie of the cities. In 1 year, from the first 6 months of 1918 to the first 6 months of 1919, the membership of the only trade union for Soviet officials quadrupled, from 114,539 to 529,841. The general scarcity imposed both a census of consumers and a census of all available products. What techniques could be applied, what personnel could be employed. The mass of folk bent all their ingenuity into getting what they needed out of the stock of products. The party bent all its efforts to the task of allocation, as a first priority, to the army, the workers, the children, and the mothers. But it entrusted the execution of its directives to bureaus who twisted them, while dubious elements in the population carried on massive fraud. Documents, minutes, government bonds, ration cards formed a phenomenal mass of paper, serving a variety of purposes. Accounting, rationing, the classification of the populace into categories, the means of fraud and the livelihood of the corps of functionaries, who were hostile to the regime in their immense majority. Typical of the indignation against this bureaucracy was a slogan that we find in one journal. Up against the wall with the bureaucrats. Krasnaya Gazeta, October 21st. The article was a denunciation of the characteristically criminal attitude of the hospital staffs to working-class people. At the beginning of 1918, the organized forces of the proletariat reached the total of 115,000 Communist Party members and 1,946,000 trade union members. A year later, it was 251,000 communists and 3,707,000 trade unionists. The functionaries were thus far more numerous than the party membership, and they infiltrated too into the ranks of the party. The first attempt to organize a socialist society. The present work cannot include a description and analysis of the social system that was later, inaccurately, termed war communism. This system attained its full development only in 1919 to 20, i.e. beginning with the year 2. We must, however, pay some attention to it in the form it presents during the winter of 1918 to 19. We can at least form a general idea of what it meant. In the years since then, the Russian proletariat has had to retreat on a number of fronts before the peasant masses, with their attachment to private property and freedom of trade. The new economic policy, or NEP, begun in 1921, has profoundly modified people's conceptions of the system which preceded it. The erroneous description war communism has now stuck. Some theoreticians have defined it as a form of communism in the sphere of consumption. In reality, it was also an ambitious attempt to organize socialist production. The Russian communists, with their intense theoretical clarity and their skill in political maneuver, never thought simply of using expedients necessitated by war, valid only for a time of war. They thought of building towards the future, of starting a sweeping fulfillment of their socialist program. If the Civil War, freshly kindled by foreign intervention, compelled them to get on with the job faster than they had anticipated, it was not because it imposed on them measures that were contrary to or grossly different from their intentions. It simply made the total application of the proletarian program a sine qua non of safety. Only the intransigence and the audacity of their policies could ensure the victory of the workers' revolution. So-called war communism was a project for the organization of the socialist society, undertaken in the most difficult circumstances. On this point, we accept the conclusions of the economist L. Kreutzmann, who proposed to define it as the organization of the natural economy of the proletariat. The whole of the social structure was founded on production, at whose base was the industrial enterprise. Relations of work became the essential, primary relationships between men, instead of property relations or the relations between owners and non-owners. The trade unions, whose base cells were now the factory committees, were increasingly assuming managerial functions in production. In this process, the direct management of production by the producers was beginning to be realized, and the organization of production began to be merged with the organization of the working class. From top to bottom of society's rungs, an exclusive and imperious class sense reigned. The bourgeois, outcast and despised, deprived of property and honor, has become a pariah. Kreutzmann. On every wall the rule, borrowed from St. Paul's epistle, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat," was blazoned abroad. It was the suppression of parasitism, suppression of individualism in labor, the reign of collective methods in work and management. This regime did spring out of the war, but out of the war between the classes. It proved that a proletarian revolution must realize itself in order to win. The more complete is its realization, the more durable is its victory. Nothing will kill it more quickly than moderation. But this social system was exhausted by the war. The project of an uncompromisingly socialist organization of production was revealed as premature, through the isolation of the revolution within national boundaries, through the losses inflicted on the proletariat, and through the immense numerical preponderance of petty producers for the market, the peasantry, over the industrial population. It would be just as irrational to blame the general decline of production upon war communism as it would be to hold war capitalism, which enabled Germany to survive for several years, responsible for the famine and economic collapse which caused the final ruin of the Central Powers. The conquest of production by the proletariat was in itself a stupendous victory, one which saved the revolution's life. Undoubtedly, so thorough a recasting of all the organs of production is impossible without a substantial decline in output. Undoubtedly, too, a proletariat cannot labor and fight at the same time. But the very rapidity with which socialist industry recovered in the USSR once the Civil War was over shows that the methods of socialism were not at fault here. The role of errors and exaggerations has to be assessed. But however important this may turn out to be, our general conclusions should need no modification. The Russian proletariat managed a number of achievements: the formation of a powerful army, the development of war industries, the building of its own state. These substantial results encourage us to believe that, if international circumstances had proved somewhat more favorable, it would have not missed the opportunity to achieve successes of at least an equal order in the sphere of socialist production. The Mensheviks changed their attitude. The proletariat and the middle classes. The lessons of a year of struggle now brought results. Among the urban middle classes, whose antipathy to the proletariat had been long and ingrained, a new evolution could be seen. Many intellectuals at last declared themselves neutral. The bravest and most advanced rallied to the regime. The Central Committee of the Menshevik Social Democratic Party acknowledged, in an explicit resolution during October, that the Revolution of October 1917 had been historically necessary and constituted a factor in the international proletarian revolution. In December, a conference of the Menshevik Party officially reversed its old policy and condemned as counter-revolutionary the demand for the Constituent Assembly. It was a total retreat from the positions of democracy. The Menshevik Central Committee proclaimed that the forces of the party would mobilize for the defense of the Republic, and offered to come to an agreement with the Communist Party. The sole Bolshevik response was a demand, unsuccessful as it turned out, that the Menshevik Party should formally condemn those off its groups and members who had gone over to the counter-revolution. Restored to the all-Russian Soviet executive, the Mensheviks would attempt to work for some time now as a loyal opposition. They were able to get a journal published in Moscow. "We will legalize you," Lenin told them, "but we will keep state power for ourselves alone." A similar movement was in evidence among the social revolutionaries. Several members of the Samara government broke with their party to move towards the Bolsheviks. A professor of the University of Petrograd, Pitirim Sorokin, a former SR deputy to the Constituent Assembly, announced in a brief but sensational letter to the press that he was giving up politics, where too many errors had a habit of getting committed. Lenin saw this declaration as a symptom of the evolution of a whole class, the petty bourgeois Democrats. One section will come over to our side, one section will remain neutral, while a third will deliberately join forces with the monarchist cadets. This evolution should be encouraged. A revolutionary proletariat must know whom to repress and with whom, and when and how to come to an understanding. It would be silly and ridiculous to insist only on tactics of repression and terror against the petty bourgeois democracy when the course of events is compelling them to turn to us. Anxious to give every support to this development, Lenin urged that the party should chase out of its ranks those false communists from bourgeois intellectual circles who had entered it in the hope of sharing the spoils of power, and replace them by men of a different quality who only yesterday had been the conscious foes of the proletariat. This courageous distinction between the nonentity who had jumped in at the first chance and the convinced adversary who lays down his arms is worth remembering. Lenin added a warning that a few reverses against the Bolsheviks would be enough to provoke the petty bourgeoisie, a class doomed to perpetual hesitations, to start vacillating back again in its old directions. The same topic occasioned a long exposition from Lenin on the relationships between the proletarian revolution and the petty bourgeoisie. We had to exercise the dictatorship of the proletariat in its harshest form. It took us several months to break through a whole epoch of illusions. But if you look at the history of the West European countries, you will see that they did not get through these illusions even in decades. We had to dispel the petty bourgeois illusion that the people are an integral unity and that the will of the people can be expressed in some way other than through class struggle. If we had made any concessions to petty bourgeois illusions, to illusions about the Constituent Assembly, we would have destroyed the proletarian revolution in Russia. We would have sacrificed the interests of the world revolution to narrow national interests. The terror had been born from the conflict between proletarian internationalism and the patriotism of the middle classes. Now it was necessary to seize the opportunity to pass on to other methods. Otherwise, inflexibility will become sheer stupidity. The intellectuals lived a bourgeois life. When they swung towards the Czechs, our slogan was terror. Now that there is this change of heart, our slogan must be one of reconciliation, the establishment of good neighborly relations. We cannot build our state if we do not utilize such an important heritage of capitalist culture as the intelligentsia. We can now treat the petty bourgeoisie as a good neighbor under the strict control of the state. We tell the petty bourgeois democracy, we are standing firm. We have always known that you were a weak lot. But we don't deny that we need you, because you are the only educated group in the country. In regard to the middle peasantry, another petty bourgeoisie and the most numerous of all, Lenin's doctrine is that these will never become socialists out of conviction, only when they see that there is no other way. No amount of decrees can transform small-scale production into large-scale. We must do it bit by bit, winning credibility, through the actual course of events, for the inevitability of socialism. Literary life. The change of heart among the advanced petty bourgeoisie found striking parallels in literary circles. It may be said that Russia's writers had been unanimously hostile to Bolshevism. We have already seen the attitude of Maxim Gorky, despite his long years of friendship with Lenin. We have seen him attacking the cruel socialist experiment of Lenin and Trotsky, which, it appeared, could lead only to anarchy, to the unleashing of the base instincts. Gorky was now one of the first to rally to the Soviet regime, acknowledging the greatness of the revolution and the necessity to defend and serve it. He issued an appeal to all. The experiment now undertaken by the Russian working class and by those intellectuals who have fused spiritually with it, this tragic experiment which will perhaps drain Russia to the last drop of her blood, is one of greatness, from which the whole world can learn. Almost every people in its time feels a messianic mission, feels itself called to save the world, to breathe new life into its best forces. Come with us in our journey towards the new life for which we labor. Come without sparing us, without sparing anything or anyone, among all the sufferings and all the errors. Leonid Andreev, Ivan Bunin, D. Merezhkovsky, A. Kuprin, the most influential prose authors of Russia, who had all cut a revolutionary figure under Tsardom, remained incurably hostile. But the poets, and this is a remarkable fact, reacted to the profound meaning of the revolution, in a rich display of brilliant intuitions. The greatest Russian poets rallied in the space of a few months, and gave the revolution a body of literature unique in its power. Valery Bryasov, a man steeped in classical culture, hailed the advent of the righteous barbarians who were destined to renew civilization. Alexander Blok, a disciple of the mystic Soloviev, wrote the most popular and the purest masterpiece of the heroic years, the 12. 12 Red Guards are journeying through night and snow, weapons in their hands, and ahead of them, unknown to them, there goes the invisible Christ, crowned with roses. This Christian conception of the revolution is found again in the symbolist Andrei Byly's Christ Lives Again, and in the poems, pervaded by Orthodox mysticism, of Nikolai Kluev and Sergei Esenin. In 1919, with the exception of Gorky, all the great writers of Russian prose are either counter-revolutionary or very hostile. Almost all the great poets have rallied to the revolution. These great exceptions apart, literary production was interrupted and ceased. Any writers who wrote at all devoted their energies to politics. Among the working class and in the party, the movement of the proletcults, proletarian culture circles, was becoming extended. The ambition of these circles was to renovate the whole of human culture in conformity with the aspirations of the proletariat. They discussed serious problems and in the larger cities formed lively groups who met to concern themselves with poetry, the theater, and literary criticism. The only outcome of the movement would lie in its encouragement of a certain number of poets, who were often to wind up in the usual grooves of the factory, victorious labor, and proletarian heroism. The theoreticians of communism were themselves so absorbed by action that in the course of 1918, apart from articles for the press and speeches delivered to large meetings, they produced only a few thin booklets. The most outstanding of these were N. Lenin, The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kautsky. L. Trotsky, The Revolution of October, a historical sketch commissioned by the Central Committee, and the pamphlets of K. Radek on the German Revolution. Education, science, and art. The Civil War raged its way through the intellectual order as well. After Alexander Blok had written the 12, literary men refused to shake his hand. Compromise with the Bolsheviks still spelt infamy to most intellectuals. The Academy of Sciences, almost in its entirety, immured itself in a state of willful hostility towards the Soviet government. It would take years of obstinate struggle before the passive resistance of the teaching profession in the universities could be overcome. The overwhelming majority of the school teachers were hostile. Their trade union had to be purged and reorganized inch by inch, Influence in the schools was fought for and won step by step. Under the direction of Lunacharsky, the Commissariat of Public Education set going a radical transformation of the educational system. The old structure with its inferior schools reserved for the people and its high schools reserved in practice for the bourgeoisie was replaced by the common labor school. The old syllabuses, which trained subjects for the Tsar and believers for the Orthodox Church, were replaced by a necessarily improvised scheme which was anti-religious, socialist, and based upon the educational role of work. The aim was to train producers who would be conscious of their role in society. Projects were drawn up to unify the school and the workshop. In order to implement sex equality from childhood onwards, coeducation was frequently introduced in the schools. But everything had to be organized from scratch. The old textbooks were good only for burning. A large proportion of the old teaching staff resisted, sabotaged, refused to understand, and waited for the downfall of Bolshevism. The schools were appallingly barren of equipment. Paper, exercise books, pencils, pens were all scarce. Hungry children in rags would gather in wintertime around a small stove planted in the middle of the classroom, whose furniture often went for fuel to give some tiny relief from the freezing cold. They had one pencil between 4 of them, and their schoolmistress was hungry. In spite of this grotesque misery, a prodigious impulse was given to public education. Such a thirst for knowledge sprang up all over the country that new schools, adult courses, universities, and workers' faculties were formed everywhere. Innumerable fresh initiatives laid open the teaching of unheard of, totally unexplored domains of learning. Institutes for retarded children were founded. A network of institutions for preschool infants was created. The workers' faculties and the special short courses placed secondary education within the grasp of the workers. Soon afterwards, the conquest of the universities was to begin. In this period, too, the museums were enriched by the confiscation of private collections. Extraordinary honesty and care characterized this expropriation of artistic riches. Not one work of any significance was lost. In those troubled days, a number of precious collections, notably some of those at the Hermitage, had to be evacuated. They all reached their destination safely. The life of the scientific laboratories struggled on heroically. Sharing in the privations of the community, severely rationed, without lighting or, in winter, fuel and water, scholars of all political loyalties nearly always carried on as usual with their work. Every evening the theaters, now nationalized, presented their customary repertoire, but to a new sort of audience. The ballet companies, organized for the delight of an aristocracy long since shot, gave their performances in the midst of the terror. The gold-vaulted theaters were thronged with working men and women, with young communists, their skulls shaved as a precaution against typhus-carrying fleas, and with red soldiers on leave from the front. And with the same memorable voice that had thundered "God save the Tsar" in times gone by, Shalyapin sang the song of the bludgeon to assembled trade unionists. During festivals, the public squares were decorated by expressionist painters. Monuments to the heroes of the French Revolution and to the socialist pioneers were erected in wood or plaster. Most of these works have since disappeared. They were in any case mediocre. The press had now lost the richness and variety of democratic times. Little by little, it became reduced to 3 sorts of organ obeying a solitary inspiration: the organs of the Soviets, Izvestia or Monitor in the capitals, the organs of the Communist Party, the 2 Pravdas or Truth, and those of the trade unions, Life and Manners. The winter of 1918-19 was frightful in the large cities that were ravaged by famine and typhus and deprived of fuel, water, and illumination. The water and sewage pipes froze up inside the buildings. Families would crowd together around the little stoves that were nicknamed borzwiki, a term ironically derived from bourgeois. Old books, furniture, doors, and floorboards were used in lieu of firewood. In Petrograd and Moscow, most of the mansions constructed in wood went for fuel. Through the interminable nights of the Russian winter, all lights were kept down to a flicker. Water closets no longer worked. Piles of excrement accumulated in the courtyards, shielded by constant snowfalls but storing up epidemics for the spring. Queues hung about aimlessly in front of the cooperatives. Huge illegal markets, interrupted by police raids, assembled in the squares. Here the survivors of the ex-bourgeoisie came to sell off the relics of their fortunes. The inevitable speculation was combated by regular house searches and seizures of property. The weakest were slowly being killed off by the blockade. The dictatorship managed the impossible in its efforts to succor its first priorities: the workers, the army, the fleet, and the children. The sections most cruelly affected by the famine were the former wealthy and well-off classes. It was not a rare spectacle to see old people collapse in the streets for want of food. Mortality rates rose sharply, especially among children and the old. The number of suicides, on the other hand, sensibly diminished. The workers had chased the dispossessed bourgeoisie out from their mansions, and now installed themselves in the modern residences of the once wealthy quarters. Each building, Bukharin wrote, must be populated by proletarians in arms and become a citadel of the revolution. Unfortunately, even the most comfortable appointments of the bourgeois living quarters often proved impossible to adapt to the needs of their new occupants. In the cities, depopulated as they were, there was thus a shortage of suitable buildings for children's homes, schools, and communal dwellings. The architects of the old social order had quite different needs in mind. The Soviets instituted compulsory labor for the bourgeoisie in the form of public service brigades. This service was, as it turned out, most successfully evaded. In late September, no more than 400 fit ex-bourgeois could be found in Petrograd for rearguard labor. Requisitions of warm clothing were made, with each bourgeois compelled to hand in one warm suit. The legal recognition of free union between the sexes, the easing of divorce, the legalization of abortion, the complete emancipation of women, the ending of the authority of heads of families and of religious sanctions. These did not produce any real weakening of family ties. This destruction of old impediments made private life simpler and healthier, and rarely provoked any crises. In Petrograd and Moscow, criminality, as strictly defined, was down to a peacetime level. Prostitution never disappeared completely, but the disappearance of the rich classes who were its clients reduced it to relative insignificance. Religious life went on much as usual, even though many counter-revolutionary priests had fallen foul of the Chayka. The clergy still divided itself into no more than two factions: the partisans of active resistance, whose leader was the Patriarch Tikhon, and the partisans of passive resistance. The Communist Party and the Council of People's Commissars affirmed repeatedly that the liberty of religious believers would not be interfered with. Conditions of life varied noticeably from one region to another. All the cities were plunged into darkness once evening drew in. Life was austere and tranquil in Petrograd, the most famished and most imperiled of the towns. The same privations seemed to be experienced more neurotically in Moscow, a capital already bureaucratic and lacking the tonic atmosphere of the front line. The cities were hives of the starving. The towns of the Ukraine lived under a cloud of terror, the prey of warring bands, ceaselessly plundered, fleeced and devastated by new occupying forces. Night over Kiev was filled with cries of panic. There were times when the real masters of Odessa appeared to be the bandits. The famine was, however, less acute in the Ukraine. The rural areas were less troubled by hunger, but had to become quite self-sufficient since they were now thrown back entirely on their own resources. The first attempt to organize a socialist society. An observer who traveled through Russia at this moment would have gathered the impression, at once striking and misleading, of a general hostility manifested by the populations towards the Soviet power. This antagonism was a very real one among the expropriated classes and in most of the middle class. The change of heart we have described, important as it was, still showed itself only among the most advanced and articulate elements in the petty bourgeoisie. The petty bourgeois masses in the countryside were too close to the kulak in their general outlook not to feel threatened when he was attacked. In the towns, the same masses had been living off trade and other functions close to the bourgeoisie proper, and faced an apparently hopeless situation. In many areas they were more numerous than the proletariat, which had been eaten away by the Civil War. And we have already seen how the social composition of the working-class population was being changed. This class was still the only element of the population on whose loyalty the revolution could reckon. But it was suffering excessively. The individual worker saw only the narrow horizons of his own life. He was often lacking in the education and information that would have enabled him to see the necessary connections between facts, to entertain broader perspectives and larger consequences. And his instinct for self-preservation resisted the higher demands of the collective when sacrifices were demanded. The workers' sufferings were too great for them to desist from complaining, from recriminating, sometimes from despairing altogether. The agitation of the anti-Soviet parties was skillful in exploiting these feelings. If the Russian working class still held fast, if it knew how to triumph, the honor of this achievement belongs to the Communist Party above all. This party still numbered no more than 250,000 members, but those who came to it in these times were selected by history itself. Adventurers too, it is true, flocked in under its banner, hoping to fasten on the benefits that usually go with power. This minority of false communists, though statistically negligible, did much harm since they helped to discredit local Soviet administrations by their abuses. In an appreciable measure, they facilitated the conquest of the Ukraine by Denikin, for, naturally, they made sure to go where the grain was. Nevertheless, it remains true that the overwhelming majority of workers who joined the party voluntarily mobilized for the fronts of the Civil War. And this meant that they accepted every conceivable risk. The working class often fretted and cursed. Sometimes it lent an ear to the Menshevik agitators, as in the great strikes at Petrograd in the spring of 1919. But once the choice was posed as that between the dictatorship of the white generals and the dictatorship of its own party, and there was not and could not be any other choice, every fit man that remained took his rifle and came to stand in the silent line before the windows of the local party offices. At this moment, the party fulfilled within the working class the functions of a brain and of a nervous system. It saw, it felt, it knew, it thought, it willed for and through the masses. Its consciousness, its organization were a make-weight for the weakness of the individual members of the mass. Without it, the mass would have been no more than a heap of human dust, experiencing confused aspirations shot through by flashes of intelligence. These, in the absence of a mechanism capable of leading to large-scale action, doomed to waste themselves, and experiencing more insistently the pangs of suffering. Through its incessant agitation and propaganda, always telling the unvarnished truth, the party raised the workers above their own narrow, individual horizon, and revealed to them the vast perspectives of history. After the winter of 1918-19, the revolution becomes the work of the Communist Party. We do not wish to imply that the role of the masses in the revolution was slighter simply because it was very different from what it had been at the year's beginning. But all that the masses now accomplished was accomplished only through the medium of the party, just as a highly differentiated living organism senses the external world and acts upon it only through its nervous system. The consequence is that the party undergoes, in a certain sense, a transformation, a rigorous adaptation to its new functions and to the necessities of the hour. Discipline in it becomes increasingly stricter, a strictness made imperative through action. The party is truly the cohort of steel of a later description. All the same, its thinking is still very lively and free. It welcomes the anarchists and left SRs of yesterday. The prestige of Lenin has grown even further, since the attack that shed his blood and following the confirmation of his predictions in the German Revolution. But his simplicity is such that no one is afraid to contradict or criticize him. His personal authority is solely that of an intellectual and moral preeminence, universally acknowledged. Nobody is afraid to contradict Lenin or to criticize him. His authority was so little imposed, the democratic manners of the revolution were still so natural, that it was a matter of course for any revolutionary, no matter how recent a recruit, to express himself frankly in the presence of the man who headed the party and the state. Lenin was more than once criticized unsparingly, in factories or conferences, by totally unknown people. He listened to his contestants coolly and replied to them in a common-sense manner. When sharply attacked in 1920, at a meeting of executive committees of the Moscow gubernia on October 15th, with a large attendance of peasants, he began his reply by saying, "I have noticed from the beginning that you have come along with a very strong urge to pull the central government down the banks. That would be a useful thing to do, certainly, and I feel it is my duty to listen to everything that anyone has said against the government and its policies. And I think it would be wrong for anyone to close the debate." The party's old democratic customs now give way to a more authoritarian centralization. This is necessitated by the demands of the struggle and by the influx of new members who have neither a Marxist training nor the personal quality of the pre-1917 militants. The old guard of Bolshevism is justly determined to preserve its own political hegemony. A new moral law is generated within the party and, through the extension of its activity, becomes the law of the society now in travail. A law for workers and fighters, It is based on the concept of the revolutionary mission of the proletariat. Necessity, utility, conformity with the aim pursued, solidarity are its first principles. It knows no better justification than success, than victory. It demands the continual subordination of individual interests to the general interest. Every communist, every participant in the revolution feels himself to be the humblest servant of an infinite cause. The highest praise that can be bestowed on him is to say that he has no private life, that his life has fused totally with history. At the command of the party, he was yesterday an army commissar, an educator of men in the front line. Today he is a Chekist, merciless as the directives he receives from his committee. Tomorrow, he can be seen out talking to the peasants in the country districts, at the risk of being murdered by nightfall, or running a factory or conducting some dangerous secret mission behind the enemy's lines. There is not one militant who does not fulfill 2, 3, 5, or 6 different duties at once, who does not incessantly change them from one day to the next, upon the party's orders. It is the party that does everything. Its orders are not to be discussed. Conformity with the aim pursued governs all actions. The moral health of the party is proven in its absolute honesty. It does not acknowledge the conventions of deceit, the double talk, the old confidence trick of the two ideologies, one for the elite, the other for the masses, the divergence between what is thought and what is said, or between what is said and what is done. We were living off plain, clear ideas, ideas of a transfixing simplicity. Ideas, slogans, and actions are one. A formidable unity which is both the cause and the consequence of an unswervingly proletarian line of politics. For the source of the social lie is simply the desire to satisfy, or at any rate to appear to satisfy, social interests which are actually incompatible. Lenin against Kautsky. The principal work of N. Lenin from this period, the Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kautsky, is devoted, as its title would indicate, to a polemic against the old theoretician of social democracy who had just published a short book in Vienna on the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin pays close attention to the new twists which Kautsky gives to the Marxist teachings on the state and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Operating within the field of an obscurely pure theory which opposes the ideal dictatorship of the majority to the dictatorship of parties and persons, Kautsky tried to eliminate any notion of revolutionary violence by recalling that Marx entertained the hypothesis of a peaceful revolution for England. Lenin follows him step by step in the argument, tirelessly recalling the most elementary truths of the class struggle: the role of the state as the instrument of domination by one class, the necessity to break the expropriated capitalists' resistance, the falsity of bourgeois democracy which is only a mask for capital's dictatorship, and the authentically democratic character of the proletarian dictatorship. We have seen these ideas live in a year of revolution. Let us merely note here what judgments Lenin delivers on the revolution now in progress. Is it a bourgeois revolution, as Kautsky declares, destined ultimately to open the way to a capitalist development in Russia? Beginning with April 1917. We publicly declared to the people that the revolution could no longer stop at this stage, at the objectives of the bourgeois revolution. For the country had marched forward, capitalism had progressed, devastation had reached fantastic proportions which demanded, whether one liked it or not, progress towards socialism. For there was no other way of advancing, of saving the war-weary country or of relieving the sufferings of the working and exploited people. For the first time, a revolutionary Marxist was showing how the misery that was born from the imperialist war impelled the transition to socialism. Speaking in December before the first Congress of Committees of Poor Peasants, Lenin returned to this topic in order to demonstrate the impossibility of a return to an agriculture run on the old individualist work techniques. The war has left us only want and ruin. It is impossible to live in the old way, and the waste of human strength and labor that goes with small-scale peasant cultivation cannot continue. Collective farming will treble the productivity of human labor. These ideas, inspired by a straightforward proletarian realism, were quite contrary to the traditions of the Second International, which envisaged the socialist revolution as something to be achieved at the peak of capitalist development, in a society that had reached a high degree of affluence. The traditional viewpoint of scientific socialism was revealed now as utopian, but it took Lenin's audacious sense of reality to think of justifying socialism in terms of the heritage of misery left by a bankrupt capitalism. He replied to Kautsky, "Our revolution is socialist. First we fought with the whole of the peasantry against the monarchy, the landlords, and medievalism, and that revolution was bourgeois democratic. Then we fought with the poor peasants, the semi-proletarians, and all the exploited against capitalism, including the rich peasants, the kulaks, and the speculators, and to that extent the revolution became a socialist one. Lenin's assessment of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and the German Revolution may be quoted here. If we had not concluded peace at Brest-Litovsk, we would have handed power over to the Russian bourgeoisie and done the greatest possible damage to the world socialist revolution. At the cost of national sacrifices, we have preserved an international influence of such scope. That the two imperialisms have become weakened and we have become stronger and begun the creation of a real proletarian army. The German workers would have won even greater successes if they had made their revolution without considering national sacrifices. It is solely in this that internationalism consists. If they had stated, and proved by deeds, that the interests of the world revolution take precedence for them over the integrity, security, and tranquility of their own national state. The biggest misfortune and the biggest danger for Europe is that it has no revolutionary party. It has parties of traitors like the Scheidmans, the Renaudels, the Hendersons, and the Webbs, and servile characters like the Kautskys. But it has no revolutionary party. The state of theory. At the threshold of the year 2, let us summarize the main ideas of the time. The era of imperialist wars and of international proletarian revolution was opened by the Great War of 1914–18. A return to capitalist stability had become impossible in the countries which had been led into the abyss through the development of finance capital. The task of rescuing, in a devastated Europe, the heritage of a threatened civilization now fell to the revolutionary proletariat. The struggle between the workers' revolution and the dying capitalist order will be lengthy and marked by setbacks. The proletariat's victories may well be followed by defeats and by restorations of capitalism, but its reverses will prepare the ground for final victory. Already, in the countries defeated in the war, there are rumblings of revolution. The victorious countries have won some time, but they will be unable either to re-establish their production, now gravely affected, or to guarantee their laboring masses that minimum of prosperity which is necessary to social stability. The old world is doomed. Under the well-aimed blows of the proletariat, the capitalist imperialist system has snapped at its weakest point, in a backward country only recently industrialized. And this was possible because the system here was weakest, because the proletarian party had been molded here through Marxist intransigence, the struggle against despotism and the experience of 1905, because the socialist revolution benefited from a bourgeois revolution which, though necessary, was feeble and tardy, unable to complete itself, because on the ruins of the Tsarist regime the Russian proletariat found itself faced only with an inexperienced, disarmed bourgeoisie which had not had the time to constitute its own class state, because the war did not allow the capitalist states of the West to intervene on the side of the Russian bourgeoisie effectively and in time. To this concurrence of circumstances, the victory of the proletariat in Russia is due. From now on, the Republic of Soviets is the principal center of the proletarian revolution. If it succumbs, the chances for the Western proletariat's victory will worsen, the defeat of capitalism will be delayed. But if, on the other hand, the proletarian revolution is suppressed and beaten in the West, the Soviet Republic will be in danger of perishing. Its fate is inseparable from that of the international proletariat. We shall perish, Lenin told the Moscow Soviet on April 23, 1918, unless we can hold out until we receive powerful support from workers who have risen in revolt in other countries. And again, you know that it is much harder for them to start the revolution in the Western countries than it was for us, because the workers there are in the presence not of a rotten autocracy but of the most unified and most cultured capitalist class. But you know that the revolution there has begun, that it has gone beyond the frontiers of Russia, and that our chief assistance, our chief hope, is the proletariat of Western Europe, and that the world revolution, our essential support, has begun to move. I must tell you, he added a few days later, that given a proper distribution of grain and other goods, the Soviet Republic can hold out for a very, very long time. It was a matter of holding out and at the same time converting socialism into a reality. All the main measures of the regime which a few years later, after the retreat of the proletariat before the rural petty bourgeoisie, NEP, in 1921, would improperly be called war communism, were considered to form the beginnings of the socialist order whose completion the international revolution would render possible. 2 years later, in 1920, Bukharin would publish a bulky text on the organization of socialist production through the paths and methods followed hitherto, Economics of the Transition Period. NEP was not envisaged in it. Lenin, in a speech for May Day in 1920, said, "We shall work for decades without respite to make collective voluntary labor, the unpaid labor of communist Saturdays, a matter of custom and habit. We shall make the rule, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need, enter the consciousness of the masses." These ideas, which in the spring of 1919, at the foundation of the Third International, constituted the prevailing opinions, formed an accurate and powerful whole, as, indeed, they still are. For there are no predestined victories in the class struggle. The triumph of the proletariat in the aftermath of the war was just as possible as the victory of the bourgeoisie, and perhaps even more probable. The fact that neither the bourgeoisie nor the international proletariat brought off a decisive victory does not allow us to conclude the inevitability of the outcome. The working class had the worst of the battle in Central and South Europe, Germany, Austria, Hungary, Italy, Bulgaria, but nothing supports the conclusion that their defeat in these countries was always a certainty. The non-existence or inexperience of the communist parties and the fatal role of reformist socialism, which, at the most crucial moment, came to the aid of the capitalist regime, show on the contrary that the poor development of the class consciousness of the proletariat was one of the principal causes of this defeat. In this epoch of social war, hope for the rapid development of proletarian class consciousness was more than legitimate, it was absolutely right and necessary. The world bourgeoisie got the worst of the battle within the boundaries of the old Russian Empire. But the victory of the Russian proletariat, due in the last resort to the resistance of the workers in the West against the anti-Soviet intervention, was also far from inevitable. In order to put it seriously in jeopardy, all that would have sufficed would have been a few political errors, a few hesitations, the disappearance of a few men. The struggle of the classes throws into combat masses of human beings. All other factors being equal, victory rests with the firmest, the most conscious, the most decisive. At the end of year one, the class war is engulfing the whole of Europe. On the Russian sector of the front, the workers are winning. The struggle is still indecisive in Central Europe and the Balkans. The proletarian offensive is maturing in Italy. On the quiet sectors of France and Britain, the bourgeoisie is preparing intervention in Russia and, if necessary, in Germany. The proletarian revolution is international. Starting out from Petrograd and Moscow, it is shaking all Europe, is unsettling America, and is about to awaken Asia. The Allied governments, without daring to announce it publicly for fear of their own peoples, are engaged in hole-and-corner preparations for the great offensives of the spring against the Soviet Republic. Two counter-revolutionary states are being organized under their protection in Siberia and South Russia. Kolchak is to march on the Urals, on the Volga, possibly on Moscow. Denikin is to invade the Ukraine and advance on Moscow. Rodzianko and Yudenik, based on Estonia and supported by a British naval squadron, will attack Petrograd, while Finland, if the overtures go through successfully, will give the city its coup de grace. The British will come down the Dvina from Archangel, the French, the Romanians, and the Greeks will occupy the Black Sea ports. Such are the vast designs now being hatched in the ministries of Paris and London, where the defeat of Bolshevism is taken as assured. And it is there that the statesmen make their biggest mistake, for it has still not dawned on them that a new era has begun. Vienna, Leningrad, Dietskoye Selo, 1925-8. Notes. Except for the notes to the introduction and postscript, material added to Serge's own notes by the present editor appears in square brackets. Preface to the 1938 edition. 1. Translator's note. Serge was referring to two completed novels, The Lost Men, about pre-World War I French anarchist illegalists, and Men in the Whirlwind, about the Russian Civil War, a sequel to Conquered City. Searches for these manuscripts in the Soviet archives have so far been fruitless. 2. Serge was the left opposition's rapporteur on the Chinese question, and it was the publication in France of his reports and analysis of Stalin's failure in China that provoked his expulsion from the Russian Communist Party. See his Class Struggle in the Chinese Revolution 1927-1928, published by Revolutionary History, http://www.marxists.org/archives/Serge/1927/China/index, HTML. 3. See my book Russia 20 Years After for a detailed picture and balance sheet of the evolution of the USSR from 1917 to 1937. Forward to the 1997 edition. 1. Although innocent, Serge was convicted along with the surviving members of the Benoît Gang, or tragic bandits of French anarchists, his youthful comrades who terrorized Paris in 1911–12. 2. Translator's note. The POUM and anarchists were victims of the same double repression by the Stalinists, whose military police continued liquidating revolutionary dissidents during the final retreat toward the French border in 1939, and the authorities of the French Republic which, after failing to support the Spanish Republic against Franco's military coup in 1936, parked the defeated anti-fascist refugees in foul, disease-ridden concentration camps in 1939 and left them there to rot as foreign subversives, even after the German invasion began, refusing even to allow seasoned Spanish soldiers to fight the Nazis in France. Nonetheless, in 1944 a Spanish Republic detachment, along with some Algerian fighters, liberated Paris before de Gaulle's French troops arrived. 3. The naval base near Petersburg where in March 1921 a rebellion of the Sailors Soviet was brutally repressed by the Bolsheviks. 4. Translator's note. Actually, Serge's periodization of the evolution from Lenin to Stalin was much more complex, and he saw the danger within from the early 20s. See his Memoirs of a Revolutionary. 5. POUM. Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, Spanish Workers' Party of Marxist Unification, an independent anti-Stalinist revolutionary party implanted mainly in Catalonia, fighting fascism alongside the anarchist CNT/FIA. The POUM has been depicted by George Orwell, who served as a POUM militiaman at the front, in homage to Catalonia, and more recently by Ken Loach in his film Land and Freedom, on whose scenario Wilbaldo Solano collaborated. Translator's introduction. 1. Victor Serge, Memoirs of a Revolutionary, London, 1967, pages 261, 263. 2. Victor Serge, De Lénine à Staline, Paris, 1937, page 15. The English translation of this work, From Lenin to Stalin, New York, 1937, wrongly dates the composition of this passage as 1919. 3. Serge, Memoirs of a Revolutionary, pages 69–71–2. 4. Quoted in Daniel Guérin, L'Anarchisme, Paris, 1965, pages 113–14, 189. The anarchist confidant Gaston Laval promptly published this critical judgment of the regime side by side with Serge's current eulogies of the Soviet state, terming the latter conscious lies. 5. C. E. G. Noam Chomsky, Objectivity and Liberal Scholarship, in American Power and the New Mandarins, London, 1970. Daniel and Gabriel Cohn-Bendit, Obsolete Communism. The Left-Wing Alternative, London, 1969. Paul Cardan, From Bolshevism to the Bureaucracy, London, 1966. A social democratic and liberal case, tracing Stalinist institutions back to Lenin's political theories, has of course been presented many times. See, for example, Leonard Shapiro, The Origin of the Communist Autocracy, New York, 1965, pages 343–4, 360–61. The argument relating Leninist politics to Kautsky's social democracy stems from the critique offered from the late 1920s onward by the left communist Karl Korsch, for example, in Marxism and Philosophy, New York, 1930. It can occasionally be found in contemporary pamphlets by far-left groups. 6. H. R. Trevor Roper, Preface to Burnett Bulletin, The Grand Camouflage, The Spanish Revolution and Civil War, 1936–9, 2nd eden, London, 1968, pages 2–3. 7. L. D. Trotsky, History of the Russian Revolution, London, 1965, page 1079. 8. Ibid, pages 1079–80. 9. Lionel Kachin, Russia in Revolution, London, 1970, page 269. 10. Trotsky, Op. Cit., pages 933–5. 11. Oliver H. Radke's Analysis in the Election to the Russian Constituent Assembly of 1917, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1950, pages 25–7, convincingly correlates the percentages of troops voting for the Bolsheviks with their relative proximity to the metropolitan strongholds of Bolshevism. By December 1917, moreover, even the armies remote from these centers, such as those on the Romanian, Southwestern, and Caucasian fronts, were swinging sharply from the SRs to the Bolsheviks. See Radke, The Sickle Under the Hammer, New York, 1963, pages 343-4. 12. Radke, The Election to the Russian Constituent Assembly, page 53, provides the following enlightening figures on the polarization in Moscow from the June and September municipal elections and the Constituent Assembly ballot, voting figures in thousands. Figure in brackets indicates percentage of poll. Party June, September, November. SR 374.9, 58, 54.4, 14, 62.3, 8. Bolshevik 75.4, 12, 198.3, 51, 366.1, 48. Cadet 108, 8, 17, 101.1, 26, 263.9, 35. Menshevik 76.4, 12, 15.9, 4, 21.6, 3, 13. Radke, The Sickle Under the Hammer, pages 283-92. 14. Ibid, pages 258-77. 15. Ibid, page 493. 16. Quoted in Stalin's 1918 attack on the Mensheviks, The Logic of Events in J. Stalin, The October Revolution, Moscow, 1934, pages 20-21. 17. L. D. Trotsky, Stalinism and Bolshevism, Bombay, 1952, pages 17-18. 18. E. H. Carr concludes of the amalgamation between factory committees and trade unions that, in practice, the fusion did not prove difficult to effect. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, London, 1966, Volume 2, page 74. 19. A. M. Pankratova, Les Comites d'usines en Russie à l'époque de la Révolution, partial translation of her 1923 pamphlet cited below by Serge in Chapter 7, Note 38, Autogestion, Paris, No. 4, December 1967. The sixth and last Conference of Petrograd Factory Committees in January 1918 was not actually unanimous in its support of the new party line. See Paul of Rich, The Bolshevik Revolution and Workers' Control in Russian Industry, Slavic Review, New York, 1963, Volume 22, pages 47-63, for a good history of the politics of the committees. But principled opponents of government policy were few among committee spokesmen. 20. Serge, Memoirs of a Revolutionary, Locke CIT. 21. Sir Paul Dukes, The Story of ST-25, Adventure and Romance in the Secret Intelligence Service in Red Russia, London, 1938, pages 178-9. The instigators of the resolution were immediately seized, with their families, by the Chaika and shot. However, SR and left cadet agitation, based on several large factories and extending into units of the Red Army, was continued into March and April, Ibid, pages 360-61. 22. Propaganda on the rift between Bolsheviks and workers was especially esteemed by the interventionist British government, which was then nervous of its own labor force. At a War Cabinet meeting on November 14, 1918, Lloyd George stated that it was important that the public in England should know what Bolshevism meant in practice. Here we had a great, inflammable industrial population, and it was very desirable that our industrial population should know that industrial workers had suffered equally with the rest of the population at the hands of the Bolsheviks. Minutes of War Cabinet Meeting 507, in Public Record Office File, FO 371/3344. 23. Jean Matron, De Kibalchish à Victor Serge, a selection with commentary of Serge's anarchist journalism and letters from prison, over 1909-19, in Le Mouvement Social, Paris, No. 47, 1964. The parallelism between Serge's enthusiasms, for bandits and for Bolsheviks, was suggested to me by Richard Grieman, to whom it was originally propounded by Vladdy Kibalchik, Victor Serge's son. 24. Victor Serge, Destiny of a Revolution, London, 1937, pages 138-9. 25. Serge would later slightly amend his anti-ideological bent. The seeds of reaction, or the germ of all Stalinism, might well be implanted within Leninist or even socialist doctrine, but would require the soil of specific historical circumstances in which to flourish. Victorious Bolshevism was also prone to a natural selection of authoritarian temperaments. This new theoretical emphasis can be seen in his 1933 political testament, addressed to friends in France shortly before his arrest, given in his 16 Fusils à Moscou, Paris, 1947, page 46. It aroused the ire of Trotsky when propounded in Serge's 1937 article Puissances et limites du Marxisme. See Memoirs of a Revolutionary, pages 348-9, and also pages 133-4, and is developed again in the last book Serge published in Europe during his lifetime, Portrait de Stalin, Paris, 1940, pages 56-8. 26. These quotations, from Trotsky's polemics of 1904 and 1907 respectively, are reported in Jean-Jacques Marie, Le Trotskyisme, Paris, 1970, pages 11, 15, 27. The critique offered by Rosa Luxemburg was not, strictly, an attack on Leninism, a term which never enters either her 1904 articles, subsequently reprinted after her death under the incorrect title Leninism or Marxism, or her analysis of the Soviet regime, closely resembling that of Serge, written in late 1918. 28. Lenin's advice on referenda of the opinion of every member without exception, in the most important cases at any rate, is given in his collected works, London, 1969, Volume 11, page 441, and his insistence on a clear mandating of delegates from their locals at a St. Petersburg district conference in 1907, is Ibid, page 434. 29. On Lenin's proposal, each of the larger local Soviets in Russia was sent a summary of the two sides' positions on the question of war or peace with Germany in February 1918, and asked to indicate which course it favored. The results were published day by day in Izvestia as they came in. See the notes to Lenin's collected works, Volume 27, page 559. So little did party discipline operate that almost half the urban Soviets voted in favor of continued war, against the Central Committee and state policy. The consultation with the Soviets was in no sense a referendum, it was undertaken just after the Council of People's Commissars had voted for peace. But it threw Soviet official policy to the mercy of popular opinion, and remains without parallel in any country as an example of democratic opinion sounding on a crucial question of foreign policy. 30. See, for example, Chomsky, Op. Cit., page 116. A recent critique, Maurice Brinton's The Bolsheviks and Workers' Control, 1917-1921, London, 1970. Attempts documentary justification for the view that the shifts in early Soviet industrial policy over 1917-18 were caused by the monstrous aberration of Bolshevism, supposedly the last garb donned by bourgeois ideology. The compilation omits any treatment of A, the breakdown of Russian industry in this period, B, the actual politics of the Bolshevik trade union spokesmen, who are seen as Leninists, or C, of the demands for centralized planning that were acceptable to the factory committees themselves. 32. Didier L. Limon, Lénine et le contrôle ouvrier, in Autogestion, Paris, No. 4, December 1967, provides a clear account of the controversy on workers' control in Russia during 1917-18 with many details of the theoretical standpoints of the contenders. 33. For the politics of the liberal tendency in the Russian Communist Party at this time, see Shapiro, Op. Cit., pages 73, 77-8, 86, 152. Lozovsky was actually expelled from the party in early 1918 for his constitutional deviations. Both he and Ryazanov were political liberals, voting, for example, against the dispersal of the Constituent Assembly and industrial centralizers. Ryazanov even calling for control by the state over the workers, Limon, Op. Cit., page 106. 34. The conjunction in left communist thinking of demands for nationalization and central planning with demands for shop floor power and factory management. See their proposals at the May 1918 Congress of National Economic Councils, summarized in Shapiro, Op. Cit., page 140, identifies them as the only faction of Russian socialism within or outside the Communist Party, whose conception of workers' control approximates the one which is current among the socialist left today. 35. The extent of SR complicity in terrorist and putschist maneuverings is a matter of controversy, though the guilt of the left SR section, in the light of their behavior in the July-August crisis, would appear undeniable. Shapiro, Ibid, pages 153-4, 164-5, emphasizes the pacifism and restraint of the right SRs, aside from the freelance activity of lone individuals like Kaplan and Savinkov. Radke, on the other hand, while absolving the right SR Central Committee from responsibility for terrorist acts, points out how the loose nature of the party opened its organization and membership to military plotters and pro-Allied jingoists in receipt of Western interventionist funds. Radke, The Sickle Under the Hammer, pages 330-34, 452-5, 492-3. Chapter 1, From Serfdom to Proletarian Revolution. 1. 1 hectare equals 2.47 acres. 2. Pyotr Lavrov, born 1823, died in Paris 1900, developed the populist theory of peasant movements and edited the clandestine journal Period Forward for the Russian underground. Author of historical letters, of the essay on the history of thought, and of works dealing with the Paris Commune and the question of the state. Nikolai Mikhailovsky, 1842-1904, developed the political theory of critical populism, which looked to the peasant commune to provide a form of small-scale democracy in opposition to the huge impersonal institutions of industrialism. Mikhailovsky opposed both the terrorists and the Marxists. His writings had an influence in the right wing of the SR Party. 3. Vera Zasulich later became active in the populist Black Repartition and then in the Russian Marxist movement. In the 1903 split, she supported the Mensheviks and during the war joined Plekhanov's Patriotic Единство group. She died in 1919, an opponent of the Bolsheviks. 4. Mezentsev was executed by the writer Stepniak Kravchinsky, the author of Underground Russia. 5. A. Rambaud, A History of Russia from the Earliest Times to 1877, New York, 1886. 6. M. N. Pokrovsky, History of Russia, New York, 1931. 7. The liberal N. V. Tchaikovsky was to end his career unfortunately. For a long time he devoted his efforts to the Russian cooperative movement. Then in 1919, during the Allied intervention in Russia, he headed the white government at Archangel. He died in emigration in 1926. 8. Yuri Osipovich Martov, Zetterbaum, a theoretician and polemical writer of great talent, was to become, throughout his life, the adversary of Lenin and the leader of Menshevism. An internationalist during the World War, he attempted for a brief period, 1919-20, to maintain an attitude of loyal opposition to the Bolsheviks. He died in emigration in 1923. 9. The evolution of Pyotr Struve deserves some attention. Having passed from reformism to liberalism, he later became an admirer of Stolypin. Today, Struve is one of the leaders of the monarchist emigration. He played a prominent role in the circles around Denikin and Wrangel. Author of numerous books on Russian politics and economics, Struve died in 1944. 10. Both belong today to the liberal emigration. In October 1917, Prokopovich succeeded Kerensky as head of the clandestine government, which directed sabotage against the revolution. This attempt to reconstitute the provisional government was short-lived. Prokopovich and his wife Kaskova went into exile and ran a Russian research institute in Prague. He died in 1955 and she in 1959. 11. This first organ of Russian social democracy had on its editorial board, along with Lenin, 5 future Mensheviks: Plekhanov, Martov, Axelrod, Potrasov, and Vera Zasulich. 12. The French socialist Millerin joined, in 1899, a cabinet of Republican defense, where one of his colleagues was the executioner of the Paris Commune, Galifet. 13. V. Nevsky, History of the Russian Communist Party, Bolshevik, a short outline, Istoria RKP, B. Krokiocherk, Leningrad, 1926, page 170. Lenin intended the revolutionary organization to unify the socialist science and revolutionary experience, acquired over decades by the revolutionary intelligentsia, with the special skills of the advanced workers, knowledge of the working-class environment, and the gifts of mass agitation and mass leadership. 14. Jordania, from 1920 to 1922, was president of the Menshevik Republic of Georgia. After the Bolshevik invasion of Georgia, he went into exile and died in 1953. 15. C.I. Spiridovich, the Socialist Revolutionary Party and its predecessors, Partia Socialistov Revolutionarov i.e. Predshestveniki, a work written by a police official from the documents of the Okhrana. Not available in Russian, the first edition of 1915 was sold only to Tsarist officials, and the second augmented edition of 1917, after the opening of the Okhrana archives, was given to the political Red Cross to sell, with a few copies for the SR party itself. Spiridovich had another edition printed on the press of the Stavka, but this was seized by the Bolsheviks. There is a French translation, L'Histoire du Terrorisme Russe, 1886 to 1917, Paris, 1930. 16. Mikhail Gotz died in 1908, and Gershuni died in Paris in 1920, following many years of bitter struggle on which he left some remarkable memoirs, available in a French translation. Breshko-Breshkovskaya, who went over to bourgeois liberalism in 1917, has become one of the stars of the white emigration. Vichernov, who is now in emigration, was one of Kerensky's ministers and then chairman of the Constituent Assembly, leading his party from the denial of its program to political disaster. Breshkovskaya died in exile in Prague in 1934. Chernov, after emigration in Western Europe, died in New York in 1952. 17. Statistics supplied by the Museum of the Revolution in Leningrad. Terrorist acts of purely local significance, and there were hundreds of these, are not counted in these figures. A more recent authority gives a figure of over 4,000 lives taken by SR and anarchist terrorists during 1906 and 1907 alone. Pavlovich, The Russian Anarchists, Princeton, 1967, page 64. 18. M. N. Pokrovsky, A Brief History of Russia, New York, 1933, point 3. L. D. Trotsky, 1905, Paris, 1923. N. Rozkov, History of Russia, Istoria Rossiei, Petrograd, 1926, volumes 11 and 12. 19. The Desyatina is about 2.5 acres. 20. Gapon managed to escape and lived abroad for some while. He resumed contact with the imperial police, took part in its schemes, and was executed as an agent provocateur in 1906 by a socialist revolutionary acting under instructions from Azef. 21. The Zemstvos were organs of rural self-government encouraged in the late 19th century by Tsar Alexander II. Though strictly limited from above, they organized local welfare services and provided an important focus for liberal constitutional agitation in the 1900s. 22. The cruiser sailed under the colors of the red flag for 11 days. Other ships shrank from engaging in combat against her and her crew, and took refuge in Romania once their supplies were exhausted. 23. Antonov will appear again in our story when we come to the October Revolution. 24. The initiative in the pogroms was taken by the police and by the Black Hundreds, Union of True Russians, an ultra-reactionary organization under the patronage of the authorities. Nearly 4,000 Jews were killed and 10,000 injured in 110 separate towns and localities. 500 perished in Odessa alone. 25. In 1905, the Bolshevik Party had 12 or 13,000 members and, though including a large number of intellectuals, exercised its influence over the straightforwardly proletarian elements of society. The Mensheviks numbered about 15,000 members. Their influence was chiefly among the petty bourgeoisie, the artisans, and sometimes, in Georgia particularly, sections of the peasantry. The Russian proletariat amounted to some 3 million workers at this time. The two fractions of Russian social democracy thus organized only 1% of this total between them. See Nevsky, Op. Cit., Chapter 11. Serge's estimate of the influence of the two fractions of social democracy among the Russian working class is a considerable oversimplification. Both Bolsheviks and Mensheviks had a working-class base in the main cities, even though their proletarian membership was relatively small. For a detailed presentation, C.J. L. H. Keep, The Rise of Social Democracy in Russia, Oxford, 1963, pages 165 to 82, 230, 274. A recent careful statistical study does tentatively distinguish between the firmer working-class base of the Bolsheviks and the greater petty bourgeois and national minority composition of Menshevism over 1905-7. David Lane, The Roots of Russian Communism, Assen, 1969, pages 44, 49-51, 209-13. 26. On Guerrilla Warfare, September 30, 1906. N. Lenin, Collected Works, London, 1969, Volume 11, pages 213-14. 27. M. N. Pokrovsky, How Did the War of 1914 Begin? In Proletarskia Revoluция, 730, 1924. 28. The assassination at Sarajevo was committed at the instigation of the Russian General Staff. See Victor Serge, La Vérité sur l'attentat de Sarajevo, in Clart, No. 74, May 1, 1924. The evidence implicating the Tsarist General Staff is examined in V. de Diger, The Road to Sarajevo, London, 1967. De Diger rejects the incrimination of the Russians. 29. Emile van der Velde, leader of the Belgian Socialist Party and a prominent figure in the Second International. Fervent supporter of the Allied cause from the outset of the war, when he joined the Belgian government. 30. August 2nd marked the day when the French Socialist Party voted for national defense. August 4th was the day when the German Social Democratic Party voted unanimously for the war credits in the Reichstag. 31. Nevsky, Op. Cit., page 386. Probably an attempt by Serge to vindicate Trotsky's wartime position by citing a recent and reputable party history. Chapter 2. The Insurrection of October 25, 1917. 1. Speech of Comrade Bukharin at the commemorative evening in 1921, in Proletarskia Revoluция, No. 10, 1922. After relating this incident, Bukharin concludes, "We could have seized power in Petrograd even at this time. We decided not to do so, since we had to depend on winning decisive victories in the provinces as well." 2. I. Florovsky, Kronstadt in the October Revolution, in Proletarskia Revoluция, Ibid. 3. L. D. Trotsky, The Russian Revolution, London, 1918. Included as the History of the Russian Revolution to Brest-Litovsk, in the Essential Trotsky, London, 1963. 4. Victor Serge, Lenine 1917, Paris, 1923, page 55. 5. V.P. Nagin, People's Commissar in the First Soviet Government, supporter of a broad coalition with the Mensheviks. Died in 1924. 6. Serge, Op. Cit., page 45. 7. K. Gracis, October in Kazan, Proletarskia Revoluция, No. 1033, 1924. 8. The Maximalist Party was a small direct action group which had split from the Socialist Revolutionary Party to engage in spectacular acts of terrorism against the Tsarist regime. 9. V. Bonch-Brievich, from July to October, in Proletarskia Revoluция, No. 10, 1922. The author of this article was one of Lenin's close associates. 10. My sources for these facts are the Reminiscences of the Fighters of October, published by Proletarskia Revoluция in 1922, and a little book Moscow in October 1917, Moskva v. Oktyabr 1917. N. Ovsyannikov, edition, Moscow, 1919. The argument of the comrades who opposed the insurrection is given and magisterially refuted in Lenin's letter to the comrades of 16 to 17 October 1917, Collected Works, London, 1969, Volume 26, pages 195 to 215. 11. In Italy, during 1920, over 2 million workers came out on strike in a wave of militant action in the major industrial cities, culminating in the factory occupations of the spring and autumn. Throughout the South, and especially in Sicily, peasants seized the estates. No political leadership of the movement came from the Italian Socialist Party, and the decline of the revolutionary wave heralded the consolidation of Mussolini's fascist squads. See Angelo Tosca, A. Rossi, Nascence du Fascism, Paris, 1967, pages 95 to 107, 438 to 40. Serge's invocation of the German missed opportunity of 1923 is much less apt. Revolutionary militancy in the German working class was very localized and sporadic even in this critical year, and the failure of the revolution to materialize cannot be laid to the account of the KPD and Comintern tacticians, clumsy as these were. Werner T. Angress's stillborn revolution. The Communist bid for power in Germany, 1921-23, Princeton, 1963, provides a full and fair analysis of this complex battleground. For the variations of Serge's own attitude to the 1923 German events, see below Note 30. 12. Numerous documents which have been recently included in Volume 21 of Lenin's collected works, New Russian edition, seem to indicate that a substantial right-wing trend was taking shape within the party, to which it would have liked to assign the role of a powerful proletarian opposition inside a parliamentary democracy. Not only did this tendency fail to comprehend that the question of democracy was an irrelevancy, Russia having only the choice between two dictatorships, it was also the victim of the most dangerous illusions conceivable. 13. The question is not what this or that proletarian or even the whole of the proletariat at the moment considers as its aim. The question is what the proletariat is and what, consequent on that being, it will be compelled to do. Karl Marx in The Holy Family. 14. The personal predictions of Lenin in 1914-15 in Against the Stream, and on the Russian Revolution in September 1917, Letters from Afar, should be compared with President Wilson's hopes in 1918-19. The illusions of Wilsonism formed a powerful contribution to the victory of the Allies, in which they served political ends diametrically opposed to those of their propounder. Lenin's clear vision and effective action can be compared also with the blindness and ineffectuality of the statesmen of the modern bourgeoisie, the leaders of German imperialism in relation to the catastrophe of Germany, Clemenceau and the Versailles Treaty, Poincaré and Cuno and the Ruhr conflict of 1923. One must at once distinguish between the intentions of President Wilson, who advocated national self-determination, freedom of the seas and the League of Nations, and the social role played by Wilsonism, the final ideology of the Allied war. Personally, Wilson appears not to have wanted to produce the result that he actually achieved, i.e. that of serving the cause of one imperialist coalition against another. 15. A satisfactory French translation of these works, unfortunately without explanatory notes or a historical introduction, has been published by La Librairie de l'Humanité. I have provided a detailed analysis of these writings of Lenin in Lenin 1917. 16. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 26, pages 22-3. 17. From the article Insurrection, in the New York Daily Tribune of September 18, 1852, signed by Marx but actually written by Engels, and later published in the collection Germany, Revolution and Counter-Revolution. 18. Trotsky was still interned in a concentration camp at Amherst in Canada at the time when Lenin arrived in Russia and only reached Petrograd in the first days of May. The articles on the Russian Revolution that he wrote in America strike a note similar to those by Lenin in the same period. After 5 to 6 May, he was in close contact for common activities with the editorial board of Pravda and the Bolshevik Central Committee. At this time he was a member of the so-called Inter-District Organization of Social Democrats, which also included Volodarsky, Lunacharsky, Manuelsky, Karakhan, Yoff and Uritsky, and which fused with the Bolshevik Party in July 1917. Trotsky addressed the Petrograd Soviet for the first time on 5-18 May, the day after his arrival from America. He urged it first to challenge the bourgeoisie, second, to put its own leaders under control, third, to have confidence in its own revolutionary strength. I believe, he concluded, that the next action on our agenda will place power in the hands of the Soviets. 19. An engineering worker from the Bolshevik emigration, Shliapnikov undertook illegal activity in Petrograd in the last months of Tsarism, on which he has written some interesting memoirs. The Eve of 1917, Canon 17 Goda, Moscow, no date. He became one of the organizers of the Russian Metal Workers' Union and then, in October 1917, Commissar for Labor. In 1921, he was one of the leaders of the workers' opposition in the Russian Communist Party. He capitulated to Stalin in 1926, was expelled from the party in 1933, was sent to an isolator in 1935, and died obscurely in 1943. 20. G. Georgievsky, Essay on the History of the Red Guard, Ocherki Polstoriai Krasnoi Gvardiai. Moscow, 1919. 21. The way the insurrection was carried out reconciled the two theses. It took place on the day of the Soviet Congress, but began in the early morning. The Congress began its deliberations only in the evening, while the shooting could still be heard going on. Lenin proved mistaken on another point at this time. In the early days of October, he wrote to the Central Committee that victory is certain in Moscow. Nobody will resist us there. At Petrograd we can afford to wait. It is not necessary to begin with Petrograd. In fact, of course, the victory was safe in Petrograd, where the insurrection had a painless triumph, while in Moscow it encountered fierce resistance. Serge's comments at this point relate to the controversies in Russian party history, from 1924 onwards, which enrolled the differences between Lenin and Trotsky on the timing of the insurrection into the current polemic against Trotsky. Trotsky, in his book Sur Lenin in 1924, had justified his own timing of 1917 as against Lenin's. This in turn was made much of by Stalin in his speech Trotskyism or Leninism of November that year. Serge is here content to state the legitimacy both of Trotsky's and Lenin's position on the insurrection. 22. Cavaignac and Galifet, French generals who were the military saviors of the bourgeoisie against the workers, in 1848 and 1871 respectively. 23. Actually a mistaken reference by Serge. The witness for the scene was N.N. Sukhanov, The Russian Revolution, London, 1955, pages 584 to 5. 24. Florovsky, Op. Cit. 25. N. Podvoisky, a member of the Bolshevik Party for many years, was one of the founders of the party's military organization. Later he became People's Commissar for War of the Russian Socialist Federation of Soviet Republics, then of the Ukrainian Soviet Republic. Subsequently, he devoted himself to the tasks of military training among youth and physical education generally. Disappeared from public view in the 1930s. Died in 1948. Anton Ovsienko, a former officer and journalist who had been in political emigration, was active in Paris during the war in producing the internationalist journals Golos, Nash Slovo, and Nakolo. He joined the Bolsheviks in 1917 and became a Red Army leader in the Civil War. He headed the political directorate of the Red Army in 1923, and then the Soviet mission to Czechoslovakia. A lapsed Trotskyist, Anton Ovsienko steered the GPU terror against revolutionary dissidents in the Spanish Civil War, was recalled to Moscow and shot without public trial in 1938. Lashevich, an old Bolshevik militant, later became a member of the Revolutionary War Council in Petrograd, 1919-20, and in Siberia after the fall of Kolchak. He became Commissar for War in 1926 and died in 1928. Lashevich had been a supporter of the Zinoviev opposition of 1925-7 and capitulated with it. His death was apparently by suicide. 26. S. Mstislavsky, 5 Days, Piatnay, Berlin, 1922. 27. A. Schlichter, Memorable Days in Moscow, Proletarskia Revolutsiya, No. 10, 1922. Boris Volyn, The Moscow Soviet Before October, Ibid. 28. N. Norov, On the Eve, in N. Ovsianikov edition. Moscow in October 1917, Moskva v. Oktyabr 1917. Moscow, 1919. See also Victor Serge, La Révolution d'Octobre à Moscou, Bulletin Communist, September 1, 1921. 29. Ilya Noskov, The Kremlin Massacre, in Ovsianikov, Op. Cit. 30. This characterization of the 1923 Hamburg Rising misses any consideration of its most important defects. Firstly, the isolation of the insurrection itself from any concurrent action in the rest of Germany, since Hamburg was the only town to fail to receive the order calling off a nationwide rising originally projected by the German communists. Secondly, the isolation of the few hundred communist shock troops in the city from the rest of the working class. Victor Serge's mature reflections in Memoirs of a Revolutionary, London, 1967, pages 171-2, exhibit this double isolation quite clearly, and the eulogy of the new type of revolution here simply seems to be making the best of a job for which Serge himself, as a Comintern emissary in Germany in the early 1920s, may well have shared some responsibility. 31. Larissa Reisner, Hamburg auf den Barrikaden, Berlin, 1925. Chapter 3, The Urban Middle Classes Against the Proletariat. 1. N. Lenin, Collected Works, London, 1969, Volume 26, page 256. 2. John Reed, 10 Days That Shook the World, London, 1967. 3. The war aims of the Allies were expressed, through the Versailles Treaty, in the dismemberment of Austro-Hungary, the annexation of all the German colonies, 2,950,000 square kilometers containing 12,400,000 inhabitants, the annexation of 70,000 square kilometers of German territory, with 6,500,000 inhabitants, and the imposition on Germany of a war damage reparations payment which was at first fixed at 172 billion gold francs. The principal war aims of the Central Powers were the annexation of the French colonies and of the Brie coalfields, the annexation, open or concealed, of Belgium, Serbia and Salonika, and territorial expansion in the east, against Poland and the Baltic states. The treaties of Brest-Litovsk and Bucharest mirror these aims most precisely. 4. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 26, pages 260 to 61. 5. L. D. Trotsky, The History of the Russian Revolution to Brest-Litovsk, London, 1918, reprinted in The Essential Trotsky, London, 1963. 6. In the Allied and bourgeois circles of Petrograd, hope for the swift crushing of the revolutionaries has been born again. All long ardently for the triumphal return of Kerensky and Savinkov. From the latter, merciless repression is anticipated. Letter from Jacques Sadoul to Albert Thomas, October 27, November 9, 1917. Notes Sur IA Revolution Bolchevique, Paris, 1919. 7. From the report of the trial of the Right SRs in Moscow in 1922, given in Pravda for June and July of that year. 8. N. Podvoisky, The Military Organization of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, in Krasny Archiv, No. 7 to 8, 1923. 9. S. A. Pionkovsky, Documents on the History of the October Revolution, Krestamatia Polstoriai Oktyabrskoy Revolutsiai, Moscow, 1925. 10. According to Krasnov's own testimony. 11. Krasnov himself, had he proved victorious, would not have hesitated to shoot or hang his enemies. His call to arms on October 28, 1917, announced merciless measures of repression. We shall see later on the kind of acts he perpetrated in the Don territory. At the outset of a revolution, the greatest humanity lies in the utmost rigor. Magnanimity costs too much. 12. A. R. Gotz, one of the leaders and founders of the SR Party, had participated in its terrorist activities in 1906-7 and was a wanted man under the Tsarist regime. He suffered exile in Siberia, became a sponsor first of the Kerensky government, then of armed resistance to the Soviets. He went into exile and died in 1943. 13. I was incensed. It was a rotten disavowal. Gotz had participated in the preparation of the rising and Avksentiv had signed the order. Thus the deposition of the SR Raketenbraun, read out at the SR trial in Moscow in June 1922. The indictment presented by Krylenko against the defendants, which was widely publicized at the time, is full of overwhelming documentation on all these facts. 14. Rabakaya Gazeta, Workers' Gazette, official organ of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Menshevik, for 5/18, November 1917, cited by Ilya Vardan. The Mensheviks after the October Revolution, in 5 years, za 5 let. Moscow, 1922. Abramovich and Dan, now émigrés, still sit as representatives of Russian social democracy in the executive of the Socialist International. 15. Jules Gued, 1845–1922, had been an ardent, verbally insurrectionary socialist and internationalist, and, like Plekhanov, a supporter of a hard opposition to revisionism and opportunism in the Second International. The outbreak of the World War saw him rally to the patriotic cause, and he joined the Cabinet of National Defense. 16. Jacques Sadoul, letter of October 18, in Notes sur la Révolution Bolchevique, page 47. We are aware of the fact that Plekhanov's widow, after years of silence, in 1922 issued a partial denial of the account related by J. Sadoul. But our comrades' notes on the revolution, apart from their other evident general qualities of sincerity and veracity, on this point accord only too fully, unfortunately for Plekhanov's memory, with the facts and the texts. 17. Novaya Zizn, October 28, 1917, cited by A. Anishev in Sketches of the History of the Civil War, Ocherki Istoriai Grazdanskoi Voyny, Leningrad, 1925. 18. Aniushkin, Last Days of the Municipal Duma, in N. Ovsyannikov edition, Moscow in October 1917, Moskva v. Oktyabr 1917. Moscow, 1920. 19. From Bogdanov's account in the Reminiscences of the Fighters of October, Proletarskia Revolutsiya, No. 10, 1922. 20. From S. Petrovsky's account, Ibid. 21. A slogan offered by Lenin in a very precise sense, ever since March 1917. 22. In Proletarskia Revolutsiya, No. 10, 1922. 23. Still. D. Trotsky, Sur Lénine, Paris, 1926. Chapter 5, Government Power. 24. Reminiscences of Kozlovsky and Bonch-Brievich in Proletarskia Revolutsiya, No. 10, 1922. 25. V. Antonov Ovsienko, Reminiscences of the Civil War, Zapiski o Grazdanskoi Voyne, Volume I. Moscow, 1924. 26. I. Dmitriev, October at Orsha, Proletarskia Revolutsiya, No. 10, 1922. 27. This is the Marxist historian D. Ryazanov, who today directs the Marx-Engels Institute in Moscow. Ryazanov was arrested after the Menshevik Center trial of 1931 and died in deportation in 1938. 28. Serge was to modify this enthusiasm for Bolshevism's brand of patriotism. In Memoirs of a Revolutionary, London, 1967, page 245, he recognizes that this very party patriotism helped in the intellectual crippling of the communist oppositions. 29. Jacques Sadoul's notes sur la Révolution Bolchevique, op. cit., give some interesting sidelights on these events, pages 74 to 80. 30. The proletarian dictatorship hesitated for a long time before suppressing the enemy press. Immediately after the insurrection, the only bourgeois papers to be suppressed were those openly advocating armed resistance to the Bolshevik usurper, bloodthirsty anarchy, and the coup d'état of the Kaiser's agents. It was only in July 1918 that the last organs of the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie were closed down. The legal press of the Mensheviks only disappeared in 1919, the press of the anarchists hostile to the regime and the maximalists appeared down to 1921, that of the left socialist revolutionaries later still. Serge's chronology of the suppression of the press is only formally correct. It was, for example, only the press of the pro-Soviet fractions of the left SRs that was allowed to appear. C.L. Shapiro, The Origin of the Communist Autocracy, London, 1955, pages 163, 179 to 82, 192 to 3, for a detailed account. 31. Collected Works, Volume 26, pages 285, 288, 292. 32. Ibid, page 297. 33. This pithy formula is offered by L. Kritzman in his remarkable work analyzing the phase of war communism. The heroic period of the Great Russian Revolution, Geroychesky period Velikoi Ruskoi Revolutsiai, Moscow, 1925. 34. The French ravaged Kabylia with fire several times during their conquest of Algeria. We may recall, too, the techniques of warfare and control used by the British in India, the sacking of the Winter Palace in Peking by European troops in 1900, the atrocities of the Italians in Tripolitania, of the French in Indochina and Morocco, of the British in the Sudan. And in no war of modern times were the vanquished treated with such ferocity as those defeated in the Paris Commune of 1871. Chapter 4: The First Flames of the Civil War. The Constituent Assembly. 1. Elisee Reckless, the theoretician of anarchism, in his writings on the Russian Revolution, remarked in 1905, in an analysis whose penetration might almost be termed prophetic, "Russia will be shaken from corner to corner, down to the remotest cabin in the land." But inevitably, in addition to the class question, another problem will erupt, that of the peoples with different languages and distinct national cultures. What is termed Russia is in fact an immense tract of conquests within which 20 enslaved nationalities are penned. This is a remarkable page to read over. Reckless, Correspondence, Volume 3, Paris, 1912. 2. According to the 1897 census. Obviously, the population increased appreciably over the next 20 years, but on the whole its composition will not have varied. 3. G. Lelovich, October at the Stavka, Oktyabr v Stavk, Moscow, 1922. 4. N. Lenin, Collected Works, London, 1969, Volume 26, page 312. 5. Ibid, page 318. 6. V. B. Stankiewicz, Memoirs, Vospomeniania. Point 3, Berlin, 1920. 7. The cavalrymen, exhausted, confused by events and deeply upset, said that they had done their utmost and were still as loyal to the general as in the past. But, boyar, they asked their officers, what else could we do when all Russia has gone Bolshevik? Denikin, Sketches of the Russian Turmoil, Ocherky Ruskoy Smutty. Paris and Berlin, 1921-5. 8. Alexiev had been in supreme command of the Russian army during the imperialist war, in his capacity of Chief of Staff of the Tsar Generalissimo. 9. Denikin, Op. Cit. 10. G. Safarov, The National Question and the Proletariat, Nationalny Vopros I Proletariat, Petrograd, 1922. 11. Bessarabia, the territory between the Dniester and the Pruth, formerly a Russian province, annexed by Romania after the First World War, incorporated into the Soviet Union as the Moldavian SSR in 1940. 12. The Romanian boyars formed a sort of landlord nobility. They had suppressed the 1907 peasant rising, killing 15,000 peasants. 13. The following figures will give an idea of what the Sfacheltarii represented. The elections to the Constituent Assembly were held at the same time at which this false national parliament established itself. 600,000 persons, or a quarter of the population, took part in the vote with the results. Soviet list, 200,000, SRs, 229,000, Jewish minority, 60,000, cadets, 40,000, National Moldavian Party, 14,000. Thus, the party which dominated the Sfacheltarii received only 2.3% of the votes. It did not gain a single seat in the Constituent Assembly. 14. On the annexation of Bessarabia, see Chapter 6, page 208. 15. S. V. Denisov, Memoirs, Vospomeniania. Constantinople, 1921. 16. N. Krichevsky, in the Crimea, in Archives of the Russian Revolution, Archiv Ruskoy Revolutsiai, Volume 3, Berlin, 1924, an émigré publication. 17. Mstislavsky in Brest-Litovsk, The Armistice Negotiations, no other reference given. 18. Munsund or Muiz is a channel between the Estonian islands of Dago, Hiiumaa and Iisalm, Saaremaa and the coast of Estonia. 19. The Tsarist hierarchy designated by Peter the Great in 1722 was made up of the civil class, the ecclesiastical class, the military, the naval, that of the court, and that of the sciences. The civil hierarchy, for example, contained 14 grades, from State Chancellor, corresponding to the rank of general and field marshal in the army, and trusted secret counselor to collegial registrar, a civil rank corresponding to the military grade of second lieutenant. Both in conversation and in correspondence, persons had to be addressed according to their rank. Your nobility, your high nobility, your most high nobility, your excellency, your high excellency, etc. 20. Such was the leniency of the Soviet government that Purishkevich, one of the main instigators of Russian anti-Semitism, later regained his liberty and was able to go abroad. He died in exile. His book on How I Killed Rasputin is well known. 21. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 26, page 354. 22. In a broadsheet of November 18th. See Ibid, pages 323 to 5. 23. See Ibid, pages 341 to 6. 24. Seal. D. Trotsky, Sur Lénine, Paris, 1926, Chapter 4. 25. The seriousness of this error, very characteristic of their politics, committed by the left SRs, must be emphasized. Separated by an unbridgeable gap from the right SRs, but attached to a common tradition, to the party's old name and to old illusions about majority decisions, they presented common electoral lists. Their popularity redounded to the credit of the SRs of counter-revolution. 26. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 26, pages 379 to 83. 27. Actually, more than 600 deputies were returned. BVT over 150 did not have time to get to Petrograd. 28. N. Sviatitsky, The Elections to the Constituent Assembly, in 1 year of Russian Revolution, Godruskoy Revolutsiai. Moscow, 1918, cited in Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 30, pages 253 to 61. The author's statistics take in Russia and Siberia, with the exception of certain regions, Olonets, Estonia, Kaluga, Bessarabia, Podolia, Orenburg, Yakutia, and the Don. For a full analysis of the Constituent Assembly election, bearing out the urban-rural split between Bolsheviks and the rest, see Oliver H. Radke, The Election to the Russian Constituent Assembly of 1917, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1950. Serge's conclusions pay little attention to the great importance of the vote attracted by the highly centrifugal national minority parties. It is misleading to lump in the vote of the Ukrainian and Muslim SRs with that of the Russian right SRs, since the latter were hostile to the decentralizing national aspirations of the former. Radke in The Sickle Under the Hammer, New York, 1963, pages 456 ff, even calculates that the right SRs could not have mustered a majority in the assembly against the Bolsheviks, left SRs, Ukrainian SRs, and smaller SR nationalist groups. On the opposite extreme, to the Bolsheviks, a sentence of death was hanging over the ill-fated assembly, as certain as Lenin's if less immediate. 29. Trotsky, Op. Cit. 30. Boris Sokolov, The Defense of the Constituent Assembly, in Archives of the Russian Revolution, Archiv Ruskoy Revolutsiai. Berlin, 1924, Volume 3. The author of this article remained a believer in the Constituent Assembly. 31. Boris Sokolov admits that most of the demonstrators came from sections of the population, bourgeois or middle class, who were motivated much more by hatred of Bolshevism than by any sympathy for the authority of the assembly. These actual reactionary elements were already rallying instinctively, as the first important battles of the Civil War would soon show, behind the SRs and the Constituent Assembly. Sokolov's admission is to be noted. 32. The biography of Yakov Mihailovich Sverdlov is that of a dauntless revolutionary. Born of an artisan family in Nizhny Novgorod, a pharmacist by profession, Sverdlov was a Bolshevik militant, working in illegality, ever since 1903. 5 times arrested, condemned first to 21.5 years in fortress confinement, a sentence he served to the full, then to 4 years exile in the remote icy region of Narum, he was placed under the most rigorous conditions there after a demonstration of exiled prisoners and nearly died of cold and hunger. He survived only by a miracle of endurance. 5 attempts to escape, 2 successful escapes at the risk of his life. He returned in 1912 to Petrograd to organize the party's clandestine network and was delivered to the authorities by the agent provocateur Malinovsky. He was again exiled, this time to the Turkhansk region inside the Arctic Circle, where he stayed 3 years until the fall of Tsarism. On the news of the revolution, he made a journey of 5,000 miles by sledge over the Yenisei, at the risk of being caught by the thawing of the ice, and influenced the Krasnoyarsk Soviet in a Bolshevik direction. He then returned to Petrograd, where he became one of the most valued organizers of the party. After the government crisis at the beginning of November, he replaced Karnanev as chairman of the All-Russian Soviet Executive Committee. He died in 1919 of tuberculosis at the age of 33. Zimmerwald was the venue in Switzerland of the International Conference of Anti-War Socialists in September 1915, which repudiated all the trends of socialism who supported the war and looked to the foundation of a new international. A follow-up conference was held at Kienthal in April 1916. 34. V. Rudnev, a right SR and mayor of Moscow between the fall of Tsardom and the Bolshevik Revolution. 35. F. Raskolnikov, a Bolshevik militant from the days of illegality, member of the party's military organization, a naval officer in the Baltic Fleet during the war, a leader of the Kronstadt Soviet in 1917, jailed under Kerensky following the July days, and a fighter in October. Later represented the USSR in Afghanistan and elsewhere. Author of a notable open letter denouncing Stalin as a traitor to the revolution, published in 1939. Died in exile in 1943. 36. Quoted from S. Mstislavsky, 5 Days, Piet Dnei, Berlin, 1922. 37. Decree of the Assembly's dissolution drafted by Lenin. 38. On the Constituent Assembly, see further. The stenographic transcript of the first day of the Assembly's proceedings, Petrograd, 1918. Mstislavsky, Op. Cit., Trotsky, Op. Cit., Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 26. 39. Cf. Radke, The Election to the Russian Constituent Assembly, page 2, while the Democratic parties heaped opprobrium upon him, Lenin, for this act of despotism. Their following showed little inclination to defend an institution which the Russian people had ceased to regard as necessary to the fulfillment of its cherished desires. For the Constituent Assembly no longer commanded the interest and allegiance of the general population, which alone could have secured it against a violent death. W. H. Chamberlain also remarks that the dissolution of Russia's first and sole freely elected parliament evoked scarcely a ripple of interest and protest, so far as the masses were concerned. The Russian Revolution, 1917 to 1921, London, 1935, Volume I, page 370. 40. Article 2. Workers' control is exercised by all the workers of a given enterprise through their elected bodies, factory committees, etc. Representatives of the employees and of the technical staff are included in these bodies. Article 7. The organs of workers' control have the right to control all business correspondence. Commercial secrecy is abolished. The owners are obliged to submit to the organs of control all books and accounts, both for the current year and for past years. Article 8. Decisions of the control organs are obligatory for owners of enterprises and may be cancelled only by the decision of the higher organs of workers' control. Article 10. Owners and the representatives of workers and employees, elected to carry out workers' control, are responsible before the state. The employers were granted 3 days' grace in which to appeal against the decisions of the lower organs of control to the higher organs. Local councils of workers' control were instituted, with the task of summoning an all-Russian Congress. Their activity was centralized by an all-Russian Council of Workers' Control. 41. Seal. Kritzman, The Heroic Period of the Great Russian Revolution, Geroychesky Period Velikoi Russkoi Revolutsiai. Moscow, 1925, and G. Siparovich, Trade Unions and Trusts in Russia, Syndikati I Trustivy Rossii. Moscow, 1920. 42. A. G. Shliapnikov, Reminiscences, in Proletarskia Revolutsiya, No. 10, 1922. 43. A. Anashev, Sketches of the History of the Civil War, Ocherki Istoriai Grazdanskoi Vojny. Leningrad, 1925. 44. Shliapnikov, Op. Cit. 45. A. Schlichter, Memorable Days in Moscow, Proletarskia Revolutsiya, No. 10, 1922. 46. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 26, pages 388 to 90. 47. On this point it is worth quoting some reflections by L. Trotsky in a short book written in 1918, The History of the Russian Revolution to Brest-Litovsk, reprinted in the Essential Trotsky, London, 1963. On what support could a ministry formed by such a majority of the Constituent Assembly depend? It would have had behind it the rich of the villages, the intellectuals and the old officialdom, and perhaps would have found support, for the time being, among the middle class. But such a government would have been completely deprived of the material apparatus of power. In the centers of political life, like Petrograd, it would have met at once with an uncompromising resistance. If the Soviets had, in accordance with the formal logic of democratic institutions, handed over their power to the party of Kerensky and Chernov, the new government, discredited and impotent, would have only succeeded in temporarily confusing the political life of the country, and would have been overthrown by a new rising within a few weeks. Chapter 5. Brest-Litovsk. 1. On this point Serge is too crude. Sir George Buchanan was in contact with Duma circles opposed to the Tsar during January 1917, but the extent of his conspiratorial activity was exaggerated by ultra-right commentators. Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution, London, 1966, page 91, discounts the story of a palace revolution scheme involving the British ambassador. Buchanan, indeed, seems personally to have been devoted to the Tsar. C.M. Paleologue, An Ambassador's Memoirs, London, 1925, Volume 3, pages 129 to 30, and Bernard Pears, The Fall of the Russian Monarchy, New York, 1961, pages 422 to 4. 2. There was, for instance, only a very small volume of capital exports to China. 3. V. Nevsky, History of the Russian Communist Party, Bolshevik, A Short Outline, Istoria RKP, B. Kraki Ocherk, Leningrad, 1926. See on this topic the interesting little book by N. Vanag, Finance Capital in Russia, Finanzowy Kapital v Rosii. Moscow, 1925. At the outset of the March 1917 revolution, Lenin observed that Russian capitalism is no more than a branch office of the worldwide firm which manipulates hundreds of billions of rubles, and whose name is Britain and France. 4. In spite of her rapid economic growth between 1890 and 1901, Russia remained a distinctly backward country through a variety of factors. The falling off of growth after this burst, the backward state of her agriculture, the preponderance of agriculture over industry, the expansion of her population, which outstripped the growth of production, and the small scale of industry relative to population. Russia had 10.2% of the world's population before the outbreak of war, and only 6.2% of the world's iron output. 5. C.M. L. Pavlovich, Balance Sheet of the World War, Itogi Mirovoi Vojny. Moscow, 1924. 6. Courland was the name of a Baltic province of the old Russian Empire. Its territory is now divided between Latvia and Lithuania. 7. The Germans believe that they can capture Calais and Paris if peace is concluded with Russia. If Germany refrains from any annexations, the Entente will accept an honorable peace. Thus Chernin in his memoirs, in a note dated November 17. In the same book by the same author, the following observation can be culled for the sake of light relief. I have been sent some trustworthy information about the Bolsheviks. Their leaders are nearly all Jews with ideas of the purest whimsy. 0. Chernin, in the World War, London, 1919. 8. This fact is reported by M. N. Pokrovsky, in Russia's Foreign Policy in the 20th Century, Veshnaya Politika Rossii v. 20 Vik. 9. L. D. Trotsky, Preface to A. Yoff, edition. Peace Negotiations at Brest-Litovsk, Mirnaya Peregovry v. Brest-Litovsk. Moscow, 1920. Both these pages and the whole of this little book are of great interest. 10. Trotsky, Ibid. 11. The victorious proletariat. Having expropriated the capitalists and organized socialist production in its own country, would stand forth against the rest of the capitalist world, calling to its side the oppressed classes of the other countries, encouraging them to rise against the capitalists, and intervening where necessary by force of arms against the exploiting classes and their states, from the United States of Europe slogan, in the Zurich Sozialdemokrat of August 23, 1916. See the collection of N. Lenin and G. Zinoviev, Against the Stream, Protiv Chechnya, Leningrad, 1925. 12. N. Lenin, Collected Works, London, 1969, Volume 24, page 175. 13. Quoted from material in the Military Academy by A. Anishev, Sketches of the History of the Civil War, Ocherki Istoriai Grazdanskoi Voyny, Leningrad, 1925. 14. See the appendix by N. Ovsyannikov, The CC of the RCP and the Brest-Litovsk Peace, to Volume 15 of the first Russian edition of Lenin's Collected Works. 15. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 26, pages 442 to 50. 16. V. Sorin, The Party and the Opposition. 1. The Fraction of Left Communists, Partia I Oppozicja. I. Frakcja Levik Kommunistov. Moscow, 1925. 17. Trotsky, Sur Lenin, Paris, 1926, Chapter 3. 18. A scrap of dialogue between Count Chernin and Baron von Kuhlmann may be noted here. Kuhlmann. The only choice the Russians have is what sauce they'll be eaten with. Chernin. That's just the choice we've got. Chernin, Op. Cit. 19. E. Ludendorff, My War Memories, 1914 to 1918, London, 1919, Volume 2. Emperor Charles of Austria, several weeks after the Hamburg decision, still resisted implementing the offensive into the Ukraine, and authorized the collaboration of Austrian troops only under the pressure of famine. 20. Article 5 of the decree reads, shareholders of banks who fail to hand in their securities, or to provide a list of their certificates, within 15 days of the publication of this decree, shall be punished by the confiscation of all their property. 21. George Vasilevich Shishirin came from aristocratic origins and began a career in the diplomatic service, which he abandoned in 1905 in order to go into emigration as a professional revolutionary. He belonged to Menshevik organizations until the war broke out. An internationalist during the war, he was jailed by the British government until the end of 1917. Since the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, he has been in charge of Soviet Russia's foreign policy. He was succeeded by Litvinov in 1930 and died in 1936. 22. Serge here omits any reference to the only one of the Allied negotiating agents in Russia who had any official standing or any direct access to his government. Britain's R. H. Bruce Lockhart, who at this point was a warm advocate of Soviet-Allied cooperation for the war effort. Lockhart's subsequent involvement in anti-Soviet conspiracy and intervention plans, see Notes 10, Chapter 9 and 33, Chapter 10, may well have caused Bolshevik writers, including Serge, to doubt, wrongly, the genuineness of his earlier efforts to secure military cooperation with the Soviets. 23. Details of these approaches to Japan, with extracts from the British and United States government archives, are given in R. H. Ullman, Intervention and the War, Princeton, 1961, pages 93 to 103, 129 to 30. 24. Recent historians of this episode have tended to doubt whether the Bolsheviks could ever have committed themselves seriously to seeking aid from the Allies against Germany. E.g. F. Kennan, Russia Leaves the War, Princeton, 1956, pages 471, 497 to 8. Ullman, Op. Cit., pages 119 to 27. A. B. Ulam, Lenin and the Bolsheviks, London, 1969, page 540. However, Lenin seems to have undergone genuine moods of vacillation before agreeing finally to ratify the peace with Germany, and Trotsky's measures for Allied cooperation, e.g. in the Murmansk landings, see page 229 and note 24 to Chapter 7, page 396, and in his plan for having U.S. officers sent to the front to remove military stocks, were constructive and specific. See the account in I. Deutscher, The Prophet Armed, London, 1954, pages 385-6, 397-8. 25. Until January 31, 1917, Russia used the Julian calendar, which was 13 days behind the Gregorian calendar that had been adopted from the end of the 16th century by all other European countries. Up till now we have given dates in Old Julian style, sometimes with dates in Gregorian style following on in brackets. Thus, the Bolshevik insurrection took place in Russia on October 25th, and for Europe on November 7th. A decree of the People's Commissars made the use of the Gregorian calendar compulsory from January 31st. But 13 days had to be telescoped to achieve this, so that February actually began on the 14th. This shifting of the calendar must be kept in mind, or the naive reader may receive the illusory impression that the march of events has slowed down. 26. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 26, pages 522, 523. 27. The voting was for Lenin's proposal of immediate peace. Lenin, Smilga, Sverdlov, Sokolnikov, Stalin, Trotsky, Zinoviev. Against Uritsky, Yov, Lamov, Bukharin, Krestinsky, Dzerzhinsky. 1 abstention. Helena Stasova. The Central Committee of the Left SRs, when informed of the position, refused to accept the treaty. Cn. Ovsianikov's appendix to Volume 15 of Lenin's Collected Works, First Russian edition. 28. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 27, p. 557n. 29. The voting was as follows. For Lenin, Stasova, Zinoviev, Sverdlov, Sokolnikov, Smilga, Stalin. Against Bukharin, Bubnov, Uritsky, Lamov. Abstentions: Trotsky, Dzerzhinsky, Yov, Krestinsky. 30. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 27, pages 19, 22, 27, 29. 31. Ibid, page 38. 32. Ibid, page 41. 33. Ibid, pages 63, 65. 34. Trotsky sur Lénine, Chapter 3. See also Victor Serge, on Portrait de Lénine par Trotsky, Clart, No. 75, June 1925. 35. I.e. the French Socialist Party, SFIO, formed in 1905 from the unification of the rival currents of the 1890s. 36. It may be useful to add some points concerning the attitude of socialists abroad at this juncture. At the end of January 1918, a number of members of the parliamentary group of the Part 1 Socialist Unify were still occupying ministerial posts in the Clemenceau government, with the approval of their fellow deputies. C.P. Lewis, Histoire du Socialisme en France, Paris, 1925, Chapter 11. The Russian Revolution was still defended within the working-class movement by a feeble, if growing, minority. As for the German Social Democrats, we know from their declarations at the Magdeburg trial in January 1925 that they entered the strike committee movement of 1918 only as antagonists to this weakening of national defense, and in order to speed its termination, i.e. to sabotage it. At this time their influence was still powerful. 37. Quoted by Trotsky in his preface to A. Yoff edition, Peace Negotiations at Brest-Litovsk, Mirny Peregovory v. Brest-Litovsk. 38. Ibid. 39. But will we ever know how temporary it might have been? Once he has left the party or been rejected by it, even the best proletarian militant is more likely to lose his way than to return to it. It requires an exceptionally developed theoretical consciousness, as well as a rather uncommon control over the emotions, to continue to serve the party side by side with the party. 40. Ludendorff was only broken when his soldiers followed the example of the Russians and refused to fight. His realization that it was the beginning of the end came when the troops going up into action were met by those withdrawing into the trenches with cries of "Black Legs! Streikbrecher!" Ludendorff, Op. Cit., Volume 2, Chapter 6, The Truce and the Great Retrenchment. 1. Evgenia Bosch's book A Year of Struggle, The struggle for the regime in the Ukraine, God Borba za vlast na Ukraine, Moscow, 1925, forms a remarkable contribution to the history of this epoch. Anton Ovsienko's reminiscences of the Civil War, Zapiski o Grazdanskoy Voyn, Moscow, 1924-9, are also of interest. 2. Kikvids, a maximalist socialist revolutionary released from jail by the February Revolution, was at the age of 23 one of the architects of the October Revolution on its Western Front. A partisan leader, then head of a division of the Red Army, he became one of the revolution's most talented generals. He fought against Krasnov and was wounded 13 times. He was killed at the age of 25 in the Don district on January 11, 1919. 3. An indefatigable militant, a Bolshevik founding member who experienced both Siberian exile and emigration abroad, Evgenia Bosch performed a role of the first importance in the Ukrainian Revolution, where she directed the work of Soviet organization and the resistance to the German invasion. Exhausted, ill, and condemned to inactivity, she took her own life at the beginning of 1924. She was one of the great figures of the Russian Revolution, now practically unknown. As Serge's discussion of Bosch's suicide in his Memoirs of a Revolutionary, London, 1967, makes clear, her memory was deliberately suppressed because of her sympathy with the opposition. 4. Let us not forget, wrote Lenin from Zurich on 11-24 March 1917, that we have, adjoining Petrograd, one of the most advanced countries, a real republican country, Finland, which from 1905 to 1917, under the shelter of the revolutionary battles in Russia, has developed its democracy in conditions of relative peace, and won the majority of its people for socialism. The Finnish workers are better organizers than us and will help us in this field. In their own fashion, they will form a vanguard pressing towards the foundation of the Socialist Republic. Third letter from afar, before Lenin's return to Russia. 5. The author of these lines, O.W. Kuusinen, rallied to communism during the Finnish Revolution. The quotation above is from his remarkable pamphlet The Finnish Revolution, a self-criticism, Revolutia v. Finlandiae. Samocritica, Petrograd, 1919. A slightly abridged version of the English translation published in London, 1919, is given in Labour Monthly, February and March 1940. O.W. Kuusinen belongs today, 1929, to the Executive Committee of the Communist International. He died in 1967, having played an obsequious role in all the turns of Moscow's international policy, including a spell as Prime Minister of the Finnish Democratic Republic, set up briefly as a cover for Stalin's invasion of Finland in 1939-40. 6. Edvard Torniainen, The Workers' Revolution in Finland. No other title available. Moscow, 1919. 7. C. D. Kataya, La Terror Bourgeoise en Finland, Petrograd, 1919. Published in French by the section of the Communist International's administration which Serge was put in charge of on his return to Russia in 1919. 8. M. S. Svechnikov, Revolution and Civil War in Finland, 1917-18, Revolutia I Grazdanskaya Voyna v Finlandiae 1917-18, Moscow and Petrograd, 1923. 9. We are continuing to quote from C. D. Kataya. Most of these facts have become notorious from other sources, and the description of them given by our comrade is certainly an understatement. 10. The bourgeois press in all countries kept silence about these facts but spoke at length on the crimes of the Reds. It seems instructive here to cite the figure for the Reds' victims given by a pro-white author, Lars Henning Soderjelm, in a book translated from Swedish into English and intended for propaganda consumption abroad. The Red Insurrection in Finland in 1918, London, 1919. Soderjelm calculates that over 1,000 persons perished behind the lines of fighting under the blows of the Reds. However, the statistics he gives indicate only 624 persons. 11. Finland has practically no illiterates. 12. S. Shomian, The Baku Commune of 1918, Proletarskaya Revolutia, number 12, 59, 1926. 13. D. Oniashvili, Speech to the Sejm of Tiflis, April 22, 1918, in the collection of official documents produced by the Menshevik government of Georgia. Documents and materials on the foreign policy of Transcaucasia and Georgia. Documenty I materially Poneshniai Polityk Zakavkazia I Gruzii. Tiffies, 1919. 14. Cm. Amia. The Paths of the Georgian Gironda. No Russian reference available. Tiffies, 1926. Y. Shafur. The Georgian Gironda, Ocherky Grzinskoy Zarandi. Moscow, 1925. L. Trotsky. Russia Between Red and White. London, 1924. The Georgian Menshevik support for Denikin was in fact soon clouded by the latter's determination to enroll the Caucasian states by force into a united Greater Russia, and the British government, which regarded the prospect of a strong Russia, even under the Whites with some suspicion, intervened to prevent the outbreak of war between Denikin and his Menshevik allies. Cr. H. Ullman, Britain and the Russian Civil War, Princeton, 1968, pages 219-20. 15. In order to avoid interrupting the story of the Baku events, we shall be anticipating, in these pages, material from the later chapters. 16. A slight paraphrase from Major General L. Dunsterville's The Adventures of Dunsterforce, London, 1920, page 192. I was in touch with Baku by almost daily messengers, and our friends the socialist revolutionaries seemed likely to be able to bring off shortly the coup d'état which was to throw out the Bolsheviks, establish a new form of government, and invite British assistance. Dunsterville's book was printed by the Bolsheviks in a Russian translation, retitled Britansky Imperialism v Baku I Persii, in 1920, and Serge has probably quoted from this edition. 17. Today, summer of 1927, People's Commissar of Trade in the USSR. Mikoyan became a member of Stalin's inner circle. A full Politburo member from 1935, he was active in the Great Purge. He sided with Khrushchev in the de-Stalinization measures of 1956 and 1961 against the Molotov anti-party group, played a leading role in the Russian intervention against the 1956 Hungarian Revolution, has now retired from politics. 18. The case of the executed commissars of the Baku Commune was to become a cause célèbre in Anglo-Soviet relations. Stalin issued a denunciation of the shooting of the 26 comrades by the agents of English imperialism in April 1919, and the atrocity was frequently recounted, often with added detail, as in I. Brodsky's famous painting showing British officers directing the actual firing squad, in popular Soviet histories of the Civil War. Shomian was one of those few Bolshevik leaders whose early demise during the revolution rendered them suitable for hagiographical treatment during the Stalinist rewriting of party history, a fact which may partly explain the distortion in the later treatments. Serge's account is free from these subsequent accretions, but the early Bolshevik version is contested, not only in the British official reply to Soviet accusations of complicity, but in the work of recent historians of British intervention in the Transcaspian region. Correspondence on the incident between the British and Soviet governments during 1922 is printed in H.M. Government White Paper on Russia, No. 1, CMD 1846, London, 1923. The affair is analyzed with conclusions favoring the British case in C.H. Ellis, The Transcaspian Episode, London, 1963, pages 57-61, and in R. H. Ullman, Intervention and the War, Princeton, 1961, pages 320-24. Ellis, a member of the British mission to Transcaspia at the time of the shootings, discusses the question also in his contribution to St. Antony's Papers, No. 6, Soviet Affairs, D. Footman edition. London, 1959. The precise measure of British involvement in the executions turns on the evidence of two witnesses, both of whom have an evident interest in their particular version of the story. Funtikov, the head of the Ashgabat Directorate immediately responsible for the shootings, whose statement, turning the main responsibility on the British mission, was gathered by a journalist and fellow SR, V. Chaikin, apparently during Funtikov's spell in Ashgabat jail during early 1919, and Captain Teague, Jones himself, whose personal history of the incident was collected by the British government during the 1922 correspondence with the Soviet Foreign Office, and accepted by them as the correct version. Teague Jones's statement on the affair, dated November 22, 1922, is given in CMD 1846, pages 7-11. It demands repudiation by the Soviet government of Chaikin's allegations, and adds that I reserve to myself the right to institute proceedings for libel against Vadim Chaikin, and against any or all of the newspapers who have published any of the charges against me, at such time as there shall be a civilized and responsible government in Russia. Certain features of the episode are not in doubt. 1. The commander of the British forces, Major General W. Malleson, who throughout the affair was in Mesht, Persia, 100 miles from Ashgabat and 600 from Krasnovodsk, where the prisoners were, was notified of the capture of the commissars on September 17, 2 days after their arrest on landing in the port. On the following day, he asked the Ashgabat government to give me Bolshevik leaders' names for dispatch to India, i.e., in order that the leaders themselves should be dispatched under British auspices to India. Malleson's reason for this measure was that the commissar's presence in Troskaspia is most dangerous, as at least half the Russians are ready to turn their coat once more at the slightest sign of enemy success. See Malleson's telegram to Commander-in-Chief, India, MD 00538, dated September 18, 1918, repeated in Foreign Office Memo of September 26, Public Record Office, File FO 371/3336. Malleson's own statement of his motivation differs from that given by Ellis, the Trans-Caspian episode, page 59, who says only that the commissars were to be kept in India as hostages for the British citizens held under arrest in Moscow and Petrograd. 2. Teague Jones, who had been informed of Malleson's request to Ashgabat, was present at the meeting of 4 members of the Trans-Caspian government which had the task of discussing the fate of the commissars, evening of September 18. 3. On the following day, Teague Jones wired Malleson with the news that it had been decided to shoot the prisoners. 4. On September 23, Malleson wired to Commander-in-Chief, India, with the news of the executions, of whose actual occurrence he had been informed by the Mesht representative of Funtikov's government, Ibid, page 61. The telegram, MD 581, Mesht, September 23, 1918. Repeated by Commander-in-Chief, India, telegram 76707, September 25. Milner MSS, Box 115, File H3, comments. Apart from question of justice as to which I can express no opinion, politically this alleged execution means that Ashgabat government have burnt their boats as regards Bolsheviks. This appears to be a declaration, favorable rather than hostile in tone, of the anti-Bolshevik credentials of Funtikov and his colleagues. That is, as Malleson went on to say, they could no longer use the lives of the commissars as a bargaining counter to save their own skins. The message ended, Ashgabat Committee are anxious it should be kept secret. 5. The British government acceded to this request of the Ashgabat regime. The world discovered the fate of Shomian and his colleagues only in March 1919, when Chaikin published his report on the affair in a Baku newspaper, Ulman, Intervention and the War, page 323. Even when the unsuspecting Shishirin asked for the safe return of the Baku commissars from captivity, as a condition of the release of British hostages held by the Soviets, the Foreign Office, in cabling its ambassador in Holland, the intermediary for the negotiations on hostages, with a draft reply to Shishirin, added the news of the shooting solely for your i.e. the ambassador's private information, in a postscript headed secret. Shishirin's message, sent on September 19th, is summarized in Ulman, Ibid, pages 293-4. The Foreign Office instruction, dated on September 27th, is in the Public Record Office, File FO 371/3336. The testimonies of Ellis, based in part on interviews with other members of the British military mission, and of Teague Jones contain much that goes beyond this. In particular, Teague Jones relates that he left the fateful meeting of the Ashgabat ministers before a decision on the shooting was finally reached. The possibility had been debated in his presence. Funtikov had told the meeting that General Malleson had proved reluctant to take the prisoners and had said to the Ashgabat representative in Mesht that the Trans-Caspian government must make its own arrangements. Malleson's telegrams of course established that, on the contrary, he had been keen to have the commissars sent as prisoners to India. Yet Teague Jones, who knew this at the time, does not indicate that he tried to contradict Funtikov. Ellis, the Trans-Caspian episode, page 61, reports that Malleson, when informed of the executions, was horrified at the action taken. The telegram to his chief in India, quoted above, contains no word of regret, still less of horror. The British complicity may well, therefore, have been minimal. Even though, as Ullman suggests, intervention and the war, page 324, if Teague Jones had chosen to make an issue of the fate of the 26 commissars, Fontekov and his colleagues would have found it difficult to refuse the British request, since they were so dependent on British military support. However, it may well have been more than minimal. Teague Jones's statement, the only evidence we have from him, since according to Ullman he refused to discuss his experiences in Transcaspia, and even changed his surname in order to avoid any publicity, was after all drawn up more than 4 years after the events it recounts. And any reservations about the executions that were felt by Britain's local representatives, or by their superiors elsewhere, were not serious enough to prevent the continuation of British military and financial support for Fontekov's government, at least until it was replaced, in November, by a new committee headed by the local police chief and enjoying the approval of the British military mission, Ibid, pages 325-7. 19. V. Chaikin, On the History of the Russian Revolution, K. Istoriae Rossiyskoi Revolutsiai, Moscow, 1922. 20. Fontekov was tried and shot in Baku in 1926. 21. N. Lenin, Collected Works, London, 1969, Volume 26, pages 455, 459, 461, 463, 466, 468, 470, 471-2, 514, 22. These figures, given by Karl Radek to the First All-Russian Congress of Economic Councils, were taken up by Miliutin, who stressed that, since part of the Ukraine's coal and manufacturing output was consumed in the Ukraine itself, the loss of actually available resources was appreciably less than stated. This specious reasoning, however, only underlined the gravity of the economic amputations undergone by the Republic. 23. From the stenographic report of the discussion at the First All-Russian Congress of Economic Councils, 26 May 4 June 1918, Moscow, 1918. 24. From Sokolnikov's report, Ibid. 25. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 27, pages 74, 75. 26. Today Kingisepp, On the Estonian Frontier, 27. Ibid, pages 89, 90, 91, 95, 98, 100 and 1104, 105, 106, 110. 28. V. Sorin, The Party and the Opposition. 1. The Fraction of Left Communists, Partia I Oppozicja. I. Frakcja Levik Kommunistov. Preface by N. Bukharin, Moscow, 1925. 29. K. Radek in SOC. Dem. Brest-Litovsk. No fuller reference available. 30. Editorial in Communist No. 1. 31. Communist No. 4. 32. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 27, 129-30, 131, 133, 135, 136, 137. 33. On Events in Bessarabia, see Chapter 4, The Tragedy of the Romanian Front, pages 117-19. On 26-13 January, the Romanians, who had several times been checked by the revolutionary forces, at last captured Kishinev. The Russian General Sherbachev announced that the city had now been purged of Bolsheviks. A few days later, the Sfaciltarii, the national representative body subservient to the Romanian invader, proclaimed the independence of the Moldavian Republic while all dissidents were being hunted down and shot. It was the first step towards a disguised annexation. The People's Commissars replied by ordering the arrest of the Romanian ambassador to Petrograd, M. Diamandi. Following protests by the diplomatic corps, he was promptly released. On the other hand, the Soviet government seized the gold reserves of Romania, which had been deposited at the Russian State Bank. The reserves were declared inaccessible to the Romanian oligarchy and to be handed over only to the Romanian people. On 21-8 February, France, Italy, and Britain proposed an amicable settlement of the Russo-Romanian conflict. Negotiations began at Odessa between Rakovsky and General Averescu, and peace was concluded on March 5. Romania undertook to evacuate Bessarabia within 2 months. However, the Germans invaded the Ukraine, and the Sfacel-Terii on March 27 proclaimed the union of autonomous Moldavia with Romania. The treaty just signed proved to be no more than a scrap of paper in the hands of the Romanians, who were listening to French advice. In April, a Romanian politician declared, "Bessarabia was occupied by our troops." In accordance with an agreement between M. Brascianu and the French General Berthelot. The French General Vuillemin headed the occupation troops in Kishinev. Statement of M. Antonescu to La Victoire, Paris, April 14, 1918. The Soviet Republic has never recognized this seizure of a country. 34. Preamble. The old army was a weapon in the hands of the bourgeoisie for oppressing the toiling masses. The transfer of power to the toiling and exploited classes necessitates the creation of a new army, which will be the bulwark of the power of the Soviets, will prepare in the near future for the replacement of a permanent army by the nation in arms, and will serve to assist the impending socialist revolution in Europe. Article 1, Clause 1. The Red Army of Workers and Peasant.s is formed from the most conscious and organized elements of the toiling masses. Clause 2. Admission to the army is open to whoever is ready to die for the conquests of the October Revolution, the Soviets and socialism. References for each entrant are required from military committees, democratic organizations constituted on a Soviet basis, parties or trade unions, or at least from 2 members of such organizations. Collective enrollment will be taken on the basis of a roll call in which each reply for all, as all for each. The establishment of local military commissariats through a decree of April 8 marked the beginning of a systematic manpower policy. Up till then, the organization of the Republic's forces had been undertaken by M. D. Bonch-Brievich, whose plan for successive levies of men, on the Western Front, then in Central Russia, then in the Volga region, had proved a complete failure. Chapter 7. The Famine and the Czechoslovak Intervention. 1. The meat requirements of the Army's quartermastering department rose in 1917 to 50,281,000 poods. Only 26,700,000 poods were available, a deficit of 47%. 2. The Russian word kulak forms an expressive image, for its literal meaning is fist. 3. V. Kairov, My Encounters and Work with V. I. Lenin in the Year of the Revolution, Proletarskia Revolutsiya, number 336, 1924. 4. The anarchists were in occupation of the villa of the ex-minister Durnovo, which they converted into a workers' rest center. The provisional government tried in vain to dislodge them. 5. Just before the October Revolution, Golos Truda, the anarcho-syndicalist weekly edited by Volyn, A. Shapiro, Y. Grossman-Rothschild and others, had expressed its disapproval of an uprising which could terminate only in establishing a new authority, adding, however, that it would follow the masses. Declaration printed in V. Volyn, La Revolution in Kanu, Paris, 1947, page 193. In the same period, Kropotkin's disciple Atabekian, stationed in Moscow, was deploring the horrors of the Civil War. Old Kropotkin himself, loyal to the Allies and his own illusions of 1914, viewed the Bolsheviks as agents of Germany, a position he firmly maintained right down to his death. 6. Vsevolod Volyn, or Eichenbaum, the anarcho-syndicalist militant, had lived for some years in America. He was later to become one of the leaders of the libertarian movement in the Ukraine known as Nabet Toksin, which supported Makhno and tried to provide him with an ideology, 1919-20. He was banished from the Soviet Republic in 1921. Volyn engaged in relief work abroad for the persecuted Russian anarchists and published important work on anarchist history. He died in Paris in 1945. 7. Of the Gordon brothers, one has since become the proponent of an international language of monosyllables, written in signs, the AO language. The other, having in 1920-21 founded the original doctrines of anarcho-universalism, which seemed to be about to lead him rapidly towards communism, has now, I think, retired from political life. Actually, both of the Gordon brothers were arrested for brief periods in the early 1920s. Both then emigrated to the United States, one becoming a Protestant missionary and the other a settler in Israel. 8. Alexander Gay, an anarchist communist, had lived in Switzerland for many years as a revolutionary exile. He was a member of the All-Russian Soviet Executive Committee. During an illness, he had to go for his health to the Caucasus, where he participated very vigorously in the Civil War. He defended Pyatigorsk and Kislovodsk and was one of the organizers of the Red Terror in the Terek region. The Whites caught him in January 1919 at Kislovodsk, where he was confined by typhus, and sabred him to death in his bed. A few days later, they hanged his wife, Xenia Gay. 9. Jacques Sadoul, Notes sur la Révolution Bolchevique, Paris, 1919, letter to Albert Thomas dated 8 April 11918. 10. Victor Serge's treatment of this whole incident is somewhat evasive. Despite his insistence that no well-known or known anarchist, Aucan anarchist Kanu, was killed in the actual fighting, a leading anarchist worker named Kodunov, who had been elected to a Moscow Soviet from his factory and had fought in the October Revolution, was shot by the Chaika while in their custody following the raid. G.P. Maximov, The Guillotine at Work, Chicago, 1940, pages 388-9. Of the other anarchists killed, on the number of which our sources are vague, it is an arbitrary judgment to declare that none was known. And while Anarchia did reappear on or about April 21st, its appearance was subject to harassment from the government drive against anarchist publications. See Paul Avrich, The Russian Anarchists, Princeton, 1967, pages 184-5, and Maximov, Op. Cit., page 410. Anarchist groupings were in fact broken up severely in this period. 11. Carlos Goppers, For Defeats, Setri Saberkumi, Riga, 1920. 12. Vetlugin, Adventurers of the Civil War, Avantrasti Grazdanskoy Voyny, Paris, 1921. 13. For a full description of the various trends of Russian anarchism, several of which were neither pro-Bolshevik nor anti-Soviet, and which found, contrary to Serge, great difficulty in keeping open their press, their organization, and their clubs, see Avrich, Op. Cit., chapters 7, 8, and Epilogue. 14. V. Sorin, The Party and the Opposition, Partia I Oppositia, Moscow, 1925. 15. Lenin, Collected Works, London, 1969, Volume 27, pages 235-77. 16. Sorin, Op. Cit. 17. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 27, pages 333, 334, 336, 339. It should be noted that state capitalism here, in both Lenin's and the left communist usage, refers to the state-controlled private sector, grain monopoly, state-controlled entrepreneurs and traders, bourgeois cooperators in the listing. Given by Lenin on Ibid, page 336. It does not reflect the more common usage of later years, when state capitalism was applied to a Russia now devoid of a private sector, i.e. in Stalin's day and subsequently, with the state itself being conceptualized as the capitalist. 18. F. W. Taylor, the American industrial expert, author of Principles of Scientific Management, 1911, pioneered the use of the stopwatch in industry, both as a tool for managerial efficiency and as a means of extracting intensified labor from workers. 19. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 27, pages 238, 241, 244, 245, 246, 247, 259, 265, 267-8, 268-9, 275. 20. Lenin had to defend his theses at the All-Russian Soviet Executive both against Bukharin and against the anarchist Alexander Gay, who even declared that the proletariat of the West was too deeply corrupted for the revolution. Lenin also spent time justifying the slogan "Steal back the stolen," which had been attributed to him and was still occupying the mind of the whole press. "But it's a very good slogan," he remarked. 21. Evening News, Life, the Fatherland, People's Word, People's Friend, Land and Liberty. 22. The bread ration laid down by the Petrograd Soviet was, as of May 29, 1. For workers performing heavy physical labor, 200 grams. 2. For workers engaged in persistent physical labor, 100 grams. 3. For clerical workers, 50 grams. 4. For capitalists and rentiers, 25 grams. The unemployed are classified according to their previous employment, within the above categories. 23. See Chapter 5, pages 160 to 63, on the Allies and the cancellation of debts. 24. The cooperation between the local Soviet authorities at Murmansk and the British forces under Kemp and Poole was encouraged or permitted by Moscow from March 1 to the end of June. Trotsky notified the Murmansk Soviet that they must accept any and all assistance from the Allied missions, an order which, in the light of the Murmansk Soviet's subsequent break with Moscow and crossing over to the Allied forces in early July, provided ample scope for Stalinist historians who wished to accuse Trotsky of folly or treason. Serge may here be discreetly repudiating the early stages of this anti-Trotsky campaign on the Murmansk episode. C.R. H. Ullman, Intervention and the War, Princeton, 1961. Pages 116 to 17, 181 to 5. 25. From the testimony of René Marchand, in Pourquoi j'ai suis rallye à la formule de la Révolution sociale, Paris, 1919. On the attitude of the Allies in this period, Sadul's notes sur la Révolution bolchevique form a document of the first importance. 26. David R. Francis, Russia from the American Embassy, April 1916 to November 1918, New York, 1921. 27. Argunov, Between Two Bolshevisms, Mezdu dvumia bolshevismami, Paris, 1919. 28. The duplicity of the SR Party is blatantly evident in the motion concerning Allied intervention adopted by a National Council meeting of 7 to 14 May 1918. Democracy can in no case rely, for the restoration of the power of the people, upon a foreign armed force, even one in alliance. However, the independence of Russia can be retrieved only through the immediate liquidation of Bolshevik power and the installation of a government legitimized by universal suffrage. This government could permit the entry of Allied troops onto Russian territory, for purely strategic purposes and on condition of the non-intervention of these governments in the internal affairs of Russia. 29. Boris Savinkov was one of the most forceful characters of the SR Party. Born in 1879, a militant since his youth, he became a member of St. Petersburg's first Marxist groups, along with Lenin and Martov. He went into exile and became a member of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, whose terrorist organization he directed from 1903 onwards along with the agent provocateur Azef. Savinkov organized or took part in almost all the SR terrorist acts between 1904 and 1906, notably the execution of the Minister von Plehve and the Grand Duke Sergei, was condemned to death and managed to escape. A talented novelist and occasional poet, the author of a set of remarkable memoirs, Boris Savinkov was a dilettante, complex spirit, audacious and practical, but tormented by mystical doubts, and with no belief in anything but personal strength and individual heroism. A patriot during the war, he became during the Kerensky period one of the most passionate advocates of a strong dictatorial authority, which indeed he felt a vocation to exercise. He took part in Kornilov's abortive coup, and subsequently became one of the most active adventurers of the counter-revolution. In 1924 he was arrested on Soviet soil, where he had returned illegally and confessed, before the Revolutionary Tribunal in Moscow, his error and crime in having misunderstood and opposed the revolution. After being sentenced to 10 years imprisonment, he committed suicide in 1925. 30. See editorial postscript, the Allied part in the Czechoslovak intervention. 31. Evidence of ex-Lieutenant P. Pascal at the trial of the Right SRs in Moscow in 1922. His testimony is in complete accord with what is admitted by SR writers like Lebedev and Savinkov. 32. S. Parfenov, Lessons of the Past. The Civil War in Siberia, 1918, 1919, 1920, Yuriky Proshlogo. Grazidanskia Vojna v Siberii, 1918, 1919, 1920, Harbin, 1921. W. H. Chamberlain points out, The Russian Revolution, 1917 to 1921, London, 1935, Volume 2, page 23, that Parfenov cites no source for his statement incriminating the British and French missions in planning the Czechoslovak rising together with Moscow counter-revolutionaries. He also argues that Laverne in particular could not have been involved in such a move, in view of the general's undeniable efforts at this time to work out methods of cooperation with the Soviet government. April 14th does seem, on the evidence of Lockhart's dispatches, a date several weeks too early for any definite anti-Soviet moves involving the Czechs to be concerted. On the other hand, it is precisely in this period that Lockhart's contacts with the white organizations in Moscow become intensified. Ullman, Op. Cit., pages 163-4. Some meeting of the kind mentioned by Parfenov may well have taken place, even if the Czechoslovak action, especially in the form it actually took later in May, can hardly have been on the agenda in any detail. 33. L. Kritzman, The Heroic Period of the Great Russian Revolution, Heroический period Velikoi Russkoi Revolutsiai, 2nd eden, Moscow, 1926. It is a matter for regret that this remarkable economic analysis of the Russian Revolution has not been translated in the West. 34. The Russian state had been the owner of the railways, etc. 35. On November 21, 1918 came the expropriation of commercial capital with the decree on the nationalization of domestic commerce. Then the expropriation of small-scale industry, nationalized on November 29, 1918. Then of the cooperatives, nationalized in November-December. 36. Workers' control in the Russian context thus has an entirely different significance from the slogan of workers' control in Western labor and socialist movements. In the latter, the concept of the control of an industry by its workers is not applicable to a temporary phase before the actual expropriation of the employers. It relates to forms of industrial democracy which are to be practiced within nationalized or socialized economic structure. The weakness of the Bolshevik category of workers' control has its roots in the relative absence of a syndicalist tradition in the Russian labor movement. Golos Truda, the anarcho-syndicalist organ, was only set up in Russia during 1917 itself, when most of its editorial team arrived from exile in the United States. Sievrich, Op. Cit., pages 137-9, 142, 148. 37. A. Rykov's speech to the First Congress of Economic Councils. 26 May 4 June 1918. 38. Quoted by A. Pankratova in the Factory Committees of Russia in the Struggle for the Socialist Factory. Fabzavkami Rossii v Borb za Socialisticheskую Fabriku. Moscow, 1923. 39. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 27, pages 392-3, 395, 396, 397-8. 40. Ibid, pages 425, 430, 434, 435, 436, 469, 475, 476-7. 41. Ibid, page 536. 42. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 36, page 489. 43. Lenin's style as the guide of the revolution may be seen here in these few details. He warned the recipients of his telegram, "You are personally responsible for the prompt and rigorous application of these measures. Make an appeal to the population explaining them. Keep me informed on the progress of the operations by telegrams sent to me at least, I repeat at least every 2 days. See Proletarskia Revolutsiya, number 3, 26, 1924. 44. A few figures may be useful. The Textile Center of Ivanovo-Voznesensk assembled 23 detachments, 2,243 men in all, who, from September to December 1, 1918, secured almost 2,500,000 poods of grain. In the same period, Moscow received from its own detachments 322 wagon loads of foodstuffs. Previously, only a small number of wagons had got through to the city in some weeks. In 3 months, 30,000 workers moved from the non-agrarian to the grain-producing provinces. From the Food Commissariat's report on its activity during 1918 to 1945, Gukovsky's report to the All-Russian Soviet Executive, April 11, 1918. 46. Ibid. 47. Suryupa's report to the All-Russian Soviet Executive, May 9, 1918. 48. The chair at Vitsix debates was usually taken by Sverdlov, and the communist fraction there was headed by Sosnovsky, its usual spokesman. The most frequent speakers, apart from Lenin and Trotsky, who tended to present official reports, were Bukharin, for the left communists, Karelin, Trutovsky, and Kamkov, left SRs, Alexander Gay and Apollon Karelin, anarchists, Lozovsky, internationalist social democrat, Kogan Bernstein, right SR, and Martov and Dan Mensheviks. 49. In these circumstances, the position of the Menshevik Social Democrats was utterly false. The right SRs took up arms for the same practical program, Constituent Assembly, restoration of democracy, that the Mensheviks wanted, but the latter refrained from resorting to arms, limiting themselves, as they said, to agitation and action among the working class, in the hope of becoming the party of the labor opposition within the democracy still to come. They were accused, and with reason, of being the accomplices of the Whites and the Czechoslovaks. These slanderous accusations they denied and insisted on the truth, which was, for instance, that the Menshevik workers were declaring themselves neutral as the Red Guards were battling against the Czechoslovaks or Savinkov squads. 50. The texts of these different decrees were written by Trotsky and voted on his proposal. The decree on military training begins with these words: to liberate mankind from militarism and from the barbarism of bloody struggles between the peoples. Such is one of the cardinal aims of socialism. 51. L. D. Trotsky, How the Revolution Armed Itself, Kak Vuruzela's Revolutsiya. Moscow, 1923, Volume I. Documents of April-June 1918. 52. Pichegru was a general in the French Revolution who joined a plot against the consulate and was executed in 1804. 53. Trotsky's judgment on Shchasny was not shared by the Soviet government's naval commissar, Dybenko, who went so far as to publish a protest against the verdict and the circumstantiality of the evidence in Moscow's anarchist newspaper Maximov Op. Sit, pages 73-4. The sentence and trial actually evoked widespread protests in Russia, more so than the hundreds of summary executions conducted by the Chaika. It even moved Martov to write his pamphlet, Down with the Death Penalty. C. H. Carr, A History of Soviet Russia. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917–1923, London, 1950, Volume I, pages 163-4. Chapter 8, The July-August Crisis. 1. Jacques Sadoul, Notes sur la Révolution Bolchevique, Paris, 1919. This book contains a number of fine portrayals of the men of the Russian Revolution. They are strikingly faithful portraits, though a little hasty. 2. Trotsky proclaims aloud with superb style and, more importantly, with complete sincerity, that Lenin is the uncontested head of the Russian Revolution. Lenin and Trotsky form, for all who see them at close quarters, an example of the most confidential unity and of the most fertile collaboration. Sadoul, Ibid, letter of May 11, 1918. So close a collaboration in a complete community of thought and action is bound to recall that of Marx and Engels. Sadoul, by the time Serge wrote these lines, had become an unflinching Stalinist. He was to repay this embarrassing reminder of his early enthusiasm for Trotsky by denouncing Serge, whom he had known well in the French communist colony in Petrograd, as a terrorist during the latter's campaign in 1936 against the Moscow trials. 3. Dzerzhinsky died suddenly in 1926, having collapsed in a Central Committee session in which, apparently, he had been fulminating against the left opposition. In his Memoirs of a Revolutionary, London, 1967, Serge quotes another assessment by Radek. Felix died just in time. He was a dogmatist. He would not have shrunk from reddening his hands in our blood. 4. See the biographical note in Chapter 4, Note 32, page 385, giving a biography of Y. M. Sverdlov. 5. Zinoviev, at the time that this reference to him was published, was in disgrace both with the Stalin wing of the Russian Communist Party. He had been expelled in 1927 for leading the united opposition along with Trotsky, and with the residual left opposition itself, for he had recanted his dissident views. Hence, perhaps, a certain circumspection in Serge's language about him. Expelled again in 1932 and 1934 from the party, he recanted ever more abjectly down to his confession in the Moscow trial of 1936, where he was sentenced to death. 6. Rakovsky was still, at the time of publication, an intransigent left oppositionist evolving, in his exile and disgrace, one of the first new class theories of the Stalinist bureaucracy. He capitulated to Stalin in 1934, confessed in the 1938 Moscow trial to having been a British spy since 1924, and was sentenced to imprisonment for 20 years, 3 of which he managed to survive. 7. In 1906, while still a young student, a member of the SR Party even then, Maria Spiridonova executed the governor of Tambov province, who had put down peasant disturbances with signal cruelty. She was arrested and brutalized by the police. She then spent 11 years in the Siberian convict prison of Akatui, where the regime was so harsh that suicide became the political inmate's final form of protest. Liberated by the 1917 revolution, Maria Spiridonova became the left SR Party's leader. An irreconcilable foe of the Bolsheviks, she was later detained for many years. Spiridonova was named in the 1938 Moscow trial in connection with the tale of a conspiracy between left communists and left SRs to kill Lenin in 1918. She did not appear as a witness in the trial, perhaps because she had already been executed. 8. N. Lenin, Collected Works, London, 1969, Volume 27, page 527. 9. I have elsewhere published in Vie Ouvrière, around the end of 1921, the detailed story of this assassination as it was related to me by one of the terrorists concerned, Y.G. Blyumkin, who had become a communist after having twice miraculously escaped death in attempts committed against his person in the Ukraine by his activist, left SR comrades who objected to his closer ties with the Bolsheviks. Blyumkin had joined the Trotskyist opposition and been executed by the GPU just before Serge published this book. His companion in the assassination, Andreev, later fought alongside Makhno and was killed. 10. Vetsidis resigned from his post as the Red Army's commander-in-chief in early 1919, following disagreements on strategy in which his unsuccessful advocacy of a switch to the Southern Front was supported also by Trotsky. He retained high responsibility in the Red Army in Stalin's era until 1937-8, when he perished in the massacre of army commanders. 11. On the left SR rising, see the following. Y. Peters, Reminiscences of a Chaika Worker in the First Year of the Revolution, Proletarskia Revolucja, No. 1033, 1924. L. D. Trotsky, Collected Works, Moscow and Leningrad, 1926, Volume 17.I, and Dzerzhinsky's Report on the Incident. 12. See Trutovsky's speech to Vitsik, May 20, 1918. 13. Karelin's speech, same session. 14. In 1917, the left SRs opposed Kerensky and Chernov without going to the length of splitting the party they shared with them. In October, when the insurrection was being prepared, they refused formally to give it any support. Once the revolution had taken place, they applauded it. Even then, they refused to participate in the first Soviet government and advocated instead a broad socialist coalition. In the end, they joined the government. They soon left it in order to criticize it more freely, while practicing a policy of support towards it. They finished up with an attempt to govern alone. 15. With a dozen deaths as the result. The left SR, Cherpanov, who until then had led an excellent revolutionary career, was one of the authors of this killing. He was shot by the Chaika. 16. The 2.5 International, or Vienna Union, uniting 13 moderate internationalist parties, including the British ILP, the German USPD, most of the French SFIO, and the Swiss Social Democratic Party, was founded in 1921 and dissolved into the more right-wing Labour and Socialist International, Second International, in 1923. 17. Perkharov resumed fighting on the Czechoslovak front. Taken prisoner later by the Reds, he re-entered the service of the Red Army and was arrested only in 1921 at Ekaterinburg at the moment when he was preparing a new coup. He appeared before the Revolutionary Tribunal and was shot in 1922. 18. c. 16 days. Materials on the history of the White Revolt at Yaroslavl, 16 dni. Materially po historia Yaroslavskogo b/Ogvardijskiego Majatiza, Yaroslavl, 1924. 19. Lockhart's report to the War Cabinet on his return home, Memorandum on the Internal Situation in Russia, November 1, 1918, copy in Public Record Office, file FO 371/3337, the relevant section of which is summarized in R. H. Ullman, Intervention and War, Princeton, 1961, page 231, confirms this part of Savinkov's testimony in great detail, down to the sum of 2.5 million rubles donated by the French and to Newlands's false information about the Allied landing. 20. Prokopnik Svobody, the organ of the Czech Communists in Russia, revealed in its issue of June 28, 1918 that the National Council which stood over the Czechoslovak troops in Russia had, between March 7 and the beginning of their campaign against the Bolsheviks, received 11,188,000 rubles from a French consul and £70,000 from a British consul. Prokopnik Svobody provided in its report Lockhart, in his report to the British government, Memorandum on the Internal Situation in Russia, Op. Cit., lists the Czech National Council as one of the various counter-revolutionary organizations in Moscow, with whom I began to strengthen my relations after the failure of his hopes for joint Allied-Soviet cooperation. He adds, the French commenced to finance and support these organizations before I did. 21. It was precisely because the intervention, which M. Newlands constantly presented as the firm policy of the Entente powers, had in fact run up against the most serious objections, that our ambassador was led, in order to overcome the resistance he had encountered, which hurt his pride, and in order to give some force to his arguments, to prove through events themselves that he had fully prepared the ground, so that it needed only a minimum effort to overthrow the Bolshevik government and secure the installation of a national Russian government. René Marchand, Pourquoi Jamie suis rally à IA Formule de la Révolution Sociale, Petrograd, 1919. Sadul's letters for July 1918 several times use expressions like M. Newlands, who has inspired the insurrection now going on in Yaroslavl. Sadul, Op. Cit., page 99. 22. A. Argunov, Between Two Bolshevisms, Mezdu dvumia Bolshevizmami, Paris, 1919. 23. Cited by I. My Sky, The Democratic Counter-Revolution, Demokratiskaya Kontrrevolutsiya, Moscow, 1923. 24. A Message, to all, published on July 11 under the signatures of the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, N. Lenin, and the War Commissar L. Trotsky had stated, the former commander-in-chief on the Czechoslovak front, the left Sr. Muraviv, is declared a traitor and an enemy of the people. Any honest citizen who crosses his path is instructed to kill him on the spot. 25. Tukhachevsky was to play a prominent part in Soviet military history. In his 20s, he commanded armies on several Civil War fronts, including the attack on Poland in 1920, where failures of coordination between him and Stalin led to the Red Army's defeat and some subsequent enmity between the two men. At first an advocate of the military opposition, which emphasized militias and guerrillas as against Trotsky's centralizing plans for the Red Army, Tukhachevsky later led the modernizing team that reorganized the USSR's armed forces. One of the first marshals of the Soviet Union to be appointed in 1935. He was executed after a secret trial in 1937, following the Gestapo's planting of forged documents incriminating him as a German agent. 26. The present constitution of the USSR follows that of 1918 in its main outlines, with additions on the rights of the federated republics and the Union's central institutions. The later Constitution of 1936, with its guarantees of civil rights and its replacement of indirect by direct election, was of course even more solely the plan for an ideal proletarian democracy. 27. Cited in A. Anashev, Sketches of the History of the Civil War, Ocherki Istoriai Grazdanskoi Voyny, Leningrad, 1925. 28. Yakovlev was to go over to Kolchak in October 1918. 29. V. Miliutin, Pages from a Journal, Proshector No. 4, I-924. See also P. M. Bykov, The Last Days of the Romanovs, Posledny Dni Romanovic, Sverdlovsk, 1926, and local publications in the Ural area. Chapter 9, The Terror and the Will to Victory. 1. Admiral Kolchak subsequently drew on this gold reserve, stolen from the Russian nation, as follows. To the French, 876 poods. 1 pood equals approximately 36 pounds avoirdupois. To the British, 516. To the Anglo-French jointly, 698. To the Japanese, 1,142 total. 3,232 poods. Deposited with Japan as security for a loan, 1,500 poods. As security with an Anglo-American finance trust, 3,397. Purchases of American rifles, 100. Purchase of Remington rifles, 50. Purchase of Colt machine guns, 50. Total outgoings, 5,637 poods. Deposited at Shanghai, 375. Grand total, 9,244 poods. S. Pionkovsky. Material on the History of the Counter-Revolution, Proletarskia Revolucja, No. 1, 1921. 2. See the reference on page 268. 3. Orkondo. We have transliterated the name from the Russian. 4. C.I. Maisky, The Democratic Counter-Revolution, Demokratическая Контрреволюция. Moscow, 1923. 5. It would fall to less than 750,000 inhabitants in 1919-20. 6. Makhno's armies liberated large tracts of the Ukraine in the battles of 1919 against Denikin and of 1920 against Wrangel. In the latter offensive, the Red Army cooperated with the anarchist forces, despite the harrying of anarchism that was official Bolshevik policy. However, once Wrangel was defeated, the Reds turned against Makhno, surrounding his troops and executing his lieutenants who had gone in to parley with them. Makhno fought his way to the Romanian frontier with a handful of men. He died in exile in Paris, a demoralized, alcoholic factory worker, in 1934. This professional revolutionary, riddled with tuberculosis, knew no private life. He had joined the Bolshevik Party at the same time as Trotsky and was on its Central Committee. Fanny Kaplan and Kanagisser were shot. The background to these killings was revealed later, at the trial of the Central Committee of the SR Party in June and July 1922, held in Moscow, when the main terrorists of the organization had gone over to Bolshevism. The Central Committee members persisted in their denial of any responsibility for these acts, but it was established that they had knowledge of their preparation, that one of them, Donskoy, had met and talked with Fanny Kaplan, and that the terrorist organization was providing them with money from the proceeds of expropriations, and had been instructed by them to blow up a gold train on its way to Germany. The SR Party wanted to gain the benefit of the assassinations, but not to take too heavy a responsibility for them, the outcome being so uncertain. Donskoy suggested to the terrorist Simeonov that a squad of Black Mask activists be formed, in the style of the anarchists. Fanny Kaplan had been an anarchist terrorist. She had been arrested in Kiev in 1906 and given life imprisonment. In the Akatui convict prison, where she spent 10 years, she became an SR. I fired at Lenin, she declared, because I consider him a traitor to socialism, because his very existence discredits socialism. I am unconditionally on the side of the Samara government and the struggle against Germany, side by side with the Allies. 8. Testimony at the Moscow trial of SRs, hearing of June 28, 1922. 9. Cromy, the naval attaché of the British Embassy, had been left in Petrograd as the senior embassy official after the Allied diplomat's departure for Vologda. He was entrusted specifically with the task of blowing up what remained of the Russian Baltic Fleet in the harbor of the city. Already in early May, the War Cabinet in London had authorized his preparations and allocated a sum of £300,000, the sum required by Cromny for payment to be made for services rendered. War Cabinet minutes 408A and 409A of meetings dated the 10th and the 11th of May 1918. Public Record Office. File Cab 23/14. At this stage, Cromy's destruction of the fleet was to be conditional upon a sudden German descent on Petrograd, and the somewhat chimerical proviso was added: care should be taken not to antagonize unnecessarily the Soviet government. However, later in the month, Lockhart cabled London urging the synchronization of Cromy's explosions with a massive anti-Soviet intervention in the north and at Vladivostok, on Lockhart's intervention plan, see postscript, page 373, and R. H. Ullman, Intervention and the War, Princeton, 1961, pages 186-8. His message linking Cromie's scheme with the intervention against the Soviet government was sent as Telegram 219, dispatched May 25, 1918. In Milner MSS, Box 110, File C1. In the press after Cromie's death, and in subsequent British accounts, the captain was presented as something of an ordinary diplomat going about his innocent business and foully slain by an intemperate Chaika. Even Ullman remarks, at the time of his death his plans for this destruction were far advanced, but there was nothing specifically counter-revolutionary about them. They were wholly connected with Britain's war against Germany. But even if the Bolsheviks could be expected to appreciate this distinction, it is invalidated by Lockhart's May 25 telegram, which states, if however we are to intervene without Bolsheviks as now seems probable, it will be absolutely necessary for us to destroy Baltic Fleet. I have had several conversations with Captain Cromie to this effect. Cromie, according to the memoirs of Paul Dukes, a British Secret Service agent active in Petrograd later in 1918, had also been working with a reactionary cabal of Russian monarchist ex-officers in the city, Sir Paul Dukes, The Story of ST-25, Adventure and Romance in the Secret Intelligence Service in Red Russia, London, 1938, pages 41-79. Since one of these, on Dukes's account, was a Chaika double agent, neither the raid on the British embassy nor Cromie's death, in the exchange of fire that followed, can be considered as an ill-considered or bloodthirsty action by the Chaika, especially in the siege conditions of the time. 10. Accounts of the Lockhart affair are given in N. Riley, Sidney Riley, Britain's Master Spy, a narrative written by himself, edited and completed by his wife, London, 1931. G. A. Hill, Go Spy the Land. Being the Adventures of IK-8 of the British Secret Service, London, 1932. R. H. Bruce Lockhart, Memoirs of a British Agent, London, 1932. Robin Bruce Lockhart, Ace of Spies, another biography of Riley, London, 1967. All deny that Lockhart had any part in the Kremlin conspiracy. The memoirs of Hill, an agent involved with Riley in the Lettish plot, are of particular interest. Hill, who had been working as a liaison officer with the Reds' own military intelligence service, was deputed officially for anti-Bolshevik work in Moscow, with Riley and Divertimont. After the departure of the Allied missions, Hill, Op. Cit., page 212. Riley, Op. Cit., page 30. The Soviet version implicating Lockhart as the main instigator of the assassination plot was repeated with testimony from a Chaika agent provocateur among the Lettish participants, in the Moscow paper Nedelia in March 1966. An English translation is given as an appendix in Lockhart, Ace of Spies. 11. Divertimont and Calamachiano were the heads respectively of French and United States intelligence in Moscow. Hill, Op. Cit., pages 236, 246. Calamachiano was shot after being found guilty by the Revolutionary Tribunal in the Lockhart conspiracy. 12. The Western accounts are at pains to deny this. Rather than execute them, Riley intended to debag the Bolshevik hierarchy and, with Lenin and Trotsky in front, to march them through the streets of Moscow bereft of trousers and underpants, shirt-tails flying in the breeze. They would then be imprisoned. Lockhart, Ace of Spies, page 76. See also, Riley, Op. Cit., pages 25-8. Hill, Op. Cit., page 238, who adds that Riley's aim was solely to kill them by ridicule. 13. According to Lockhart, Memoirs of a British Agent, page 316, he provided the Letts only with a letter on official British paper, signed by himself, to enable them to pass through the lines of the Northern Front and defect to General Poole's forces. All the Western published sources deny any personal participation by Lockhart in Riley's plot to seize the Bolshevik leadership in the Kremlin. Lockhart's own memoirs state that he, Grenade and Lavergue were told by Riley of his projected coup, and warned him not to proceed with it. Lock Cit. Serge's account of Lockhart's role in the whole intrigue is relatively restrained, and Lockhart's very lenient treatment at the hands of the Chaika. He was interned in the Kremlin, allowed visits from his Russian woman friend, and visited several times by Karakhan for chats about diplomatic matters, raised the question of how seriously the Bolsheviks took his guilt, despite the death sentence passed on him in absentia following his repatriation to England. On the other hand, the possibility cannot be excluded that there was a conscious division of labor in the conspiracy between him and Riley. The account of Lockhart's son, Ace of Spies, pages 70-73-5, 90-98, reveals an extremely close and confidential relationship between the two. Both in anti-Bolshevik intrigue in Moscow, Lockhart's subsidization of the white underground was channeled through Riley, and in the pro-interventionist social circle, including Secret Service agents and senior intelligence and diplomatic officials, who frequented Riley's rooms in the Albany from 1918 on See Note 35, Chapter 11. Lockhart Jr. reproduces a photograph, opposite page 96, of an inscribed cigar box presented by Riley to Lockhart. The inscription reads, "To R.H. Bruce Lockhart, HBM's representative in Russia in 1918, during the Bolshevik regime, in remembrance of events in Moscow during August and September of that year, from his faithful lieutenant Sidney Riley." And two very friendly personal letters to Lockhart from his lieutenant, dated the 23rd and the 25th of November 1918, and discussing the struggle against Bolshevism, are preserved in Milner MSS, Box 110, File C2. In the first, Riley writes advocating the formation of an LDC, League of the Defense of Civilization, to withstand the great cataclysm relentlessly approaching. "Next year we will have civil war all over the world. You will find me on the side of the White Guards, who are bound to lose." Riley asks his old colleague to do something to support the approaches he was making through the Secret Service and Foreign Office to find a halfway decent job in order to continue to serve. In the question of Russia and Bolshevism, "I should like nothing better," Riley concludes his plea, "than to serve under you." 14. Only very few details have been published about the Lockhart affair. We have drawn on the communiques of the Vichayka that appeared in the newspapers of the time, and on the reminiscences of Peters in number 1033 of Proletarskia Revoluция, 1924. 15. A. Morizet, Chez Lénine et Trotsky, Paris, 1921. This book includes a very interesting interview with the head of the Red Army. 16. Larissa Reisner, The Front, Moscow, 1918. The author, the daughter of a socialist professor, fought at Sviazhsk and in the Volga flotilla. Her little book, of which a German translation has been published, is a psychological document and historical testimony of the first importance. An English translation of Larissa Reisner's narrative, Sviazhsk, was published in Fourth International, New York, June 1943. Reproduced in Leon Trotsky, The Man and His Work, J. Hansen and Others, New York, 1969. 17. Arkady Rosengoltz subsequently joined Trotsky's opposition to Stalin. He soon capitulated, and was appointed first ambassador to London and then commissar for foreign trade. He was arrested in late 1937 and appeared as a major defendant in the Bukharnrykov Moscow trial the following year. Executed March 1938. Ivan Nikitic Smirnov was known as the Lenin of Siberia through his part in establishing Bolshevik rule there after the revolution. He lost his post in the Soviet government after his membership of the Trotskyist opposition, was exiled in 1927, but capitulated after Stalin's left turn. Arrested in 1933 and given a 10-year sentence, he was put on trial again with the Trotskyist Zinovivite Center in August 1936 and shot with all the other defendants. 18. S. I. Guzov, The Days of Sviazhsk, in Proletarskia Revoluция, number 225, 1924. This is a very barbed reference by Serge, since Guzov, an old military rival of Trotsky's from the Eastern Front dispute of 1919, had become a prominent writer, or rather rewriter, of military history from a Stalinist viewpoint. His brochure, Our Military Disagreements, had condemned the severe methods of Trotsky which he had endorsed in the passage cited by Serge. 19. Speech at the Kazan Theater, September 11th. 20. M. Tukhachevsky, The First Army in 1918, in Revolucja I Wojna, number 4-5, 1921. 21. The worker Blyakir became one of the Red Army's best strategists. C.M. Golubook, The Partisans of the Ural, no Russian title available. Ekaterinburg, 1924. Bleicher, after a mission to the Kuomintang as their chief military advisor, became Red Army Marshal to the Far Eastern Army. In this command, he inflicted a decisive defeat on the Japanese at Lake Hassan in the summer of 1938. He died in November that year, having been arrested and severely tortured in the NKVD purge of the army. 22. Kaftia continued his military career. He reached the rank of Army Corps Commander and was shot, probably in July 1938, in Stalin's massacre of army leaders. 23. The 6,000 workers of Ivashchenko rose as the Red Army approached the city, but prematurely. The Reds did not reach Samara until a week later. 24. In the present work, we will be unable to follow the events taking place in the Far East. Ever since the beginning of the year, a Russian government had been in residence at Harbin in Manchuria, under the presidency of General Horvat, the manager of the Chinese Eastern Railway. Mr. Putilov, former owner of the famous works, played a prominent role in it. It was this government that first proposed the formation of the National Army to Admiral Kolchak. The admiral had to visit Tokyo to seek the agreement of the Japanese government. The real master of the Far East was the Japanese General Nakashima. Ataman Semyonov was battling against the Reds, at the head of powerful bands of some 1,800 Chinese, Mongols, Buryats, Japanese, Serbs, and Transbaikal Cossacks. His de facto chief of staff was one Captain Kuroki, the son of the Japanese marshal who distinguished himself in the Russo-Japanese War. A Siberian government, headed by the Sr. Derber, was trying to function at Vladivostok. This town was being disputed between the Bolshevik workers on the one side and the Czechs and White Russians on the other. The Americans landed there in September. A Japanese Marshal Otani took the supreme command of all the Allied forces in Siberia, and the Allies formed a Council of High Commissioners, on which Britain was represented by Sir Charles Elliot, a former diplomat in Petrograd, and France by M. Regnault, their ambassador to Tokyo. This council brutally disarmed the Russian officers who were suspected of revolutionary tendencies. In the meantime, the Czech General Gaida was capturing Chita. Along the length of the Trans-Siberian Railway, he was arranging mass shootings and floggings of the peasants, and proclaiming himself as Generalissimo of the Russian and Czechoslovak armies. September. General Stepanov wrote to General Alexiev, "It appears that Japan, which lacks iron resources, will take 1. Our Siberian coast, which is rich in iron, or 2. Our part of the Chinese Eastern Railway, 3. The port of Vladivostok and the Ussuri territory." Japan's designs still encountered the resistance of the USA. A. Denikin, Sketches of the Russian Turmoil, Ocherky Ruskoy Smutty. Paris, 1921-5, Volume 3. 25. M. Y. Latsis. The Extraordinary Commissions for Struggle Against Counter-Revolution, Kresvecheny Komissii po Barbes kontrrevolucji. Moscow, 1921. 26. A decree of November 2 regularized the structure of the Extraordinary Commissions. The All-Russian Central Commission, Vichayka, was charged with the task of unifying and controlling all the local commissions, whose decisions it was empowered to quash. Its members were appointed by the Council of People's Commissars. Its chairman was a member of the Collegium of the Interior, and representatives to it were delegated directly from the commissariats of the Interior and of Justice. Its principal members, apart from Dzerzhinsky, its chairmen were Latsis, Peters, and Xenofontov. The local chaikas were constituted by the executives of the local Soviets and remained subordinate to them, though the appointment of their chiefs had to be sent for approval. 27. Latsis, Op. Cit. 28. In all, 12,733 persons were executed in 1918, 1919, and 1920 over the whole of Russia. These official Chaika figures, which are admitted to be an underestimate, can serve only as an indication of the true picture. Evidently, they summarize only the organized, controlled, and systematized activity of the commissions. It must also be realized that the civil revolutionary tribunals also applied the death penalty. W. H. Chamberlain, The Russian Revolution, 1917-1921, London, 1935, Volume 2, pages 74-5, discusses the figure of 12,733, which must be a gross underestimate even of organized Chaika activity. He concludes that a total of 50,000 killed would be more probable for the Red Terror in the Civil War period of 1918 to 20. 29. A. Mathies, La Révolution Française, Paris, 1922, Volume 3, page 88, on the Terror. 30. A figure given by M. Allard, a reactionary historian M. Jacques Bainville, concludes, despite his bias, that regardless of its atrocious follies and its ignoble executants, the Terror was an expression of the nation. It enlarged the energy of France in the time of one of the greatest dangers she has ever known. Histoire de la France, Paris, 1924. 31. In reality, the Terror has been going on for centuries. From the Middle Ages till the coming of the bourgeois revolution, it was the normal regime imposed by the possessing classes on the poor. According to Thomas More, 70,000 thieves, big and petty, were executed in England under Henry VIII. Under Queen Elizabeth, vagabonds were being hung at the rate of 300 to 400 a year. In France, under Louis XVI, Ordinance of July 13, 1777, any fit man aged between 16 and 60 who lacked means of support and had no profession could be sent to the galleys. See Marx's Chapter 24, on primitive accumulation, in Capital. The French law currently in force considers vagabondage, defined as the state of being without lodging, work, or the means of support, as an offense punishable if repeated by relegation to a penal colony, i.e. by a lifelong penalty scarcely distinguishable from forced labor. See Victor Serge, The Problem of Revolutionary Repression, in Les Coulisses d'une Charite Générale, Paris, 1923. 32. See the Memoirs of Roman Goul, Icy Marches, Ledianoi Pokad, Berlin, 1922. 33. L. Trotsky, Sur Lénine, Paris, 1926, Chapter 5. 34. N. Lenin, Collected Works, London, 1969, Volume 27, page 344. Chapter 10. The German Revolution. 1. E. Ludendorff, My War Memories, 1914 to 1918, London, 1919, Volume 2. 2. Extracts from telegrams sent by GHQ to the government. October 1, 1918, 1,300 hours. Urgently requested to propose peace forthwith. The troops are still holding, but impossible to foresee what may happen tomorrow. Signed, Lersner. October 1, 1330 hours. If Prince Max of Baden is charged with forming a government at 7 or 8 this evening, I am willing to wait until the morning. Otherwise, I shall feel it necessary to issue a statement to the governments of the world this very night. Signed, Hindenburg. October 1st, dispatched October 2nd, at 0010 hours. General Ludendorff has told me that our peace proposals must be transmitted immediately from Bern to Washington. The army cannot wait another 48 hours. Signed, Grunow. Such was the terror inspired by the army in the breasts of the general staff. Paul Froelich, The German Revolution, a version of Froelich's Zenjar Krieg und Bürgerkrieg, Berlin, 1924, 1926, Chapter 13. 3. Ebert actually became Reich Chancellor, but a legal fiction of continuity between him and his predecessor as Chancellor and Regent, Prince Max, was maintained so that the officials of the imperial authorities could recognize the legitimacy of the new government without violating their oaths to the Emperor E. Waldman. The Spartacist Uprising of 1919, Milwaukee, 1958, page 89. 4. N. Lenin, Collected Works, London, 1969, Volume 28, pages 101 to 3. 5. Long years afterwards, in 1924 i.e., when Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev were accumulating every scrap of fact hinting at a divergency between Lenin and Trotsky, these words have been interpreted as the sign of a disagreement between the two leaders. It is enough to refer to the text of Lenin's remarks to see that both leaders were expressing the same idea. In any case, Trotsky was speaking in the name of the party's Central Committee. All we have here is a loose formulation let drop by the speaker, if not a stenographic error of the kind that is so abundant in the transcribed reports of the time. At this point, there is only one line of thought, that of the party. On this common basis one can find only a slight nuance of difference, in that the emphasis in Lenin's speech is upon the danger of war with the imperialist Entente, whereas Trotsky is concluding, in his speech of October 30th at Vitsik, that the Republic enjoys a new respite up to the coming spring, since it is too late for large-scale operations to be commenced this year, a view which would be soon confirmed by events. His whole thought turns now on the offensive to be waged by the revolution in the West. We may discern here, perhaps, either the natural effects of the division of labor between the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars and the chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council, or the display of two different temperaments, one inclined to prudence and the other more towards the offensive. 6. From Strange and Monstrous, Lenin's reply to the left communists, February 28, 1918, Collected Works, Volume 27, page 72. 7. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 28, pages 65-6. A year later, the Soviet Republic was to show itself to be inspired by these same principles when Lenin and Trotsky, in a joint telegram of April 18, 1919, urged the Soviet government of the Ukraine to take the offensive in the direction of Chernivtsi, Bukovina, in order to establish a link with Soviet Hungary. 8. Ibid, pages 116, 117, 123, 124. These observations were self-evidently addressed to those communists who would have liked to force the pace of events in the Ukraine by means of an armed intervention. 9. K. Kautsky, The Road to Power, Chicago, 1909. 10. C. Les Partis Social Démocraties, a set of monographs put out by the Bureau d'édition et de diffusion, Paris, 1925. Also G.Y. Yakovin, The Political Development of Contemporary Germany, no Russian title available, Leningrad, 1927. 11. i.e. after its failure to mobilize a large working-class base in the events of 1923. 12. Liebknecht actually voted with the rest of the SPD parliamentarians in August 1914, and when he did break discipline he was not joined by Rule till March 1915. 13. Wilsonism, i.e. the principles of post-war settlement propounded by the U.S. President. 14. Albert Ballin was a Hamburg shipping magnate, Klockner, Krupp, Tyson and Hugenberg were Ruhr industrial houses, Hugo Stinnes was an empire-building entrepreneur controlling many newspapers, and Walter Rathenau was the brilliant Jewish capitalist and politician assassinated by right-wing thugs in 1922. 15. Sir George Buchanan and Maurice Paléologue were respectively British and French ambassadors to the Tsarist imperial court and provisional government. Albert Thomas was the French socialist leader and Minister of Armaments in the Clemenceau cabinet who visited Russia in the days of Kerensky in an attempt to keep her in the war. 16. The German designation of the government, Rat der Volksbeauftragten, is a virtual translation of Lenin's Council of People's Commissars. Commissaries is given as the translation of Serge's term mandataires, which he uses here rather than commissaires. 17. It is true that any consent to negotiate on their part would have been reluctant. But the experience of the Allied troops sent into Russia has shown that the Entente was in no position to wage a victorious war against revolutionary countries. On their first contact with the proletarian revolution, the troops became rapidly disaffected. The revolution would not have stopped at the Rhine. Foch and Wilson would have had to be much more accommodating before a combined Russian and German revolution than von Kuhlmann and Hoffmann were at Brest-Litovsk before an isolated Russian revolution. 18. General Groener, Ludendorff's successor at the Supreme General Command, declared at the Munich trial of 1925, "We, i.e. the High Command and the Social Democrats, concluded an alliance against Bolshevism." I was in touch with Ebert every day. My aim was to take the power away from the workers' and soldiers' councils. We were planning for 10 divisions to enter Berlin. Ebert was in agreement with us. The independents and the Soviets demanded that the troops should go in unarmed. Ebert agreed with us that they should go in well-armed. We drew up a detailed plan of action for Berlin. The capital was to be disarmed and purged of the Spartacists. Everything was worked out jointly with Ebert. After this, a strong government was to be established. The troops did arrive in December, but as they were set on getting back to their homes, the plan was never implemented. 19. It appears that, although Joff was indeed conducting revolutionary propaganda in Germany, These particular leaflets were planted in the diplomatic luggage by the Prussian police. Waldman, Op. Cit., pages 66 to 7.20. From the Moscow Izvestia, 18 or December 19, 1918. 21. Novocherkassk was the capital of the Don territory. 22. The Terek region in the Caucasus borders on the river of the same name, which runs into the Caspian Sea. 23. The name of the consul Hainaut has been transcribed from the Russian, and the spelling may be wrong. 24. The same applies to the name Hawk-Ein. 25. Poole's reports back to the War Office, extracted from the Cabinet Papers, are summarized in R. H. Ullman, Britain and the Russian Civil War, Princeton, 1968, page 49. They recommended large-scale assistance to Denikin, including tanks, aircraft, and British troops, to stop the Bolshevik terror from depopulating large tracts and destroying civilization. 26. Today Stalingrad. Since 1961, Volgograd. 27. Budyonny became a loyal military supporter of Stalin. He was made Marshal of the Soviet Union in 1935 and survived the Army Purge. He played no serious role in the Second World War. 28. Maisky, the Democratic Counter-Revolution, Demokratiskaya Kontrrevolutsiya. Moscow, 1923. 29. Brigadier General Alfred Knox, during his spell as military attaché to the British Embassy in Petrograd, had in 1917 backed Kornilov's coup against Kerensky. In the following year, he tried to have Lockhart recalled during the latter's pro-Soviet phase and campaigned ardently for the unleashing of Japan upon Siberia. R. H. Ullman, Intervention and the War, Princeton, 1961, pages 11 to 12, 131, 197 to 8. General Maurice Janin, the titular commander-in-chief of the Allied force in Siberia, was in practice Knox's subordinate. Ullman, Britain and the Russian Civil War, page 35. His presence at Vladivostok was the expression both of the French stake in Allied intervention. He had long experience in pre-revolutionary Russia and had headed the French military mission to St. Petersburg in 1916, and of the Czechoslovaks bargaining for political recognition. The Czech connection had been established when he commanded the Czechoslovak forces fighting in France prior to his arrival in Siberia. 30. There is considerable controversy over the precise measure of the support given by the various Allied representatives to the Kolchak coup. General Janin claimed later that the British had installed Kolchak to secure a government of their own, which would yield them economic concessions in Turkestan. Ambassador Newlands and two of Janin's staff officers made similar charges. General Knox was alleged to have made the necessary arrangements for the coup at the end of October 1918. The Czechoslovak Legion publicly protested against the overthrow of the Directorate. Even before it had taken place, they were on bad terms with Kolchak. The activities of Colonel J. F. Nielsen, a member of Knox's military mission in Omsk, were investigated by Whitehall as tending to suggest British complicity in the Kolchak takeover. He was cleared, although he and his colleagues in the mission admittedly had prior knowledge that the coup might take place at any moment. Captain Steveney, the other of Knox's adjutants implicated in the charges, was a reactionary prosarist whose participation in the actual plot is, according to Ullman, not inconceivable. The assistance rendered to the plotters by the machine guns of Colonel Ward's 25th Middlesex Battalion is not in doubt. See Ullman, Intervention and the War, pages 279 to 84 in Britain and the Russian Civil War, pages 33 to 4 and p. Fleming, The Fate of Admiral Kolchak, London, 1963, pages 112 to 16. 31. On the Jassy Conference, C.M. Margulies, A Year of Intervention, God Interventii, Berlin, 1923. Margulies was a participant in the conference. 32. Since General Franchet d'Espery did not come to Russia, the intervention plan involving him was abandoned soon afterwards. Serge is, of course, wrong in thinking of Janin as a possible effective controller of Kolchak. See Note 30 above. 33. The Revolutionary Communists and Narodnik Communists were two small splinter parties which separated from the Left SRS after the attempted Left SR rising in July 1918. The Narodnik Communists dissolved their party and entered the Russian Communist Party in November that year, and the Party of Revolutionary Communism, which published its own press with an interesting theoretical position supporting the Soviets but denying the need for a dictatorship of the proletariat, dissolved itself into the Bolshevik ranks in late 1920. 34. These were all Bolshevik speakers. Y. M. Steklov was the editor of Izvestia. D. I. Kursky was People's Commissar of Justice, and V. Avanesov was the secretary of Vitsik. 35. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 28, pages 138, 139, 142, 143, 150, 151, 154, 160, 163-4. 36. The Directorate's first proclamation stated that the propertied classes, the capitalists and big landlords, had dishonored themselves through their greed, their antinational egoism, and their subservience to the foreigner. 37. G. L. Pyatakov became one of the ablest of Soviet administrators. He was one of the tiny circle of top Bolsheviks singled out for cautious praise in Lenin's testament of December 1922. After being a leading member of the Trotskyist left opposition, he capitulated in 1928 and worked as commissar for Russian heavy industry, being reinstated into the party's Central Committee in 1934. He was arrested in late 1936, confessed to a variety of conspiracies for assassination and sabotage in the trial of the anti-Soviet Trotskyist Center in January 1937, was sentenced to death and shot. 38. In 1919, the Ukraine, now entirely occupied by Denikin's White Army, was lost to the Soviet Republic. Denikin's offensive against Tula and Moscow was broken by the Red Army and by peasant uprisings in his rear. The revolution finally managed to reconquer the country in 1920. Throughout this succession of struggles, Rakovsky continued to head the Soviet government of the Ukraine. 39. G. Nosky, von Kiel bis Kapp, Berlin, 1920. 40. Emil Eichhorn, 1863-1925, had headed the German SPD's press office from 1908 to 1917. He then ran the USPD's press service. In his capacity as policy president of the city during the revolution, he had reported regularly to the Berlin executive of the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils, encouraged the armament of the workers, and established a revolutionary militia, the Sicherheitswehr. He joined the KPD in 1920. G. Badia, Le Spartakism, Paris, 1967, pages 247, 251, 420. 41. He had been appointed by the USPD and the Berlin executive of the councils. The latter body was swayed by the government after the ebb of the revolutionary wave in the city, and actually endorsed his dismissal January 6. Waldman, Op. Cit., pages 165-6, 180. 42. These lines are taken from a letter by Karl Radek to the Central Committee of the KPD dated from Berlin on January 9. Working clandestinely in the capital, Radek saw accurately and clearly. He warned the party against the danger of submitting to provocation. This letter is a model of political foresight and revolutionary firmness. If Radek's advice had been heeded, the German proletariat would probably have escaped the irreparable defeat of January, preserved its leaders, Karl and Rosa, frustrated the designs of Ebert, Wells and Nosky, and kept the future open. C.K. Radek, in the service of the German Revolution, Na Sluzby Germanskoi Revolucji. Moscow, 1921. German translation, 1921. It is to be regretted that this remarkable book, which condenses the experience of a year of decisive struggles in Central Europe, has not been translated into French. 43. The Tiergarten is a vast park situated at the center of Berlin. 44. From an article which appeared in Rote Fahne, actually by another hand, during January 1920, though it closely followed Rosa's own thinking in her article, was Machen die Führer? In the issue of January 7, 1919, C. Waldman, Op. Cit., pages 177-8, 188-9, 45. Nosky, Op. Cit. 46. V. E. Orlando was the Prime Minister of Italy. 47. Serge's analysis of the varying policies of the Allied ministers and of their motivation is broadly correct. Ullmann's account, drawn from the minutes of the British Empire delegation and of the leading Council of Ten at the Paris Peace Conference, relates the lengths to which Lloyd George went to ask each participating government how many troops it could provide to crush Bolshevism. The answer, in each case, was none, as the British Prime Minister had doubtless guessed before he asked. Lloyd George was formally opposed to a cordon sanitaire against Bolshevism, but both he and President Wilson continued the policy of blockade against the Soviet Republic, jointly with the other allies, until late 1919. Wilson was the first to disengage from the naval encirclement of Russia's foreign trade, and then on the purely legalistic grounds that, though he was in sympathy with the aims of the blockade, he could not order the U.S. Navy to take action unless Congress had declared war against the blockaded nation. The British cabinet rose to the occasion by deciding on July 4 that, in fact, a state of war did exist between Great Britain and the Bolshevist government of Russia, so that our naval forces in Russian waters should be authorized to engage enemy forces by land and sea, when necessary. But the formal conclusion of the Versailles Treaty some days later, and the prospect of the opening of large-scale trading relations between Russia and Germany and the neutrals, raised a further question mark over the usefulness and legitimacy of the blockade. In practice, however, it was continued. Russia's external trade was almost non-existent in 1919 as well as in 1918. Ullman, Britain and the Russian Civil War, pages 104-8, 287-91. Chapter 11, War Communism. 1. 1 pood equals 36 pounds avoirdupois. 2. During the Civil War, 1918-21, the following were destroyed, according to official figures: 3,672 railway bridges, 3,597 ordinary bridges, 1,750 kilometers of railway line, 381 railway depots and workshops, and almost 180,000 kilometers of telegraph and telephone lines. 3. Production will continue to fall until the end of the Civil War and the institution of the new economic policy. For 1920, the following indices are given as a percentage of output in 1913. Coal, 27%. Cast iron, 2.4%. Linen textiles, 38%. The production of the Donets Basin fell to zero in 1921. 4. Though they were conspicuously outstripped in the Germany of 1923. 5. The corresponding figures of 1921 were: currency in circulation, 1,638,600,000,000 rubles. Decline in the value of the ruble, by a factor of 26,533. Real value of the money in circulation, 44 million rubles. 6. And, for 1919-20 at 253 million rubles. C.E. Preobrazhensky, Finance and Monetary Circulation, in 5 years, za 5 let. Moscow, 1922. 7. 1920 was the year which brought Russia closest to the total abolition of money. All public services were free, rent was abolished, theater tickets were distributed free among the workers by the unions and factory committees. The post and, in some towns, the tram service were also free. Free meals for children were introduced in 1919. 8. State agricultural production was not begun until the beginning of 1919. The large farming estates had vanished by 2/3. They had lost 9/10 of their horses and were very short of implements. By 1927, large-scale working had been restored only to a slight degree through the operations of state farming and the agricultural communes. 9. At the end of 1920, they had fallen by 40%. 10. In European Russia, 64% of all urban premises were expropriated. In Moscow, the proportion was 95%, in Petrograd 98.3%. 11. This followed from the fact that they grew corn for sale on the market. Consequently, they formed part of the system of commodity production. 12. See the debates of the Fifth Congress of the Communist International 1924 on the question of the program, contributions of Bukharin, Thalheimer, and others. 13. L. Kritzman, The Heroic Period of the Great Russian Revolution, Geroychesky Period Velikoi Ruskoi Revolutsiai. Moscow, 1926. This remarkable work is the only book which undertakes a serious analysis of war communism. 14. N. Lenin, Collected Works, London, 1969, Volume 28, pages 212 to 13. 15. Ibid, pages 190, 191. 16. It is a truth long known to every Marxist that in any capitalist society the only decisive forces are the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, and that all the social elements which occupy a position between these classes, within the economic category of the petty bourgeoisie, inevitably oscillate between these two forces. Valuable admissions of Pitirim Sorokin, Ibid, page 186. But, beginning with the spring of 1919, the Republic found itself faced with difficulties, which grew in September and October. The loss of its power appeared imminent. Once again the middle classes suffered a change of heart, resting their hopes on the return of the bourgeoisie, except, that is, in the regions where the peasants had had first-hand experience of bourgeois rule. 17. Ibid, pages 207, 211, 215, 214, 212. Speech to the Moscow Party Workers' Meeting of November 27, Section 1. Report on the attitude of the proletariat to the petty bourgeois Democrats. 18. Alexander Blok was also responsible for the idea of the regeneration of the world by the barbarians of Asia, the Scythians, who would bear with them a new culture, more profound and truly human than that founded in the West on the basis of technological progress. Like Bailey, he belonged to the literary circles that were close to the left SR party. 19. The work of Russia's great writers, yesterday's revolutionaries now turned counter-revolutionary after the seizure of power by the proletariat, are filled with such execration, such horror at Savdepia, a nickname abbreviation meaning land of the Soviet deputies, that they belong to the realm of social pathology. Andreev, from exile in Finland, issues his pamphlet SOS, an appeal to all the interventions against the assassins of the fatherland. Zinaida Hippias, a talented poet whose literary salon has been the most influential in Petrograd, with a mystical anarchism as its chief trend, looks forward in her verses to the day when we shall hang them in silence. 20. Avi Lunacharsky, a Bolshevik from 1903 who had broken with Lenin to join Gorky's God-followers, rejoined the party in 1917 and held the Commissariat of Education until 1929. He died in 1933 shortly after being appointed ambassador to Spain. 21. We cannot give any figures, since the available statistics begin only in 1919. With the arrival of the new economic policy over 1921 to 3, a number of these hastily founded educational establishments disappeared. 22. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 31, page 336. 23. Lenin makes a special point of saying April, doubtless in order to recall, with the hint of an illusion, the fact that before his memorable April theses the Bolshevik Party was still taking its position of 1905, which considered the Russian Revolution to be a bourgeois one. 24. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 28, page 299. 25. Ibid, page 343. 26. Misery cannot be socialized, wrote Charles Rappaport at the end of 1917, in the journal Du Peuple, putting the view of the whole socialist petty bourgeoisie of the West in the French labor press. Since the socialism of misery was impossible, all that could be done was to allow the bourgeoisie to organize the workers' misery for its own profit, upon the pile of ruins left by the war. Such was the feeble logic of reformism. Rappaport, dreaming of a parliamentary democracy for Russia, appealed to the Bolsheviks to save the revolution by convoking the Constituent Assembly. Another deliberately unkind reference by Serge, since Rappaport had subsequently joined the French Communist Party as an orthodox supporter of the Moscow Line. 27. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 28, page 300. 28. Ibid, pages 112, 113. 29. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 27. Page 232. 30. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 28, page 348. Speech of December 11th to the First Congress of the Committees of the Poor Peasants. 31. Ibid, page 381. Speech of December 19th to the Second Congress of Economic Councils. 32. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 31, pages 124, 125. 33. General Alexander P. Rodzianko headed the field command of the White Army which advanced upon Petrograd in May 1919, backed by Estonia, Britain, the United States, and the counter-revolutionary emigration in Finland. C. For Rodzianko and Yudenich, John Silverlight, The Victor's Dilemma. Allied Intervention in the Russian Civil War, London, 1970, pages 305-8. He was the nephew of M. V. Rodzianko, the 1917 Duma leader and anti-Bolshevik politician. 34. N. Yudenich, who had been the Tsar's chief of staff from 1913, commanded the White Army in the Baltic region after the October Revolution. In October 1919, he led a final abortive offensive against Petrograd. He died in exile in France in 1933. 35. British government files for 1918 provide many examples of the vast designs for intervention on whose precise nature Victor Serge could only speculate. Even before the World War ended, a new anti-Bolshevist geopolitics becomes visible in the official memoranda. Thus, a submission of September 22, 1918 from the Director of Military Intelligence, Major General Thwaites, endorsed the analysis of the military attaché in Stockholm, Brigadier General H. Yard Buller. I am informed, I do not know if correctly, that Bolshevism was originated by a small nucleus of men in the United States, consisting of not more than 6, of whom some were of the Jewish persuasion. Be this as it may, there can be no doubt that it is a fever that is spreading, the germs of which are latent among many people of all nations, and it is of the utmost importance for the future tranquility of the world that every endeavor be made to stem it. A prompt anti-Soviet intervention was advocated, with the agreement of Britain's enemies in the war. An agreement might be come to with the Central Powers, who are strongly opposed to the Bolshevist movement, by which we could have free use of the Baltic, Public Record Office, File FO 371/3344. In the same file are, A. Leeper, head of the Political Intelligence Department of the Foreign Office, submitted a report on the growing danger of Bolshevism in Russia, dated October 14, 1918. As the military power of Germany is being gradually crushed, Germany ceases to be the greatest danger to European civilization, while a new danger no less deadly looms up in the near future. That danger is Bolshevism. In the event of the continuation of the war and the intensification of the unrest in Germany, Bolshevism may spread, first to the Russian border provinces and then to the Central Powers, thus becoming a force that would seriously threaten Europe. Leeper wanted the menace dealt with now. A comparatively small army coming from the Urals might advance on Moscow and put it down by force. Meanwhile, Leeper's opposite number at the Home Office, Sir Basil Thompson of the Directorate of Intelligence, was already circulating in 1918 as in 1919, a monthly review of revolutionary movements abroad, in Public Record Office. PID File 371/4382, which indicates the official anxiety, if little else. Thus, Report Number 10, for August 1919, contained a summary of developments in some 35 countries in its few pages. The unrest in Portugal continues, etc. With the ending of the war, the various ad hoc justifications for intervention, in the cause of the military front against Germany or of this or that pro-Allied Russian element, had to be dropped, and the ideological note becomes more sustained. Lockhart's memorandum on the internal situation in Russia, delivered to the Foreign Office on the first anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution, Public Record Office, File FO 371/3337, notes that our victories over Germany have removed our original pretext for intervention. He advanced various justifications to replace the pretext. The risk of revolution in other countries, loyalty to the committed counter-revolutionary forces, humanitarian grounds, and others more material. A successful intervention will give the Allies a predominant economic position in Russia. It will be more than paid for by economic concessions. By restoring order in Russia at once, not only are we preventing the spread of Bolshevism as a political danger, but we are also saving for the rest of Europe the rich and fertile grain districts of the Ukraine. Massive intervention, requiring at least 100,000 Allied soldiers, mostly from the United States but with British and French participation, was to be mounted on a proper scale, strengthening the existing Allied fronts in Siberia and North Russia, and joining Denikhin's forces in the south, in a concerted movement to take Moscow. R. H. Ullman, Intervention and the War, Princeton, 1961. Pages 296-300, provides a summary of the report. A similar memorandum was tabled, in less lurid strategic detail, by J.D. Gregory, the head of the Foreign Office Russian Department, in Public Record Office, File FO 371/3344. By 1919, the most ardent Bolshevik eater in British government circles would be a member of the cabinet. Winston Churchill, the incoming war secretary, who would advocate massive intervention in Russia to break up Bolshevik power. In Churchill's early statement of his position, the Allies must engage themselves in Russia thoroughly, with large forces abundantly supplied with mechanical appliances. These proposals and the opposition they encountered from Lloyd George are recorded in R. H. Ullman, Britain and the Russian Civil War, Princeton, 1968, pages 90 to 98. The Preacher-Chilean Cabinet Debate on Intervention is Ibid, pages 10 to 14. In February 1919, Churchill would enter into his close relationship with Sidney Reilly, now working in a freelance capacity for MI1C, the espionage department of Churchill's new ministry. Meanwhile, at the end of the year one, following his return to England in November 1918, Reilly had set up a confidential social circle of anti-Bolshevists in the intelligence and political departments, some of whom were Secret Service agents in the field, others senior Whitehall officials. Piquant details of this social round are given in the biography of Reilly by Robin Bruce Lockhart, himself a former intelligence officer with access to much information in this area. Ace of Spies, London, 1967, pages 84, 90 to 91, 98. Almost without exception, all of the authors of the memoranda for anti-Soviet action quoted earlier were intimates of Reilly in these months and subsequently. On November 12, Reilly gave a party at the Savoy for Lockhart, Leeper, and their wives. On the following day, Lockhart organized a theater and supper outing for Reilly, Gregory, and Captain Hill, Reilly's Secret Service aide in Russia. Among the callers at Reilly's expensively furnished flat in the Albany was Sir Basil Thompson of the Home Office Intelligence Department. And Reilly was also active in a select club uniting leading members of Britain's espionage and diplomatic services in an annual Buello liquidation dinner, where those attending would drink a toast each year to the liquidation of the Bolos, the latter being a nickname for the Bolsheviks. A menu for one of these functions is given as an illustration in Lockhart's biography of Reilly. It is signed by Leeper, Gregory, Reilly, Hill, Paul Dukes, and other agents who had been working in Russia. These were only the most articulate and explicit supporters of an anti-Bolshevik crusade, and it may be noted that Dukes, Leeper, and Lockhart were to be knighted in the course of their careers, with Leeper going on to be British ambassador to Greece during the Civil War of 1944 and Lockhart returning to the Foreign Office as an intelligence and psychological warfare director. Less militantly, Sir George Buchanan, the former ambassador to the Tsar, presented a memorandum on October 20, 1918 arguing for a very drastic intervention but insisting that, "I do not for a moment advocate a crusade against Bolshevism." The comment on this paper by Lord Robert Cecil on October 31 is revealing of the nature both of the proposal and of the standard British attitude on intervention. "I am afraid that Sir George Buchanan's policy of occupying Moscow and taking in hand the reconstruction of Russia is impracticable." Public Record Office, File FO 371/3344. Another interesting exchange occurs in the same file between the young E.H. Carr, then a fairly junior official in the Foreign Office, and Cecil. Carr advocates some sort of understanding with the Bolsheviks, on the basis of recognizing Soviet power in the vastly truncated area of European Russia controlled by the Reds. "We should remain at Archangel and Murmansk where the inhabitants have renounced Bolshevism and in Siberia where the majority also appear to be opposed to it. The Soviet government would also have to give up any hopes of recovering the Ukraine, Poland, Estonia, and possibly White Russia." This mild proposal for controlled coexistence on the basis of the territorial spoils of intervention was turned down by Carr's chief. Cecil insisted that there must be no recognition of the Soviet government on the ground that, now that our enemies are defeated, the chief danger to the country is Bolshevism. Thus, even before the arrival of Winston Churchill in his role of intervener-in-chief, the terms of anti-Soviet military activity by Britain were set. Despite the heated argument at cabinet level over the extent and purpose of the interventionist action, there was an ideologically motivated commitment to war against the Bolsheviks, even though a crusade might be abjured, limited by sundry considerations of what was impracticable. The vast geopolitical designs were curbed by inter-allied rivalry, tactical subtlety, the post-war demobilization, plain incompetence, and often the sheer difficulties of geographical access. 4. As Peter Fleming points out, The Fate of Admiral Kolchak, London, 1963, page 30. The common characteristic of all the theaters of Allied intervention against Bolshevism is accessibility. The Allies intervened in Russia wherever it was physically possible for them to do so. Postface. 30 years after the Russian Revolution. What a terrible road we have traveled these last 30 years. The greatest event of our times, the event most charged with hope, seems to have turned upon us. What now remains of the unforgettable enthusiasms of 1917? Many men of my generation, who were among the first ranks of communist activists, now have nothing left but bitterness toward the Russian Revolution. Of the participants and witnesses, almost none have survived. The party of Lenin and of Trotsky have all been shot. Documents have been destroyed, hidden, or falsified. The only survivors in any numbers are the émigrés, who were always opposed to the revolution. They write books, they teach, they have the support of the still powerful forces of conservatism. Forces which, in this period of global upheaval, would never relent or display any true objectivity. What a poor excuse for logic, which, pointing accusingly at the dark spectacle of Stalinist Russia, attempts to prove the failure of Bolshevism and therefore of Marxism and even socialism. A piece of sleight of hand that succeeds easily in the face of all the problems gripping the world and that won't loosen its grip in the foreseeable future. Are you forgetting the other failures? Where was Christianity during periods of social catastrophe? What has happened to liberalism? What has conservatism produced, in either its enlightened or reactionary form? Did it not give us Mussolini, Hitler, Salazar, and Franco? If it was a question of honestly weighing the many failures of different ideologies, we would have our work cut out for us for a long time. And it's far from over. Any event is both definitive and transitory. Its development in time is often unforeseeable. Before forming an opinion on the Russian Revolution, let us recall the many changes of outlook and perspective about the French Revolution. The enthusiasm of Kant when he heard that the Bastille was taken, the terror, Thermidor, the Directorate, Napoleon. Between 1789 and 1802, the Republic of Liberty, Fraternity, and Equality appeared to make a complete turnaround and deny its own origins. The Napoleonic conquests, creators of a new order in all but the title, are striking if one examines the map by their similarity to those of Hitler. The emperor became the ogre, the civilized world united against him, and the Holy Alliance fought for the re-establishment of the old regime in all of Europe. Nevertheless, we see now that the French Revolution, by ushering in the power of the bourgeoisie, the spirit of industry and scientific inquiry, actually fertilized the 19th century. And yet, 30 years after the event, in 1819, during the time of Louis XVIII and Tsar Alexander, did it not seem the costliest mistake in history? How many to the guillotine, how many wars and struggles, just to arrive at a wretched restoration of the monarchy. 2. It is entirely natural that the falsification of history should now be the order of the day. Among the inexact sciences, history is the one that threatens the most interests, both material and psychological. Myths, errors, tendentious interpretations swarm about the Russian Revolution, although the facts are easily available. Obviously, it is simpler and more attractive to talk and write without informing oneself first. It is often said that a violent coup by the Bolsheviks in October/November of 1917 overturned a nascent democracy. Nothing could be further from the truth. No republic had been proclaimed in Russia, and not a single democratic institution existed outside of the Soviets and the councils of workers, peasants, and soldiers. The provisional government headed by Kerensky had refused to carry out agrarian reform, refused to open peace negotiations clearly demanded by popular opinion, and refused to take effective measures against the forces of reaction. It existed in a transitory, ephemeral state between two vast, ongoing conspiracies, that of the generals and that of the revolutionary masses. Nothing pointed to the development of a democracy with socialist tendencies, the only theoretically viable outcome under the circumstances. By September 1917, the only alternatives were either a dictatorship of the reactionary generals or else a dictatorship of the Soviets. Two historians on opposite sides of the issue clearly agree on this question: Trotsky and the right liberal statesman Milyukov. The Soviet, or Bolshevik, revolution was the result of the failure of the unstable and ineffectual moderate democratic revolution led by the liberal bourgeoisie and temporizing socialist parties after the fall of the autocracy. It is also claimed that the insurrection of November 7th, October 25th, according to the old calendar, was the work of a small minority of conspirators, the Bolshevik segment. Again, nothing could be more contrary to the proven facts. The year 1917 was one of mass action, amazing in its variety, multiplicity, strength, and in the perseverance of a popular initiative whose thrust was clearly toward Bolshevism. Agrarian unrest spread throughout all of Russia. The old discipline within the ranks of the army crumbled under the weight of widespread insubordination. In Turkestan, the Tashkent Soviet took power in its own name. Kerensky was threatening the Kaluga Soviet with his artillery, and on the Volga an army of 40,000 men refused his authority. In the suburbs of Petrograd and Moscow, Red Guards of workers were forming. The Petrograd garrison placed itself under the authority of the Soviet. Among the Soviets themselves, the majority passed peacefully and legitimately out of the hands of the moderate socialists and to the Bolsheviks, who were among the most surprised at this development. The moderate socialists were turning their backs on Kerensky, who could count on no one except for the military, which by this time had lost all credibility. It is for this reason that the insurrection in Petrograd succeeded almost bloodlessly, in a great wave of enthusiasm. Reread the words of John Reed and Jacques Sadoul on this question, both of whom were eyewitnesses. The Bolshevik conspiracy was literally carried into power by a colossal and rising wave of public sentiment. It is worth remembering that the empire crumbled in February-March 1917 under the pressure of the unarmed population of the Petrograd suburbs. The spontaneous fraternization between the troops of the garrison and the demonstrating workers sealed the fate of the autocracy. Later on, there was an attempt to identify the unknown individuals who instigated this fraternization. Some were identified, the majority remained anonymous. The leaders and the most capable militants of all the revolutionary parties were at that moment all either in prison or outside the borders. The small groups still active in Petrograd were so surprised at the turn of events that the Bolsheviks even planned to publish an appeal to the workers to return to the factories. For months later, the experience of a coalition government under the liberal bourgeoisie and the moderate socialists had produced such profound anger that by the beginning of July the garrison and the population of the suburbs themselves organized a vast demonstration whose slogan was the demand for power to the Soviets. The Bolsheviks disapproved of this measure taken by unknown elements, and only joined it unwillingly, guiding it to a painful and dangerous conclusion. They felt, and probably with reason, that the rest of the country would never follow the example of the capital. Naturally, they became the scapegoats. Calumny, German agents, and persecution fell upon them. From that moment on, they understood that if they did not take in hand this mass movement, the generals would succeed in taking power by force. In September 1917, General Kornilov entered the fray with the open complicity of elements in the Kerensky government. Lenin and Zinoviev went into hiding, Trotsky was in prison, and the Bolsheviks were run to ground. The troops of Kornilov, however, fell apart of their own accord as a result of their contacts with the railway workers and other militant workers. The civil servants of the autocracy clearly saw the revolution coming. They simply had no means to prevent it. The revolutionary parties awaited it, but they could not have provoked it. Once events had taken their course and the uprising was upon them, all that was left for anyone was to participate with either more or less will and vision. 3. The Bolsheviks took power because, in the process of natural selection that took place among the revolutionary parties, they showed themselves the most adept at expressing in a coherent, far-sighted, and determined manner the aspirations of the mobilized masses. They held on to power and won the Civil War because, in the last analysis and despite many hesitations and conflicts, the masses supported them from the Baltic to the Pacific. This great historic fact has been recognized even by the majority of the Russian enemies of Bolshevism. The liberal émigré publicist Helena Kaskova has written just recently that it is undeniable that the people supported neither the whites nor the struggle for the Constituent Assembly. The whites represented the monarchist counter-revolution, the constituents, democratic anti-Bolshevism. Thus, until the end of the Civil War in 1920-21, the Russian Revolution took on the aspect of an immense popular movement, to which the Bolsheviks provided a brain and nervous system in the form of leaders and cadres. It is said that the immediate goal of the Bolsheviks was to establish a monopoly on state power. Another myth. In fact, they were concerned about the danger of being isolated in power. Many of them were early partisans of a coalition socialist government. Lenin and Trotsky rejected on principle a coalition with the moderate socialist parties, who had led the March Revolution to failure and who refused to recognize the Soviets. But the Bolshevik Party sought and obtained the collaboration of the Left Social Revolutionary Party, a peasant-based party led by idealists/intellectuals generally hostile to Marxism. From November 1917 to July 6, 1918, the Left SRs participated in the government. They, like a good third of the known Bolsheviks, refused to recognize the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, and on July 6, 1918, began an insurrectional revolt in Moscow, proclaiming their intention to govern alone and to reopen the war against German imperialism. Their proclamation, which was broadcast over the airwaves that day, was the first declaration by any party of an intention to rule alone. However, they were defeated, and it was left to the Bolsheviks to rule alone. From that moment on, their responsibility increased, and their mentality changed. And before that, following the split of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party into majority Bolshevik and minority Menshevik factions, were they fundamentally different from the other Russian revolutionary parties? It is common to impute to them an authoritarian character, intolerant and immoral in the choice of means. A centralized and highly disciplined organization containing the germs of bureaucratic statism. A character at once dictatorial and inhumane. Knowledgeable and ignorant writers alike are fond of citing in this regard the immoralism of Lenin, his proletarian Jacobinism, and professional revolutionism. One reference to Dostoevsky's satirical novel The Possessed, and the writer thinks he has clarified the topic. In fact, he has only obscured it. All the Russian revolutionary parties, from 1870 to 80 on, were in fact authoritarian, highly centralized and disciplined within and for their illegal activities. All were trained professional revolutionaries, that is to say, men whose lives were dedicated to the struggle. All were capable at times of a type of practical amorality, although fairness would oblige us to credit them with an ardent and selfless idealism as well. Almost all, proletarian or not, were imbued with a Jacobin mentality. All produced both heroes and fanatics. All, with the exception of the Mensheviks, aspired to dictatorship, and the Georgian Mensheviks made frequent use of dictatorial methods. All the larger parties were statist by the nature of their structures and by the goals they assigned to themselves. In reality, under the important doctrinal divergences, there was a single revolutionary mentality. Have we forgotten the authoritarian temperament of the anarchist Bakunin and the methods of clandestine organization he used in the First International? In his Confessions, Bakunin advocates an enlightened dictatorship, but one without mercy, exercised on behalf of the people. The Social Revolutionary Party, which was imbued with Republican ideals and was more radical than socialist, developed a rigorously centralized, disciplined and authoritarian apparatus aimed at fighting the terrorist autocracy, which became a fertile ground for police provocation. The Russian Social Democratic forces as a whole aimed at the conquest of state power. No one spoke of the coming revolution in more Jacobin terms than their leader Plekhanov. The Kerensky government, in which the socialist revolutionaries and the Mensheviks were the dominant force, assumed a dictatorial, though ineffectual, it is true tone. Even the anarchists themselves, in the areas occupied by Nestor Makhno's Black Army, exercised a true dictatorship, complete with confiscations, requisitions, arrests, and executions. And Makhno was its Batko, its godfather or Don. The Social Democrat Mensheviks on the right, like Dan and Tsereteli, hoped for authoritarian rule. Tsereteli advocated the repression of Bolshevism before it was too late. The left Mensheviks, like Martov, were perhaps the only group sincerely attached to the ideal of democratic revolution. For this reason, they really constitute, from a philosophical point of view, a happy exception to the rule. Certain characteristics of Bolshevism gave it an innate superiority over its rival parties, with whom it shared a common outlook. These were its Marxist conviction, b. the doctrine of the hegemony of the proletariat in the revolutionary process, c. its intransigent internationalism, and d. the unity between thought and action. In many individuals, this kind of unity of thought and action can come together in a powerful faith in their own point of view. Marxist realism of 1917 seems somewhat simplistic to us today. The world has changed, and social struggles have become much more complex than they were back then. During the Russian Revolution, however, this realism, centered upon a strong awareness of historic and economic realities, was equal to the moment and to the circumstances. It contained antidotes to the contemporary liberal phraseology, the double-dealing, the self-aggrandizing procrastination and abdication of responsibility, whether honorable or hypocritical. The moderate socialists believed that the country was undergoing a bourgeois revolution, destined to open it to an era of capitalist development. This, in turn, would necessarily lead to the development of a bourgeois democratic political structure. The Bolsheviks believed that only the proletariat could carry out this bourgeois revolution, carry it out and of necessity bypass it entirely. They believed that socialism was impossible in such a backward setting, but that a Russia on the path of socialist development would eventually become the example for the European working class. In 1917, Lenin did not envision the blanket nationalization of the means of production, but instead worker control over them. Later on, he came around to the idea of a mixed regime of capitalism and state control. Only in July of 1918 did the outbreak of civil war force complete nationalization as a defense imperative. The uncompromising internationalism of the Bolsheviks rested on their belief in the coming European Revolution, which was to be more developed and more fertile than the revolution in Russia. This vision of the future was not theirs alone. It was a part of the shared foundation of European socialism, even though in actuality the large parties had already given up on this idea of general revolution. The German successor to Marx, Karl Kautsky, was until 1908 one of the prime theoreticians of this revolution. Rosa Luxemburg, Franz Mehring, and Karl Liebknecht all held the same conviction. The essential difference between the Bolsheviks and the other socialists seems to have been a psychological one, due to the particular circumstances under which the revolutionary intelligentsia and the Russian proletariat developed. There was no place in the Tsarist Empire for parliamentary opportunism and daily compromise. A brutal and simple social reality engendered a faith at once active and total. In this sense, the Bolsheviks were more Russian, and more at one with the temper of the Russian masses, than the revolutionary socialists or the Mensheviks, whose cadres were permeated with a Western evolutionist mentality, democratic in the sense of the developed capitalist countries. For, let us now open the difficult chapter of mistakes and errors. Not without regret for the fact that, in such a brief study, it is impossible to consider equally the faults, errors, and crimes of the powers and the parties who fought against the Bolshevik socialist revolution. In the absence of such a decisively important context, we will have to content ourselves with an admittedly unilateral point of view. In 1939, I wrote in my Portrait de Stalin, published in Paris, Grisette, the most incomprehensible error, because deliberate, committed by the socialists, Bolsheviks, precisely because of their awareness of history, was the creation of the Extraordinary Commission for the Repression of Counter-Revolution, Speculation, Espionage, and Desertion, later abbreviated to CHICA, which judged the accused and mere suspects without hearing or seeing them, that is, without their having the least possibility of defense. It pronounced verdicts secretly and carried out executions in the same way. What was this, if not an inquisition? Certainly, a state of siege is not without severe problems, and a bitter civil war must impose extraordinary measures. Nevertheless, did the socialists forget that public trials are the only guarantee against arbitrary and corrupt actions? How would it be possible to justify sinking thus even lower than the makeshift methods of Fouquier-Tinville? The error and the blame are patent. The consequences were horrifying. The GPU, the even more powerful successor to the Cheka, finished by exterminating the entire revolutionary generation of Bolsheviks. It only remains to mention a few extenuating circumstances in fairness to Lenin's Central Committee, circumstances that, to the eyes of the sociologist, take on a real importance. The young republic lived in mortal peril. Its indulgence toward generals like Krasnov and Kornilov were to cost it rivers of blood. The old regime had resorted time and again to the use of terror. The initiative in the use of terror in the Civil War was taken by the Whites in November 1917, in the massacre of the Kremlin arsenal workers. It was taken up by the Finnish reactionaries in the first months of 1918, on the widest possible scale, well before the Red Terror had ever been proclaimed in Russia. The social wars of the 19th century, beginning with the June days of 1848 in Paris and the Paris Commune of 1871, were all characterized by the mass extermination of the vanquished proletarians. The Russian revolutionaries knew what was waiting for them if they lost. Nevertheless, the Cheka was relatively benign at the beginning, until the summer of 1918. And once the Cheka, after counter-revolutionary uprisings, after the assassinations of the Bolsheviks Volodarsky and Uritsky, and after 2 attempted assassinations of Lenin, opened the Red Terror and began shooting hostages, suspects, and enemies, it still continued to look for ways to control and channel the popular fury. Dzerzhinsky worried about the excesses of the local Chekas. The statistics of Chekists themselves shot for this offense would be very edifying. Recently I reopened a small book, deplorably translated into French, on this subject, Memoirs of a People's Commissar, by the left social revolutionary Steinberg, in which I found 2 significant episodes recounted. At the end of 1917, 2 shots were fired at Lenin in an assassination attempt. Following this, a workers' delegation came to Lenin and said that if a single drop of his blood was shed by the counter-revolutionaries, the proletariat of Petrograd would exact 100-fold revenge. Steinberg, who was collaborating with Lenin at the time, notes in his recounting of the incident how upset Lenin was at this idea. The affair was hushed up specifically to avoid tragic consequences. I know through other sources that the 2 socialist revolutionaries who fired the shots were arrested and their lives were spared. Later on they became Bolshevik supporters. 2 liberal ex-ministers, Shingarev and Kokoshkin, became ill while in prison. It was ordered that they be transferred to hospital. Once there they were assassinated in their beds. When Lenin heard of the crime, he was greatly shocked. A government investigation was ordered, which discovered that the perpetrators were revolutionary sailors, supported and protected by the mass of their comrades. Disapproving of the leniency of the men in power, the sailors took matters into their own hands with an act of terrorism. In fact, the crews of the fleet even refused to turn over the assassins, and the people's commissars were forced to forget the entire episode. At a moment when the support of the sailors was a question of daily life or death for the revolution, could they have raised a conflict over a spontaneous act of terrorism? In 1920, capital punishment was abolished in Russia. It was thought that the Civil War was almost over. I had the feeling that everyone in the party expected a normalization of the regime, the ending of the state of siege, a return to Soviet democracy, and the limitation of the powers of the Cheka, if not its abolition. All this was possible, which is to say that the revolution itself could have been saved. The exhausted country wanted only to begin its reconstruction. It still had great reserves of faith and enthusiasm. The summer of 1920 marks a fatal moment in the history of the revolution, one that only pure bad faith on the part of historians can explain their failure to see. At a moment when all Russians hoped for a pacification of the situation, Pilsudski threw Polish arms into battle against the Ukraine. This aggression, which was clearly inspired by desire for conquest, coincided with the recognition by Britain and France of the General Baron Wrangel, who was occupying the Crimea. The hardening effect on the revolution was instantaneous. With Poland beaten, the Central Committee believed it might be able to provoke a Soviet revolution there. This scheme of Lenin's failed with the defeat of the Red Army before the gates of Warsaw. Much worse was the fact that, with a painful and bloody war finished, and the country drained and exhausted, there was no longer any question of abolishing capital punishment or of beginning the reconstruction of the nation upon the basis of Soviet democracy. Misery and danger paralyzed the party state in an economic regime intolerable to the population and doomed from within, a system that has been called war communism. The uprising of the Kronstadt sailors in early 1921 was precisely a protest against this economic regime and the dictatorship of the party. Whatever its real intentions and its probity, no party would be able to govern a starving nation and maintain its popularity. The spontaneous enthusiasm of the masses had died out. Sacrifices and privations were wearing out the still active minority within the revolution. Ferocious winters, insufficient rations, epidemics, constant requisitions in the countryside all spread bitterness everywhere, a kind of despair, and an ideologic confusion between the option of bread and counter-revolution. If, in this situation, the Bolsheviks had let go the reins of power, who would have taken their place? Wasn't it their duty to hold on? In fact, they were right to hold on. Their mistake was to panic at the Kronstadt revolt, which they could have handled in any number of ways, as we who were there in Petrograd knew well. The errors and mistakes of power are all tied in with Kronstadt 1921. The sailors only revolted because of the brutality with which Kalinin refused to listen to them. Where persuasion and understanding were needed, the president of the executive committee of the Soviets used only threats and insults. Instead of being fraternally received, the Kronstadt delegation to the Petrograd Soviet was arrested by the Cheka. The truth about the conflict was hidden from the party and from the country as a whole by the press, which, for the first time, lied shamelessly, saying that a white general, Kozlovsky, was in charge in Kronstadt. The mediation effort proposed by the influential and well-intentioned American anarchists, Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, was refused. Instead, the cannons opened up in a fratricidal battle, and the Cheka later shot its prisoners. If, as Trotsky says, the sailors had changed since 1918, and now expressed nothing but the aspirations of a backward peasantry, it must also be said that the ruling circles had changed as well. In proclaiming the end of war communism and the start of the NEP, Lenin satisfied the economic demands of the Kronstadt revolt after both the battle and the massacre were over. He thereby admitted that the regime and he himself had become bound into an untenable position, one that Trotsky had denounced as dangerous and about which he had demanded changes a year earlier. The NEP abolished requisitions in the countryside, replacing them with an in-kind form of taxation. It re-established the freedom of commerce and small-scale business. In a word, it loosened the mortal grip on the country of the complete state control over production and exchange. At the same time, it would have been normal to liberalize government policies toward those other socialist and libertarian elements who had opted to accept the authority of the Soviet Constitution through a policy of tolerance and reconciliation. Raphael Abramovich correctly reproaches the Bolsheviks for not having taken this road in 1921. Instead, the Central Committee outlawed the Mensheviks and the anarchists. Unquestionably, if a coalition government had been formed at this time, it would have internalized certain dangers, but, and this is well proven, they would have been less than the danger of this monopoly of power. In fact, discontent within the party and the working class forced the Central Committee to declare a state of siege from that moment on. It is true that this state of siege was a mild one within the party itself. The working class opposition, however, was condemned, and purges and exclusions followed. What were the deeper reasons that motivated the Central Committee to maintain and strengthen its monopoly on power? First of all, during critical moments, the Bolsheviks trusted no one but themselves. Carrying a heavy responsibility only aggravated by the Kronstadt affair, they were afraid to open the political arena to competition from the Menshevik Social Democrats and the leftist Social Revolutionary Peasant Party. Finally, and most importantly, they believed in world revolution, in the imminent revolution in Europe, and particularly in Central Europe. A coalition government in Russia would have weakened the Communist International, whose destiny it was to guide and direct the coming revolutions. Perhaps here we touch upon the greatest and gravest error of the party of Lenin and Trotsky. Here, as always in creative thought, truth, error, wishful thinking, and subjective intuition are all intertwined. Nothing is ever undertaken without a belief in the enterprise, without trying to gauge the tangible givens, without hoping for success, without entering into problematic and uncertain areas. All action is a projection from the real/present moment into an unknown future. From the point of view of the intellect, the justified action is that which does not project itself forward blindly. Seen from that angle, was the doctrine of the European Revolution justified? I do not think that we are in a position to respond satisfactorily to that question. My only intention is to delimit it. There is no longer any doubt that the era of stable, growing, relatively pacific capitalism came to an end with the First World War. The Marxist revolutionaries who announced the opening of a global revolutionary era, and said that if socialism did not establish itself within the borders of at least the great European powers, another period of barbarism and a cycle of war and revolution, as Lenin put it, quoting Engels, would follow, were right. The conservatives, the evolutionists, and the reformists who chose to believe in the future bourgeois Europe, carefully cut into pieces at Versailles, then replastered at Locarno, and fed with phrases dug up at the League of Nations, are today remembered as statesmen of blind policies. What is it we are seeing today, if not global transformation of social relations of production, of international relations, of power relations, of ideas and customs? In short, a world revolution as vital and acute in Indonesia as it is timid and uncertain in Europe. In all this, America, with its prodigious technological strides, its crushing international responsibilities, its contradictory social movements, holds a special place, as befits the richest and best organized industrial power in the world. On the other hand, nothing going on in Japan or Greece, nothing being built in the absolute secrecy of the Siberian wastes of the USSR, nothing happening or brewing in Trieste or in Madrid, is outside of this revolution. The Marxist revolutionaries of the Bolshevik school awaited and worked toward the social transformation of Europe and the world by an awakening of the working masses and by the rational and equitable reorganization of a new society. They expected to continue working toward the time when men would take control over their own destinies. There they made a mistake. They were beaten. Instead, the transformation of the world is taking place amidst a terrible confusion of institutions, movements and beliefs without the hoped-for clarity of vision, without a sense of renewed humanism, and in a way that now imperils all the values and hopes of men. Nevertheless, the general trends are still those defined by the socialists of 1917 to 20 toward the collectivization and the planification of economies, the internationalization of the world, the emancipation of oppressed and colonized peoples, and the formation of mass-based democracies of a new kind. The alternative was also foreseen by the socialists: barbarism and war, war and barbarism, a monster with two heads. The Bolsheviks saw in the expected German Revolution the salvation of the Russian Revolution. In this, it appears, they were not mistaken. Under socialist regimes, agricultural Russia and industrial Germany would have had an assuredly peaceful and fertile development. Under this thesis, Russia would have avoided strangulation by its developing internal bureaucracy. Germany would have escaped the dark night of Nazism and catastrophe. No doubt the world would have known other struggles, but nothing allows us to conclude that those struggles would have produced the hellish machinery of Hitlerism and Stalinism. On the contrary, every indication points to the conclusion that a victorious German Revolution at the close of the First World War would have been infinitely fertile for the social progress of humanity as a whole. Such speculations on the hypothetical variants of history are legitimate and even necessary if we wish to understand the past and orient ourselves in the present. To negate the value of such speculation is to claim that history is nothing but a chain of fatalistic, mechanical occurrences and not the unfolding of human life in the flow of time. In fighting for revolution, the German Spartacists, the Russian Bolsheviks, and all their worldwide comrades were struggling to prevent the global cataclysm that we have just lived through. They understood what was approaching. They were moved by a great will to liberation. Anyone who ever rubbed shoulders with them will never forget it. Few men in history have ever been so devoted to the cause of men as a whole. It is fashionable now to impute to the revolutionaries of 1917 to 27 a desire for hegemony and world conquest, but it is not difficult to see what kind of bitterness and interests are at the root of such attempts to denature historical truth. At the time, however, the errors of Bolshevism were obvious. Europe was unstable, and socialist revolution seemed theoretically possible and perhaps rationally necessary. In fact, it was not. The overwhelming majority of the working classes in the West refused to support the struggle. They believed instead in the return of the social progress of the period before the war. They managed to recapture enough of a feeling of well-being to be afraid of the risks involved. They allowed themselves to be fed with illusions. Led by moderate and mediocre leaders, the German Social Democrats feared the costs of a revolution, which could easily have been brought about in November of 1918. Instead, they chose to follow the democratic paths of the Weimar Republic. When we reproach Bolshevism for having brought about a revolution by violence and the dictatorship of the proletariat, it would only be fair to consider also the historical alternative, the path of reformist, moderate socialism in Germany, which in attempting to exhaust the possibilities of bourgeois democracy led directly to the victory of Hitlerism. The Bolsheviks were mistaken about the political understanding and the energy of the working classes in the West, principally in Germany. This error, which was brought about by their militant idealism, engendered the most serious possible consequences. They lost contact with the working classes in the West. The Communist International became a creature of the Soviet Party state. Finally, the fallacious doctrine of socialism in one country was born out of the deception. In time, the idiotic and sometimes villainous tactics of the Stalinized International were to facilitate the triumph of Nazism in Germany. 6. A first accounting of the Russian Revolution must be made at around 1927. 10 years have passed. The dictatorship of the proletariat has since 1920 to 21, the dates are approximate and arguable, become the dictatorship of the Communist Party, itself under the dictatorship of the Bolshevik Old Guard. The results it achieves are formidable. Abroad, the USSR is recognized, respected, and often admired. Domestically, economic reconstruction has been accomplished upon the ruins of years of war, through nothing but available resources and the energies of the masses. A new system of collectivized production has been substituted for the old capitalist one and is functioning reasonably well. The Russian working classes have proved their ability to win the struggle, to organize and to produce. New beliefs and a new feeling of the dignity of the worker have settled in. The instinct toward private property, which bourgeois philosophers consider innate in men, is on its way to a natural extinction. Agriculture has been reconstituted on a level that equals and is beginning to surpass that of 1913. The salaries of workers, in real terms, are significantly higher than those of 1913. A new literature full of life and vitality has appeared. The balance of the proletarian revolution is clearly positive. But now it is no longer a question of reconstruction, but of construction of progress and new development in industry, autos, aviation, chemistry, aluminum, etc. It is now essential to remedy the imbalance between a revitalized agricultural sector and a relatively weak industrial sector. The USSR is isolated and under threat. It is important to see to its defense. The Marxists have no illusions about the Bryan-Kellogg Pact which outlaws war. The regime is at a crossing of the ways. The party is torn by struggles for power, and over the program to be instituted by that power, struggles which pit the old Bolsheviks against each other. The most lucid of the inheritors of the heroic times are grouped around Trotsky. They are capable of tactical errors, of insufficiently worked-out theories, of hesitations. Still, their courage and merit are unquestionable. They comprehend the necessity for industrialization and planification, as well as the need to fight the forces of reaction and, above all, of bureaucratization. They see a clear need for militant internationalism and the democratization of the regime, beginning with the party itself. They are to be beaten by the hierarchy of secretaries, in a kind of interlocking directorate with the commissars of the GPU under the guidance of the General Secretary, the so recently obscure Georgian Stalin. Thousands of founders of the USSR, in an example of devotion to the socialist ideal, pass from power into prison or deportation. The things they are accused of are contradictory and irrelevant. The essential, overwhelming fact is that in 1927 to 28, by means of a coup de force within the party, the Revolutionary Party state becomes a bureaucratic police state, a state that is reactionary in every important way with respect to the ideals of the revolution. Ideological changes speed up brutally. A Marxism of dead slogans born in offices takes the place of a critical Marxism of thinking men. The cult of the leader begins. Socialism in one country becomes the password of newcomers who intend by it no more than the protection of their new privileges. What opponents of the regime see with a kind of anguished myopia is the profile of a new, emerging state, a totalitarian regime. The majority of the old Bolshevik opponents of the Trotskyist opposition, Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky, and Ryutin, are horrified at the sight and pass over to the resistance. Too late. The struggle of the revolutionary generation against totalitarianism lasts 10 years, from 1927 to 1937. The confused and sometimes disconcerting path taken by this struggle should not hide from us its real importance. Its leading figures confronted, fought, reconciled, even betrayed each other. They got lost on the path, humiliated themselves before the tyranny, tried to outwit the thugs, wore themselves out, revolted desperately. The totalitarian regime used them one against the other, all the more efficiently since it had a hold on their souls. Patriotism toward the party and the revolution, cemented by devotion for the sacrifices, the dedication, the actual results, the prodigious vision of a grand future, the sense of common peril, all this obliterated any sense of reality in even the clearest minds. Despite this, the fact is that the resistance of the revolutionary generation, headed by the old socialist Bolsheviks, was so tenacious that in 1936 to 38, the period of the Moscow trials, it was necessary for the entire generation to be eliminated, in order that the new regime could consolidate itself. This was the bloodiest takeover in history. Bolsheviks perished by the tens of thousands, Civil War veterans by the hundreds of thousands, and Soviet citizens who were tainted by the condemned ideals by the millions. A few dozen companions of Lenin and Trotsky found themselves capable of dishonoring themselves by a supreme act of devotion to the party before being shot. Thousands more were shot in basements. The largest concentration camps in history were set up to oversee the physical elimination of the vast masses of condemned. Thus, the bloody rupture was complete between Bolshevism, a kind of ardently Russian and creative form of socialism, and Stalinism, equally Russian, which is to say conditioned by all the totalitarian past and present of Russia. In order that this latter term take on its precise meaning, let us define it: totalitarianism, in the form taken in the USSR, the Third Reich, and much less completely in fascist Italy and elsewhere, is characterized by the despotic exploitation of labor, collectivization of production, monopoly of power by the police, more exactly by terrorists, and the bureaucracy corruption of free thought, and mythification of the ruling leader. Any regime of this type will tend naturally to expansion through force, which is to say, wars of conquest. This is because such regimes are incompatible with the existence of different, and, above all, more humane neighbors, because they inevitably suffer from their own psychoses and paranoias, and because they survive upon the permanent repression of explosive internal forces. An American author, James Burnham, has taken it upon himself to uphold the idea that Stalin is the true heir of Lenin. Pushed to such a level of hyperbole, paradox tends to acquire a stimulating attraction to lazy and ignorant minds. Of course, it goes without saying that a parricide remains the biologic continuation of his father. On the other hand, it is equally obvious that a movement is not continued by massacring it, nor is an ideology continued by denying its premises. Neither is a workers' revolution continued through the blackest exploitation of workers, or the work of Trotsky through ordering his assassination and grinding his books back down to pulp. Either that or the words continuation, rupture, negation, denial, and destruction lose all intelligible meaning, which may in fact prove convenient to certain brilliantly obscurantist intellectuals. I would not think of including James Burnham in this category. The paradox that he has developed, no doubt out of love for the controversial and nonconformist theory, is as false as it is dangerous. In 1,000 dead formulations, it can be found in the press and in books in this time of preparation for the Third World War. The reactionaries have a clear interest in confusing Stalinist totalitarianism, exterminator of the Bolsheviks, with Bolshevism itself, and thus eventually with socialism, Marxism, and even liberalism. The personal case of Stalin, ex-Bolshevik himself, just as Mussolini was one of the ex-old socialists of Avanti, is entirely secondary from the sociological point of view. Who would contest the view that the authoritarianism, intolerance, and certain errors of Bolshevism furnished a fertile breeding ground for Stalinist totalitarianism? A society, just like an organism, always contains within it the germs of death. In addition, however, it requires favorable historical circumstances to ensure their germination. Neither the intolerance nor the authoritarianism of the Bolsheviks, and most of their adversaries, can cast into doubt their socialist mentality and the accomplishments of the first 10 years. They were such real accomplishments, in fact, that, in looking at them, two American thinkers studying the cyclical development of organisms and societies pointed out that, in 1917 to 18, Russia entered an era of expansion and growth, so that today it stands as the youngest of the great nations of the globe. We would like to know to what degree the Stalinist totalitarianism weakened the new vitality of Russia. In this connection, David J. Dahlin gives us an indication. During the First World War, Russian loss of lives equaled 30% of that of the Allies. In the Second World War, the Russians are estimated to have lost 12 to 16 million dead, or 80% of the Allied nations. On the battlefields, the Red Armies lost about 4 times as many dead as the invader. At the outbreak of the Russian Revolution, the actual organized membership available to all the revolutionary parties was less than 1% of the population of the empire as a whole. Of this 1%, the Bolsheviks constituted only a fraction. This infinitesimal agent of fermentation served its purpose and was exhausted. The revolution of November 1917 was guided by a party of young men. The oldest among them, Lenin, was 47 years old. Trotsky was 38, Bukharin 29, Kamenev and Zinoviev both 34. 10 to 20 years later, the resistance to totalitarianism was carried out by an aging generation. And this generation did not succumb only under the weight of a young police bureaucracy determinately hooked on the privileges of power, but also because of the passivity of masses exhausted to the point of breakdown, undernourished, paralyzed by the terrorist regime and drunk on propaganda. In addition, it found itself without the slightest support on the outside. While it was resisting inside the USSR, the rise of worldwide forces of reaction continued almost uninterruptedly. The great democracies accommodated or encouraged Hitler and Mussolini. The life force of the popular fronts, that rearguard struggle of the Western working classes, was broken in Spain by a coalition of Nazism, fascism and Franco at the very moment when Stalin's thugs were moving to liquidate Bolshevism in Russia. 7. What, after its 10 exultant first years and the 10 black years following, is left to defend in the Russian Revolution? An immensely important historical experience, the proudest memories, examples beyond value. These would already be a lot. But the doctrine and tactics of Bolshevism require a critical analysis. There have been so many changes in this chaotic world that not a single Marxist or, for that matter, socialist concept could be applied today without being undated first. I don't think that in a system of production where the laboratory is taking precedence over the workshop, the hegemony of the proletariat can assert itself, unless in moral and political ways that in fact imply a renunciation of hegemony. I do not think the dictatorship of the proletariat will reappear and be viable in the struggles of the future. No doubt there will be revolutionary dictatorships of one kind or another in the future. I am convinced that the role of the workers' movements in these cases will be to guarantee the democratic character of these regimes, not just for the sake of the proletariat alone but for the sake of all workers and even nations. In this sense, proletarian revolution is no longer to be our aim. The revolution that we are waiting to serve can only be socialist in the humanist sense of the word, or, more precisely, socializing through democratic libertarian means. Beyond the borders of Russia, the Bolshevik idea of the party has failed completely. The variety of interests and psychological backgrounds has made impossible the grouping of such a homogeneous cohort of militants all dedicated to the ideals so nobly praised by the poor Bukharin. Centralization, discipline, and guided ideology should inspire in us a healthy suspicion, no matter how badly we need an organizational framework. And what is left to the Russian people in all this to support? By an overwhelming irony of history, they are now the people who have nothing to lose but their chains. I hope that someone will soon translate into French the objective and uncompromising work by David J. Dahlin and Boris I. Nikolevsky, Forced Labor in the Soviet Union. It tells us that in 1928, during the Soviet Thermidor, the GPU concentration camps held no more than about 30,000 inmates. Today, though, it is impossible to estimate the number of the millions of slaves in Stalin's camps. The most modest estimates put the number at 10 or 12 million. That is, according to these authors, at least 16% of the adult male population and a considerably lower percentage of women. Recently, in Masses, I underlined the decisive importance of these figures. Taking 15% as the proportion of the population having the privilege of enjoying the equivalent of a modest European standard of living, the figure is probably overly optimistic at this moment, and in any case would have to obtain the percentage of workers in that category. I wrote, thus 7% privileged workers, 15% pariahs, 78% exploited and living in misery and poverty. What can one say about such a social system? Is it defensible? Beyond the borders of Russia, the influence of this concentration camp universe was to block the development of socialism and social reorganization in Europe. Thus, the tragedy is no longer Russian alone. It is universal in proportion. The logical conclusion of this process seems to be the Third World War. Still, we mustn't resign ourselves to catastrophic outcomes, as long as other possibilities are in sight. The aggressiveness of the Stalinist regime in foreign affairs is conditioned by the gravity of its internal situation. The latent disposition of the Russian and non-Russian masses to revolt against this regime was proved by their defeatism at the beginning of the invasion, and the way in which they greeted the invaders as liberators. It is also proved by the troubles that followed upon the victory, and by the movements of the Vlasov army, which were far more complex than generally known, as it battled first for the Nazis, then against them. It is proved by the 200,000 to 300,000 Russian refugees in Germany and by the filling up of the concentration camps. It is my belief that totalitarian regimes constitute colossal factories of revolt. And this one all the more because of its revolutionary tradition. Documentation on the morale of the Russian masses is increasing every day. Under the iron grip of the regime, there is still a profound vitality, as anyone knows who knows Russia. 9/10 of the men who are working, building, inventing, administering could, if their chains were broken, become from 1 month to the next active citizens in a workers' democracy. Will they be able to break their chains in time for a socialist Russia to head off the war? The degree to which the Stalinist regime has managed to inculcate in its oppressed masses a horror and disgust for socialism is incalculable. Powerful forces of reaction are to be expected in Russia, and even more among the non-Russian peoples, above all, including the Central Asian Muslims, who for many years have been permeated with pan-Islamic aspirations. Nevertheless, I believe, on the basis of many observations carried out in the USSR during even the cruelest years of oppression, that the great majority clearly understand the imposture of official socialism. Because no return to the old regime, or even to large-scale capitalism, is possible because of the high degree of development attained by state-controlled production in Russia at a time when throughout Europe nationalization and planification are on the rise. A true Russian democracy could only bring health and efficiency in reorganizing socialized production in the interest of the producers. The technical imperatives of production would combine with the desire for social justice and a newfound freedom to once again place the economy at the service of the community. Because this realistic and deeply felt hope remains to us, all is not lost. Victor Serge. Mexico, July, August 1947. Translated by Michel Bolzi. Postscript. The Allied part in the Czechoslovaki intervention. The danger of Russia falling entirely under the power of Germany was imminent, and it became clear that the Allies could no longer hold aloof. In June, however, hope appeared from another quarter. Siberia, the land of the peasant proprietor, had never been Bolshevik at heart, and it was here that the reaction started against Bolshevism. It was assisted by the presence of the Czechoslovak army, which had maintained its organization after the Russian collapse, and was encamped at different points along the Siberian Railway. When the anti-Bolshevik movement in Siberia began, the Czechoslovaks became masters of many points on the railway, as well as the port of Vladivostok. The serious situation of the Czechs, who were now liable to attack by the Bolsheviks from the west, while being cut off from all communication with the Allies by a considerable Germano-Bolshevik force astride the Siberian Railway, brought the question of Allied intervention to a head. The Czechs were greatly exhausted. The Bolshevik forces opposed to them were constantly increasing in numbers and efficiency under German instructors. Attempts to disorganize the rearward communications of the Czechs along the Trans-Siberian Railway by fomenting strikes among the railway employees failed, thanks largely to the vigorous action of a battalion of the Middlesex Regiment under Lieutenant Col. John Ward, MP. From the War Cabinet, Report for the year 1918, London, 1919. Allied policy towards the Czechs. The actual relationship between the behavior of the Czechoslovak Corps and the various intervention plans of the Allies was quite complex. Considerable differences existed between British and French policy on the proper use of the Czechoslovak troops, and the actual incident that led in May to the Czech seizure of the Trans-Siberian Line, the often recounted scuffle between Czech and Hungarian soldiers at Chelyabinsk station on May 14th, was of a spontaneous, fortuitous character. The tendency of recent chroniclers has been to emphasize the unplanned sequence of misunderstandings and mishaps that sparked the Czechoslovak Rising. Trotsky's provocative action in ordering the Czechoslovaks to be disarmed or else shot down, May 25th, is often quoted as the salient incident in the affair. Even in the summer of 1918, Karakhan, the Soviet Deputy Commissar for Foreign Affairs, told Lockhart that in attacking the Czechs Trotsky had made a political mistake, though he had been fully justified by the bad faith of the French in this connection. Later Stalinist historiography even suggested that Trotsky had deliberately provoked the Czechs in order consciously to further Allied interests. In his autobiography, Lockhart, somewhat disingenuously, as will be evident from the next paragraphs, places all the blame on the French. I succeeded in securing Trotsky's goodwill and, but for the folly of the French, I am convinced that the Czechs would have been safely evacuated without incident. Yet, as Ullman makes abundantly clear, the main trend of French policy, from December 1917 through to May 1918, was to insist that the whole of the Czechoslovak forces in Russia be evacuated with all speed to France via Archangel, Murmansk, or Vladivostok to relieve the critical manpower shortage on the Western Front. It was the British who repeatedly pressed for the deployment of the Czechs within Russia itself, in a twofold project that encompassed, first, the use of the westernmost section of the Czechoslovaks in resisting German aggression and intrigues at Archangel and Murmansk and along the railways leading to these ports, and second, the launching of the easterly Czech contingents near Vladivostok to start operations in Siberia, following which there could be little doubt that the Japanese would move and the Americans would find it impossible to hold back. Both these early attempts by Britain to involve the Czechs were predicated on Bolshevik cooperation or at least acquiescence. But they were very soon replaced by a similar two-part plan, this time no longer anti-German but anti-Bolshevik, more plausibly, perhaps, since the nearest German troops were hundreds of miles from Archangel and thousands from Vladivostok, in which the Czechs would both second a white officers rising in the north and head a sweep westwards from Vladivostok, with, if possible, French officers in their command, to link up with the northern counter-revolution in the vicinity of Vologda. Previous accounts have, however, failed to reflect fully the part played in these schemes by British and French intrigues, both in Moscow and in the two Foreign Offices. From April 19th onwards, Lockhart had been sending back telegram after telegram urging an immediate Allied intervention in Russia, regardless of Bolshevik consent. From May 23rd he was pressing for a massive Allied invasion which would not even be preceded by an ultimatum designed to force the Soviet government's acquiescence. Lockhart's shift from his previous attitude of pro-Bolshevik conciliation was associated in large measure with the extensive contacts he had formed, in the fortnight preceding his April 19th telegram, with all the main counter-revolutionary groups in Moscow. In Lockhart's own catalogue of the various counter-revolutionary organizations in Moscow, with whom he had relations after the Bolshevik refusal of Allied intervention, he includes the Czech Council, which was not then openly anti-Bolshevik. In collusion with Lockhart, moreover, the agents of the British and French military missions in Moscow played a major part in instigating the northern element of the two-part intervention plan against Bolshevism. Before the outbreak of any violence between the Czechoslovaks and the Soviet authorities, Lockhart forwarded to London a dispatch from his aide Captain Dennis Garstin. I have been approached secretly by two large organizations of Old Army who say if Allies will help them they will mobilize in Nizhny area. If Allies will land at Archangel, hold Vologda and join with loyal Russians in that area they would be increasing enormously chances of Japanese arrival. Chief cause of present inactivity is lack of any rallying point for those elements who are patriotic yet anti-Bolshevik. In this, the first version of the intervention project that can be traced, Garstin proposed an Allied drive down to the area east of Vologda and Volga controlling railheads of Archangel and Siberian railways. 2 Allied divisions would be needed. This figure, and the plan as a whole, had, he stated, received the assent of General Laverne of the French mission, as well as of Italy's military representative in Russia. Garstin's plan did not specifically mention the Czechs, though the further development of the idea in Colonel Steele's General Staff paper of May 24 did, as we have seen, include the Czechs as a major element. But one is tempted to speculate that Laverne's ciphers back to Paris may have done so. At any rate, a dispatch from the British ambassador in Paris, Lord Derby, sent shortly afterwards, on May 17, conveyed an abrupt turn in the views of the French government, which now, so far from insisting on the immediate evacuation of the Czechs, offered a scheme for anti-Bolshevik intervention in the north very similar to that of Garstin, except that it included the Czechs as a constituent. Allied policy in Russia, according to this expression of the current French official view, can now rely only on itself and requires occupation with least possible delay of White Sea bases in order to keep in touch, i.e. ports of Murmansk and Archangel at head of line to Petrograd and Vologda, defense of principal stations on these lines which can be undertaken by small naval contingents already on the spot or to be sent there and Serb and Czech contingents now moving in that direction. The healthy elements who are now dispersed by anarchy in Russia can only rally round nucleus of foreign forces. The wheels of the cumbersome machinery that governed a combined Allied military operation now began to turn. Even as the Czech Corps was taking over the Trans-Siberian line, the permanent military representatives attached to the Supreme War Council at Versailles were being asked to consider whether some force ought not to be sent to northern Russia as a nucleus round which the Czechs, Serbs, and loyal Russians could rally. The representative's recommendation for the dispatch of a small contingent of 4 to 6 American, British, French, or Italian battalions, under a British commander-in-chief, was submitted to the Council's meeting in early June and ratified there. It was in anticipation of the landing of this force that Ambassador Newlands encouraged Savinkov to launch the Yaroslavl Rising of July 6. However, the Allied forces did not get to Archangel until August 12 when Poole's 1,200, mostly French troops, disembarked. Substantial contingents, 4,800 Americans, 2,400 British and 900 French, were not assembled there till early September. By this time, of course, it was much too late for any link-up with the Czechs. Ironside's northern force of 16,000, which was in position at the end of 1918, was never able to get even halfway to Vologda, the main objective of the original plan. Two features of the turn of actual events require some explanation, since they run counter to the whole intention of the Allied plan involving the Czechoslovaks. We have Clemenceau's indignant reply of May 22 to the British Foreign Secretary's soundings on the possible use of the Czechoslovaks to begin intervention in Siberia. Clemenceau was at pains to reinstate the traditional policy of his government, which insisted that the Czechs be evacuated forthwith to fight on the Western Front. This fresh insistence may well, however, have proceeded from a French reluctance to follow British plans specifically in the Siberian theater. Siberia was later in 1918 to prove a rich source of French suspicions as to Britain's alleged possible expansionism. Against the intervention project, we also have to set the fact that the Czechoslovak rising that took place in the very midst of the May discussions did not include any movement towards the north. On the contrary, the Congress of Delegates from all the Czech contingents which met at Chelyabinsk on May 23 decided unanimously, against the wishes of their National Council spokesman and of the French military representatives who were present, to disregard the order that half of the corps should make northwards for Archangel. This refusal stemmed from a determination to avoid splitting up the threatened forces of the corps. The local quarrel between Czechs and Bolsheviks therefore deprived the planners of the Archangel-Vologda operation that they had contrived for the Czechs. But the actual intervention that took place, involving 70,000 Czechoslovaks from Penza to Irkutsk and thence, from the end of June, to Vladivostok, gave them all that they could have wished for, including Britain's aim of drawing in the Japanese and the Americans. A revealing map drawn up by the British General Staff is headed Proposals for Allied Enterprise in Russia, assuming French concurrence. It shows the Czechs in occupation of Vladivostok and the Trans-Siberian Railway, and moving to link up with Ataman Semyonov at Chita and with General Poole in the Archangel-Vologda region. All the elements in this grand design were in fact fulfilled, with the exception of the Czech participation in the Northern Enterprise. In successful counter-revolution, no less than in successful revolution, spontaneity appears to coalesce fruitfully with conscious direction. Czechoslovak policy in the intervention. The policies of Thomas Masaryk and Eduard Benes, the main spokesman for the Czechoslovak national movement in the West, took some time to develop into a line of unambiguous support for Allied intervention to overthrow Bolshevism. In a discussion in the middle of May 1918, with Lieutenant Colonel L.S. Amory of the War Office, Benes had declared only a conditional willingness for half of the Czechoslovaks, those gathering at Archangel, to be used in connection with an Allied intervention in Russia. Benes's conditions were, 1. That the Allied powers should declare publicly their support for Czechoslovak independence. 2. That intervention should be a real one, i.e., to be carried right through up to the western frontiers and involve actual operations against the Germans or Austrians. Benes was opposed to dragging the Czech corps back into Russia, merely to be made to participate in Russian internal disturbances. Benes thus appears to have tried to placate both the British demand for a Siberian intervention with the Czechs and the French insistence on their return to France to fight on the Western Front. The question of Czechoslovak participation in the Archangel-Vologda invasion, which was then being considered by the British and the French authorities, did not enter into this discussion. In his memoirs, Benes says that the Czechoslovak National Council abroad opposed intervention in Russia until July 1918. The Amory conversation of May reveals, however, that this opposition was less than absolute. Up to a point, Benes' two conditions were met. On June 6, the British government informed him that they now recognized his council as the supreme organ of the Czechoslovak national movement in the Allied countries, and on June 29 the council received fuller recognition from France. This went at least part of the way to meet the first precondition for Czech intervention. On the second point, while the action involving the Czech Legion was not carried up to the western frontiers of Russia, it did incorporate actual operations against the Austrian and Hungarian prisoners of war, who, in the extraordinary Allied mythology of the time, were counted as among the active reserves of the Central Powers, working in secret collusion with the Bolsheviks. Apart from the change in French policy that followed the lessening of pressure on the Western Front, these factors may have weighed in the National Council's decision during the summer of 1918 openly to support the intervention across Siberia. This support was not, however, to be given as an actual order from the Council's central officials to the Czechoslovak contingents in Siberia until early August. It was then that General Dietrichs, the Legion's commander at Vladivostok, announced that the Czechs have received definite orders from Masaryk to fight Germans in Siberia instead of being transported to Europe, and that these orders will be obeyed. This was already well after the Czechoslovak troops had seized Vladivostok from the Soviets on June 29, an action which was to be quickly endorsed by the Allied representatives on the spot, including the French. Earlier, and certainly in the crucial month of May, National Council policy opposed the Czech move eastwards. As we have seen, the Czechoslovak Legion's delegate conference at Chelyabinsk, May 23, actually overruled the advice of the Council representatives from Moscow, who wanted them to proceed towards the northern ports. This advice of the Moscow Czech officials may have reflected some involvement on their part in the abortive northern intervention scheme, or it may simply have expressed their accordance with the main line of policy, i.e. evacuation, advocated by the French, who were their main financial backers. Central French policy, indeed, remained in opposition to the Czech involvement in Siberia, even after it was well underway. As we have seen in the previous section, Clemenceau refused on May 22 to countenance the British plan for Siberia. He quoted Beneš specifically as having refused to condone the use of the Czechoslovaks as the point of departure for Allied intervention. Even on May 28, with the Legion's action across Siberia now in full spate, Pichon, the French foreign minister, was reaching an agreement with Lloyd George for the regular transportation of 4,500 Czechs per month from Vladivostok to Vancouver and thence to France. This decision alone illustrates how misleading it is to suppose that the Allied governments had sufficient intelligence of Czechoslovak movements in Russia to enable them to plan positively for an all-Russian intervention involving the Czechs. The Bolshevik accounts, including that of Victor Serge, are inclined to assume perfect intelligence on the part of the Allies. The Legion's role in Allied intervention plans for Russia was intimately linked with the successive stages of diplomatic recognition accorded to the Czechoslovak National Council by the British government. When, during the middle weeks of May, Beneš was pressing London for recognition, the Foreign Office was at first inclined to withhold any such commitment until the United States had been consulted. But by May 20 Cecil was convinced that all political encouragement possible should be given to the Czechoslovaks, without waiting for American agreement, since Britain was counting on the Czechoslovak forces in Russia to form the nucleus of intervention at Archangel and Vladivostok. Britain's Washington ambassador, in a cipher dated June 6, was asked to inform the U.S. government that Britain's limited recognition of the National Council, granted in the previous week, had been necessary in view not only of the Czechs' cooperation on the fronts in Western Europe, but also of the fact that there are some 50,000 Czechs in Russia, whom we have every hope of organizing into an effective force to combat the enemy either in the eastern or the western theaters of war. The Czechoslovak National Council itself soon became eager to utilize the Legion's actions in Siberia as a bargaining counter with which to secure full recognition as a government by the Allies. On July 16, Beneš wrote to the journalist Wickham Steed asking for support in the proclamation of a Czechoslovak provisional government from the Czech forces in France and Italy. I should like this to coincide with the Allied intervention in Siberia, so that the proclamation of Czechoslovak independence may form part of the process of intervention in Siberia. In further memoranda, over the period later in the summer when Beneš was in London pressing his case with the Foreign Office and War Office, the Siberian connection was further exploited. The National Council's ultimate policy was still the evacuation of the Legion to the west, but in the meantime, these troops may render considerable service to Great Britain and her allies by facilitating an intervention in Russia. The Legion was to be left provisionally in Russia to carry out military operations, to hold the Trans-Siberian Railway for the Allies, to enlist the Russian population, and to prepare the necessary basis for the Japanese and American intervention. But the subjection of the Legion to Allied orders should cease, with Janin, Stefanik, and the National Council being given real sovereignty as a government over the Czech contingents. Benes was at pains to establish the reliably anti-Bolshevik character of his countrymen, stressing that the Czechoslovak army on principle shoot every Czech found fighting with the Red Guards and captured by them, for instance at Penza, Samara, Omsk, etc. 200 at Samara. The interventionist refrain was repeated as a justification for recognition in both memoranda. The recognition of the Czechoslovak National Council as a government would render enormous assistance to the idea of an intervention in Russia. It would serve as the basis for American and Japanese intervention. Benes's diligent lobbying met with a favorable response. On August 9, Balfour issued a declaration according Allied nation status to the Czechoslovaks on behalf of Britain and recognizing the National Council, in accordance with the formula requested by Benes, as the present trustee of the future Czechoslovak government. There is no evidence that the specific considerations put by Benes, i.e. recognition as the cover for intervention, influenced the Foreign Office. Humanitarian grounds in removing any pretext for Czechoslovak prisoners to be shot by the Austrians as rebels seem to have been important. But the situation of the Legion in Siberia cannot have been far from the British government's judgment of its obligations. On August 4, a special meeting of the War Cabinet had been called with the critical plight of the Czechoslovak Legion, hemmed in at Lake Baikal and Khabarovsk, as the sole item on its agenda. The House of the Czechs and the Slovaks was thus constructed, by the founders of the new state, on an Anglo-French mortgage sought on the security of the Legion's exploits in the international war against Bolshevism. And on the battlefields of the intervention, Czechoslovak nationalists shot their Czechoslovak Red prisoners, as the first act in the new nation's own civil war.